Chapter 2104 A Glimpse of the Sword. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, his son's saint energy that had been raised by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was emitting a terrifying aura that made the people from Ground Axe Alliance feel suffocated. With Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, his son's saint energy was similar to the saint energy of a powerhouse at the quintessential saint stage. However, with the help of the elementary devouring tactic, it was comparable to the saint origin of a saint celestial stage powerhouse. For this reason, the men from Ground Axe Alliance were trembling violently in fear when they felt Duan Ling Tian's sun saint energy shrouding them and pressuring them. The few Ground Axe Alliance members with weaker cultivation bases were the first to give in. One of them said in a trembling voice, "Yes, my lord." Their heads were lowered in a submissive gesture. They did not even dare to look at Duan Ling Tian in the eyes. The remaining members from the Ground Axe Alliance did not put up a fight when they discovered that Duan Ling Tian was a saint celestial stage powerhouse. At this moment, all of them resented the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance. If they had known that the purple-clad young man before them was a saint celestial stage powerhouse, they would not have dared to follow him even if the rewards that were offered were amazing. Things were, naturally, easier when dealing with a group of scared people. No matter what Duan Ling Tian asked, they answered him honestly. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance has his eyes on me. Duan Ling Tian finally learned these people were sent by Yao Bug, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, to spy on him. However, none of them knew why Yao Bug had asked them to tail him. However, they had speculated that Duan Ling Tian must have information regarding the treasure vault that was left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless when he heard the speculation of the Ground Axe Alliance's members. He thought that they were very imaginative to come up with such a conclusion. How strange. Why is the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance keeping an eye on me? Duan Ling Tian was confused. He was certain no one had seen his face when he killed the two members from the Ground Axe Alliance outside of Sin City. That's right, after I killed those two people, there was a strange energy from the Tao talismans they carried on their bodies. Is there something to do with that? This was the only possibility that made sense to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian quickly asked Elder Huo's opinion regarding this matter. That's possible, Elder Huo said. The Tao talismans they carried disappeared after they died. It could be a sign that the Tao talismans had been activated, and the catalyst for the activation of the talismans is their deaths. It's likely the Tao talismans are similar to a mirror image talisman that can record the carrier's surroundings. You've probably been recorded in the act of killing those two men. The Tao talismans probably transmitted the scene to the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance. There are Tao talismans like that. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he found out about the existence of such a talisman from Elder Huo. Of course, Elder Huo answered with so much conviction that Duan Ling Tian did not even doubt him. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, I'll have to study up on the various types of Tao talismans when I return to Sin City. That aside, there's no reason for the leader of Ground Axe Alliance to involve so many people when I've only killed two men from the Alliance. Could it be because of the 1000 Inscriptions Saint Sword? Duan Ling Tian mulled over the matter for a moment when he remembered the 1000 Inscriptions Saint Sword that he found in one of the spatial rings of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. The 1000 Inscriptions Saint Sword used to belong to an old man who was killed by the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance. Duan Ling Tian was quite certain that the conclusion he came to was right. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian looked at the people from the Ground Axe Alliance and asked in a deep voice, what's the cultivation base of the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance? Apart from him, what are the cultivation bases of the high-ranking officials in the Alliance? Based on what the people from the Ground Axe Alliance told him, Duan Ling Tian learned that their leader, Yao Bug, was the strongest in the Ground Axe Alliance. He was the only one at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Ground Axe Alliance. Apart from that, Yao Bug's strength could be considered to be above average among powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land even if he was not on the top of the list. For example, Bu Hong whom Duan Ling Tian previously defeated was also at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking before he was defeated. On the other hand, Yao Bug who was also at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage was ranked at the 266th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Based on this alone, one could see the difference in their strength. The strongest person in the Ground Axe Alliance is only a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian was not afraid at all when he learned that Yao Bug was a lot stronger than Bu Hong. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, along with the Jasper Celestial Sword, it would only take a split second for him to kill Yao Bug as long as Yao Bug was not at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Yao Bug was the only person at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, the spiritual I form, in the Ground Axe Alliance. This meant, no one, apart from Yao Bug, in the Ground Axe Alliance would be able to capture Duan Ling Tian's movement if used the Jasper Celestial Sword with the Sovereign Heart Sword's third technique. Yao Bug might be able to faintly see the Jasper Celestial Sword, but he would have died after that. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 9 members from the Ground Axe Alliance before he asked indifferently, "So, do the 9 of you want to live or die?" He sounded emotionless when he spoke. "My lord, I wish to live. My lord, I wish to live as well." When the 9 Ground Axe Alliance members heard Duan Ling Tian's words, they quickly answered him, "What a joke. Why would they choose to die if there was a chance they could live? Then, lead the way to the Ground Axe Alliance's estate." Duan Ling Tian said indifferently again. However, a hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes this time. It was obvious he was furious and planned to storm the fort. The 9 men from the Ground Axe Alliance could not help but gasp when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Did he mean to go to the Ground Axe Alliance's estate? Was he planning to turn himself in? However, the purple-clad young man did not seem like he intended to do that. If that was the case, there was only one possibility left. He's not afraid of leader. The 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance shared the same thought as bitter smiles appeared on their faces. They wondered what kind of person their leader had offended. They knew the person did not ask about the cultivation bases of the leader and high-ranking officials of the Ground Axe Alliance for no good reason. It was obvious he was investigating them. Naturally, the 9 men from the Ground Axe Alliance did not dare to reject Duan Ling Tian's request. They immediately led Duan Ling Tian out of the forest and returned to Sin City. Soon after they left the forest, one of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance said hesitantly, "My lord, I used a communication jade token earlier before entering the forest. I'm afraid that at this moment, our leader should be making his way here." Almost as soon as that person finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian seemed to sense other people's presence. He stared into the distance, in the direction of Sin City. Here, along with the sound of wind whistling in the air, a swift figure was approaching them at a high speed. The figure was extremely fast. His speed far surpassed a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. After a few moments, the figure appeared in front of the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance. It seemed like the appearance of that figure had roused the morals of the people from the Ground Axe Alliance. All of them bowed and greeted the figure simultaneously, "Lord Leader." The figure was none other than the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yao Bug. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian studied the person who had just appeared. Yao Bug was a middle-aged man with an average appearance. He would not stand out in a crowd. Yao Bug did not bother with the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance when he arrived. He only looked at Duan Ling Tian with a piercing gaze. After all, Duan Ling Tian was the person who had killed his men and taken the spatial ring that contained 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. He had seen this through the major mirror image talisman. Yao Bug said coldly, "You." However, he was interrupted by the sound of a sword cry. The short-lived sound disappeared as soon as it appeared. Yao Bug's eyes widened in fear as he could see a sword moving toward him at lightning speed. It was so fast that it seemed impossible to dodge it. Stab. The men from the Ground Axe Alliance heard the soft noise of a sword penetrating the flesh after they heard the sword cry. They all trembled in fear. Subsequently, all of them witnessed a scene they would not forget for the rest of their lives. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yao Bug, a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, who was ranked at the 266th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, was killed in just one blow. There was a wound between his brows. Duan Ling Tian moved to Yao Bug's body. His eyes shone brightly and he was thrilled when he discovered Yao Bug possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. Chapter 2105 A Reclusive Sectless Cultivator. Indigo Spiritual Root. Duan Ling Tian was delighted by this. His innate spiritual root would definitely turn indigo if he devoured a yellow innate spiritual root. Although Yao Bug was only a sectless cultivator, he was still the leader of an alliance in Sin City. With his cultivation base at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, his innate spiritual root would definitely not be bad. At least it would definitely be better than a yellow innate spiritual root. Before arriving at Sin City 10 days ago, Duan Ling Tian had disguised himself. His current disguise was different from the ones he used at the fire worship sect in Clarity City. Since the members of the Ground Axe Alliance who were present were merely quintessential saint cultivators, Duan Ling Tian did not think it was necessary to use the 10,000 Swords territory to block the sight of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance's members when he devoured Yao Buyuji's innate spiritual root. Under the horrified gazes of the Ground Axe Alliance's members, Duan Ling Tian called out to Elder Huo and quickly devoured Yao Buyuji's innate spiritual root with Elder Huo's help. Elder Huo, indeed, Yao Buyuji did not disappoint Duan Ling Tian. Yao Buyuji possessed a blue innate spiritual root. After devouring Yao Buyuji's innate spiritual root, Duan Ling Tian's innate spiritual root successfully transformed into an indigo innate spiritual root just like Elder Huo had predicted. Your innate spiritual root is now an indigo innate spiritual root. When Duan Ling Tian heard Elder Huo's words, he instantly tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He used his cultivation method, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy and circulated it a few times in his body. This cultivation speed is more than 1 time faster than my previous speed. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone as bright as the stars when he discovered his new cultivation speed. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian took Yao Buyuji's spatial ring and dropped his body to the ground. Yao Buyuji's body fell on the ground and turned into a bloody pulp. When the members of the Ground Axe Alliance heard the sound of their leader falling to the ground, they quickly regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with terror when they looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they had seen a ghost. When they recalled what had just happened, they still found it hard to believe. Am I dreaming? Someone as strong as our leader was killed in just a move. He didn't even have time to finish his sentence. That man didn't even launch a sneak attack. He directly attacked our leader, and yet, our leader didn't even stand a chance to react before he was killed. The 9 Ground Axe Alliance's members whispered among themselves with trembling voices. The purple-clad young man's strength was out of their expectations. No matter what, their leader was still a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Someone like that was killed in just a move by the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man had to be terrifyingly strong. Was he at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher? Duan Ling Tian overheard the conversations between the Ground Axe Alliance's members and glanced at them indifferently. He planned to leave them alone. His body moved as he prepared to leave. In his opinion, these Ground Axe Alliance's members were sent by their leader, Yao Buyuji, to follow him. They did not intend to kill him, so he had no reason to kill them as well. Since Yao Buyuji was dead, there was less of a reason for him to make things difficult for them. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, one of the Ground Axe Alliance's members mustered up his courage and called out, "My lord." It took Duan Ling Tian by surprise, and he came to a halt. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the man from the Ground Axe Alliance who called him. He asked with a slight frown, "Is there anything else?" The other Ground Axe Alliance's members were just about to sigh in relief when they saw Duan Ling Tian was preparing to leave and had no intention of making things difficult for them. However, their hearts jolted in fear when they heard their companion calling out to Duan Ling Tian. "Idiot, what do you think you're doing? Damn it, this jinx was about to leave. Why are you stopping him? What if he regrets letting us go and decides to kill us? Don't drag us along with you if you want to die." The other Ground Axe Alliance's members were sending angry voice transmissions to the Ground Axe Alliance's member who stopped Duan Ling Tian from leaving. How they wished they could turn back time and seal his mouth. However, the Ground Axe Alliance member who had spoken up ignored them. He looked at Duan Ling Tian respectfully as he asked, "My lord, may I know your name? Is there a reason why you're asking?" Duan Ling Tian said coldly as though he had no intention of revealing his name. "My lord, previously, Yao Buyuji, the former leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking," the Ground Axe Alliance's member said solemnly. "Today, we're lucky enough to witness your strength when you killed Yao Buyuji. If we know your name, we can help spread the news of you replacing Yao Buyuji on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, if your rank's already higher than Yao Buyuji, then, Please treat it as though I didn't say anything. The Ground Axe Alliance's words sounded sincere, as though he was saying it for Duan Ling Tian's benefit. Upon hearing this, the other Ground Axe Alliance's members felt vexed. Why did they not think of this? If they had spoken up, they would be able to flatter this powerhouse. They might not have to worry about him regretting his decision and coming back to kill them. My lord, he's right. If you tell us your name, we'll definitely spread word about the incident today. Don't worry, my lord. If there's anyone who doesn't believe it, we're willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that we're telling the truth. Although the other 8 Ground Axe Alliance's members were slower on the uptake, it did not stop them from fawning over Duan Ling Tian like the other member of the Ground Axe Alliance. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Ground Axe Alliance's members and nodded slightly as he said, I'm Li Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished before the 9 members of Ground Axe Alliance like a gust of wind. After Duan Ling Tian's departure, the 9 Ground Axe Alliance's members sighed in relief when they thought about how they managed to escape death. Li Feng, is there anyone like that on the Supreme Saint ranking? One of the Ground Axe Alliance's members asked curiously. I pay very close attention to the Supreme Saint ranking. I don't think there's anyone called Li Feng that's ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. It seems like Li Feng is a reclusive sectless cultivator. Another Ground Axe Alliance member said. Although the Supreme Saint ranking was a list of 1,000 strongest people in the Dao martial land, there were many powerful reclusive people who preferred to stay hidden. Therefore, they were not ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking regardless of how strong they were. In the Ground Axe Alliance's members' opinion, Li Feng, who had killed the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yao Bug, was probably a reclusive sectless cultivator. Now that he had made his appearance, he instantly shot up to 266th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Li Feng's going to be famous in Sin City and the Dao martial saint land after today. All the members of the Ground Axe Alliance were certain of this. The people from the upper province of the Dao martial saint land had the opinion that the upper province alone was enough to represent the entire Dao martial saint land. This was indeed the truth. Currently, the lower province was much weaker than the upper province. After all the strong ones tended to live in the upper province. When the group of Ground Axe Alliance's members returned to Sin City, they did not dare to slack and began to spread word about what had happened. The news instantly caused a stir in Sin City. Yao Bug, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, was a cultivator at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage who ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He could be considered as famous in Sin City. It was only natural that his death would shock the sectless cultivators in Sin City. A powerhouse called Li Feng killed Yao Bug. Moreover, he killed Yao Bug with a direct attack without using any underhanded methods. Many sectless cultivators were shocked when they learned about this. Yao Bug could be considered as above average among powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao martial saint land. Someone like that was killed in just one move. Li Feng has to be at the powerhouse at the 4th form saint of the Celestial stage or above. Many people speculated. They believed that even the strongest powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao martial saint land would not be able to kill Yao Bug in just a move. As the news spread, Li Feng's name spread like a wildfire in Sin City. Chapter 2106. Does Duan Ling Tian have a super saint weapon? The Supreme Saint ranking was widely acknowledged in the Dao martial saint land, and its ranking would be updated once a month. A published list would be released once a month to the people on the Dao martial saint land. It was published in the form of a booklet similar to magazines on Earth where Duan Ling Tian was from in his past life. For this reason, Li Feng's name spread in Sin City, the central region, and the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. Another sectless cultivator had appeared in the public's eyes. Moreover, he was immediately ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking as soon as he debuted. Everyone who had a copy of this month's Supreme Saint ranking list instantly learned about Li Feng. From a nobody, Li Feng became the most talked about person overnight in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. Even Duan Ling Tian did not expect this to happen. Ever since he killed Yao Bug, the former leader of Ground Axe Alliance, and returned to Sin City, he had looked for another inn to stay in so he could cultivate. Now that he possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and break through to the quintessential saint stage. I won't come out from closed-door cultivation as long I don't break through to the quintessential saint stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as soon as he entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. regardless of what was happening outside and how talked about Duan Ling Tian was, it would blow over after a while. Li Feng's name was mentioned several times in Sin City before it gradually died down. Naturally, this was because the incident happened in Sin City and the people there were the first to know that Li Feng had killed Yao Buji, who was ranked at the 266th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, outside of Sin City, many smaller cities were still talking about Li Feng. It was during this time that Li Feng's name spread in the central region, at the border of the western region. Inside Clarity City's Chu clan's estate, at dawn, an old voice excitedly broke the silence in Chu Mu-Ching's residence. "Miss Mu-Ching, there's good news." Naturally, the person was only standing outside Chu Mu-Ching's residence. He did not dare to enter without her permission. The old man stood outside holding a booklet. On the cover of the booklet, the words, "Supreme Saint Ranking," were written beautifully. It was the latest list of the Supreme Saint ranking. A few moments later, a maid walked out and said to the old man, "Elder Liang, Miss invites you to come in." After that, the old man followed the maid into the residence of the Chu clan's young miss, Chu Mu-Ching. He was led to the pavilion in the front yard of her residence. As usual, Chu Mu-Ching looked delicate and ethereal like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. "Elder Liang, what good news did you bring so early in the morning?" Chu Mu-Ching asked with a smile when she saw the old man walking into the pavilion. The old man was the second elder of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Liang. He was also one of the few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses living in Clarity City. If people saw how respectful he was to the Chu clan's young miss, they would be shocked. After all, in Clarity City where Saint Celestial stage powerhouses were rare, their statuses were extremely high. Moreover, he was not just an ordinary Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, he was the second elder of the Dongfang clan. Even the clan leader of Dongfang clan had to be respectful to him. However, he seemed like a servant to the daughter of the clan leader of Chu clan. Indeed, that was the truth. Initially, Dongfang Liang had been opposed to it. However, when he realized Chu Mu-Ching did not treat him like a slave and treated him respectfully even though he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, he gradually began to accept his role. This was probably what the saying, "to win one over with kindness," meant. Dongfang Liang passed the latest list of the Supreme Saint ranking to Chu Mu-Ching and said, "Take a look, Miss Mu-Ching. Look at the second page." Chu Mu-Ching took the booklet and flipped it to the page that Dongfang Liang mentioned. Soon after, her eyes brightened. This was because she had seen Li Feng's name. Li Feng, a reclusive sectless powerhouse, currently staying in the north of the central region in Sin City. He killed Yao Buji, who was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking during a fight, effectively taking over his spot on the Supreme Saint ranking. Apart from that sentence, the entire page was filled with Yao Buji's past achievements. It served as a foil to show how amazing Li Feng was. Moreover, the booklet even speculated that Li Feng's true strength could probably rank in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Central Region, Sin City. Li Feng, a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Chu Mu-Ching was extremely certain this Li Feng was the man she missed. Naturally, she knew the name Li Feng was just a pseudonym. Li Feng's real name was Duan Ling Tian. He was one of the fire worship sect's 8 great prodigies. He was already famous prior to this. It has been quite a while since he has left, but I feel like I've just met him yesterday, Chu Mu-Ching mused inwardly as complex emotions could be seen in her eyes. If it was before, she would never believe that she would like a man whom she had only met for a day. In fact, she thought she would gradually forget about him after everything had died down and time had passed. However, it seemed like she had a hard time forgetting about him. For so many years, she had never been interested in a man, but now there was a man who was entrenched deeply in her heart. She could not let him go at all. Perhaps it's time for me to leave Clarity City, Chu Mu-Ching thought to herself as her eyes gleamed. Miss Mu-Ching, do you think it's Lord Li Feng? Dongfang Liang could not help but ask when he saw Chu Mu-Ching had finally regained her senses. His instincts told him it was the same Li Feng who had behaved so domineeringly in the Chu clan back then, but he was not entirely sure. It's him, Chu Mu-Ching said with a nod. Before he left, he told me he was going to the central region's Sin City. Dongfang Liang could not help but gasp when he heard the confirmation from Chu Mu-Ching. It was really him. Meanwhile, in the western region, the latest list of the Supreme Saint ranking was also circulating in the Fire Worship sect, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Everyone in the fire worship sect had heard about Li Feng now. However, none of them would ever imagine even in their wildest dreams that Li Feng was Duan Ling Tian, a true disciple of the fire worship sect. In fire worship sect's Azure Dragon Sanctum, recently, the first direct disciple, Bu Hong, of Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon, had been staying in Lu Tai's mansion. A few days ago, a piece of news from the central region's Sin City further infuriated Bu Hong. In the booklet, it was stated that he had gone to Sin City. When did he go to Sin City in the central region? When did he kill the brother of a deputy leader of an alliance called the Black Crow Alliance and made an enemy out of the alliance? Although Bu Hong was not afraid of the Black Crow Alliance since he had the support of the fire worship sect and the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, he was still outraged over being wrongly accused. Li Feng, a reclusive sectless cultivator, had killed Yao Bug, who was ranked 266th on Supreme Saint ranking and took over his place on the ranking. Bu Hong looked dejected as he pored over the booklet. His ranking had dropped from 421st place to the 537th place. It would be great if I can be like Li Feng and enter the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking and be known in the Dao Martial Saint land. Master would have been proud of me. With my former innate spiritual root, it would only be a matter of time before I enter the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. In fact, it's possible that I could even rank in the top 100, top 50 or top 30 on the Supreme Saint ranking with my indigo innate spiritual root. In the Dao Martial Saint land, I can be considered as a top prodigy, Bu Hong muttered to himself. His eyes were bloodshot and his body trembled. He felt as though he had fallen from heaven to hell overnight. It's all gone now, all gone. It's Duan Ling Tian's fault. If it's not for him, would I be in this position? Would I lose my indigo innate spiritual root? After a while, Bu Hong fell strangely silent. He could vividly remember the scene when he fought Duan Ling Tian back then. He was extremely calm at this moment, and he was suddenly struck by an important thought. Back then, when Duan Ling Tian defeated me, even if his strength was enhanced with his assist-type divine ability, it's impossible for him to be stronger than me even if he has mastered all his divine abilities to their highest degrees. However, his attack seemed to have divine help. It was so outrageously fast that I didn't even have time to react. Based on his strength at that time, even if he had used 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword, he still wouldn't be as strong. Now that I think about it, it's likely that he was using a 10,000 inscriptions Saint Sword, a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Chapter 2107 The Traceless Sword. Bu Hong's master was Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum. He was also one of the strongest golden flame elders in the fire worship sect. A person like him would, naturally, own 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. For this reason, Bu Hong had a better understanding of 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons compared to others. If the sword he used is merely 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, even with his assist-type divine ability, and if he used all his martial tactics and divine abilities that he has mastered to their highest degrees, it would still be impossible for his attack to be so fast. I've already opened my spiritual eyes when I broke through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, that's also known as the spiritual eyes form. Even then, I barely managed to catch a glimpse of his attack. What does this mean? Doesn't this mean his sword is of a higher grade than 1,000 saint inscriptions weapon? Bu Hong continued his train of thought. In the Dao Martial Saint land, swords that are higher grade than 1,000 inscriptions saint swords are 10,000 inscriptions saint sword. There's a total of 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint land. They're the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Only 2 of super saint weapons are swords. They're the 9 cloud sword and the traceless sword. I wonder which one does Duan Ling Tian possess? Bu Hong's breath quickened when he thought about this. If Duan Ling Tian didn't destroy my innate spiritual root, I won't expose this matter, since I'll challenge him to a death duel and kill him in the Palace of Death. That way I'll be able to obtain his 10,000 inscriptions saint sword for myself, Bu Hong muttered to himself with a vicious glint in his eyes. However, since my innate spiritual root has been destroyed, it's impossible for me to surpass him. If that's the case, is there a need for me to keep this to myself? Should I only tell my master, or should I spread this news so that everyone will know about it? A hint of hesitance could be seen in Bu Hong's eyes, as though he was in a dilemma. If I only tell it to master, there's no way he'll tell anyone about it. It's a 10,000 inscriptions saint sword, a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking after all. Even Master would be tempted by it. Bu Hong knew that humans were selfish. He was certain that if he told his master, the Sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, his master would definitely choose to keep the news to himself and forbid him from telling anyone about it. Everyone wanted a super saint weapon to themselves. Whatever, I'll tell Master about it first. With my master's strength, it shouldn't be hard for him to kill Duan Ling Tian and snatch the 10,000 inscriptions saint sword. It can also be counted as seeking revenge from Duan Ling Tiani. Finally, Bu Hong made up his mind to tell his master alone about his suspicion that Duan Ling Tian owned a 10,000 inscriptions saint sword. If my master obtains the sword, he'll definitely feel indebted to me since he wouldn't have managed to obtain it if weren't got me. Bu Hong thought to himself. In his opinion, it did not matter who killed Duan Ling Tian as long as Duan Ling Tian died. If his master killed Duan Ling Tian and obtained the super saint weapon, it could be considered as the sword being kept in the family. It would only benefit and not harm him. Since he had made up his mind, he instantly went to look for his master. Master! Bu Hong cried out as he entered the backyard of his master's residence. Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of Azure Dragon, who was gardening, stopped to look at Bu Hong. He instantly asked, "Honger, what's wrong?" Ever since Bu Hong learned that Duan Ling Tian had quietly left the fire worship sect, he had shut himself in Lu Tai's residence. In order to relieve Bu Hong's boredom, he had placed the latest list of Supreme Saint ranking in Bu Hong's room. He did not expect Bu Hong would come looking for him so quickly. "Master, I just remember something important," Bu Hong said solemnly. "Oh, what's the matter?" Lu Tai knew direct disciple very well. He was someone who knew how to differentiate between what was important and what was not. If he said there was something important, there was no doubt it was important. "Master, I suspect that Duan Ling Tian defeated me using a super saint weapon," Bu Hong said without beating around the bush. "A super saint weapon?" As soon as Bu Hong finished speaking, Lu Tai's eyes widened in shock and he had an expression of disbelief on his face. His heartbeat began to quicken as well. There were only 10 super saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land and they were known as the Dao Martial Saint Land's 10 great saint weapons. Even the fire worship sect only had one of the super saint weapons that the sect had inherited. It was passed down from the sect leaders of old until it was finally passed down to the current sect leader of the fire worship sect. Based on this, one could see how rare a super saint weapon was. However, Lu Tai's first direct disciple had just told him that Duan Ling Tian possessed a super saint weapon. How could it not be shocking? "Honger, are you sure that Duan Ling Tian has a super saint weapon?" Lu Tai's expression was solemn when he looked at Bu Hong. "Master, Duan Ling Tian." Bu Hong began to recount everything in detail to Lu Tai about his battle with Duan Ling Tian. Bu Hong's suspicion was not without basis. Lu Tai had no reason to doubt his words. If it's true, he probably has the 9-cloud sword or the traceless sword on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, Lu Tai said after he paused for a moment. "Based on your words, I think he has the traceless sword." The traceless sword, like its name, is traceless and impossible to guard against. Your cultivation base is at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, the spiritual eyes form. With your spiritual eyes, it's only natural that you'll be able to catch a small glimpse of the Duan Ling Tian using the traceless sword. It is impossible for those below the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage who haven't awoken their spiritual eyes to see the traceless sword, Lu Tai said. The rumor of Duan Ling Tian mastering a mysterious swordplay makes sense if he has the traceless sword. Even your junior sister suffered in his hands. Without the sword, he's probably not even a match for her. Lu Tai became more certain the more he spoke. The junior sister he mentioned was obviously Wen Yan. The traceless sword. How lucky of him to obtain the traceless sword. That's one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. An envious expression appeared on Bu Hong's face. Even Lu Tai, Bu Hong's master, seemed convinced after Bu Hong had told him what had happened. He was extremely certain now that Duan Ling Tian had used the traceless sword, one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. He's lucky indeed. However, it's a pity the sword will soon belong to me. Lu Tai sneered as his eyes glinted. Based on his words, it was obvious he was very confident that he would be able to obtain the sword from Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian was strong, he was still lacking compared to Lu Tai. "Honger, all credits will go to you if I obtain the traceless sword." Lu Tai looked at Bu Hong with a smile. No matter how he looked at his direct disciple, he found Bu Hong extremely pleasing to his eyes. Master, if you want the traceless sword, you must personally act against Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian returns now, he'll be brought to the enforcement hall to be questioned about the destruction of my innate spiritual root, Bu Hong said worriedly. Once he's proven guilty, the enforcement hall will surely punish him even if they don't sentence him to death. However, since he has offended Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin would surely bring up the case of him destroying the innate spiritual root of Ji Yuchun, Li An's direct disciple. At that time, it won't be difficult for Dong Yuanjin to deal with him. If he dies in the enforcement hall, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to obtain the traceless sword. Upon hearing Bu Hong's words, Lu Tai furrowed his brows. That's true. The enforcement hall's vice hall master, Dong Yuanjin, was a vicious man who would seek revenge for the smallest grievances. Moreover, his position was higher than Lu Tai, and he was stronger than Lu Tai as well. If Dong Yuanjin obtained the traceless sword, it would be impossible for Lu Tai to snatch it from him. And in the case of the traceless being discovered by the enforcement hall, it would be even more impossible for him to obtain it. In just a second, Lu Tai made up his mind. He looked at Bu Hong and said, Honger, I plan to go to the enforcement hall and drop the charges against Duan Ling Tian. I'll say that your innate spiritual root was destroyed due to your own mistakes during cultivation. However, there's no need for you to worry. Even without the enforcement hall, I'll kill Duan Ling Tian and avenge you. Lu Tai said confidently, I believe in you, master. Bu Hong nodded. He knew this was the best course of action. This was the only way for his master to obtain the sword in Duan Ling Tian's possession. It was fortunate that Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was going on. Otherwise, he would have been rendered speechless. When did he obtain the traceless sword, one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? How come he himself did not know about this? Chapter 2108 Something has gone wrong. The complaint Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had lodged against Duan Ling Tian for destroying his direct disciple's innate spiritual root was only known to those in the enforcement hall due to the intervention by Dong Yuanjin, one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. Not only did it not spread out of the enforcement hall, but it did not spread in the fire worship sect as well, let alone outside of the fire worship sect. Lu Tai understood Dong Yuanjin's purpose in doing so. In fact, he even agreed with it. After all, it would only alert Duan Ling Tian if word of it got out, and as a result, he might not return to the fire worship sect out of fear. Lu Tai did not want this to happen. Although Lu Tai's action of withdrawing his complaint against Duan Ling Tian did not affect the fire worship sect since nobody knew about it, it caused quite a stir in the enforcement hall. Lu Tai's actions could be considered as slanderous, so he had to be punished somehow according to the rules of the fire worship sect. However, the enforcement hall elder who was in charge of this was merely a silver flame elder, so he did not have the authority to punish Lu Tai. Under these circumstances, Dong Yuanjin as one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall had to deal with this matter. Sanctum leader Lu, are you certain you want to withdraw your complaint against Duan Ling Tian? Dong Yuanjin looked at Lu Tai with a frown and asked in confusion, can you tell me the reason why? Naturally, Dong Yuanjin did not believe Lu Tai's lies about Bu Hong destroying his innate spiritual root while he was cultivating due to a chi deviation. He thought Lu Tai must have an ulterior motive for doing so. Indeed, he had guessed correctly, but he would never be able to guess the reason why. Faced with Dong Yuanjin's question, Lu Tai seemed fearless. He answered indifferently, Vice Hall Master Dong, I've already said everything that has to be said. Lu Tai, naturally, knew why Dong Yuanjin was so dissatisfied and kept pressing him for a reason. He knew Dong Yuanjin was just feeling disgruntled for losing a good chance to avenge his son, Dong Lin. Sanctum leader Lu, I advise that you tread carefully. You'll be charged for slandering another person. Although Duan Ling Tian's not in the fire worship sect at the moment, the enforcement hall holds the right to punish you according to the sect's rules. Dong Yuanjin said in a deep voice. There was clearly a hidden threat in his words. However, was Lu Tai someone who was easily threatened? Vice Hall Master Dong, I understand what you're saying. I'll accept the punishment from the enforcement hall. However, if I'm not mistaken, my punishment should be a light one since I admitted my wrongdoing. Lu Tai maintained his composure from the beginning until the end as though he did not think much about the punishment he was about to receive. Indeed, he could care less about the punishment. It would only be some insignificant flesh wound. With his cultivation base at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the physical punishment would only feel like scratches to him. Dong Yuanjin no longer said anything after he saw how determined Lu Tai was. However, a sense of suspicion rose in his heart. He had a feeling that Lu Tai was hiding something. Dong Lin's expression changed drastically when he learned about what happened from his father. He found it difficult to accept, but there was nothing he could do to change it. What? Sanctum leader Lu withdrew his complaint against Duan Ling Tian. Eventually, Dong Lin could not do anything but accept it. However, it did not stop him from feeling resentful. He finally found a chance to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian, but that chance had vanished all of a sudden. How could he not feel resentful? A few days later, the arrival of someone disturbed the tranquility in the fire worship sect. It was none other than Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, who was a close friend of Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder Lian. He had come to see Lian. However, he discovered that Lian was not in the fire worship sect when he went to the Black Turtle Sanctum. Upon Yang Chong's request, a few of Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elders went to check on Lian's soul pearl, and they discovered that Lian's soul pearl had shattered. Moreover, it seemed like it had shattered quite a while ago. Something's gone wrong. Yang Chong's expression turned grim when he saw Lian's shattered soul pearl. The Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elder Teng Shan looked at Yang Chong and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter, Elder Yang Chong?" Guo Shang and Meng Jin, who were also Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elders, turned to look at Yang Chong in confusion. They had no idea what Yang Chong meant when he said something had gone wrong. Naturally, they were all inwardly shocked at first Silver Flame elder Lian's death. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 Black Turtle Sanctum elders, Yang Chong began to recount what had happened. Some time ago, naturally, Yang Chong did not reveal that Lian had brought several Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect to investigate Duan Ling Tian's background. He merely said that Lian brought several Northern Plethora sect Saint Celestial stage powerhouses to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He realized something was wrong when Lian did not return even after a long time had passed. He became certain something had gone wrong when he discovered the soul pearls of all the Saint Celestial stage had shattered as well. He intended to go to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land immediately to investigate what had happened, but when he arrived at the nearest inter-province transportation formation, he discovered that the formation could not be activated. At that time, Yang Chong only thought there was something wrong with that specific inter-province transportation formation. However, when he went to other places with inter-province transportation formations, he discovered they were not working as well. Then, he began to hear from people who lived close to inter-province transportation formations say that it had been a while that all inter-province transportation formations had stopped working. This is why I came to the fire worship sect. Indeed, as I expected, Lian had met with an accident. Yang Chong looked distressed as he said, "I heard from people who are familiar with inter-province transportation formations in the upper province that connect to the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province say that if there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province, it would affect the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province as well." Yang Chong took a deep breath before he continued to say, "However, if the problems lie with the upper province's inter-province transportation formations, the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province won't be affected. This is because the latter isn't dependent on the former. The lower province's inter-province transportation formations won't be affected because it isn't dependent on the former to activate it, since it transports people from the lower province to random and unspecified locations in the upper province." This was similar to when Duan Ling Tian, Ji Yu Li, and Zhu Luqi were randomly transported to a place in the upper province. They were not directly transported to an inter-province transformation formation in the upper province. This is why I'm certain that something's wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province. Yang Chong concluded, "Something's wrong with the lower province's inter-province transportation formations." Guo Shang said solemnly, "Based on what I know, the lower province's inter-province transportation formations are more stable than the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province. It's said that when our predecessors laid the inter-province transportation formations, they had merged it with the sealant grand formation that's also used to seal the land of exile. It shares the defensive formation from the sealant grand formation. As for the sealant grand formation's defensive formation, even if several powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage join forces, they wouldn't be able to break the formation, let alone a single Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Apart from being the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, Guo Shang was also the Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder. He was a knowledgeable person as well. He studied the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land when he had the time. He had read about the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province, and its merge with Sealant Grand Formation that was set up by human powerhouses to seal the land of exile during the human devil era. The Sealant Grand Formation was used to seal the path connecting the land of exile to the Dao Martial Saint Land. The path was, naturally, a tear in the space barrier. Since the tear in the space barrier was sealed, the devil clans from the land of exile had not been able to cross over to the Dao Martial Saint Land for hundreds of thousands of years. Based on this, it could be seen that the defensive formation in the Sealant Grand Formation was extremely powerful. Although there were not many devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, there was still a number of them. Even then, they failed to destroy the Sealant Grand Formation. Due to this reason, Guo Shang thought it was unlikely that the lower province's inter-province transportation formations that shared the defensive formation with the Sealant Grand Formation would be destroyed even if several powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage joined forces, let alone a single Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. However, if it's true that the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province have issues, does this mean there's a problem with the Sealant Grand Formation as well? Guo Shang's face paled instantly when this thought crossed his mind. Various complex expressions flitted across his face. Central region. Sin City. In a quiet room at an inn, there was an explosion from the 4th floor of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda that had transformed into a speck of dust in the corner. A violent gust of wind swept out in the room in full force. Loud laughter could be heard accompanying the sound of the explosion. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian who was laughing joyously as he sat cross-legged in the air. There was an air of excitement around him. He had successfully made a breakthrough. After 2 months, he finally managed to break through. Early quintessential saint stage. After Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing, he tried to mobilize the Sun Saint energy in his body and discovered the changes in his Sun Saint energy. Currently, my Sun Saint energy is comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage without the need to use the elementary devouring tactic. There are so many advantages to having a light indigo innate spiritual root. What happens when I improve it to a violet innate spiritual root? How terrifying would my cultivation speed be at that time? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself delightedly. However, Duan Ling Tian's good mood did not last long. When he left the inn, he heard a few sectless cultivators talking. Apparently, there was something wrong with a few inter-province transportation formations in the upper province. It could no longer send people to the lower province. Chapter 2109 The Rise of the Human Devil Era. The inter-province transportation formations in the upper province can no longer send people to the lower province. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard this. The joy he felt from his breakthrough disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Perhaps, it did not affect most people from the upper province since most of them did not go to the lower province often. However, this news was like a lightning bolt that struck Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, this was because his family and friends were in the lower province. Maybe it's just a few inter-province transportation formations in the upper province that have problems, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself in an attempt to calm and console himself. How was it possible for all the inter-province transportation formations that connected the upper province and the lower province to have problems? He refused to believe it. He chose to think of it as a baseless rumor. However, as Duan Ling Tian wandered the streets of Sin City, the news he heard made it hard for him to hold on to his belief. Is it really possible that there are problems with all the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province? Duan Ling Tian frowned. If there was really no way to go to the lower province, it meant that he would not be able to see his family and friends ever again. When he thought of this, he became even more anxious and distressed. I heard that it's the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province that have problems. There's nothing wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province. We can't activate the inter-province transportation formations here because they're affected by the problems with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province. I've heard about it as well. We need to rely on the lower province's inter-province transportation formations to receive us when we go to the lower province. On the other hand, when one comes to the upper province from the lower province, one doesn't have to rely on the upper province's inter-province transformation formations. It's one-sided and random. Now that there's something wrong with the lower province's inter-province transformation formations, this means people from the lower province won't be able to come to the upper province and vice versa. I've never wanted to go to the lower province anyway. It's so remote that birds don't even shit there. It doesn't bother me that there's something wrong with the lower province's inter-province transformation formations. Similar conversations could be heard all over Sin City. Most people had the mindset where if something did not affect them, the matter would be irrelevant to them. To the people in the upper province, it did not affect them much even if they could not go to the lower province. However, people soon discovered things were not as simple as they thought. Do you really think the matter is so simple and the only consequence is that we can't go to the lower province? Soon after, a terrifying news began to spread in Sin City like a wildfire. It was spread by the sectless cultivators in Sin City. If there's a problem with the lower province's inter-province transformation formations, it means there's also a problem with the sealant grand formation our predecessors set up hundreds of thousands of years ago. Are you telling me you don't know the purpose of the sealant grand formation that has existed for hundreds and thousands of years? The sealant grand formation is the formation that seals the land of exile. More accurately, it seals the tear in the space barrier that stands between the Dao Martial Saint land and the land of exile. You don't even know what the land of exile is. We'll have to start with the war that happened during the Human Devil Era 100,000 years ago. Human Devil Era. Land of exile. Devil clans. These things that were previously not known were made known to the public, causing panic in the city. At this point, many people learned about how dark it was 100,000 years ago during the Human Devil Era. During that era, a group of devil clans invaded the Dao Martial Saint land from the land of exile through the tear in the space barrier. They massacred everyone they encountered and absorbed their vital essence and life blood, turning them into dried corpses. This was 90% of the devil's means to improve their strength. Human Devil Era, Land of Exile, Devil Clans. During this time, Duan Ling Tian also learned about the Human Devil Era, the Land of Exile, and the Devil Clans. There are a few devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The lower province's inter-province transportation formations share the defensive formation with the sealant grand formation. If there's a problem with the lower province's inter-province transformation formations, it means there's also a problem with the sealant grand formation. It's likely that it can no longer seal the tear in the space barrier that stands between the Dao Martial Saint land and the land of exile. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian first learned he might not be able to return to the lower province, his first thought was that he would not be able to see his family and friends anymore. At that time, he was not worried about their safety. Since his father was at the Azure Cloud Mansion, he believed his father would be able to keep everyone safe. However, that was before he found out the devil clans might invade the lower province. If the devil clans really invade the Dao Martial Saint land, they'll invade the lower province first. 100,000 years ago, the Dao Martial Saint land hasn't been split into the upper and lower province, so there were many powerhouses, including powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, currently in the lower province, even powerhouses at the quintessential stage are a rarity, let alone powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage. If the devil clans invade the lower province, I'm afraid no humans will survive. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was about to go crazy from being worried. His family and friends were all in the lower province. If the devil clans invaded, it would be impossible for them to fight back with their strength. The devil clans will invade the Dao Martial Saint land again. They'll only be invading the lower province, right? The upper province is a different realm from the lower province after all. Doesn't this mean it won't affect us even if the devil clans come from the land of exile through the tear in the space barrier? That seems to be the case. I've wasted my time worrying about nothing. I think we're safe. If the devil clans really invade the lower province, the people there are finished. However, since there are problems with the lower province's inter-province transformation formations, this means the devil clans won't be able to come to the upper province. Previously, I'd planned to go to the lower province. It's fortunate that I ended up not going. Otherwise, I would have been stranded there. Many people in Sin City expressed their relief as they discussed among themselves. However, similar to when the first news broke, they were quickly refuted. You think it won't affect the upper province and they won't be able to come here? Are you dreaming? That's right. There is no shortage of devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and formation experts in the devil clans. It's within their abilities to repair or even set up a new inter-province transportation formation. At that time, they'll be able to come to the upper province. Are you so naive to think the devils are so useless? As this news circulated, many people in Sin City felt the precarious situation they were in. After all, the devil clans would come to the upper province sooner or later. We can only hope now that it's just a small malfunction with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province and it doesn't affect the space barrier. Otherwise, it won't only be the lower province that would be decimated, even the upper province would be decimated. The human devil era, it's too scary to think about. I hope there won't be an era like that again. Just hearing about the devil clans send chills up my spine. I really don't want to fight them. If it's possible, I don't want to encounter any of the devils at all. The atmosphere in Sin City gradually grew tense. As time passed, almost the entire upper province learned about this matter. Everyone felt a sense of danger. Many people went to the various inter-province transportation formations to see for themselves if it was working or not. Duan Ling Tian was one of these people. For a month, Duan Ling Tian traveled at his fastest speed to various inter-province transportation formations near Sin City. After that, he even went to check on those that were located further away, but the results were the same. It was true that the inter-province transportation formations could no longer send people to the lower province. Is there really a problem with the lower province's inter-province transformation formation? Have the devil clans invade the lower province? Is this the dawn of a new human devil era? Various thoughts flashed in Duan Ling Tian's mind as his heart sank. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. However, there was nothing he could do no matter how worried he was. At this moment, he felt absolutely powerless. Elder Huo, is there another way? Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo solemnly. A few days ago, Duan Ling Tian had asked Elder Huo whether there was another way to return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land without using an inter-province transportation formation. Elder Huo had told him it was only possible if Duan Ling Tian was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and had passed the heavenly tribulation. At that time, he would be able to tear the space barrier between upper and lower province by sheer force. Naturally, this was not the most realistic solution. Even with a violet innate spiritual root, Duan Ling Tian would require quite a long time to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone the fact that he currently only possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. As the saying went, water from a distance won't be able to put out a fire nearby. If too much time passed, there would not be any living person left in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 21 Ten Xie Zong came knocking on the door. Duan Ling Tian was worried sick. On the other hand, many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were also almost driven mad by the anxiety by the thought of the devil clans invading the upper province. They did not know if they would survive the invasion. At that time, hiding would be useless. If the human devil era dawns again, the devils will ran amok the upper province. Humans would be found regardless of where they hide. Damn it, why do devils even exist? If it weren't for this, I wouldn't know that devil cultivators originated from the devil clans. The devil clans during the human devil era are too terrifying. I honestly hope these are just speculations and the lower province's inter-province transportation formations weren't destroyed. Similar discussions could be heard all over Sin City. As time passed, people began to relax a little even though they were still worried about the devil clans invading the upper province. After all, the devil clans had yet to invade the upper province and everything was pure speculation at this point. There was a chance the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province were not destroyed and merely encountered a problem. Naturally, even if the speculations were true, there was nothing they could do now. They could only wait. It's useless to worry about it now. I can only hope it's all just baseless speculations. Duan Ling Tian silently prayed in his heart as he returned to Sin City. He began to calm down as well. As time went by, the atmosphere in Sin City began to change as well. People were no longer as anxious. However, with the influx of people from various major forces caused the atmosphere in Sin City to turn tense again. These people from the major forces had come to Sin City to collect all sorts of resources. The reason was obvious. They had come to prepare for the devil clans' invasions. With enough preparation, they could defend their estate when the devil clans invade. If they stocked up on resources, There was one less thing for them to worry about while they fought the devils. This was currently the best solution. Recently, quite a number of people from the Black Kshetra sect came to collect resources in Sin City. I heard they're offering double the price offered by ordinary forces. Other forces also followed suit and increased their price. However, not many people are willing to sell even with the price increase. Obviously, although it's not certain the devil clans would invade, it would be much better to be prepared for it. At such a time, only idiots would sell their resources. Many patrons were gossiping in a restaurant in Sin City. Based on their words, it could be seen they despised the actions of the major forces like Black Kshetra sect. Duan Ling Tian was seated near the window of the restaurant as he listened to the conversations in his surroundings. He narrowed his eyes that were gleaming coldly when he heard people mention the Black Kshetra sect. He was instantly reminded of the time when Xie Zong, an elder from Black Kshetra sect, snatched his devil-seal tablet away. The world was indeed small. Speaking of the Black Kshetra sect, I saw Black Kshetra sect's elder Xie Zong earlier in the city. Duan Ling Tian heard one of the patron's words and his eyes narrowed again. His eyes were cold. Xie Zong is in Sin City. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt like he had seen his chance to seek revenge. Xie Zong, the son of the Golden Lion King, one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Kamapas. Yes, that's him. Speaking of, he's really lucky. I heard he managed to get his hands on the devil-seal tablet from someone in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land not too long ago. The devil-seal tablet isn't so special at that time since it's only effective against devil cultivators. However, now that the devil clans might invade the upper province, the devil-seal tablet is going to be extremely useful. The devil-seal tablet is even better at killing devils than ordinary devil cultivators. If the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect uses the devil-seal tablet, even a devil at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to win. If the human devil era dawns again, the devil-seal tablet will be the most useful super saint weapon among the 10 great saint weapons. Even if it's not ranked in the top 3 of the 10 great saint weapons ranking, it's destined to shine during the human devil era. Soon after, the patrons in the restaurant changed their topic to the devil-seal tablet that was one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. They spoke about it for a long time. When Duan Ling Tian heard the patrons discussing the devil-seal tablet, his expression turned extremely dark. The devil-seal tablet originally belonged to him and Xie Zong had forcefully taken it away from him. Xie Zong, since you left the Black Kshetra sect and came to Sin City, don't ever think about going back. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned colder. People would shudder if they saw the look in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, I hope he still has the devil-seal tablet with him. In that case, I'll regain the devil-seal tablet after I kill him. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew there was a slim chance that Xie Zong had the devil-seal tablet with him. After all, the devil-seal tablet was a super saint weapon. Xie Zong would have probably given it to his father, one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Kamapas, when he returned to the Black Kshetra sect. The Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Kamapas shared the same fame as the 3 guardians of the fire worship sect. All of their cultivation bases were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Regardless if the devil-seal tablet is with him or not, I must kill him since he came knocking on my door. Otherwise, I won't be able to live with myself for getting Elder Ku and 10 of our Azure Cloud Mansion's black armor guards killed. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian paid his bills and left the restaurant. After that, he began to investigate Xie Zong's whereabouts. After 15 minutes, he did not find anything. After 30 minutes, he still did not find anything. Only after an hour had passed did Duan Ling Tian manage to find where Xie Zong was. Xie Zong's already at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, there's a Black Kshetra sect elder at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage following him around. Although the elder would leave him alone occasionally, he didn't go far. If you act now and kill him, the Black Kshetra sect elder at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage will kill you. Elder Huo said to Duan Ling Tian, reminding him to not act recklessly. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had asked Elder Huo to investigate the cultivation bases of Xie Zong and the man near him. He could hear the eagerness in Duan Ling Tian's voice when he spoke about killing Xie Zong. It seemed as though Duan Ling Tian could not even wait a second longer to kill Xie Zong. It's better for you to wait for the right opportunity. Wait for them to be further apart before you attack. Elder Huo continued to say as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would impulsively rush forward and kill Xie Zong. Don't worry, Elder Huo. Xie Zong isn't worthy for me to lose my life over. Duan Ling Tian responded immediately. His heart felt warm when he heard the concern in Elder Huo's voice. Third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, from what Elder Huo said, he has just broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian sneered. Xie Zong, it seems like you didn't improve at all. Perhaps, it didn't even cross your mind that someone whom you used to treat like an ant is already strong enough to kill you with just one move. Duan Ling Tian meant what he said to Elder Huo. Xie Zong was not worthy for him to lose his life over. However, 2 hours had passed, and Duan Ling Tian was feeling more and more frustrated as he watched Xie Zong and the Black Kshetra sect elder went to buy resources. All this while, they were never too far from each other. Every time Xie Zong moves a little further away, the Black Kshetra sect elder would, intentionally or unintentionally, draw closer to him again. He must be subconsciously protecting Xie Zong. Duan Ling Tian was certain of this. It's pointless to wait, it's time I make a move. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was not so reckless as to directly rush toward Xie Zong and attack him. If he had done that, he might be able to kill Xie Zong with a move, but it would be nigh impossible for him to escape from the Black Kshetra sect elder who was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage after that. Put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian would have exhausted all his Sun Saint energy wielding the Jasper Celestial to kill Xie Zong with one move, even if he still had plenty of Sun Saint energy, he was no match for the Black Kshetra sect elder who was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian could kill Xie Zong with one move. Similarly, the Black Kshetra sect elder could also kill him with one move. I need a plan to lure the Black Kshetra sect elder away. Otherwise, I need to think of a way to get Xie Zong to willingly leave the elder's side. That'll give me the perfect opportunity to kill him. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he tried to come up with a plan. That's it, as the saying went, good things come to those who wait. After about 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian finally came up with a good plan. Chapter 2111 The Bait. Recently, the news about the possible invasion of the upper and lower province by the devil clans had spread to the Black Kshetra sect. The sect was, naturally, shocked when they heard about this. However, they maintained their composure, unlike the masses. After all, the Black Kshetra sect was one of the three great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a top-tier force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Ordinary people might fear the devil clans and the invasion. However, it was different for people from the Black Kshetra sect. Although the devil clans were terrifying, the Black Kshetra sect was not weak either. They stood a chance in defending against the devil's clans. If the devil clans invaded the upper province, the Black Kshetra sect, along with the other two great sects, would be humanity's last hope. For this reason, whether it was just a speculation or not, the Black Kshetra sect had to make preparations. This was why they had come to Sin City to buy resources. Coincidentally, Xie Zong was one of the people who came to Sin City. Humph, there are fewer and fewer people who are willing to sell their resources to us. Xie Zong grumbled as he flew next to a Black Kshetra sect elder along the west side of Sin City. His expression was grave. If it were up to me, I'll just kill whoever who refuses to sell us their resources. Xie Zong continued ranting, if the devil clans really invade the upper province in the future, the Black Kshetra sect will be the main force in defending all of humanity. These sectless cultivators in Sin City are just cannon fodder. It's a waste to leave them with their resources. A hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes when he spoke. The Black Kshetra sect elder flying next to him shook his head and said, Elder Xie Zong, even if what you said is right, there'll be consequences if we kill them. Those sectless cultivators in Sin City might kill among themselves, and the sectless cultivators at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above wouldn't care. However, if the Black Kshetra sect kills the sectless cultivators, the powerhouses would definitely seek revenge from us. The Black Kshetra sect elder's expression turned solemn when he spoke. Elder Chu, are there really so many sectless cultivators at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher in Sin City? Xie Zong asked skeptically. I'm afraid the number of powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher in Sin City is not any lesser than the powerhouses in our sect. Otherwise, why do you think our Black Kshetra sect tolerates such a chaotic city next to our estate? A hint of wariness could be seen in the Black Kshetra sect elder's eyes. Xianxia fell silent immediately when he heard this. The Black Kshetra sect elder next to him was not an ordinary Black Kshetra sect elder, his rank was a level above Xianxia. Moreover, his cultivation base was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, he listened to this elder's words. Meanwhile, both Xianxia and the Black Kshetra sect elder were unaware that someone was staring at them from a great distance. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian who was determined to kill Xianxia. Previously, Xianxia, an elder from Black Kshetra sect, had gone to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Azure Cloud Mansion to forcefully take the Devilseal tablet from Duan Ling Tian. Most importantly, he had killed Duan Ling Tian's father's right-hand man, Elder Ku, and a team of black armored guards. Ever since then, Duan Ling Tian had considered Xianxia as his mortal enemy. Since Duan Ling Tian managed to meet Xianxia in Sin City, he knew this was the best chance for him to kill Xianxia. If he waited until Xianxia returned to the Black Kshetra sect, it was uncertain when Xianxia would come out again. Since the Black Kshetra sect had to make preparations for the possible invasion by the Devil's clans, they had sent people to Sin City to gather resources. Once Zizong returned to the Black Kshetra sect, it was almost certain it would take a long while before he came out again. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to miss this opportunity. I'll just wait for them to split up again. As soon as they split up, I can put my plan in motion. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself while he spied on Xianxia and the Black Kshetra sect elder from afar. As the top weapons specialist on Earth in his previous life, Duan Ling Tian had extraordinary tracking skills. Although the Black Kshetra sect elder next to Xianxia was a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he did not detect Duan Ling Tian's presence at all. About 15 minutes later, perhaps God overheard Duan Ling Tian's silent prayer. The Black Kshetra sect elder finally split up with Xianxia. The distance between them grew wider and wider. However, when it reached a certain distance, the Black Kshetra sect elder would automatically draw closer to Xianxia again. It seemed like he kept Xianxia in within a certain range so that Xianxia would not wander out of the range of his divine consciousness. Xianxia was the son of one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great karmapas, the Golden Lion King. Since the Black Kshetra sect elder had come on this trip with Xianxia, it was only natural that he had to look out for Xianxia. If anything happened to Xianxia, things would not end well for him when he returned to the Black Kshetra sect. Although he was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was like an ant in front of the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King was a karmapas of the Black Kshetra sect. All the karmapas in the Black Kshetra sect were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered that Xianxia and the Black Kshetra sect elder were quite far from each other and instantly made his move. It's time. Duan Ling Tian's speed was neither too fast nor too slow. It was just the right speed for an ordinary martial cultivator at the early quintessential saint stage. After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian arrived near Xianxia, and he flew about 10 meters away from Xianxia. Xianxia, naturally, noticed Duan Ling Tian's presence immediately. However, after he saw Duan Ling Tian's speed, he no longer paid any attention to Duan Ling Tian since he thought Duan Ling Tian was merely a martial cultivator at the early quintessential saint stage. He did not think Duan Ling Tian posed a threat to him. Just as Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia were about to come face to face, Duan Ling Tian suddenly raised his arms as though he was about to catch something before he stopped moving completely. Duan Ling Tian's sudden movements made Xianxia put up his guard. Xianxia stopped moving and glared at Duan Ling Tian angrily. Moreover, Xianxia extended his divine consciousness to check Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. Early quintessential saint stage, after Xianxia found out about Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base, he felt at ease. He chided himself for being overly cautious. A mere cultivator at the early quintessential saint stage posed no threat to him at all. He didn't stop moving because of me. After that, Xianxia noticed Duan Ling Tian did not even look at him after he stopped moving. Xianxia shook his head and prepared to leave. Asura saber, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. Xianxia's eyes lit up immediately. Asura saber? Was it not one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Why did the young cultivator at the early quintessential saint stage suddenly scream, Asura saber? Was there something going on? After that, Xianxia discovered the early quintessential saint stage cultivator who did not even spare him a glance earlier began to look around sneakily after his exclamation. When he saw Xianxia looking at him, his expression changed slightly. Subsequently, Xianxia saw the early quintessential saint stage cultivator took a deep break before he began to run in the west direction. First, he shouted out, "Asura saber," and now, he's running to the west. It seems like he raised his arms earlier. He was probably receiving a voice transmission jade token. Could it be about the Asura saber? A while ago, I heard that the Asura saber has appeared in the western region, and now he's coincidentally running west. Various thoughts appeared in Xianxia's mind. I must follow him. It's possible he has information about the Asura saber. If I manage to obtain the Asura saber from my father, he'll definitely be very happy. A hint of greed appeared in Xianxia's eyes as he followed the early quintessential saint stage cultivator closely. The cultivator was a handsome man with bright eyes and sword-shaped brows. He was dressed in purple. Why do I feel like I've seen this figure before? Xianxia thought to himself as he continued to follow the purple-clad young man. However, he could not figure out where he had seen this man before. Xianxia was certain he had never met this person before. Otherwise, he would have recognized him. Elder Chu, there's some matter I must attend to. I'll see you in a bit. Xianxia sent a message to the Black Kshetra sect elder through voice transmission before he left the range of the Black Kshetra sect elder's divine consciousness as he chased after the purple-clad young man. He did not want the Black Kshetra sect elder at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage to find out about the possible information on the Asura saber. Otherwise, he would not be able to get his hands on the saber. Although in regards to strength and status, the Black Kshetra sect elder was no match for Xianxia's father, the elder had another Karmapas backing him. If the elder decided to snatch the Asura saber from Xianxia and gave it to the other Karmapas, there would be nothing left for him and his father. He was, naturally, unwilling to see that happen. For this reason, he temporarily got rid of the Black Kshetra sect elder and followed the purple-clad young man to see if he really had information on the Asura saber. Chapter 21:12 Revenge. Chu Tansheng, a cultivator at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, was the Black Kshetra sect elder who had been beside Xianxia. He was constantly using his divine consciousness to monitor Xianxia for safety purposes even though he was not directly next to him. If there was a threat against Xianxia, he would be instantly made aware of it so he could rescue him. However, since his divine consciousness was constantly focused on Xianxia, he was less focused on Xianxia's surroundings. In other words, Chu Tansheng would only be alerted if Xianxia was in danger. However, he would not know where he was or who was with him. Elder Chu, I have some matters to attend to. I'll see you in a while. Chu Tansheng was surprised when he received Xianxia's voice transmission. Then, he noticed Xianxia had left the range of his divine consciousness when he regained his senses. He could not locate Xianxia's whereabouts even after he used his divine consciousness to search for him. The Golden Lion King has really spoiled Xianxia rotten. Doesn't Xianxia know that danger lurks everywhere in Sin City? Chu Tansheng's expression turned grim when he discovered he could not locate Xianxia. I hope he stays safe. Otherwise, the Golden Lion King will kill me when I return to the Black Kshetra sect. The Golden Lion King was the most violent among the four great Karmapas in Black Kshetra sect. Most of the people who were killed by the Golden Lion King did not have an intact corpse when they died. I should continue searching. Chu Tansheng had lost all motivation to buy resources once he imagined the wrath from the Golden Lion King that would befall him if Xianxia was harmed. In the end, he decided to search for Xianxia in Sin City. It was unfortunate for him that he began his search on the wrong side of the city. Xianxia had already left Sin City through the west gate when Chu Tansheng realized Xianxia was not in the eastern part of Sin City. Xianxia had left Sin City following the tracks of the purple-clad young man. Xianxia had decided to follow the purple-clad young man when he heard the purple-clad young man exclaimed out loud, "Asura saber." He thought it was likely the purple-clad young man had received information about the location of the Asura saber. He felt even more certain he was right when he saw the purple-clad young man heading west. Xianxia's target was the Asura saber, one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. The purple-clad young man that Xianxia was tailing was none other than Duan Lingtian. Success. Duan Lingtian almost could not contain his excitement when he saw Xianxia had taken the bait that he had carefully laid out. He had planned to make Xianxia voluntarily leave the side of the Black Kshetra sect elder who was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was the only way to guarantee his own safety after he killed Xianxia. Duan Lingtian needed something that would pique Xianxia's interest. something he would not be willing to share with other people. At that time, the Asura saber appeared in his mind. The Asura saber was a famous super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Duan Ling Tian decided to use the Asura saber to lure Xie Zong away. He knew rumors had it that the Asura saber had appeared in the western region. Naturally, the Black Kshetra sect would hear about it as well. That was why he decided to run west. He knew Xie Zong would come to the conclusion that he had information about the Asura saber. Right before leaving Sin City, Elder Huo informed Duan Ling Tian that Xie Zong had left the protective range of the Black Kshetra sect Elder's divine consciousness. Duan Ling Tian knew he could kill Xie Zong once they left Sin City, but he was in no hurry to act. The further he went, the safer he would be. HMMPH. Xie Zong, you're going to die today. You have no one to blame but yourself. Among the 10 super saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land, you already own one, but you still want another one. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have God on your side? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he continued making his way west. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that Xie Zong had come after him alone because he wanted the Asura saber all to himself. He had used Xie Zong's greed against him and lured him into a trap. After all, based on what he could see, Xie Zong was an extremely greedy person. Duan Ling Tian came to a halt after he was 10,000 miles away from Sin City. He did not waste any time before he began to mobilize his Sun Saint energy without restraint. Elementary devouring tactic. Duan Ling Tian instantly cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and whirlpools began to appear around his body. Then, it began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. His Sun Saint energy was rising at an unbelievable speed. Initially, Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint energy was comparable to the saint origin of a cultivator at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint energy could not compare to the saint origin of a cultivator at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was quite close to it. His Sun Saint energy was currently stronger than the saint origins of most cultivators at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Since breaking through to early quintessential saint stage, my Sun Saint energy has improved by quite a bit. With my divine abilities and skills, an ordinary cultivator at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is not a match for me even if I don't use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian felt strength surging through his body after the elementary devouring tactic raised his Sun Saint energy. He could not wait to fight someone to try out his new strength. If I use the Jasper Celestial Sword, I'll be invincible among cultivators below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, I'm certain I can kill an ordinary powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage if I use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian's confidence grew as he thought about this. What a coincidence that I don't want Xie Zong to die a quick death. I can take my time and test my divine abilities and skills on him to see the changes after I've broken through to the early quintessential saint stage. I will teach him the meaning of regret and despair. Duan Ling Tian muttered through clenched teeth when he recalled how Xie Zong killed Elder Ku and the team of black armored guards. He felt as though all his pent-up anger would explode at any minute now. Why did he stop moving so suddenly? What's he doing? How did his power increase so dramatically in such a short time? Did he cast an assist-type divine ability? Xie Zong's mind was filled with countless questions. When he saw Duan Ling Tian had stopped moving, he stopped moving as well. Xie Zong discovered the changes in Duan Ling Tian when he used his divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian again. He was shocked to find that the purple-clad young man whose cultivation base was supposed to be at the early quintessential stage seemed to have an energy that was stronger than the saint origin of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although it was not as powerful as the saint origin of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was still pretty close to it. This young man seems really mysterious. Even after discovering the changes in Duan Ling Tian, Xie Zong was not worried nor did he feel threatened. This was because he was still stronger even without using any techniques compared to Duan Ling Tian who had used all his techniques. He was confident he could easily defeat the man before him if he used his divine abilities. Xie Zong. A booming voice sounded when Xie Zong was deep in his thoughts. The voice sounded familiar to him even though he could not remember where he had heard it before. After Xie Zong regained his senses, he saw the purple-clad young man whom he had been following had turned back and flew to stand opposite him. Why you noticed me? Xie Zong's expression changed when he realized the purple-clad young man had discovered his presence. More importantly, it seemed like the purple-clad young man knew him. Otherwise, how would the purple-clad young man know his name? It's my plan to lure you out here all along. How can I not know you've been following me? Duan Lingtian said disdainfully as he looked at Xiezong coldly. Why you lured me out? If Xiezong was still clueless about what was happening after listening to Duan Lingtian's words, he would have lived his life in vain. Duan Lingtian had intentionally used the Asura saber to lure him out. Xiezong instantly studied his surroundings intently. He thought the purple-clad man must not be alone since he did not think the purple-clad young man was a match for him. Don't bother, there are only both of us here, Duan Lingtian said with a sneer. He could easily guess what Xiezong was thinking based on Xiezong's actions. Chapter 21:13 revealing his true appearance. It's just us. Xiezong was unconvinced when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He continued to scan his surroundings. He used his divine consciousness to check every nook and cranny in his surroundings as though he would not rest until he found the person he was convinced was still hiding. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Xiezong's action, but he no longer said anything. His gaze was cold as he stared at Xiezong. Xiezong shuddered when he felt Duan Lingtian's gaze on him. He quickly regained his senses and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he could feel the intense killing intent radiating from Duan Ling. Tian, who are you? Why did you lure me out? Xiezong asked in a deep voice. At the same time, he was still looking around warily, afraid that someone would sneak up on him. Whether it was the figure or the voice of this purple-clad young man, Xiezong thought he looked and sounded familiar. However, he could not remember when he had met the purple-clad young man before. However, he was certain of one thing. He had never seen this man's face before. The man's face was not familiar at all. He was certain the purple-clad young man did not disguise his appearance. For this reason, he felt extremely baffled. Who the hell was this purple-clad young man? Why did he lure him out here? Why did he feel so familiar? Duan Lingtian laughed loudly when he heard Xiezong's question. His laughter was unrestrained. Who am I? Duan Lingtian's laughter made Xiezong feel uneasy. He cried out, why are you laughing? Brat, do you know I am? I'm black. Before Xiezong could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted him and said, I know you're a Black Kshetra sect elder, and I know your father's the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of the Black Kshetra sect. There's no need for you to give me a rundown of your background. I know all about you. Otherwise, why would I lure you out here? Duan Lingtian stared at Xiezong intently with a sneer. You, who the hell are you? Various expressions flitted across Xiezong's face as his voice turned lower and lower. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger even though he knew the purple-clad young man was not a match for him. He thought the sense of danger he felt came from the person hiding in his surroundings. Therefore, he kept using his divine consciousness to search his surroundings. Xiezong, open your eyes and take a good look at me. Duan Lingtian's voice changed. At the same time, the muscles on his face began to shift before it finally turned into a different face. Duan Lingtian finally revealed his true appearance. When Xiezong saw Duan Lingtian's true appearance, his eyes widened in disbelief and an expression of incredulity appeared on his face. He felt as though something was stuck in his throat, he could not speak at all. For a moment, it felt as though time had stood still. Xiezong, naturally, recognized Duan Lingtian the moment he revealed his true appearance. Previously, he had forcefully taken the devil tablet, one of the 10 great super saint weapons, from Duan Lingtian. Xiezong would have killed him then if Duan Lingtian was not a 9-clawed dragon warrior, since he did not want trouble with the dragon clan. Apart from that, he did not kill him because he did not think Duan Lingtian would amount to much even if he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. When he was at the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had checked Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root and confirmed that Duan Lingtian merely possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. In his opinion, someone with a yellow innate spiritual root was a nobody even if they were considered talented in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, he thought Duan Lingtian would never be a threat to him. Duan Lingtian, how's this possible? How can it be you? Xiezong regained his senses after a few moments. He looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and horror. A hint of disbelief could be seen in his eyes as well. Not even in his dreams did he imagine that the purple-clad young man whose strength was almost on par with his strength after the purple-clad young man had cast his divine abilities was Duan Ling Tian, whom he had encountered in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the past, Xianxia, though it would nigh impossible for Duan Ling Tian, who possessed a light yellow innate spiritual root, to break through to the quintessential saint stage even if Duan Ling Tian came to the upper province. He thought Duan Ling Tian's limit would be at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. Even if Duan Ling Tian managed to break through to the quintessential saint stage by chance, it would be extremely difficult for him to progress any further. As a saint celestial stage powerhouse, Xianxia thought Duan Ling Tian would still be like an ant even after Duan Ling Tian had grown stronger. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was worthless and would not pose a threat to him at all. It was completely out of his expectation that the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, whom he considered to be like an ant, would grow so strong in just a year or two. Duan Ling Tian was almost as strong as him. Duan Ling Tian ignored Xianxia's surprise. His gaze turned colder as he said indifferently, "Xianxia, back then, you killed Elder Ku in my Azure Cloud Mansion and snatched the devil tablet away from me. You even planned to destroy the Azure Cloud Mansion even though you failed to do so in the end. At that time, I swore to myself that if I don't kill you then I'm a useless person. Today will be the day I fulfill my promise to myself." Duan Ling Tian's voice gradually turned calmer as he spoke. However, his killing intent grew stronger and stronger in his eyes. Xianxia laughed uproariously when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, and after he confirmed there was truly no one hiding in his surroundings, Duan Ling Tian only continued to look at him calmly. After a while, Xianxia finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, although I don't know what fortuitous encounter you had to grow so strong with your lousy innate spiritual root, do you think you really got me trapped?" Although Xianxia was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's improvement within these 2 years, he did not think much of it. He remained calm because there was nothing he could do about Duan Ling Tian's growth in strength. He speculated that Duan Ling Tian was so bold to act at this time because he had gotten stronger and he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. In Xianxia's opinion, judging by Duan Ling Tian's current strength, if he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he might be a match for Xianxia. However, it would be difficult for him to defeat Xianxia. Therefore, Xianxia was not afraid. Xianxia was the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas in the Black Kshetra sect. Moreover, he was the Golden Lion King's only son. His strength was not the only thing he could rely on. If he transforms into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, I should still be a match for him. I suppose I'll toy with him for a while. I'll send a message to Elder Chu once I get bored of toying with him. Even if he's stronger than me, and Elder Chu can't reach me in time, I still have a Dao talisman that can send him to hell in just an instant," Xianxia thought to himself. He did not fear Duan Ling Tian at all. "You'll see soon enough," Duan Ling Tian said before he made a sudden move. In just an instant, the majestic Sun Saint energy surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body and transformed into a pair of flaming wings that sprouted from his back. The wings were extremely lifelike. Even the fire on the wings made the surroundings hotter. The Golden Crow's wings. Duan Ling Tian cast his high-grade movement divine ability. As soon as Duan Ling Tian cast his movement divine ability and a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back, Xianxia, who was looking at him disdainfully just a few moments ago, cried out, "Why, you're the fire worship sect's prodigy, Duan Ling Tian." If one listened carefully, one could hear a slight tremble in Xianxia's voice when he spoke. When Xianxia saw the flaming wings and recalled the assist-type divine ability that Duan Ling Tian had cast earlier to raise his strength, the puzzles began to fall into place for Xianxia. He instantly recalled Duan Ling Tian, the new prodigy from the fire worship sect who had recently become famous in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian, the new prodigy from fire worship sect. He managed to defeat Bu Hong, who was ranked 2nd, and took Bu Hong's place as the 2nd strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was also ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. As Duan Ling Tian rose to fame in the fire worship sect, news about him mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities had spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, shocking everyone. It was not uncommon for powerhouses from the older generation to master 4 high-grade divine abilities. However, It was almost unheard of for someone so young to master 4 high-grade divine abilities. It was extremely rare even in the history of the Dao martial Saint land. For this reason, news of Duan Ling Tian successfully mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities was a well-known fact in the upper province of the Dao martial Saint land. Even Xie Zong, who was in the Black Kshetra sect, had heard about it. Xie Zong instantly recognized the high-grade movement divine ability that Duan Ling Tian cast due to its extraordinary characteristics. Golden Crow's Wings, Chapter 2114. Using every move he mastered, Xie Zong knew instantly that Duan Ling Tian was the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect when he saw the flaming wings on Duan Ling Tian's back. Although he had seen the portrait of Duan Ling Tian from the fire worship sect, Duan Ling Tian's appearance was completely different from earlier and when he was in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, the people from the fire worship sect even confirmed Duan Ling Tian was not in a disguise. However, Xie Zong had just personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian disguising himself with a mystical secret tactic. It was not difficult for him to guess that Duan Ling Tian had also disguised himself in the fire worship sect even though he used the same name. I didn't expect you to be able to guess that I'm Duan Ling Tian from the fire worship sect just by looking at my 2 divine abilities. If Xie Zong still could not piece the puzzle together after Duan Ling Tian cast 2 of his divine abilities, then he must be extremely ignorant or stupid. Xie Zong had taken a little longer to realize this because the news of Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy from the fire worship sect, being a 9-clawed dragon warrior had not spread out yet. Even if word of it leaked out, not many people believed it. Therefore the news died down before it gained any momentum. After all, a 9-clawed dragon warrior was like a mythical creature. It was only natural people were skeptical. If news of Duan Ling Tian from the fire worship sect being a 9-clawed dragon warrior had spread out, Xie Zong would have been able to make the connection that the Duan Ling Tian from the fire worship sect was the same Duan Ling Tian from the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province whom he had snatched the Devil Seal tablet from. I didn't expect this either. Xie Zong's eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "If I knew you would grow so strong in such a short time, I wouldn't have shown mercy back when I was in the Azure Cloud Mansion." Duan Ling Tian laughed when he heard Xie Zong's words. "Show mercy, Xie Zong, if my memory serves me well, you didn't kill my back then because you're wary of my status as 9-clawed dragon warrior. Right, moreover, with my innate talent, you didn't think I'll be able to catch up to you. Otherwise, would you have shown mercy?" How funny. Duan Ling Tian's words exposed Xie Zong's thoughts back then. It caused Xie Zong's expression to change. Duan Ling Tian asked, "Don't you regret not killing me back then?" When he saw the various expressions flitting across Xie Zong's face and how quiet he was, he continued to say, "Are you thinking that if you had killed me back then, I won't be standing here now? It's too bad there's no cure for regret. Today, I will fulfill my promise and kill you to avenge Elder Ku and the 10 black armored guards from the Azure Cloud Mansion." His voice turned thunderous as he spoke. Regret. Duan Ling Tian's thunderous voice caused Xie Zong to snap back to reality. He quickly regained his composure. He sneered as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? I'll admit that you're quite strong. However, it's still uncertain which one of us is stronger. Are you so certain of your victory?" Xie Zong chuckled after he finished speaking. "You'll see soon enough if I win or not." Duan Ling Tian decided not to waste words with Xie Zong any longer, and he began to make his move. He flapped his golden crow's wings. The sound of air explosions rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian's body moved. He vanished from his spot and charged toward Xie Zong at an extremely fast speed. His speed was comparable to powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'd like to see how strong is the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect. Xie Zong said indifferently. He was fearless when faced with Duan Ling Tian who was charging toward him at lightning speed. The saint origin that he had been accumulating surged out of his body in an instant. In the next moment, Xie Zong shot up into the sky quickly. His speed was not any slower than Duan Ling Tian's speed. Currently, he had also cast an assist-type divine ability and a movement divine ability. That was why his speed was so fast. Not too long ago he was just like an ant before me. Currently, he's as strong as I am. Xie Zong thought to himself. When he discovered Duan Ling Tian's speed was not any slower than his speed, his heart sank and his expression turned gloomier and gloomier. After all, Duan Ling Tian had not even transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior yet. Once he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his speed would be further enhanced. It was not impossible for Duan Ling Tian to surpass Xie Zong at that time. Damn it, how did Duan Ling Tian master these two powerful high-grade divine abilities in such a short time? Moreover, he has also mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability and a high-grade defensive divine ability. The high-grade defensive divine ability that he has mastered has to be the number one defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Xie Zong felt annoyed when he thought of this. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw Xie Zong's speed. He's indeed worthy of being the son of the Golden Lion King, one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas. Although Xie Zong has just entered the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, in terms of speed, Bu Honghu's at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is inferior to him. Duan Ling Tian knew Xie Zong had also cast a high-grade movement divine ability. As for the assist-type divine ability Xie Zong had cast, it seemed like it was only a medium-grade divine ability. Nine-Clawed Dragon Warrior. Although Duan Ling Tian did not plan to use the Jasper Celestial Sword to kill Xie Zong with just one move, it did not mean he would not use other means at his disposal. When he discovered Xie Zong was as fast he instantly transformed into a Nine-Clawed Dragon Warrior. In just a blink of an eye, he turned into a humanoid dragon. His head was human but his body was that of a dragon. This was the form of a Nine-Clawed Dragon Warrior. There's no need for me to hide anything now. Today, I'll teach Xie Zong the meaning of despair. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he unleashed the full power of a Nine-Clawed Dragon Warrior. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was using all the moves he had in his arsenal except for the Jasper Celestial Sword. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian's speed was on par with Xie Zong. Now that he had transformed into a Nine-Clawed Dragon Warrior, his speed became even faster. He had completely surpassed Xie Zong. Duan Ling Tian shouted, "Xie Zong!" He charged toward Xie Zong quickly, closing the distance between them. Damn it, Xie Zong spat out when he saw Duan Ling Tian's enhanced speed. He knew he had no advantage when it came to speed. Therefore, he decided to stop moving. After that, he raised one of his hands and a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. When the long spear moved, it stirred the air around it. It emitted a piercing aura. The aura clearly did not belong to an ordinary saint weapon. 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian cried out immediately. He did not expect a mere Black Kshetra sect elder at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage would possess 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. After a while, he realized he was being naive. Xie Zong was the only son of the Golden Lion King after all. As one of the 4 great Karmapas in the Black Kshetra sect, it would not be difficult for him to obtain 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon for his son. I didn't think you'll be able to recognize 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Xie Zong sneered as he spun the long spear around as his saint origin skyrocketed. At this moment, Xie Zong unleashed all his strength, including the martial tactics and divine abilities he had mastered with the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon in his hand. Xie Zong thrust the long spear forward as the sounds of explosion rang in the air, overwhelming all other noises. Almost at the same time, a short-lived sword cry rang in the air. The gleam of a sword could be seen soaring through the sky toward the 1,000 inscription saint spear. When Duan Ling Tian made his move, Xie Zong caught a brief glimpse of the sword gleam. 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. With Xie Zong's spiritual eyes, it was easy for him to discern that Duan Ling Tian's sword was extraordinary. He could sense an aura from the sword that was similar to his 1,000 inscription saint spear. That was how he instantly knew Duan Ling Tian had 1,000 inscription saint sword. Xie Zong's expression changed drastically when he discovered Duan Ling Tian had 1,000 inscription saint sword. He thought he would have an advantage since he possessed a superior weapon. The sound of metal clashing rang in the air as the 1,000 inscription saint sword clashed with the 1,000 inscription saint spear. The forces contained in the weapons clashed, causing explosions in the air. The sound of the forces from the weapons clashing was nothing compared to the sound of metal clashing. After a few moments, Xie Zong fell into a disadvantageous position. He was affected by the forces from the saint weapons clashing. He was sent flying back. When he landed, his face was pale as he threw up a mouthful of blood. The sight of his blood splattering in the sky was dazzling and eye-catching. Chapter 21:15 Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. The fight between Duan Ling Tian and Xie Zong happened so quickly, and the winner and the loser of the fight became apparent just as quickly. Duan Ling Tian had completely overpowered Xie Zong. I didn't even use my offensive divine ability, Duan Ling Tian said to Xie Zong through voice transmissions. Xie Zong felt humiliated when he was sent flying from the forces of the Thousand Inscriptions Saint weapons. He was so angry he threw up another mouthful of blood. Duan Ling Tian's words undoubtedly enraged Xie Zong even more. He was already in such a wretched state, but Duan Ling Tian told him that he did not even use his offensive divine ability. If Duan Ling Tian had used his offensive divine ability, did it mean Duan Ling Tian could easily kill him? After a while, Xie Zong finally managed to steady himself. His expression darkened as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent. Duan Ling Tian, do you really think you've defeated me just because you're stronger than me? What, are you going to seek for help by sending out a voice transmission jade token? Duan Ling Tian sneered when he heard Xie Zong's words. He knew what Xie Zong was thinking, but he was not worried at all. He honestly did not care. Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than Xie Zong. Even if Xie Zong sent a voice transmission jade token to seek help, he would be able to kill Xie Zong before help arrived. He would have been long gone when the person Xie Zong sought help from arrived. Suddenly, Elder Huo said, "Don't forget about the minor-major mirror image talisman." It was clearly a reminder. After Duan Ling Tian killed Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, he returned to Sin City and researched on the various talismans available in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After Duan Ling Tian spoke to Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian realized it was the minor-major mirror image talisman that exposed his identity to Yao Buji. Upon hearing Elder Huo's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded before he said, "Don't worry. Before I kill him, I'll retrieve the minor image talisman from him if he's carrying one. However, I'm not in a hurry to kill him. I'm going to torture him and let him know what despair feels like." Duan Ling Tian's voice was so cold that it seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. The hatred Duan Ling Tian felt for Xie Zong, for Elder Ku's death, the deaths of the black armored guards, and for forcefully taking away his devil-seal tablet was not something he would be able to easily let go. Minor-major mirror image talisman was a set of two talismans. They were the minor mirror image talisman and major mirror image talisman. If the person carrying the minor mirror image talisman was killed or if it was activated, it would transmit a video of what happened to the person carrying the major mirror image talisman through a mirror image. All the person needed to do to watch what happened was to crush the major mirror image talisman. As a Black Kshetra sect elder and the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great karmapas, it was impossible that Xie Zong did not carry a minor mirror image talisman with him. Duan Ling Tian had already planned for this. Before he killed Xie Zong, he would severely injure him. At that time, he would search and take the minor mirror image talisman from him before killing him. However, would everything go as smoothly as Duan Ling Tian had planned? "I don't need anyone else's help. Just me alone is enough to kill you." Xie Zong sneered when he saw Duan Ling Tian's contemptuous expression. As soon as Xie Zong finished speaking, he raised his hand and a talisman glimmering with violet light appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to tell it was a Dao talisman. The Dao talisman was not violet. It was only surrounded by tiny flashes of violet lightning. Once it was activated, the air in the heaven and earth spirit energy would be sucked dry. "Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman," Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. His expression changed dramatically when he realized what kind of Dao talisman it was. When he was researching Dao talismans in Sin City, he had also learned about the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. He knew that the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman was a powerful offensive Dao talisman that could only be created by a quasi-celestial grade Dao talisman's master. The Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talismans were rumored to be able to kill all cultivators below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It did not matter if they were humans or beasts. Even powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be severely injured by the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Even if they were not killed, they would be on the brink of death. Generally, only powerhouses with cultivation bases at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher were able to withstand the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Xie Zong laughed when he saw Duan Ling Tian's expression had changed drastically when he realized what kind of Dao talisman it was. It took a while before he stopped laughing. "Duan Ling Tian, I didn't think you'll be able to identify the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman." Xie Zong sneered. He did not expect a country bumpkin from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would recognize a top-grade Dao talisman in the upper province. Xie Zong's father, the Golden Lion King and one of the 4 great karmapas of the Black Kshetra sect, had given the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman to him for protection. His father had expended much effort to obtain this Dao Talisman. Duan Ling Tian, you can consider yourself to have lived a great life if you die from the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Xie Zong said again without waiting for Duan Ling Tian to respond. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not waste any time and threw the Dao Talismans that had many flashes of violet lightning around it toward Duan Ling Tian. Subsequently, Xie Zong opened his mouth in preparation to say the word, activate. Once that word was uttered, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman would release a destructive force. Time seemed to have stood still. At the moment Xie Zong opened his mouth. During the crucial moment, before Xie Zong could say the word to activate the Dao Talisman, the short-lived sound of a sword cry rang in the air again. At this moment, Xie Zong briefly saw the swords gleam again. Wait, this sword isn't the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. It's much stronger than the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. This was Xie Zong's last thought before he died. He did not have time to react before blood bloomed from the wound in between his brows. A moment after the bloody wound appeared, the sound of a sharp sword slicing into flesh and bones rang in the air. Blood kept gushing out from the wound between Xie Zong's brows as his body fell to the ground. His mouth was still wide open even though he could no longer speak. Oh, no. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly after he successfully killed Xie Zong with the Jasper Celestial Sword. This was because he could feel a wave of energy from a Dao Talisman that was clearly the minor mirror image talisman. He was very certain of this. The incident here must have been transmitted to the carrier of the major mirror image talisman. There was no doubt the carrier of the major mirror image talisman was the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great karmapas of the Black Kshetra sect. I couldn't do it in time. Although Duan Ling Tian felt slightly troubled, he did not give it much thought since there was nothing he could do at this point. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had to act quickly. He had no time to search for the minor mirror image talisman that Xie Zong carried. Once Xie Zong uttered the word, activate, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman would release a destructive force that would kill anyone below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Under those circumstances, Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to withstand that attack even if he cast all his defensive skills and the defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. He might be able to block some of the force from the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his strength. However, after that, he would run out of strength and be left vulnerable. At that time, even if Duan Ling Tian managed to survive the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman, he would not have any strength left to fight Xie Zong. Xie Zong would definitely kill him. At the crucial moment, he quickly brought the Jasper Celestial Sword out to kill Xie Zong before he could activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. It seemed like everything turned out well, but Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel uneasy. This was because he had taken a huge risk. If the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman was activated at the same moment Duan Ling Tian attacked with the Jasper Celestial Sword with the help of the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he would be killed along with Xie Zong. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief. Luckily, Xie Zong was a step slower than me. After Duan Ling Tian regained his composure, he put the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman into his spatial ring. From now on, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman would become one of his trump cards. Its strength was comparable to the strength of the Jasper Celestial Sword. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian did not forget to ask Elder Huo for help in devouring Xie Zong's innate spiritual root. Elder Huo, help me devour his innate spiritual root. It was quite a surprise actually. As the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great karmapas of the Black Kshetra sect, Xie Zong only possessed a light blue innate spiritual root. Although Xie Zong's light blue innate spiritual root would not improve Duan Ling Tian's innate spiritual root much since he possessed an indigo one, he was still happy since it was better than nothing. I wonder if the Devilseal tablet is in his possession. Duan Ling Tian took Xie Zong's spatial ring and established ownership over it before he looked at what was inside. With just a glance, he saw there were many things stored in Xie Zong's spatial ring. Chapter 21:16 Xie Kong Xuan, the Golden Lion King. In Xie Zong's former spatial ring, high-grade saint stones were piled up as high as a mountain. There were so many treasures in there that Duan Ling Tian fell into a daze for a short moment. When he regained his senses, his attention was quickly caught by something lying in the corner. It was a stone tablet with a chipped corner. The devil-seal tablet. When Duan Ling Tian saw the devil-seal tablet, he was surprised and delighted. It was definitely a pleasant surprise. He did not expect that Xie Zong did not hand it over to the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King after he had snatched it away from Duan Ling Tian. I didn't expect I'll regain the devil-seal tablet so easily. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian retrieved the devil-seal tablet and reached out to gently touch it. He was very excited that it took him a while to calm down. After a while, he recollected himself and put the devil-seal tablet away. If the devil clans really invade the Dao Martial Saint Land, the devil-seal tablet is going to their nightmare. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a glint in his eyes. After learning about the existence of the Land of Exile, the devil clans, and the possibility of the devil's clans invading the Dao Martial Saint Land again, Duan Ling Tian had greatly missed the devil-seal tablet that was taken away by Xie Zong. The power the devil-seal tablet held over the devils were far stronger than its effect on ordinary devil cultivators. Even so, I wish that it's all just speculations and the devil clans won't invade the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. If the devil clans had already invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land, this meant the lower province was currently like hell on earth. His family and friends would definitely be affected. It's time to go back. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses. Sun Saint energy surged out of his body as it blew Xie Zong's body up into pieces. After that, he returned to Sin City. During Duan Ling Tian's journey back, he reverted back to his human form. Apart from that, he also decided to use a new disguise. His new disguise was not handsome. It was an extremely average face. He would definitely not stand out in a crowd. I'm sure the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King has already found out about Xie Zong's death. I'm afraid he's probably making way to Sin City now. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to come to this conclusion. However, he was not afraid. He was very confident about his disguising tactic. Even if he stood in front of the Golden Lion King, he was certain the Golden Lion King would not know he was the one who killed Xie Zong. However, the Golden Lion King will find out about my true identity from the major mirror image talisman. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, feeling slightly worried. Duan Ling Tian was certain when Xie Zong took the devil-seal tablet away from him, he must have told his father, one of the 4 great Karmapas of the Black Kshetra sect, about it. It was very likely the Golden Lion King knew he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Moreover, the Golden Lion King would know his true appearance as well through the minor major mirror image talisman. I hope the upper province's inter-province transportation formations will remain broken for now. Otherwise, the Golden Lion King might find my family to seek revenge for his son. Duan Ling Tian did not doubt the Golden Lion King would look for his family in the lower province to seek revenge. Just as Duan Ling Tian expected, when Xie Zong died, an earth-shattering leonine roar sounded from deep inside the Black Kshetra sect's estate that was located inside a forest near Sin City. Zonger. Anger could be heard in that leonine roar. In the depth of the Black Kshetra sect's estate, a room in the side of a huge mansion was destroyed with a loud sound. As the dust flew up, a tall and strong figure could be seen standing inside the room. It was an old man who was 2 meters tall. He had long white hair that was similar to a lion's mane. Apart from that, he had thick and fierce-looking eyebrows that framed a pair of round angry eyes. His face was covered with a white and curly beard. He hovered in the air as a terrifying killing intent radiated off him. It seemed that even the air had stagnated around him. This old man was none other than the Golden Lion King, one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas. He was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Black Kshetra sect. His cultivation base was already at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. If there were no accidents, they would not die. Naturally, the Golden Lion King was just a title. This Karmapa had a name. It was Xie Kong Xuan. Zonger. Zonger. At this moment, Xie Kong Xuan, the Golden Lion King, was trembling violently as he looked at something in his palm. There was a tiny mountain of dust in his palm. It was clearly the shattered remains of a soul pearl. His son had been killed. Xie Kong Xuan quickly raised his arm and a Dao talisman appeared in his hand. It was the major mirror image talisman that was part of the minor major mirror image talisman. This major mirror image talisman was a set with the minor mirror image talisman his son, Xie Zong, had carried. Xie Kong Xuan tore the major mirror image talisman as a scene began to play out in front of his eyes. He saw his son, Zong, and a purple-clad young man. He witnessed with his own eyes how the muscles on the purple-clad man's face began to shift before it transformed into another face. He could roughly guess what was going by reading Zong and the purple-clad young man's lips. He's the man from the lower province whose devil tablet was taken away by my son. Xianxia knew the purple-clad young man was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. His name was Duan Ling Tian. His son had taken the super saint weapon, the devil tablet, away from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, isn't there a prodigy who had quickly risen to fame in the fire worship sect whose name is Duan Ling Tian? Xianxia's expression darkened immediately. He did not expect the person from the lower province whom his son robbed the devil tablet from was the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect who had recently risen to fame. Both of them were the same person. How unexpected. Xianxia kept watching the scene that was playing out. He saw how his son was killed when he attempted to use the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman. Xianxia's expression turned grimmer. The temperature in his surroundings seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. In the next moment, a terrifying killing intent surged out of his body. Revenge burned and raged in his heart. That sword is far stronger than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. It's so fast that even the mirror image talisman could hardly capture its movements. It should be the traceless sword, one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Xianxia took a deep breath to calm himself down. After that, he analyzed the scene that he had seen. He would not forget the scene in his entire life. After a while, Xianxia was certain the sword Duan Ling Tian used in the end was indeed extraordinary. It had to be the traceless sword, one of 2 swords on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. It should be the traceless sword that's known for its traceless attacks. Xianxia thought to himself as his killing intent intensified. The rage in his eyes seemed as though it would burn everything. Zonger, don't worry, I'll look for Duan Ling Tian now. I'll kill him to avenge you. Meanwhile, many people had flown over to Xianxia's residence when they heard the ruckus. However, when they arrived they did not see him at all. Xianxia had already left the Black Kshetra sect and was making his way to Sin City. As Xianxia traveled to Sin City, his rage intensified, showing no signs of dying down at all. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was a dead man. Duan Ling Tian, you dare to kill my child. You'll have to pay for it with your life. Sin City. Duan Ling Tian, who guessed that the Golden Lion King, one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Kamappas, was about to arrive in Sin City, found another inn to stay in after he returned to Sin City. Elder Huo, do you have any secret tactic that can help one to change one's body size? Duan Ling Tian instantly asked Elder Huo after he settled down. Although he could disguise his face very well without any flaws, he was not able to change the size of his body. If the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect memorized his figure from the scenes shown through the major mirror image talisman, he might be able to identify Duan Ling Tian. Although there were many people with similar build, who knew if the Golden Lion King would go into a frenzy and kill everyone who had the same build as Duan Ling Tian. There was a saying, it's better to err on the side of caution and kill 1,000 people than to accidentally miss out one person. Chapter 21:17 Identity Exposed. A secret tactic that can change one's body size would change everything. Only the Celestials are capable of such a thing. Elder Huo said, mercilessly destroying Duan Ling Tian's hope. His words simply meant that such a tactic existed, but it was not something Duan Ling Tian could master at the moment. Only the Celestials who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the Devata realms were capable of such a feat. I guess I'll have to think of another way, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian left the inn to buy a few long and loose black robes with hoods that would fully hide his body. If I go out wearing these robes, even my father and mother won't recognize me, let alone the Golden Lion King. Duan Ling Tian felt more confident when he looked at the long and loose black robes he had bought. He began to feel more at ease as well. When Duan Ling Tian realized he had forgotten to take away Zong's minor mirror image talisman before he killed Zong, he was extremely stressed on the inside even though outwardly he remained calm. This was all due to Zong's father, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of the Black Kshetra sect. The Golden Lion King's cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If Duan Ling Tian had to fight him, there was no doubt he would die. After Duan Ling Tian made his preparations, he began to relax a little. With my current face and the long and loose robes I bought, the Golden Lion King probably won't be able to recognize me. Now that Duan Ling Tian had time, he began to think about what had happened today. He thought of how he lured Xie Zong out of Sin City and killing Xie Zong in just one move with his sword before he could activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Apart from that, he finally regained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil-Seal Tablet. Duan Ling Tian felt like he was dreaming when he thought about this. When Xie Zong came to the Azure Cloud Mansion and treated me like an ant because of his superior strength, I was so helpless. It was true that, at that time, I was like an ant. I wouldn't have been able to endure even a blow from him. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts returned to the time when Xie Zong had barged into the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. At that time, Xie Zong was extremely domineering. For that reason, he had no choice but to hand the Devil-Seal Tablet over to Xie Zong. The helplessness he felt at that time was still fresh in his mind. Apart from that, he reneged on his promise after he killed Elder Ku. He wanted to kill everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion except for those who have very close ties with me. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was furious and helpless that Xie Zong had deceived him. Duan Ling Tian felt helpless more than anything else. Although Xie Zong reneged on his promise, he still could not stop Xie Zong. He could only silently swear to kill Xie Zong one day in the future. After 2 years, I'm finally able to fulfill the promise I made to myself back then. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian's eyes seemed unfocused as he murmured to himself. Elder Ku, I've killed Xie Zong to avenge you. You can rest in peace now. As for our 10 brothers from the Black Armored Army, this useless young mansion master has finally avenged all of you. You may all rest in peace now. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief after that. Xie Zong, I'm afraid that until the end, you didn't think I'll be able to kill you so easily, right? Duan Ling Tian's thoughts went back to Xie Zong whom he killed today. Today, Duan Ling Tian had seized the chance and killed Xie Zong in one move with the Jasper Celestial Sword when Xie Zong thought he could gain the upper hand by using the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. From the beginning until the end, Xie Zong did not even have time to react. It's a pity I didn't let him feel despair before he died. It was too easy of a death for him. Xie Zong had been killed swiftly in just a blow with Duan Ling Tian's sword. Perhaps, he did not feel anything at all when he died. After all, Xie Zong was certain he would gain the upper hand when he threw the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman out. Duan Ling Tian thought it was a shame that he had died so easily. Regardless, now that he's dead, there's no more enmity between us. Not only did I regain the Devil-Seal Tablet, but he had also left behind a Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman for me. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he took the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman out. Upon closer inspection, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman seemed like an ordinary Dao Talisman if there were no many flashes of violet lightning around it. While Duan Ling Tian was studying the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman, a tall and terrifyingly fast figure flew into Sin City and immediately found Chu Tansheng, the Black Kshetra sect elder. Chu Tansheng was the one who accompanied Xie Zong today. He was also the leader of the team that Black Kshetra sect sent out to buy resources. Upon seeing the furious expression Xie Kongshuan's face and his sudden appearance, Chu Tansheng's expression changed immediately. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Great Lord Karmapa, the Golden Lion King had left the Black Kshetra sect to come to Sin City. He would beat himself silly if he thought the Golden Lion King had come for a stroll in Sin City. When Chu Tanshen respectfully greeted Xie Kongshuan responded by giving him a hard slap across his face. With that slap alone, Chu Tansheng's face became swollen. He was stunned and did not dare to show any hint of resentment. Did something really happen to Xie Zong? Chu Tansheng shuddered. At this moment, the anger the Golden Lion King emitted was palpable. My son, Xie Zong, was lured out of Sin City and killed by this person. Xie Kongshuan said as he took out a scroll and quickly used a brush to draw a picture of a young man. Chu Tansheng felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at the picture. It was as though he had seen him before. Before Chu Tansheng managed to figure out where he had seen the man before, Xie Kongshuan said, "This man is the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion from the lower province. His name is Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province." Chu Tansheng finally remembered where he had seen that young man. Duan Ling Tian was the lucky person who obtained the super saint weapon, the devil-seal tablet. However, his devil-seal tablet was taken away by their Black Kshetra sect elder, Xie Zong. It's him. Chu Tansheng finally realized why the young man on the scroll looked familiar. As it turned out, he had seen portraits of this man circulating in the upper province. The portraits had come from the lower province. Apart from being the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, he's also the new prodigy, the second strongest prodigy, in the fire worship sect. Xie Kongshuan said icily, making Chu Tansheng shudder. Upon hearing Xie Kongshuan's words, Chu Tansheng was stunned. Then, he asked in disbelief, "Are you sure, Great Lord Karmapa? I've seen the portrait of Duan Ling Tian from the fire worship sect. They look different." When Duan Ling Tian, the new prodigy in the fire worship sect, first rose to fame in the upper province, his portraits were circulated among the major forces in the upper province, including the Black Kshetra sect. As it happened, Chu Tansheng had seen a portrait of the fire worship sect's second strongest prodigy, Duan Ling Tian. This was the reason why he was skeptical. Duan Ling Tian has mastered an undetectable disguising tactic that changes the bone structure of his face. Xie Kongshuan answered Chu Tansheng's question icily. Although Xie Kongshuan only saw Duan Ling Tian's disguising tactic through the minor-major mirror image talisman, as a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, a top powerhouse in the upper province, he could tell how extraordinary the technique Duan Ling Tian had mastered was. Such disguising methods exist. Chu Tansheng was shocked. When he regained his senses, he began to think out loud. I'm afraid even people from fire worship sect won't expect that their strongest prodigy, Duan Ling Tian, is the same lucky person from the lower province who obtained the devil-seal tablet. Make copies of this portrait and distribute it to all Black Kshetra sect's members who are currently in Sin City. Anyone with any information must report to me immediately. This person is a master of disguise. Even if someone only has the same body size, report it to me as well, Xie Kongshuan ordered calmly as he looked at Chu Tansheng. Yes, Chu Tansheng responded respectfully with a nod before he left to find the others to pass them the portraits. Although he had several questions in mind, he did not dare to ask Xie Kongshuan. I'm afraid Sin City is going to be chaotic for a while, Chu Tansheng thought to himself as he left. Based on the conversation Chu Tansheng had with the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapas in the Black Kshetra sect, he knew that everyone who shared similar body size to the man in the portrait would not be able to escape death once they were found. Chapter 21:18 Shocking news. Supposedly, only quasi-celestial grade Dao Talisman Masters are able to inscribe Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talismans, but quasi-celestial grade Dao Talisman Masters are as rare as a phoenix in the upper province. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he studied the Dao Talisman that had many flashes of violet lightning around it. I'm afraid the Golden Lion King of the Black Kshetra sect expended a lot of effort to obtain this Dao Talisman for his son, Xie Zong. After a while, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, it's a pity Xie Zong was instantly killed by my sword before he could activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. The Golden Lion King must have been furious when he saw the scene through the mirror image talisman. Meanwhile, somewhere in Sin City, Xie Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King who was one of the four great Karmapas in the Black Kshetra sect, scoffed with a dark expression on his face after Chu Tansheng, a Black Kshetra sect elder, had left. Duan Ling Tian obtained the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman too easily. When Xie Kongshuan thought about the effort he had expended to obtain the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman and how it had fallen so easily into his enemy's hands, he could not help but feel dissatisfied and frustrated. It felt as though he was suffocating. Duan Ling Tian, it doesn't matter where you hide. I'll find you and tear you into a million pieces to avenge my son. Xie Kongshuan muttered to himself as killing intent surged from his body, causing passers-by on the street to instinctively avoid him. During this period of time, many sectless cultivators were violently killed on the streets. All of them shared a common denominator. They all had similar body types. This was obviously because of Duan Ling Tian. The person who had killed all those sectless cultivators was Xie Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King who was one of the four great Karmapas from the Black Kshetra sect. Although Xie Kongshuan had recently killed quite a number of people inside Sin City, none of the sectless powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City made a move to stop him. This confused many sectless cultivators in Sin City. Another person just died a few days ago. The Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect is too outrageous. Many people shared the same sentiment. Conversations similar to this could be heard in various restaurants in Sin City. Prior to this, some of the sectless cultivators in Sin City had heard that the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great karmapas of the Black Kshetra sect, had come to Sin City. I heard that the Golden Lion King is looking for the person who murdered his son, Xianxia. He's killing all those who share the same body type as the killer. He's killing people based on their body type. Is there something wrong with the Golden Lion King's eyes? How can he only remember the figure of the killer but not his face? I think it's because the killer has mastered a brilliant disguising technique that can change his facial bone structure. Moreover, the disguise can't be detected by divine consciousness. If that's the case, I can somehow understand why the Golden Lion King is acting this way. I've long heard that the Golden Lion King dotes on his son a lot since he only has one son in his old age. Currently, everyone knew that the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great karmapas in the Black Kshetra sect, had been killed, and the Golden Lion King had come to Sin City to seek revenge from the killer. Above the Sin City, in the clouds, the Golden Lion King, Xianxia, stood with his back straight and his hands clasped behind him. He looked as sturdy as a tower as he stood there. He, naturally, emitted a strong and suffocating pressure. Is it possible that he's no longer in Sin City? Xianxia muttered to himself in a low voice. Xianxia had killed almost 100 people in just a short time. All these people had the same body type as Duan Tian, the person who killed his son. The time I promised them is almost up. When Xianxia thought about this, his expression darkened immediately. Them he referred to were the sectless cultivators in Sin City who were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Previously, when Xianxia first arrived in Sin City, he paid a visit to the few sectless cultivators who were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. To gain permission from these powerhouses to kill sectless cultivators in Sin City, he had to pay a price. Naturally, there was a time limit to how long he could go on a killing spree. Apart from that, Xianxia could not kill indiscriminately. He could only kill those who shared the same build as the person who killed his son. Currently, the time limit Xianxia was given was almost at its end. Once the time was up, he could no longer kill as he pleased in Sin City. Duan Tian, do you think you'll be able to get away with this as long as you continue hiding? Xianxia sneered as he narrowed his eyes. It was as though he had just thought of something. That day, a piece of shocking news spread in Sin City. Hey, did you hear about it? It seems like the person who killed the Golden Lion King's son, Xianxia, is called Duan Tian. He came from the lower province. Previously, Xianxia had snatched the devil-seal tablet from him. I've heard of him. He seems to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a quasi-third-rate force in the lower province. Did you say he killed Xianxia? How's that possible? That's right, how's that possible? Since he's from the lower province, it should be impossible for him to kill Xianxia, right? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I personally don't believe it. News about Duan Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, killing Xianxia spread like wildfire in Sin City. It caused a great commotion, but most people did not believe Duan Tian was capable of killing Xianxia. What a joke. Although Duan Tian can be considered as a prodigy in the lower province, he's nobody in the upper province. You're telling me in just 1 or 2 years he grew strong enough to kill Xianxia? That's impossible. How fake. This news is obviously fake. I can tell straight from the get-go. What a load of bullshit. If the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion from the lower province is capable of killing Xianxia, I would be ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking. Half a day had passed, and still, nobody believed a mere cultivator from the lower province like Duan Tian was capable of killing Xianxia. However, it did not take long before another piece of shocking news spread in Sin City. Duan Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, successfully joined the fire worship sect. In less than 2 years since he arrived in the upper province, he became the second strongest prodigy in the sect. This news shocked the people in Sin City. Duan Tian, the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect, was a hot topic among the people in recent times. There was rarely anyone who did not know about him. However, nobody had made the connection between him and the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. Everyone thought it was just a coincidence that they shared the same name. Duan Tian, the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect, is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Is this true? I've seen both portraits of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province and the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect. They aren't the same person. Don't forget that it's said that the person who killed Xie Zong has mastered a brilliant disguising technique. It's not surprising if he doesn't look the same. He could have disguised himself. If the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion and the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect are the same person, then he's entirely capable of killing Xie Zong. It's true. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect. It's not just a coincidence that they share the same name. He's the person who killed Xie Zong. I know it's hard to believe, but it seems like that's the truth. After listening to all the news, the sectless cultivators in Sin City managed to piece the puzzle together. If the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province and the second strongest prodigy in the fire prodigy were the same person, everything made sense. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, it should not be difficult for him to kill Xie Zong. The people from Sin City were shaken by this news. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian, the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect, is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. I'm afraid Xie Zong probably didn't expect that as well. That's true. Someone who was like an ant before Xie Zong a couple of years ago, whose super saint weapon, the devil-seal tablet, had been taken away, did not only manage to come to the upper province, but he even successfully joined the fire worship sect. Moreover, he had risen in ranks so quickly that he's currently the second strongest prodigy in the sect. He even managed to avenge himself and killed Xie Zong. How did someone from the lower province manages to achieve so much in 2 years since he arrived in the upper province? How monstrous is Duan Ling Tian's innate talent? Is it possible that he possesses the legendary violet innate spiritual root? In Sin City, regardless if it was the sectless cultivators who stayed there or people from the major forces who came to visit, all of them were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's martial Dao innate talent. Duan Ling Tian has successfully sought revenge from Xie Zong by killing him. I wonder if the devil-seal tablet was in Xie Zong's possession. If it was, then it has finally returned to its original owner. I think it's unlikely that Xie Zong carries the devil-seal tablet with him. It's a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking after all. It's likely that he has handed it to his father, the Golden Lion King, after he brought the devil-seal tablet back to the Black Kshetra sect. That's what I think as well. Soon after, most people's attention turned to the super saint weapon, the devil-seal tablet. After all, the enmity between Xie Zong, an elder from the Black Kshetra sect, and Duan Ling Tian from the lower province stemmed from the devil-seal tablet. Chapter 2119 The 5 Great Sectless Cultivators. After news that spread like wildfire in Sin City managed to temporarily distract the people from the fact that the Devil's clans had probably invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At this moment, people were more curious if Duan Ling Tian had reclaimed the devil-seal tablet that Xie Zong had forcefully taken away from him back then. If Xie Zong carried the devil-seal tablet with him, then it was likely Duan Ling Tian had regained ownership of the devil-seal tablet. If Xie Zong did not have it, it had to be in the possession of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of the Black Kshetra sect. Since Xie Kongshuan was Xie Zong's father, it was possible that Xie Zong had handed the devil-seal tablet to his father. While everyone was still discussing where the devil-seal tablet was, another piece of shocking news began to spread in Sin City again. Xie Zong had the devil-seal tablet with him. Moreover, the sword Duan Ling Tian used to kill Xie Zong is also one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Traceless Sword. This means Duan Ling Tian possesses 2 super saint weapons. News about Duan Ling Tian possessing 2 super saint weapons spread immediately and caused an uproar in Sin City. In the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only 10 super saint weapons. Currently, there was a person who owned 2 out of 10 super saint weapons. Any normal person would feel jealous. Why is Duan Ling Tian that talented that he owns 2 super saint weapons? I refuse to accept this. I want to kill Duan Ling Tian and take the 2 super saint weapons from him. I'll definitely do it if he's in front of me right now. Me too. Many similar remarks were heard in Sin City. There was a person who owned 2 super saint weapons. Put aside the ordinary people in Sin City, even the sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher were tempted and felt envious. one after another, a swift and violent sound slicing through the wind was heard. 5 rapidly moving figures flew out from various places in Sin City. Their speed was so fast that most of the sectless cultivators in Sin City could barely catch their movements. All 5 figures were heading in the same direction. They were all making their way to the temporary residence of Xianxia, the Golden Lion King. The Black Kshetra had a mansion in Sin City. Golden Lion King, Old Man Xie, Great Karmapas Xie. The 5 figures arrived above the mansion at about the same time. Once they arrived, they looked at each other before they began to call for Xianxia without even greeting each other first. They hovered in the air as they looked down on the mansion below them. It was obvious the person they were looking for was inside the mansion. Among the 5 people, there was an old man, an old lady, a middle-aged man, a young man, and a beautiful woman. They were all calling for the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of the Black Kshetra sect. Xianxia, the Golden Lion King, stepped out of his mansion and flew into the air in just a blink of an eye after they stopped calling out for him. He looked at them and asked, "What's the matter?" Xianxia did not dare to act arrogantly when faced with the 5 of them. He had spoken politely to them. After all, these 5 people were powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Naturally, there were more than 5 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City. However, only 5 of them came when they heard the rumors of Duan Ling Tian owning 2 super saint weapons. They knew without a doubt that the news were spread by the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas in the Black Kshetra sect. This was the reason they had come here. The middle-aged man snorted before he said with a frown, "Humph. Old Man Xie, stop pretending. You know why we're here." The other 4 people turned to look at Xianxia, the Golden Lion King, in unison. Their eyes were gleaming brightly. "Everyone, I give you my word that the devil-seal tablet was with my son, Xie Zong. As for the traceless sword, I'm not 100% sure. After all, I've only heard of it. I've not seen it before." Xianxia knew there was no point in hiding anything, so he said without beating around the bush, "However, through the mirror image, I saw the scene of Duan Ling Tian murdering my son, Xie Zong. At that time, my son had taken out the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman to kill Duan Ling Tian." As he reached the end of his sentence, his voice turned lower. "The violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman? Old Man Xie, you really love your son to have given him a violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman." The middle-aged man said in surprise as he raised an eyebrow. "He's my only son. Naturally, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him," Xianxia said with conviction. When he spoke, his voice was low and his expression was extremely dark, as though he was about to erupt in anger. His only son had died. When Xianxia thought about it, the anger in him boiled so much that it made his body trembled slightly. He looked similar to an enraged lion. His white hair had a tinge of gold in it, making him look like his title, the Golden Lion King. That was how he had gotten his title. Just as my son prepared to kill Duan Ling Tian with the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman, Duan Ling Tian made a move. Duan Ling Tian used some mysterious swordplay technique and killed my son. From the beginning until the end, not only did my son not have time to activate the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman, but he didn't even have time to react at all. The sword's extremely fast that it's almost untraceable. The 1000 inscriptions saint sword is like scrap metal compared to it, Xianxia said confidently. When Xianxia finished speaking, the young man could not help but exclaim in a low voice, "Traceless attacks." His eyes were as bright as stars as he said, "Based on your words, Great Karmapa Xie, the sword Duan Ling Tian used has to be the traceless sword." The other 4 people also nodded in assent. "Thank you, Great Karmapa Xie." The young man thanked Xianxia and left like a gust of wind. Soon after, the other 4 followed suit and left as well. They came and left as quickly like a gust of wind. At this moment, Xianxia was the only one left in the sky overlooking the huge mansion. "Duan Ling Tian, since you possess 2 super saint weapons, I'm going to make you the public's enemy." Xianxia sneered. "I want to see if you're going to give up the 2 super saint weapons. If you don't, you'll have the entire upper province coming after you." Humans were greedy by nature. Once news spread about Duan Ling Tian owning 2 super saint weapons, everyone would definitely try to take it away from him. Duan Ling Tian would be the target for everyone in the upper province. As the saying went, sometimes wealth would bring calamity. As news of this spread, it seemed like everyone's latest hobby was to search for Duan Tian. Naturally, they were all looking to get their hands on the 2 super saint weapon in his possession. The Golden Lion King is really ruthless. It's going to be hard for me to survive in the upper province. A month had passed when Duan Tian learned about what had been going on. Currently, his cultivation base had successfully risen to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. However, his joy was short-lived when he learned about the various news that had been circulating. Unless I'm willing to give up the devil-seal tablet, I'll be everyone's target until I become strong enough to hold on to the devil-seal tablet. Duan Tian was aware of the situation he was in. That was why he said the Golden Lion King was ruthless. Apart from that, everyone knows now that I'm the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect and the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. I'm afraid it won't be long before news of me being the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion spreads to the fire worship sect. It seems like there's no way for me to return to the fire worship sect until I'm strong enough to rescue Ka and our daughter. If I return now, I'll become everyone's target. The super saint weapons were huge temptations. Even the sect leader of the fire worship sect would covet it. Rumors had spread that Duan Tian possessed the devil-seal tablet and the traceless sword. It would undoubtedly cause trouble for him. That Golden Lion King must have thought my Jasper celestial sword as the traceless sword. It's easy to deal with the matter regarding the traceless sword since I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. At that time, people would have no choice but to believe it. However, I do possess the devil-seal tablet. It's impossible for me to swear on the lightning penalty oath. If Duan Tian returned to the fire worship sect just like that, there would be a lot of high-ranking officials in the sect who would plot against him for the supposed 2 super saint weapons in his possession. Chapter 21:20 Black-robed Savior. Sometimes wealth brings calamity. Duan Tian had heard of the saying. Duan Tian felt pressured. It weighed on his heart like a huge stone. The Golden Lion King wants me to dispose of the 2 super saint weapons he thinks I possess. Unless I'm willing to give up the devil-seal tablet, I can't simply reveal myself in public until I'm strong enough to hold on to the devil-seal tablet. Duan Tian muttered to himself as his expression darkened. In other words, in the coming days, Duan Tian would not be able to use his name when he went out. Otherwise, he would be hunted by all the powerhouses in the upper province. As a super saint weapon, the devil-seal tablet was a huge temptation. Moreover, the Golden Lion King had even said that Duan Tian also owned the traceless sword. Similar to the devil-seal tablet, the traceless sword was also a super saint weapon ranked on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. There are only 10 super saint weapons in the entire Dao Martial Saint land. Since the Golden Lion King spread the rumor that I own 2 super saint weapons, I'm afraid everyone is jealous of me. Duan Tian's eyes were cold like a snake that was about to devour its prey. Golden Lion King, I'll remember what you've done today. When I break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you'll be able to join your son in hell. Since Duan Tian had been forced into a corner by the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King, he had no choice but to go into hiding until he became strong enough to protect himself. For this reason, he hated the Golden Lion King to the core even though he had never met him. Innate spiritual roots. I need more innate spiritual roots. Ever since Duan Tian's innate spiritual root turned indigo, he could clearly feel the improvement in his cultivation speed. Therefore, he became even more eager to improve his innate spiritual root. As long as my innate spiritual root evolves into a dark violet innate spiritual root, with the help of the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it'll take me a few years at most before I break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Once my cultivation base reaches the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, there's no need for me to hide anymore. At that time, it doesn't matter if I own the devil-seal tablet or if I own 2 super saint weapons. Who would dare to offend me? At this moment, as Duan Tian indulged in his thoughts, he began to feel motivated again. It was as though he could already imagine himself breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, after he regained his senses, it felt as though someone had poured a bucket of ice-cold water on him. Since I've disguised my face and my body is hidden by the long and loose black robe, no one will be able to recognize me even if my portraits are currently being circulated everywhere. Duan Tian sighed in relief when he thought about this. I've just broken through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage, and I still need it to stabilize. I should take advantage of this time to wander around Sin City to see if I encounter any more men from the Black Crow Alliance, Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath before he left the inn he was temporarily staying in. Fortunately, the men from Black Crow Alliance did not hear Duan Ling Tian's words. Otherwise, they would have been afraid and they would not dare to take advantage of the situation in Sin City. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he could kill the leader of the Black Crow Alliance with just a strike, let alone the ordinary members. The Black Crow Alliance was of similar strength to the Ground Axe Alliance. Both their leaders were at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. The deputy leader of Black Crow Alliance, Zhao Zan, would never expect that the man who had impersonated Yu Hong, a true disciple from the fire worship sect, and killed his brother, Zhao Tu, was planning to act against the Black Crow Alliance. For a period of time, Duan Ling Tian wandered the streets of Sin City. Whenever he saw members from the Black Crow Alliance trying to take advantage of someone when they were hurt, he would kill the members of the Black Crow Alliance without showing any mercy. Naturally, it was not only the people from the Black Crow Alliance who took advantage of weaker people who were killed. Other people who acted similarly were killed by Duan Ling Tian as well before he devoured their innate spiritual roots. However, the fact remained that the majority of the people who died in Duan Ling Tian's hands was from the Black Crow Alliance. There was an uproar in the estate when the Black Crow Alliance found out about this. This black-robed man kills our men whenever he sees them trying to take advantage of the weak. Moreover, he kills them with just a strike. This was shocking news to the people from the Black Crow Alliance. Suddenly, everyone in the Black Crow Alliance felt like they were in danger. In fact, many people thought they should stop taking advantage of the weak. Otherwise, they would definitely die if they met the black-robed man. Who the hell is he? Is he targeting the Black Crow Alliance? Does he want to make an enemy out of the Black Crow Alliance? One of the Black Crow Alliance members growled. Not only men from the Black Crow Alliance were killed by him. Those who bully or take advantage of the weak will be killed by him, another Black Crow Alliance member said. Based on his words, it seemed like he knew quite a bit about the black-robed man's modus operandi. What's he trying to do? Does he think he's a vigilante? How funny. Regardless, he has killed a lot of men from our Black Crow Alliance. He owes us an explanation. Owes us an explanation? Are you kidding me? Generally, people from the Black Crow Alliance wear uniforms that show we're from the Black Crow Alliance. Did it seem like the man gave a shit when he killed our men? In my opinion, the black-robed man is simply trying to provoke the Black Crow Alliance. If he doesn't die, it'll be hard for our alliance to remain standing in Sin City in the future. Similar remarks could be heard in the Black Crow Alliance's estate. A sudden loud bang came from the front yard of one of the mansions inside the Black Crow Alliance's estate. The sound was caused by Zhao Zan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, when he destroyed the stone table in his front yard. Not only did he destroy the stone table, but there was a hole where the stone table originally stood. There were dust and debris everywhere. Who gave him the courage to do this? He dares to kill so many of my men. Zhao Ixin said angrily as his eyes gleamed coldly. He looked like a poisonous snake at this moment. Since leader and the other two deputy leaders aren't around, I'll deal with you, black-robed vigilante. As soon as Zhao Zan finished speaking, he left his mansion like a gust of wind. The black-robed man was what people from the Black Crow Alliance called Duan Ling Tian since no one knew who he was. Little did they know, it was Duan Ling Tian who was hiding his identity. It's still too slow. I've killed so many people, but they all had low-grade innate spiritual roots. It's just like a drop of water in a bucket to improve my indigo innate spiritual root. There was a frown on Duan Ling Tian's face as he wandered around Sin City again. Hey, did you hear about it? Recently, a black-robed man has appeared in Sin City who seems to very righteous and filled with justice. Duan Ling Tian suddenly heard people speaking in front of him. Are you talking about that black-robed man who killed a lot of the Black Crow Alliance members for taking advantage of the weak? You say he's righteous, but why do I feel like it's a dog-eat-dog situation? Well, take makes sense as well. However, even if that's the case, I don't hate him. Because of him, the people from the Black Crow Alliance have toned down a little. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when he heard this since he had heard conversations similar to this before. There were people in Sin City who praised and criticized his actions. Some people thought he was like a vigilante, and there were also people who thought it was a dog-eat-dog situation, and he was a wicked man. Regardless of what people said, Duan Ling Tian only ignored them and continued to wander around Sin City, looking for those wicked men who took advantage of the weak. If one appeared, he would kill one. If two appeared, he would kill two. In other words, he was intentionally looking for trouble with these people to improve his innate spiritual root. A series of explosions rang in the air suddenly, catching Duan Ling Tian's attention. He looked over to the source of the commotion and saw two people fighting. Based on what he could see, it seemed like neither would give up until the other died. This fight had attracted many powerhouses' attention. Duan Ling Tian hid at the side so there were not many people who noticed him. Otherwise, there would definitely be a commotion since he was famous in Sin City now. His long and loose black robe had become his trademark. In Sin City, no matter where it was, a commotion would break out if a person in a long and loose black robe appeared, even if the person was not Duan Ling Tian. There are more and more people fighting death duels recently. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile bitterly when he saw those two people fighting in the distance. Recently, there were a lot of people who managed to stay alive even after losing their death duels due to Duan Ling Tian's intervention. For this reason, many people began to get into death duels since they felt Duan Ling Tian would protect them. Chapter 21 A Trap. Duan Ling Tian was surprised by the fact that he had unwittingly become a protector to those who participated in death duels in Sin City, but he knew it was out of his control. Although there was another death duel taking place in front of him, he only watched on emotionlessly. He had witnessed many death duels in Sin City, and so far, there seemed to be no foul play. His only concern was if there was going to be any foul play. The winner of the death duel was decided very quickly. The saber ray from one of the men's Saint Sabers swiftly killed his opponent. Naturally, the victor also sustained some minor injuries during the death duel. Previously, this person would have immediately fled the scene since he was afraid he would be taken advantage of in his weakened state. Others might rob and kill him on the spot. Instead, today, he began to tend to his wounds openly without moving from his spot and took a pill as though there was no one in his surroundings. The situation in Sin City seems to have improved greatly since the appearance of the black-robed man. If it was before, this man wouldn't have dared to linger on the scene to treat his wound after being injured in a battle. Many spectators shook their heads when they saw the victor's behavior after his victory. No one would have acted this way in the past. Although I am confident that I'm able to kill him and I'm tempted by his spatial ring and the spatial ring of the man he killed, I don't dare to take advantage of the situation when I think of the black-robed man. A sectless cultivator said with a laugh. Previously, similar to the members of the Black Crow Alliance, he loved to prey on such easy prey. However, since the appearance of the black-robed man, he was relieved he did not act that way recently. Otherwise, he might have been killed. Nowadays, even when he saw people who were weakened by fights, he did not dare to take advantage of them. Who knew if the black-robed man was watching? He did not want to tempt fate. He would not risk his life since if he lost, he would die. Many people said that the black-robed man is just taking advantage of the situation as well. I think that's not true. There are many death duels in Sin City recently and many people were severely injured after their fights, but the black-robed man did not prey on them. Doesn't this prove he's not a bad person? A sectless cultivator said in support of Duan Ling Tian. I agree. Many sectless cultivators nodded in assent. Just as the spectators were about to leave, a loud explosion rang in the air. A vast and powerful energy suddenly appeared and shrouded the man who was tending to his wounds. It killed him instantly. The man was blown into pieces. There was nothing left of him except for his spatial rings. He died. The spectators exclaimed in shock. A Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Many sectless cultivators knew it was the work of a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. It would have been impossible for anyone else to launch that kind of attack. This turn of events startled Duan Ling Tian, who was about to leave as well. He turned around and looked up at the sky. He saw a figure hovering in the air. A member of the Black Crow Alliance. Duan Ling Tian said as he raised an eyebrow. He saw the other person was wearing the uniform of the Black Crow Alliance member. He had killed so many people from the Black Crow Alliance that he was familiar with their uniforms. A Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. How interesting. Previously, the strongest member of the Black Crow Alliance whom Duan Ling Tian had killed was only a cultivator at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. He had yet to encounter a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, all the innate spiritual roots he had devoured were ordinary ones. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, excited now that a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage from the Black Crow Alliance had appeared. This person's innate spiritual root had to be quite good for him to be at the Saint Celestial stage compared to the others. He's from the Black Crow Alliance. Isn't he afraid of being killed by the black-robed man? Several sectless cultivators who were prepared to leave stopped immediately. They had identified the man's identity based on his uniform just like Duan-Ling-Tian did. Didn't you see his strength when he attacked? He's a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He might not be afraid of the black-robed man. True, although the black-robed man is strong, up until now, the strongest person he killed was only at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage cultivator. The black-robed man might not be strong enough to kill this Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. This Black Crow Alliance member doesn't seem to be in a hurry to leave after killing and looting from the dead man. It's obvious he's not afraid of the black-robed man. Do you think the black-robed man will appear? Under the watchful gaze of the sectless cultivators, the Black Crow Alliance member collected the spatial rings of the person he killed before he descended from the sky. It seemed like he had no plans of leaving after collecting the spatial rings since he was just standing there looking around as though he was searching for something or someone. What's he looking for? Could it be that he's waiting for the black-robed man? It seems like the Black Crow Alliance has finally decided to retaliate. This Saint Celestial stage powerhouse from the Black Crow Alliance has come to defeat the black-robed man and avenge the members he had killed. Many sectless cultivators figured out the intention of the powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage from the Black Crow Alliance when they saw him lingering on the scene. If he did not plan to defeat the black-robed man, was there a need for him to wait for those two men to finish with their death duel before he attacked the victor? Since he was at the Saint Celestial stage, he could have easily dealt with those two men who were only at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage even if they were at the peak of their strength. There was no reason for the man from the Black Crow Alliance to wait for them to finish their death duel before killing the victor. It was not difficult for the people to figure this out. Do you think the black-robed man will appear if he hears about what happened? Many sectless cultivators were curious. I'm guessing the black-robed man won't come. It's obvious this man from the Black Crow Alliance came prepared. Disregarding his strength at the Saint Celestial stage, there might be other members of the Black Crow Alliance lying in wait. I definitely won't come if I'm the black-robed man. It's obvious that this is a trap. Most sectless cultivators had a good impression of the black-robed man. They all sincerely hoped Duan-Ling-Tian would not show up. Hidden in the dark, Duan-Ling-Tian asked Elder Huo, "Is it a trap?" He asked Elder Huo to check the surroundings to see if there were people hiding, and if there were, what were their cultivation bases like. It was better to be safe than sorry. Duan-Ling-Tian was aware of the risk of being careless. Meanwhile, many sectless cultivators began to leave when they thought Duan-Ling-Tian would not appear. On the other hand, those who had just received the news instantly rushed here, hoping to watch a show. As the crowd gathered, there were some people who managed to identify the man from the Black Crow Alliance. Some of them said in shock, "Isn't he that Zhao Zan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance?" Zhao Zan. A commotion broke out immediately. The way the spectators looked at the man from the Black Crow Alliance changed completely. Earlier, they thought the Black Crow Alliance member in front of them was just a regular Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. However, as it turned out, that man was Zhao Zan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Apart from being the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Zhao Zan was also extremely powerful. He was considered an elite among those at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Zhao Zan, the deputy leader of Black Crow Alliance, personally made an appearance. It's obvious he's here for the black-robed man. However, I'm sure the black-robed man won't appear now that Zhao Zan is here. It seems there's nothing interesting to watch today. The group of sectless cultivators was very certain that Duan-Ling-Tian would not come after they got over their shock of the appearance of Zhao Zan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Zhao Zan. A cold voice suddenly rang out. It seemed to magically drown out all the noises in the surroundings even though the voice was not loud. Following that, a figure clad entirely in black appeared before everyone's eyes. No one knew who was under the loose-fitting black robe with a hood. However, one thing was certain, it was definitely a man. The black-robed man. The crowd went wild when the black-robed man appeared. All the sectless cultivators were shocked, and they had an expression of disbelief on their faces. I didn't expect him to come. Isn't he worried about Zhao Zan killing him? Doesn't he know that Zhao Zan is one of the elites among The powerhouse is at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Zhao Zhan is ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He's signing his own death warrant. The group of sectless cultivators shook their heads and looked at the black-robed man with a hint of pity in their eyes. Many sectless cultivators even advised Duan Lingtian to leave while he still had a chance. "Are you the one who has been killing my men?" Zhao Zhan asked. He looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Chapter 2122 The Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Universe Ruler. Zhao Zhan asked to confirm the black-robed man's identity. After all, there were some people in Sin City who had begun to imitate the black-robed man. He was not certain if this black-robed man was the same person who killed members of the Black Crow Alliance. Naturally, even if this person was not the original black-robed man, he did not intend to let him go as well. Duan Lingtian felt that Zhao Zhan's name sounded familiar. After giving it some thought, he realized this person was the brother of the person whom he had killed. Is this Zhao Tu's brother? Duan Lingtian remembered that before he killed Zhao Tu, he had said his brother was Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, to protect himself. However, it was unfortunate that Duan Lingtian did not care. Naturally, Zhao Zhan did not expect that the black-robed man standing before him did not only kill many of his men from the Black Crow Alliance, but he was the person who killed his brother, Zhao Tu. Since Zhao Zhan did not know, Duan Lingtian did not plan to tell him either. So what if I killed all of them? They're just trash that like to take advantage of the weak. Duan Lingtian answered indifferently. He looked calm and at ease. It was as though he thought nothing of killing those men from the Black Crow Alliance. Indeed, that was how Duan Lingtian felt. He had seen many members of the Black Crow Alliance in Sin City, but he did not kill all of them. Those whom he had killed were those who had bad intentions. He felt no remorse for killing those people. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Those sectless cultivators who were initially gossiping among themselves kept quiet immediately. All of them looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be so domineering. He was so arrogant even when faced with Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, who was ranked 566th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Was he not afraid of death? Since he dares to act so boldly in front of Zhao Zhan, could it be that he's stronger than Zhao Zhan? A sectless cultivator suddenly said, breaking the silence. His words instantly caused an uproar among the spectators. Now that you've said it, it seems possible. That's true. How do we know Zhao Zhan is stronger? Perhaps, the black-robed man is even stronger than Zhao Zhan. He managed to kill everyone with just a strike so far. Yeah, even if the strongest person the black-robed man had killed was only at the peak of the even quintessential saint stage, his cultivation base could very well be at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. When the group of sectless cultivators started talking again, it seemed like they had changed their opinion. Zhao Zhan's expression changed drastically when he heard the discussions in his surroundings. When he heard their words, he was instantly reminded that there was an issue. The spectators were right, he did not know the true strength of the black-robed man. Since the black-robed man dared to show up even after knowing he was the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, there were only two possibilities for that. First, the black-robed man was weaker than him but had appeared to call his bluff. Second, the black-robed was stronger than him and was not afraid of him. So what if I killed all of them? They're all trash who like to take advantage of the weak. Duan Lingtian's arrogant words kept echoing in Zhao Zhan's mind. It caused him to believe that the black-robed man was stronger than him. You've killed so many men from the Black Crow Alliance's men. Our leader won't let you go. Just wait and see, Zhao Zhan said shamelessly in a low voice after taking a deep breath. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around in preparation to leave. He had made up his mind. It was better to leave even if it was humiliating. If the black-robed man was really stronger than him, then he was as good as dead. In the Black Crow Alliance, the leader was the strongest. In Zhao Zhan's opinion, it would not be too late to deal with this matter when the leader of the Black Crow Alliance returned. It would be safer this way. He decided not to take the risk. However, could Zhao Zhan leave just because he decided to leave? Duan Lingtian, who was covered in his black robe, moved in that instant. It was as though he was a ghost, as it seemed like he appeared out of thin air in front of Zhao Zhan, blocking Zhao Zhan's way before he could leave. Zhao Zhan's expression changed drastically when he saw the black-robed man blocking his way. Meanwhile, the spectators began to regain their senses as well. They all remembered Zhao Zhan's words. You've killed so many men from the Black Crow Alliance. Our leader won't let you go. Just wait and see." Based on Zhao Zan's words, it was obvious he was afraid of the black-robed man and was trying to escape. The spectators all turned to look at Zhao Zan disdainfully. At the same time, some of them could not help but mock Zhao Zan. Zhao Zan's scared. If he's scared, why did he come today? He probably didn't expect the black-robed man to be stronger than him. Since the black-robed man appeared even after knowing Zhao Zan's the deputy leader of Black Crow Alliance, Zhao Zan probably feels the black-robed man is stronger than him. That's what I think as well. Isn't it humiliating? It's not just humiliating for him, but for the Black Crow Alliance as well. Humiliating. It's better to be humiliated than to lose one's life. Initially, only a few people mocked Zhao Zan. As time passed, more and more people began to join in and make fun of him. This was because people from the Black Crow Alliance were known for taking advantage of the weak, so their reputation was not good in Sin City. However, most people did not dare to speak out due to the Black Crow Alliance's strength. Now that they were presented with a chance to mock Zhao Zan, they would definitely not let go of this chance. As the saying went, one should know when to seize an opportunity. Therefore, all of them seized this chance and mocked Zhao Zan mercilessly. When Zhao Zan heard the people's words, his face paled before it turned purple. Currently, Zhao Zan was backed into a corner. He looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was blocking his way, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you really want to fight?" When he spoke, killing intent surged out of his body and swept toward Duan Ling Tian. He was trying to test Duan Ling Tian. After all, there was a possibility that Duan Ling Tian was just putting on a front and calling his bluff. Zhao Zan might be able to glean something by the way Duan Ling Tian reacts when faced with the killing intent. If Duan Ling Tian was really just calling his bluff, he could kill Duan Ling Tian and redeem his and Black Crow Alliance's reputation. However, Zhao Zan's expression quickly changed again. This was because he discovered the black-robed man was unaffected by the killing intent. The black-robed man did not move at all. His expression could not be seen since it was hidden by the hood. As the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, why would you ask such a stupid question? Duan Ling Tian said after a while. The spectators were initially shocked by the words. They began to laugh when they regained their senses. Run. This was the only thought left in Zhao Zan's mind when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. It was obvious Duan Ling Tian was confident he could defeat him. His expression changed as he turned and prepared to run at the speed of light. However, it seemed as though Duan Ling Tian could read Zhao Zan's mind since he blocked Zhao Zan's way again. Zhao Zan failed to escape again. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and a ruler appeared in his hand. The ruler looked simple and crudely made. Universe teleportation. This ruler was a celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, that was on the 4th floor of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. As for the universe teleportation, it was a unique divine ability from the universe ruler. As soon as Duan Ling Tian brought the universe ruler out, he immediately merged his sun's saint energy that was comparable to the saint origin of a saint celestial stage powerhouse into the universe ruler and cast the universe teleportation. At this moment, before Zhao Zan and the others could react, there was a flash before their eyes and a mysterious force swept toward them. Zhao Zan and the others did not expect this. Elementary devouring tactic. Whirlpools began to appear around Duan Ling Tian's body, devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings like a starving beast. Zhao Zan and the group spectators were distracted by the universe teleportation, so they did not notice Duan Ling Tian had cast the elementary devouring tactic and the lack of heaven and earth spirit energy in their surroundings. Duan Ling Tian's sun saint energy was raised to its limit in just a short time. It was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse who had just broken through to the 3rd form of the saint celestial stage. At this moment, Zhao Zan came back to his senses. As soon as he made a move, Duan Ling Tian reached Zhao Zan's side in a blink of an eye, causing Zhao Zan's expression to change drastically again. The sound of a blade's cry could be heard in the air. It was the sound of Duan Ling Tian, who had poured his enhanced sun saint energy into the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, and using it like a saber to hack at Zhao Zan. He did not use any martial tactics or any other divine abilities. He merely used the profundity from the sovereign heart sword with the universe ruler that had been infused with sun saint energy to attack Zhao Zan. Chapter 21-23 Going all out. There were many types of celestial supreme treasures. For example, the Jasper celestial sword on the 2nd floor of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was an offensive type celestial supreme treasure. On the other hand, the astonishing god halberd on the third floor of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was an offensive and defensive type of celestial supreme treasure. The universe ruler on the fourth floor of Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was an assist-type celestial supreme treasure that could be used to confuse one's opponent with its unique divine ability, the universal teleportation. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he possessed only the barest of strength to use the universe ruler. For this reason, when he cast the universal teleportation, the effect was very weak. Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, regained his senses after being stunned for a moment. Then, he easily broke out of the constraint of the divine ability, the universal teleportation, that Duan Ling Tian had cast using the universe ruler. Even so, the divine ability had affected Zhao Zhan. Oh, no, when Zhao Zhan regained his senses, he discovered Duan Ling Tian was already next to him. Moreover, a swift and piercing aura was heading toward him as well. He felt so threatened by the aura that he instantly cast all the defensive techniques he had in his arsenal in a rush. Although the universe ruler Duan Ling Tian had used was only an assist-type celestial supreme treasure, it was still a celestial supreme treasure after all. The saint weapons in mundane realms could hardly compare to it. As the universe ruler in Duan Ling Tian's hand slashed toward Zhao Zhan, the air seemed to still. All of the defensive techniques Zhao Zhan had cast seemed to have no effect at all when faced with the universe ruler. A crisp sound rang in the air as Zhao Zhan was decapitated. His head, separated from his body, flew in the sky from the impact. Blood splattered everywhere, creating a dazzling sight. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The sectless cultivators who managed to break out of the constraint of the universal teleportation regained their senses just in time to see Duan Ling Tian decapitating Zhao Zhan with the universe ruler. Moreover, it seemed as though decapitating Zhao Zhan was as easy as cutting tofu. The sectless cultivators gasped in unison as they looked at Zhao Zhan, who had been decapitated, with a look of incredulity in their eyes. They were not shocked by the bloody scene before them, but they were terrified by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, was ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking after all. However, he was like an ant before Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had killed him without much effort in less than a minute. How terrifying! The black-robed man's strength is too terrifying. No matter what, Zhao Zhan was a powerhouse who was ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, he could not even endure a blow from the black-robed man. Moreover, the black-robed man killed Zhao Zhan with just an ordinary ruler that doesn't even seem to be a saint weapon. It does seem like an ordinary ruler. Even after he infused his saint origin into it, I didn't see the ruler emanating any energy. The universe ruler that Duan Ling Tian used was an assist-type celestial supreme treasure after all. It was only natural that its attack was not as aggressive nor as showy as the Jasper celestial sword. For this reason, it seemed unassuming and ordinary, causing many people to think it was just an ordinary ruler. This was all part of Duan Ling Tian's plan. It would have been faster and easier to kill Zhao Zhan with the Jasper celestial sword. However, he had chosen to use the universe ruler so it would not reveal his identity as Duan Ling Tian. Recently, most people had been talking about the black-robed man and his identity. Duan Ling Tian had become and less talked about. This was also because most people thought Duan Ling Tian had left. If people in Sin City knew Duan Ling Tian and the black-robed man were the same person, it would certainly cause an uproar in Sin City. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not want his identity to be revealed. He planned to continue hiding his identity under the guise of the black-robed man and improve his innate spiritual talent roots so he could achieve his goal as soon as possible. The most important thing to him at the moment was to devour as many innate spiritual roots from wicked men to improve his innate spiritual root. Since Duan Ling Tian killed Zhao Zhan, he, naturally, did not forget to ask Elder Huo for help to devour Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint energy was currently equivalent to the saint origin of a saint celestial stage powerhouse. In fact, nobody would be able to guess that his Sun Saint energy was not saint origin. After all, his cultivation base was only at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. His cultivation base was still not at the saint celestial stage, so he still could not detect others' innate spiritual roots. For this reason, he needed Elder Huo's help. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had gotten quite skilled at devouring innate spiritual roots. Before all of the sectless cultivators standing around him completely regained their senses, he had already devoured Zhao Zhan's innate spiritual root. Zhao Zan's innate spiritual root is pretty good. It's probably the best among all the innate spiritual roots I devoured recently. Just his innate spiritual alone is equivalent to all the innate spiritual roots I devoured recently, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after he devoured Zhao Zan's innate spiritual root. After that, Duan Ling Tian nonchalantly walked away under the watchful eyes of the others. People could only look at his disappearing back as Duan Ling Tian walked away. Due to the loose and hooded long black robe that Duan Ling Tian wore, no one could tell if he was male or female, let alone being able to tell he was Duan Ling Tian, who was rumored to possess 2 super saint weapons. Duan Ling Tian had hidden himself very well. If he did not speak, no one would be able to tell he was a man. It seems like Zhao Zan was the only from the Black Crow Alliance who came. One of the sectless cultivators said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's disappearing back. Many people agreed with his words. I heard the leader of the Black Crow Alliance has left Sin City recently. Even if Zhao Zan didn't come alone today, do you think the others from the Black Crow Alliance would dare to stand out under the circumstances? That's true. Everyone knows the strongest person in the Black Crow Alliance is the leader. Following that, Zhao Zan was the strongest person. Someone who killed Zhao Zan so easily is not someone the men from Black Crow Alliance can deal with. In my opinion, even the leader of the Black Crow Alliance is not a match for the black-robed man. The sectless cultivators discussed among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian's departing figure. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who knew there was no one from the Black Crow Alliance who had come. Zhao Zan did not bring along any help. Elder Huo had informed him of this. This way why he had revealed himself. Currently, he valued his life even more so than he did in the past. At this moment, apart from rescuing Ka and their daughter from the fire worship sect, he wanted to improve his strength as quickly as possible so he could return to the lower province and reunite with his family and friends. At present time, he knew nothing about what was happening in the lower province. For this reason, he could not help but worry when he thought about his family and friends in the lower province. When word about the black-robed man had killed Zhao Zan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, spread, it, naturally, caused an uproar in Sin City. Since Duan Ling Tian had concealed himself well, no one made the connection that he was the black-robed man. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian had asked for help from Elder Huo to figure out a way to devour innate spiritual roots without using the Jasper celestial swords and his other techniques that could expose his identity. Eventually, Elder Huo asked him to use the Universe Ruler on the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. The Universe Ruler had the divine ability, the universal teleportation. Although Duan Ling Tian still could not use the Universe Ruler to its full potential with his current strength, it was still effective when used against opponents who had let down their guards. Duan Ling Tian relied on the universal teleportation to conceal his Sun Saint energy. When his Sun Saint energy was enhanced by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, he did have to worry about people recognizing him since the universal teleportation helped him conceal the elementary devouring tactic. This way, his identity would not be exposed. Duan Ling Tian really had gone all out to play the character of a vigilante, the black-robed man. With my current strength, there's no risk of people finding out who I am unless it's those elites at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage are stronger. Duan Ling Tian was extremely confident about this. Duan Ling Tian continued to focus on improving his innate spiritual root in Sin City. Meanwhile, as time passed, news of Duan Ling Tian being the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, him killing Xie Zong, the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas in Black Kshetra sect, and him possessing 2 super saint weapons finally arrived in the fire worship sect. For a time, the entire fire worship sect was in an uproar. My goodness, senior brother Duan Ling Tian is actually the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. He's the lucky guy that possesses the super saint weapon, the devil-seal tablet. Amazing. I didn't expect senior brother Duan Ling Tian to be that Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is amazing. He actually killed the son of the Golden Lion King from Black Kshetra sect and regained the super saint weapon, the devil-seal tablet. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian actually owns another super saint weapon, the traceless sword. Chapter 21-24 Treasure Vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian, who was ranked at the 41st on the Supreme Saint ranking, was Duan Ling Tian, the genius from the Fire Worship sect. For most people in the Fire Worship sect, they were proud that the sect had such a talented disciple who shot to fame in the Fire Worship sect. Duan Ling Tian was the pride of the fire worship sect. However, they were still shocked by the news they heard. Duan Ling Tian, the genius from the fire worship sect, was Duan Ling Tian from the lower province who owned the super saint weapon, the devil-seal tablet. Apart from that, he had killed Elder Xie Zong from the Black Kshetra sect who had snatched the devil-seal tablet from him back then. Rumor had it that he killed Xie Zong with another super saint weapon, the traceless sword. From that, everyone now knew that Duan Ling Tian owned 2 of the 10 great super saint weapons. Currently, senior brother Duan Ling Tian has become everyone's target in the upper province. I wonder if he'll still return to the fire worship sect. Return to the fire worship sect? That's just wishful thinking. Do you really think it's possible? If you're senior brother Duan Ling Tian and you possess 2 super saint weapons, will you return to the sect? If I were him, I definitely won't return to the fire worship sect. It might be dangerous outside. However, the fire worship sect isn't safe either. People from outside covet the super saint weapon, it's just the same for people in the fire worship sect. He's just deliberately putting himself in danger if he returns to the sect. It would be difficult for him to hold on to the 2 super saint weapons. He might be a target outside, but people won't openly make a move on him. It'll make it slightly easier for him to keep the super saint weapons to himself. Initially, the fire worship sect was rife with discussion about the devil's clans from the land exile. However, currently, it had shifted to the genius of the fire worship sect, Duan Ling Tian. It was only natural since it pertained to 2 of the 10 great super saint weapons. It caused a huge commotion in the fire worship sect, the Azure Dragon Sanctum. In the residence of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. He's Duan Ling Tian from lower province who owned the super saint weapon devil-seal tablet back then. The eyes of Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, widened in shock. He did not expect the fire worship sect's genius, Duan Ling Tian, was the same lucky fellow from the lower province who possessed the devil-seal tablet back then. Duan Ling Tian has 2 super saint weapons. Bu Yu Hong turned green with envy when he heard Lu Tai's words. He was already filled with jealousy when he found out that Duan Ling Tian possessed the traceless sword, one of the 10 great super saint weapons. Now that he found out that Duan Ling Tian possessed another super saint weapon, the devil-seal tablet, he felt as though he was going to go crazy and he felt like dying. He felt even more so when he remembered he could no longer improve his cultivation. Master, I didn't think Duan Ling Tian would expose the fact that he has the super saint weapon, the traceless sword. In this case, you've wasted your effort in dropping the charges against him. We've let him off too easily. When Bu Yu Hong thought about how his master had dropped the charges against Duan Ling Tian, he felt hopeless. It was as though there was no longer anything left for him to live for. When his master went to the enforcement hall back then to drop the charges against Duan Ling Tian for destroying his innate spiritual root, it was because they were worried Duan Ling Tian would die in the enforcement hall, causing them to lose the chance of obtaining the super saint weapon, the traceless sword. Now that news about Duan Ling Tian possessing the super saint weapon, the traceless sword, had been exposed along with the news that he also possessed another super saint weapon, the devil-seal tablet, it would be more difficult for Bu Yu Hong's master to obtain the traceless sword. Was this not letting Duan Ling Tian off the hook too easily, especially now that they had dropped the charges against him? It was beyond everyone's expectations that Duan Ling Tian would reveal that he has the super saint weapon, the traceless sword. Upon hearing Bu Yu Hong's words, Lu Tai's expression turned grim. Nevertheless, judging from the current situation, it doesn't make a difference whether we drop the charges or not. Do you honestly think he would still return to the fire worship sect now that the matter has escalated to this stage? He must know that if he returns to the sect, the 2 super saint weapons would definitely be taken away. That's why I'm sure he won't return to the fire worship sect. Lu Tai seemed extremely certain about this. When Bu Yu Hong heard Lu Tai's words, he fell silent. He agreed with his master's words. In the fire worship sect Saint Land. In the enforcement hall, Father Dong Lin went to look for his father, Dong Yuan Jin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, immediately when he found out about Duan Ling Tian's identity and the fact that he possessed 2 super saint weapons. Did you come because of Duan Ling Tian? Dong Yuan Jin asked when he saw Dong Lin had come to see him. You've already heard the news, father. Dong Ling nodded. Dong Yuan Jin nodded. There was a vicious gleam in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, it didn't cross my mind that he was the person who owned the devil tablet back then. Moreover, he managed to snatch it back from the son of the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect. That's not all, he even possesses another super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. No wonder he was able to kill Yang Wen, overpower Wen Yan, and defeat Bu Hong. It must be because of the Traceless Sword. Dong Yuan Jin was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall after all. When he heard about Duan Ling Tian possessing the super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword, he came to this conclusion. That must be it. Dong Lin nodded. The others thought it's because he has mastered a powerful sword technique. They were unaware that his strikes were only powerful because of the super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. When he spoke about the Traceless Sword, it was obvious from his expression that he felt jealous. In Fire Worship Sect, apart from Lu Tai and his disciple, and the Dong father and son, news about Duan Ling Tian possessing two super saint weapons shocked the others as well. Among these people, even the great guardians of the Fire Worship Sect whose status was only beneath the sect leader was shocked as well. I didn't expect that little fellow is so lucky that he managed to get his hands on two super saint weapons. Qing Huo, one of the three great guardians of Fire Worship Sect and Gan Ruyan's master, could not help but sigh when he heard the news. Although his heart was as calm as still water, there was still a hint of desire in his eyes. He might be a guardian of the Fire Worship Sect, but he did not even possess a super saint weapon. For this reason, he was also slightly affected when he found out that Duan Ling Tian possessed two super saint weapons, in the central region. Sin City. Duan Ling Tian was already mentally prepared for news of him possessing two super saint weapons to reach the Fire Worship Sect. In fact, he had already decided not to return to the sect for now until he was strong enough. With Kei and their daughter's safety in mind, Duan Ling Tian focused on improving his innate spiritual root. As long as he improved his innate spiritual root, his martial Dao innate talent would improve as well. His cultivation speed would become faster and he would become stronger quickly. For this reason, while Duan Ling Tian was in Sin City, apart from diligently cultivating, he was also constantly looking for chances to improve his innate spiritual root. Half a year had gone by in just a blink of an eye. Naturally, half a year had gone by in the outside world, not on the fourth floor of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. A treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian had just come out from his closed-door cultivation and left the inn when he saw a group of sectless cultivators from Sin City flying to the north. From their conversation, he learned that there was a treasure vault that was suspected to be from a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the north of Sin City. It was obvious this group of sectless cultivators was making their way there. How lucky! I chanced upon such a good thing as soon as I came out from my closed-door cultivation. Duan Ling Tian's heart began to pound quickly and he found it hard to stay calm when he heard about this. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian rose into the air and hid behind the clouds as he made his way north. Let's follow them and have a look. Most of the sectless cultivators were flying below the clouds, so Duan Ling Tian decided to fly above the clouds to avoid attention. After all, anyone would be able to identify him as the black-robed man with his current clothes. Even if the sectless cultivators would not be able to know for certain if he was the real deal, it would not stop them from talking about him and looking at him as though he was an animal in a zoo. Duan Ling Tian did not like that feeling, so he avoided situations like that as much as he could. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard three distinct sounds of wind whistling closing in on him. There are other people traveling above the clouds as well. After a few moments, the sound of wind whistling was getting closer and closer to him. The black-robed man. At this moment, a honeyed voice sounded from behind Duan Ling Tian. During the last 6 months, the black-robed man has become really famous in Sin City. It's only natural that there are a lot of imposters. I wonder if this person is a fake or not. If young master is curious, your humble servant is willing to find out for you. A sharp voice said in response. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately as he turned to look at the people behind him warily. Duan Ling Tian instantly saw 3 figures behind him. The person in the lead was a wickedly handsome young man. The young man had a pale countenance and his body looked weak. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell he was a good-for-nothing rich kid who overindulged in sex and alcohol. Chapter 21-25 Duan Ling Tian, Saint Celestial Stage. Standing behind the good-for-nothing rich kid was a middle-aged man and an old man. The middle-aged man wore a long light green robe. He had a medium build and an average appearance. He looked like an ordinary person with just a glance. On the other hand, the old man was dressed in a long red robe. He was burly but his head was small, making him look a little strange. The man who had spoken up after the young man had spoken was exactly this old man. Currently, the red-clad old man was glaring at Duan Ling Tian with his small eyes as a cold aura radiated off his body. It seemed as though he would attack Duan Ling Tian as soon as his young master gave him an order to check if Duan Ling Tian was the genuine black-robed man. Since Elder Shi has volunteered, then, please go ahead, the good-for-nothing rich kid said indifferently as he narrowed his eyes when he heard the old man's words and saw the black-robed man had turned around to look at them. As soon as the good-for-nothing rich kid finished speaking, the middle-aged man standing behind him who originally had a calm expression on his face furrowed his brows immediately. On the other hand, the red-clad old man who had been eagerly waiting for an order from his young master charged toward Duan Ling Tian without any hesitation. Yes, young master. The red-clad old man's speed was terrifyingly fast. When he flew forward, he unleashed all his strength. The aura he emitted was suffocating. Third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he sensed the red-clad old man's aura. In just a blink of an eye, the red-clad old man arrived near Duan Ling Tian. It doesn't matter if you're the real black-robed man or not. You're destined to die in my, Shikun, hand. The old man called Shikun cried out as he waved his arms around. It seemed as though it had transformed into a pair of wind-fire wheels. The sound of fire sizzling in the air could be heard, accompanied by a piercing aura. Inverse double fire wheels. The red-clad old man cried out again as his arms that were spinning suddenly trembled. Wang! Wang! The wind-fire wheels seemed to transform into Saint Origin that was laced with fire as it shot toward Duan Ling Tian. The aura of the wind-fire wheels felt as though it was an Asura saber that had taken many lives. The aura felt filthy and tainted with blood. It was obvious Shikun did not hold back and unleashed his most powerful attack. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately. He had not met Shikun prior to this. However, not only did Shikun took the initiative to attack him, but he had even used his strongest attack. It was obvious Shikun intended to kill him. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. He knew it would not be easy to deal with Shikun. Based on Shikun's aura when he unleashed his attack, Duan Ling Tian could tell he had killed a lot of people. Otherwise, the aura would not feel so bloody. His move that combines both martial tactics and divine ability is pretty good. Duan Ling Tian praised silently when he saw Shikun's attack. Duan Ling Tian's current strength was no longer what it was 6 months ago. He had gained much knowledge during this time. Although the red-clad old man's attack was strong, Duan Ling Tian did not fear it. What a powerful attack! Duan Ling Tian continued thinking to himself as he stood unmoving in the air. Without knowing when, a seemingly simple and crude ruler appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It looked like those ordinary rulers that teachers used to discipline students during ancient times in Duan Ling Tian's past life. As soon as the ruler appeared, the Sun Saint Origin that was simmering just below Duan Ling Tian's skin entered the ruler, causing it to shake. Following that, a wave of swift and piercing aura surged out, hitting Shikun who was standing close to Duan Ling Tian. Shikun could clearly feel how terrifying the aura that the ruler in Duan Ling Tian's hand emitted. It sent chills running up his spine. His weapon was a ruler. Moreover, his aura is really terrifying. At this moment, Shikun was convinced the black-robed man standing before him was not a fake. Reverse universe. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, unaware of Shikun's thoughts. He began to move the universe ruler in his hand. As Duan Ling Tian made his move, the space Duan Ling Tian and Shikun occupied began to ripple and shake. The good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man were completely absorbed in watching the scene unfolding before their eyes. Could he really be the black-robed man? When the good-for-nothing rich kid noticed the ruler in Duan Ling Tian's hands, he still had his doubts. However, when he saw Duan Ling Tian's moves, he recalled the rumor he heard 6 months ago. When the black-robed man killed Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, he had also used a seemingly normal ruler. Naturally, the ruler could be fake. However, the aura from the black-robed man's attack could not be faked. The good-for-nothing rich kid was still stunned when the sound of a sword's cry could be heard, accompanied by a shriek. As the space that Duan Ling Tian and the red-clad old man began to stop rippling, the good-for-nothing rich kid's eyes widened when he saw the scene before his eyes. His face that was originally pale turned even paler. One could see the good-for-nothing rich kid was trembling violently. Moreover, those who stood close to him would be able to smell the stench of urine. The good-for-nothing rich kid was so frightened that he peed in his pants. What did he see that frightened him so much? In the distance, Duan Ling Tian stood unmoving with a calm expression on his face. At some point, he had already put away the universal ruler. Near Duan Ling Tian, Shi Kun, who was behaving arrogantly not long ago, was cut into two. All this happened in just a span of a few breaths. Duan Ling Tian managed to kill Shi Kun, whose cultivation base was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, in just the span of a few breaths. The middle-aged man standing behind the good-for-nothing rich kid took a moment to regain his senses before he gasped. At this moment, he smelled the stench of urine and his expression changed to one of distaste. He discovered that his young master had been so frightened that he had peed his pants. Whether it was the good-for-nothing rich kid or the middle-aged man, they were both shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. After all, he managed to kill Shi Kun, who was ranked at the 313th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, in just the span of a few breaths. Based on that, his strength should be at the peak of the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if he had yet to break through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The stronger powerhouses at the peak of the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land could be ranked in the top 200s on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, there was something the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man were unaware of. It only took Duan Ling Tian 1 to 2 breaths time to kill the red-clad old man. The remaining time was spent on devouring the red-clad old man's innate spiritual root. Previously, Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint energy was already equivalent to Sun Saint origin. However, during these 6 months, due to his diligence in cultivating and his talent, he had successfully broken through to the Saint Celestial stage. After Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, his soul underwent a transformation and granted him the ability to explore and detect other people's innate spiritual roots. For this reason, it was more efficient for him to devour innate spiritual roots now. It would only take him 1 or 2 breaths to devour an innate spiritual root. Both of you. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man, snapping them out of their daze, as he asked them indifferently, "Do both of you want to give it another go? Do both of you want to give it another go?" Duan Ling Tian was undoubtedly acting very arrogantly. It caused the good-for-nothing rich kid to seethe with anger inside. However, when he recalled Duan Ling Tian's strength, he only remained silent regardless of how angry he was. "Sir Black-robed." At the same time, the middle-aged man standing behind the good-for-nothing rich kid stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Duan Ling Tian. He said, "I apologize for my young master's brashness earlier. Since you've killed the person who had offended you, I hope you'll be generous enough to forgive my young master." It was obvious that the middle-aged man's words were sincere. The good-for-nothing rich kid did not expect the middle-aged man would apologize. His expression changed immediately. He opened his mouth as though he was about to say something when he suddenly stopped. This was because the middle-aged man had quickly transmitted a message to the good-for-nothing rich kid. "Young master, I know you're upset. However, this is not the time to reveal your identity. If you do, the black-robed man will definitely kill us to avoid trouble in the future. I'm stronger than Shi Kun, but not by much. I'm far from being a match for the black-robed man." Chapter 21-26. A powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although the good-for-nothing rich kid was seething in anger inside even after he heard the middle-aged man's voice transmission, he did not dare to act recklessly. After all, as the saying went, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. The good-for-nothing rich kid knew this very well. Although he had an extraordinary background, he had no one by his side at the moment who could deal with the black-robed man after all. It was better for him to stay silent for now. "I'll let you be arrogant for now. In the future, if you're still in Sin City, I'll definitely make sure that you'll die." The good-for-nothing rich kid thought to himself as he lowered his head. His eyes were burning with anger. The middle-aged man looked at the black-robed man and continued transmitting his voice. Based on the direction the black-robed man was heading earlier, he's probably making his way to the treasure vault that's said to have been left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The leader and the deputy leaders should be there by now. When we meet them, you can ask the leader to kill the black-robed man. The good-for-nothing rich kid's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Yes. Why did he not think of that? Based on the direction the black-robed man was headed, he was obviously going toward the treasure vault that was left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Once he arrived at his destination, the good-for-nothing rich kid could ask his father to kill the black-robed man to avenge him and Shikun. There was no need for him to wait until he returned to Sin City. When the good-for-nothing rich kid thought of this, he no longer felt upset. Instead, his eyes were gleaming cold-killing intent. Duan Ling Tian only scoffed when he saw the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man had backed down. He no longer looked for trouble with them. He turned around and prepared to leave. Duan Ling Tian had his own principles after all. Since the good-for-nothing rich kid and the other man had backed down, naturally, he would not attack them like he did the red-clad old man. After all, these two men did not attack him at all. It seemed like they did not intend to kill him, so it could be considered that they did not cross his bottom line. As Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, a voice sounded from the distance. If you leave just like that, I don't think you'll be able to live to enter treasure vault that the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage left behind, let alone getting your hands on the treasure inside. The person who had spoken was a young man who came from the direction of Sin City. The young man was dressed in a white robe. He was handsome and had an otherworldly appearance. The aura he radiated was noble. With his feathered fan and silk kerchief, he looked like a scholar. An old man stood behind him. The old man was tall and had a strong build. He followed behind the scholar-looking man like a shadow, clearly guarding him. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian turned around to look at the young man who was dressed like a scholar and asked with a slight frown, "Why do you say that?" At the same time, the young man who was dressed like a scholar had appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. He stopped and deliberately glanced at the good-for-nothing rich kid before he said with a smile, "I'm afraid you're unaware of young Master U's identity." As soon as the young man who was dressed like a scholar finished speaking, the good-for-nothing rich kid's expression changed dramatically. He glared at the young man who was dressed like a scholar and said, "Dong Guoji, what do you think you're doing?" The middle-aged man standing behind the good-for-nothing young kid said, "Young Master Dong Guo, please watch your words." His expression had turned grim. If Dong Guoji revealed his young master's identity to the black-robed man, it was uncertain if he and his young master would be able to get out of here alive. Unfortunately, Dong Guoji completely ignored the good-for-nothing rich kid and the middle-aged man who were glaring at him. He opened his mouth and revealed the two men's identities. One of these two men is the young leader of Sin City's 7-Kill Alliance. His name is Qing. As for the other, he's an elder from the 7-Kill Alliance, Elder Lu Jin, who's ranked at the 295th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. As for the old man you killed earlier, his name was Shikun, and he was also an elder of the 7-Kill Alliance. He was ranked at the 313th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, 7-Kill Alliance. Upon hearing Dong Guoji's words, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. The 7-Kill Alliance was one of the strongest alliances in Sin City. The leader of the 7-Kill Alliance, Hai, was a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The young leader of 7-Kill Alliance, Qing. Duan Ling Tian instantly shifted his attention to Qing. When Qing saw Duan Ling Tian had shifted his attention to him, his expression turned grim. "So, you're the son of leader Hai from the 7-Kill Alliance?" Duan Ling Tian asked coldly. A hint of wariness could be seen in his eyes. How could Duan Ling Tian not feel wary? Hai was a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his current strength, even if he used all his abilities without reservations, he was still no match for Hai. If Hai wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant. "That's right, I'm Hai's son, the young leader of 7-Kill Alliance," Qing said coldly in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. At the same time, he reached inside his robe and took out a Dao talisman. "This is a minor mirror image talisman that my father has given me. I will use this so my father will know you're the one that killed me. You should know that if my father finds out that you killed me, he won't let you go. You'll surely die." Qing's voice was cold when he spoke. The minor mirror image talisman would be activated once it was torn into two. If Qing tore it, the minor mirror image talisman would record everything that happened here and transmit it to the person who held the major mirror image talisman. As soon as Qing finished speaking, Dong Guozu raised a brow and stared at Lu Jin intently as he asked, "Lu Jin, is this what you told young Master O to do?" In Dong Guoji's opinion, a good-for-nothing rich kid like Qing was not so clever. Lu Jin completely ignored Dong Guoji's question. Even if you remain silent, I know that with young Master Wu's level of intelligence, he would never be able to think of such a method to threaten Sir Black-Robed. Dong Guoji continued to say even though Lu Jin had ignored him. It was as though he was trying to fan the fire. This Dong Guoji isn't simple. It seems like he's helping me, but it's obvious he's trying to use me to kill Qing. Duan Ling Tian was not stupid. He could see through Dong Guoji's intention. Dong Guoji, apart from the 7-Kill Alliance, there are 2 other strong alliances in Sin City. The Eternal Alliance and the Thousand Years Alliance. Duan Ling Tian began to recall the information he learned about the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City. The leader of the Thousand Years Alliance seems to be Dong Guoyi. It's highly likely that Dong Guoji is from the Thousand Years Alliance. Moreover, he must have a high position. Otherwise, he wouldn't be guarded by such a strong powerhouse. Once Dong Guoji stopped moving, the old man following him had stopped moving as well. His eyes were closed, and it seemed as though he was resting. From the beginning until the end, he only remained silent. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian could sense the dangerous aura that the old man emitted. At the very least, he was a lot more dangerous than Lu Jin, who was ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Elder Huo answered immediately when Duan Ling Tian asked him about the old man standing behind Dong Guoji. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian concluded that Dong Guoji's position in the Thousand Years Alliance should be quite high. In fact, it was very likely that he was the son of Dong Guoyi, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance. After Duan Ling Tian glanced at Dong Guoji, he turned to look at Qing and asked coldly, "Does it mean that if I don't kill you now, your father will let me off the hook?" Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Qing hesitated for a bit before he hurriedly answered after Lu Jin gave him a nudge, "Of course. So long as you let me go, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that I won't tell my father about what happened today. If my father doesn't know about this, there's no reason for him to look for trouble with you." As soon as Qing finished speaking, he quickly pricked his finger and swore on the lightning penalty oath before Duan Ling Tian even had a chance to respond. As 9 claps of thunder rang in the air in response to Qing's oath, Dong Guoji laughed out loud. "Dong Guoji, what are you laughing about?" Qing became slightly angry due to the embarrassment he felt. "Nothing much, just laughing at how your plan is going to fail. You only swore that you won't tell your father about what happened today. However, you can always tell the deputy leaders or other people from the 7-Kill Alliance, right? If they tell your father about this, wouldn't he still look for trouble with Sir Black-Robed?" After Dong Guoji stopped laughing, he said indifferently, "It seems like you're not sincere even when you swore on the lightning penalty oath." Qing did not think Dong Guoji would openly reveal his plan. He was instantly angered due to the embarrassment he felt. However, when he sensed Duan Ling Tian's gaze seemed to have turned colder, he quickly swore on another lightning penalty oath that he would not tell anyone about what happened today. Even Lu Jin, who was standing behind Qing, followed suit and swore the same oath. Upon seeing Qing and Lu Jin's quick actions, Dong Guoji could not help but frown. However, the frown disappeared very quickly. He turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a smile, "Sir Black-Robed, do you feel relieved after they swore on the lightning penalty oath?" Duan Ling Tian nodded calmly before he said, "You and the one behind you should also swear the same oath." Dong Guoji was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would ask him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. As for the old man standing behind Dong Guoji, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Duan Ling Tian as soon as he finished speaking. It was obvious that it was a warning to Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 21-27 Wang Ding Shan. Dong Guoji took a deep breath. His sullen expression had disappeared as he calmed himself down. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Sir, if I intend to betray you, is there a need for me to remind you in the first place? I'm sure you're aware I've been hiding for a while now." There was a hint of killing intent in the depths of his eyes that was directed at Duan Ling Tian. Although the killing intent had appeared only very briefly, Duan Ling Tian with his amazing observational skill managed to catch it. Based on that, he was convinced Dong Guoji's intention was not pure. "If I'm not mistaken," Duan Ling Tian looked at Dong Guoji and said, "You should be from the Thousand Years Alliance, right? It seems like you're reminding me out of goodwill, but the truth is that you just want to borrow my hands to kill Qing." A hint of surprise appeared in Dong Guoji's eyes when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He became flustered and ill at ease. However, In just a blink of an eye, all of it disappeared. He regained his composure and looked calm. Regardless, it was all useless since Duan Lingtian had seen Dong Guoji's reaction. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian had become very guarded after experiencing so many things in this life, being a weapon specialist in his past life had made him very astute. Don't you think you're overthinking things? Dong Guoji said calmly with an innocent expression on his face as though he meant Duan Lingtian no harm. Unfortunately, no matter how friendly Dong Guoji acted, it was impossible for him to fool Duan Lingtian. Sir Black-Robed. At this moment, Lu Jin, who was standing behind Qing, said to Duan Lingtian respectfully, "This Dong Guoji is the young leader of the Thousand Years Alliance. The Thousand Years Alliance has always been in conflict with the Seven Kill Alliance. Indeed, he's trying to borrow your hands to do his dirty work." Dong Guoji scoffed as soon as Lu Jin finished speaking. "Borrowing someone's hands to do my dirty work? Put aside the fact that Qing is not a match for me, even if you joined forces with Shi Kun, who was killed, would both of you be a match for Elder Wang, who's by my side?" It was obvious Elder Wang was the old man standing behind him. "You're right, even if I join forces with Shi Kun, we won't be a match for Elder Wang." Lu Jin shot a nervous look at the old man standing behind Dong Guoji before he said, "However, would you and Elder Wang dare to make a move against us? If you decide to attack us, what happens here will be transmitted to the leader of the Seven Kill Alliance through the minor mirror image talisman. At that time, the Seven Kill Alliance wouldn't rest until we take the Thousand Years Alliance down. If this happens, only the Eternal Alliance would benefit from it. Young Master Dong, even a boor like me knows that, let alone a person like you." Lu Jin's words left no room for Dong Guoji to argue, and his expression turned gloomier. Lu Jin did not plan to let Dong Guoji off the hook just like that. He said, "Sir Black-Robed, there's no longer any loopholes in the lightning penalty that I and young master swore, so there's no reason for you to worry about us spreading word about what happened today. However, young leader Dong Guoji from the Thousand Years Alliance, who's eager to cause trouble, might not let today's incident go. After all, if he spreads word about what happened today, you'll become an enemy of the Seven Kill Alliance. I have no doubt that many men from the Seven Kill Alliance would die in your hands. He has much to gain and nothing to lose. If he's unwilling to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I suggest that you kill him and the one behind him." Similarly, Lu Jin seemed to be helping Duan Lingtian, but he was just like Dong Guoji. He was trying to get Duan Lingtian to kill the other two people. Naturally, Lu Jin had his doubts as well. He was not sure if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Lu Jin only knew for sure that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, so Duan Lingtian might be a powerhouse at the peak of the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lu Jin looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, "Elder Wang, who's standing behind young Master Dong, is one of the elite elders from the Thousand Years Alliance. His name is Wang Dingshan, and he's a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 156th place on the Supreme Saint ranking." Lu Jin stared intently at Duan Lingtian once he finished speaking, trying to catch Duan Lingtian's reaction now that he had revealed the strength of the powerhouse guarding Dong Guoji. However, Lu Jin was quickly disappointed. This was because it was impossible for him to see the black-robed man's face that was covered with a hood. However, he didn't even tremble when I told him about Wang Dingshan. Does that mean he's not afraid of him? Lu Jin thought to himself. He was not certain. Ranked at the 156th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Nobody knew that when Duan Lingtian heard Lu Jin's words, he was distracted. He was thinking back to the time when he had first arrived in the upper province in the fire worship sect. "I remember Lian, the first silver flame elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, is ranked at the 139th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. The fire worship sect silver flame, Elder Lian's ranking was quite close to Wang Dingshan's ranking. Back then, I was just like an ant in front of Lian. I had to rely on the fire worship sect's rules to survive until now. However, I'm no longer afraid of Lian." Duan Lingtian thought to himself confidently. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and asked Lu Jin indifferently, "I see you also intend to borrow my hands to kill him." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Universal Ruler, had already appeared in his hands, hidden under his sleeve. Nobody was aware of this. Before Lu Jin could react, Duan Lingtian had already appeared in front of him. Universe teleportation. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand that was holding the universal ruler that he had hidden under his sleeve. In just an instant, the space Duan Ling Tian occupied began to ripple and distort. At least, it looked that way to O Qing, Dong Guoji, and Wang Dingshan. In the next moment, they heard a loud explosion and the space that was distorted had returned to normal. At the same time, they saw Lu Jin flying backward like an arrow that had been shot out. Halfway through, he began to throw up blood. He looked extremely wretched. It was obvious the sound of explosion was the sound of the black-robed man's force landing on Lu Jin's body. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Jin, who was ranked at the 295th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, was severely injured. So strong, O Qing and Dong Guoji trembled inwardly while Wang Dingshan had a guarded look in his eyes. Wang Dingshan thought it was a divine ability that made the space ripple and distort. However, he could not see through it at all. How could he not be guarded? After injuring Lu Jin, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to Dong Guoji and said indifferently, "Swear on the lightning penalty oath like them or die." Duan Ling Tian had spoken calmly, but he had emphasized on the word, die. Dong Guoji's expression changed dramatically. Dong Guoji and Wang Dingshan's expressions darkened. Wang Dingshan leaned forward as though he was preparing to make a move against Duan Ling Tian. However, Dong Guoji stopped him. "Elder Wang, just bear with it for now. We don't know anything about the black-robed man. If you attack him recklessly, you might offend him. If he's stronger than you, then there's no way we'll be able to live." Dong Guoji sent a voice transmission message to Wang Dingshan. "We'll do as he says for now. It's not too late for us to deal with him once we meet my father. We're merely swearing that we won't tell anyone about what we've seen. We're not swearing that we won't look for trouble with him later." Based on this, one could see Dong Guoji was a smart and cautious person. Dong Guoji successfully persuaded Wang Dingshan. After all, Wang Dingshan was also uncertain if he could defeat Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's confidence made him feel wary. "As you wish." Subsequently, Dong Guoji and Wang Dingshan swore on the lightning penalty oath that they would not tell anyone about what they had seen today. Otherwise, they would be killed by the lightning penalty. As 9 claps of thunder rang in the sky, Dong Guoji sighed in relief, thinking that the matter is over now. In the next moment, Dong Guoji prepared to leave and said, "Elder Wang, let's go." Just as Dong Guoji called out to Wang Dingshan and was about to leave, Duan Ling Tian stopped them. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian, Dong Guoji's expression darkened immediately. "Elder Wang and I have done exactly as you told us to and swore on the lightning penalty. What else do you want from us? Don't go overboard, sir." He began to sound a little angry when he spoke. Chapter 21-28 6 Absolutes Assemble. Upon hearing Dong Guoji's words, Duan Ling Tian was momentarily stunned before he burst out laughing. He said, "Go overboard. You can think whatever you want." Dong Guoji and Wang Dingshan's expressions changed dramatically when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "If you want to leave, you'll have to swear on another lightning penalty oath. Swear that from this moment onward, you won't have any enmity with me and won't look for trouble with me. Otherwise, you'll be killed by the lightning penalty." As soon as Dong Guoji and Wang Dingshan heard Duan Ling Tian's words, they instinctively turned to look at each other. They thought the black-robed man had read their minds. However, they quickly dismissed that notion since it was simply impossible. "Sir, you want us to swear such an oath? What if you decide to provoke us? Doesn't that mean we won't be able to defend ourselves or retaliate? In that case, we'll die either way. We'll either be killed by you or the lightning penalty." Dong Guoji said with a dark expression. He did not expect the black-robed man to be so cautious. It seemed as though he had everything under control and could see through everything. "That's easy. Just don't retaliate," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. "Don't retaliate, so, we should just wait for you to kill us," Dong Guoji said angrily. "Then, do you prefer to die now?" Duan Ling Tian's gaze was no longer calm. Cold killing intent could be seen in his eyes. There was a murderous aura about him, and it seemed as though he had turned into an asura in just a blink of an eye. It caused the atmosphere to turn tense. Dong Guoji's expression turned grimmer when he felt the intense killing aura that Duan Ling Tian emitted. At the same time, Wang Dingshan could no longer hold back his anger and made his move immediately. "You're seeking death." It seemed as though he had transformed into a god of war as he charged domineeringly toward Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Wang Dingshan charged toward Duan Ling Tian, the celestial supreme treasure, the universal ruler, appeared under Duan Ling Tian's sleeve again. Universe teleportation. Duan Ling Tian waved his hand and the space around him and Wang Dingshan began to ripple and distort again. In the eyes of Dong Guoji, Qing, and Li Jun, Duan Ling Tian and Wang Dingshan's figures were blurry. They could only vaguely see two figures, but it was difficult for them to see what was happening. As soon as Duan Ling Tian cast the divine ability from the universal ruler, he also cast the elementary devouring tactic that he had not used for quite a while. Elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, he had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. During the past 6 months Duan Ling Tian had been going around Sin City dressed as the black-robed man. He did not use the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, at all. This was because it might expose his identity. The other reason was that he did not encounter any opponent who was strong enough to force him to use the elementary devouring tactic. Now that Duan Ling Tian was facing Wang Dingshan, who was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage and ranked at the 156th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, he had no choice but to use the elementary devouring tactic. Otherwise, he would not be a match for a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if Wang Dingshan was the weakest powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Ling Tian still would not be a match for him without using the elementary devouring tactic. With my current strength, I can use the universal ruler's universe transportation since it's much stronger now compared to the past. Not only can it block people's sight, but it can also confuse my opponent. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he watched Wang Dingshan get rid of the effects of the universe teleportation as the elementary devouring tactic continued to raise his Sun Saint energy to its limit. After Wang Dingshan managed to get rid of the effect from the universe teleportation, he saw the vortexes around Duan Ling Tian. Although the vortex was already disappearing, he still managed to catch a glimpse of it. In the next moment, Wang Dingshan heard the short-lived shrill cry of a sword. Apart from that, he saw a 3-foot-long blade slashing toward him. Its speed was so fast that it left no trace behind. It looked invisible. He was frightened since he did not think he would be able to avoid it. The Traceless Sword, the assist-type divine ability that creates vortexes. The black-robed man is the fire worship sect's Duan Ling Tian. These were the thoughts that appeared in Wang Dingshan's mind before the 3-foot-long blade pierced the space between his eyebrows. It happened so fast that he did not even have time to cry out. Wang Dingshan only managed to guess Duan Ling Tian's identity the moment before he died through the divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian cast and the sword that he used. Naturally, he did not know that the sword Duan Ling Tian used was not one of the 10 great saint weapons, the Traceless Sword. Duan Ling Tian had used the Jasper Celestial Sword. Since he had died, he could only take this secret to his grave. He did not have time to tell anyone about his discovery. Devour. After killing Wang Dingshan, Duan Ling Tian went about his routine of devouring innate spiritual roots. He was pleasantly surprised by Wang Dingshan's innate spiritual root. He possessed a blue spiritual root. That's pretty good. After devouring Wang Dingshan's blue innate spiritual root, Duan Ling Tian discovered that his innate spiritual root had improved and turned dark indigo. Now that my indigo innate spiritual root has turned dark indigo, it means I'm one step closer to improving it to a violet innate spiritual root. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he became excited even though he was usually calm. After collecting Wang Dingshan's spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian let go of Wang Dingshan's body, allowing it to fall. At the same time, the space that was rippling and distorting returned to normal as well. Dong Guoji and the others saw Duan Ling Tian standing unmoving at the same spot as Wang Dingshan's body fell to the ground. This scene greatly impacted them. Wang Dingshan is dead. Lu Jin was the first to regain his senses. His expression changed drastically. It was as though he had seen a ghost. He felt extremely lucky that the black-robed man did not target him. Otherwise, he would definitely die. What a joke. A powerhouse who could kill Wang Dingshan so easily could definitely kill Lu Jin with just a snap of his fingers. Qing was horrified and his face was pale. A stench of urine wafted in his nose, but he did not seem bothered by it. He stood still in shock, completely frozen. In the next moment, Qing and Lu Jin slowly turned to look at each other and saw the fear reflected in each other's eyes. After a few moments, without being asked, they quickly swore another lightning penalty oath that Duan Ling Tian had asked Dong Guoji and Wang Dingshan to swear. They promised not to have any enmity with Duan Ling Tian or look for trouble with him. Naturally, Qing and Lu Jin thought the oath they swore was too much. However, Wang Dingshan, the strongest person among them, had died. They would only follow in Wang Dingshan's footsteps and be killed by the black-robed man if they continued to be stubborn. Both of them did not want to die, so their only choice was to obediently do as they were told. 9 claps of thunder rang in the sky once Qing and Lu Jin swore on the lightning penalty oath. The 9 claps of thunder shocked Dong Guoji into regaining his senses. His body was trembling violently and his face was deathly pale. Currently, he had completely lost his composure. He looked like a terrified bird. "Do you have any other questions?" Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly as he looked at Dong Guoji with a cold gaze. Dong Guoji jumped when he heard Duan Ling Tian speaking to him. He shuddered before he shook his head vehemently. He waved his hand and hurriedly said, "No. No, what a joke." Even Dong Guoji's guard, Wang Dingshan, had been killed. Where would he find the courage to question Duan Ling Tian now? Even if he still had questions, there was no way he would say anything. Dong Guoji, who was panicking, calmed himself down before he quickly swore on the lightning penalty oath just as Duan Ling Tian told him to. 9 claps of thunder rang in the sky in response to Dong Guoji's oath. As soon as the 9 claps of thunder rang in the air, Duan Ling Tian seemed as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning as he headed north. Naturally, he did not forget his purpose of heading north. It was for the treasure that was said to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Dong Guoji and the others sighed in relief when they saw that Duan Ling Tian had left. They looked at each other and saw a hint of bitterness reflected in each other's eyes. While Duan Ling Tian made his way north to have a look at the treasure that had been said to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was unaware that the 6, 7, including the twins, current heirs to the 7 Absolute sect, except for the heir of the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, had all gathered at a snow-capped mountain in the northern region. There were 7 people, some of them were men, and some of them were women. They were seated cross-legged on a stone platform that was situated in the middle of the snow-capped mountain. The stone platform they sat on was engraved with complicated patterns that seemed like it came from ancient times. An elderly man and a beautiful woman stood high in the sky overlooking these people. Chapter 2129 9 Cloud Sword. 7 Absolute Sect Secret. Old Prophet. The beautiful woman looked at the elderly man and asked with a frown, "Are you sure those 3 little fellows will be fine? You know that even if you can keep this from Shui Nai for now, you can't keep it from her forever." Based on the beautiful woman's words, it was obvious the old man, the old prophet from the 7 Absolute Sect's prophet progeny. As for the beautiful woman, she was the heir to the 7 Absolute Sect's Red Dust progeny. They were the heir of the prophet progeny and Red Dust progeny. The world belonged to their direct disciples who would be the future heir of the prophet progeny, Red Dust progeny, and the other progenies. When the old prophet heard the beautiful woman's words, he regained his senses and shook his head. His expression was solemn. "I can't say for sure. If other people heard this, they would definitely be shocked." How could the old prophet who seemed omniscient be unsure of something? "What do you mean? Weren't you certain before this?" the beautiful woman said in a disgruntled tone. She was obviously not satisfied with the old prophet's answer. Ever since the upper province's inter-province transportation formation stopped working and could not send people to the lower province, I've tried to divine the fates of the 3 fellows. However, what I saw was very vague and cryptic. The old prophet said, "The devil clans have most likely invaded the lower province. The human devil era is dawning again. The invasion from the devil clans has interfered with God's plans. It's only natural that I can't divine their fates." The old prophet paused before he said, "However, before they left the upper province, I divined that they would have a fortuitous encounter if they returned to the lower province. However, I couldn't tell what kind of fortuitous encounter they would have. In hindsight, the fact that I couldn't see clearly is a sign that there's going to be danger. Initially, I wondered why would they have a fortuitous encounter in the lower province. It seems like their fortuitous encounter has something to do with the invasion of the devil clans in the lower province." At this moment, the old prophet smiled bitterly. "If I could do things over, I wouldn't have ordered Wu Ying to send them to the lower province. Currently, they can only rely on themselves." "What do you mean? Are you saying you can't tell if they'll live or die?" the beautiful woman asked in a deep voice as her expression changed. Her tone was harsh when she spoke. "That's right," the old prophet nodded solemnly. The beautiful woman's expression turned gloomier and she was about to say something. Suddenly, the old prophet looked up at the sky with bright eyes and said, "It's time." In the next moment, a sword appeared in his hand. This sword was one size larger than ordinary swords. The old prophet infused his saint origin into the sword and a sword cry instantly rang in the air. Following that, 9 bolts of silk shot out from the sword and wrapped around the sword before it rose into the air. "This is the 9-cloud sword," the beautiful woman exclaimed as her attention was caught by the sword in the old prophet's hand. Her eyes lit up immediately. The 9-cloud sword was one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Only 2 of the weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking were swords. One was the traceless sword and the other was the 9-cloud sword, rumbles. Deafening claps of thunder rang in the sky. The 9-cloud sword in the old prophet's hand shot out a sword ray up into the sky. It seemed like a bridge that connected earth to heaven, transverse heaven and earth. The 9 bolts of silk were entwined with the sword ray, looking like 9 divine dragons. Each of them contained a formidable and peerless energy. At the same time, the ancient and complicated patterns on the stone platform that the 7 people sat on seemed to have come alive as the energy from the 9-cloud sword entered it. Almost at the same time, a terrifying aura that was similar to the aura of an ancient appeared and shrouded the snow-capped mountain. It began to snow harder before it began to turn boiling hot. The beautiful woman had retreated into the distance. When she sensed the aura, her expression changed. When she looked at the 9-cloud sword in the old prophet's hand, her eyes were filled with awe. This is the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. However, the awe she felt was not for the old prophet nor was it for the 9-cloud sword he was holding. It was for the man who forged the 9-cloud sword. The man who forged the sword was the last heir of the first absolute, the fog rain progeny, of the 7 absolute sect. He was none other than the sword saint, Feng Qingyang. Currently, the world thought that the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons, including the 9-cloud sword, were forged by a celestial grade saint inscription master. They were unaware that 9 out of 10 of the 10,000 inscription saint weapons that were part of the current 10 super saint weapons were only forged by a celestial grade saint inscription master because he drew inspiration from the 9-cloud mountain. That was how became a celestial grade saint inscription master after inscribing 9 10,000 inscription saint weapons. In fact, some of the 9 super saint weapons were even stronger than the 9-cloud sword, the first 10,000 inscription saint weapon in the Dao martial saint land. All this was the secret of the 7 absolutes sect's secret. The 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation was a heaven-defying formation left behind by sword saint Feng Qingyang, the former heir of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. The 9-cloud sword was needed to activate this heaven-defying formation. Back then, before sword saint Feng Qingyang, the former heir of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, ascended to the Devata realm, he had left the 9-cloud sword behind for the 7 absolute sect. Later on, people from the 7 absolute sect were hunted by the 3 great sects. After some time, the 9-cloud sword was lost. It was during this time that the first celestial grade saint inscriptions master in the Dao martial saint land obtained the 9-cloud sword. By studying the 9-cloud sword, he managed to inscribe 9 other super saint weapons. Finally, the old prophet managed to find the 9-cloud sword that had been lost for many years. Only with the sword would he be able to activate the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. On the stone platform, an invisible force appeared and shrouded the 7 people who were seated there. The mysterious force surged into their body through the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. Meanwhile, the snow on the snow-capped mountain kept falling. On this day, the fates of 7 youths were forever changed. Today, the 7 youths who were monstrously talented would undergo a rebirth on the snow-capped mountain and they would leave a mark on the Dao martial saint land in the future. North of Sin City. There's a lot of people. Duan Ling Tian looked down through the clouds as he saw many people traveling north as though there was a free buffet there. As expected, the temptation of the treasures left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is strong. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, why these people were traveling north. After all, one of the reasons sectless cultivators gathered at Sin City was because Sin City always had first-hand news about treasure vaults left behind by elite powerhouses. Most of these elite powerhouses who were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were sectless cultivators. Aren't those people from the Black Crow Alliance? Soon after, a group of travelers below the cloud caught Duan Ling Tian's attention. Duan Ling Tian was familiar with their uniforms. It was the uniforms of members from the Black Crow Alliance. A man casually dressed in a black robe was leading the group of people. Is he the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Old Black Crow? Duan Ling Tian instantly guessed the black-robed man's identity. 6 months ago, after Duan Ling Tian killed the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Zhao Zan, the people from Black Crow Alliance had stopped taking advantage of people in Sin City. It seemed as though they had changed their wicked ways overnight. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian heard the reason they had changed their ways was due to the absence of the leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Later on, he heard that the leader of the Black Crow Alliance had returned to Sin City, but he did not look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. Not only the people stopped their wicked ways of taking advantage of people when they were weak or injured, but they were rarely seen in the city as well. At that time, many people in Sin City said the Old Black Crow, the leader of the Black Crow Alliance, was afraid of him. That was why they had all changed their ways. Once people from the Black Crow Alliance stopped taking advantage of people, Duan Ling Tian stopped finding fault with them. In fact, it seemed as though they had a good relationship. However, in truth, Duan Ling Tian felt extremely annoyed. Now that they changed their ways, how could he devour their innate spiritual roots? For that reason, Duan Ling Tian was annoyed for some time. Therefore, he had to look for other wicked men to devour their innate spiritual roots since he was not one to simply devour people's innate spiritual roots. He was a man with principles after all. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the group of people from Black Crow Alliance once before continuing forward. He seemed like a shooting star as he made his way north. Chapter 2138 Terror in the Void. Many people were gathered in the north of Sin City, in the mountain ridge. The people were currently surrounding a mountain valley. To be more precise, they were surrounding the space above the mountain valley. There was a tear in the void. It was a long and ugly tear, an entryway. However, one would not be able to see anything even if one were to look inside. Among the crowd of people, an inconspicuous-looking middle-aged man looked at the ugly tear and said in a trembling voice, "Is it really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Why do I feel anxious when I look at it? I feel the same. This tear resembles the bloody mouth of a terrifying beast." Another person said warily, "Were there entries of treasure vaults left behind by powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage that looked like this?" Many people murmured to themselves, "I had the privilege of entering a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage 100 years ago, and I managed to obtain some treasures there. However, the treasure vault left behind by that powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was located underground. Although there were many formations in there, the entry looked normal." "It doesn't look like this," an old man said. From his voice, one could tell he felt wary about the tear in the space as well. "I think you're all worrying for nothing," a middle-aged man suddenly said with a frown. "Didn't you see the high-ranking officials from the 7-Kill Alliance, 1,000 Years Alliance, and Eternal Alliance entering it? If the tear in the void dangerous, do you think they would carelessly enter it?" Many people agreed with this man's words. Yes. The leaders and high-ranking officials of the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City have already entered. What's there for us to be afraid of? Since they went in, it shouldn't be dangerous if we enter, right? I think so as well. More and more people agreed, but no one made a move to enter. After all, the tear in the void was only speculated to be the entrance to the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The treasures in the treasure vault of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage held great temptation. However, one's life was undoubtedly more important. It was fine if one did not obtain any treasure, but if one died, everything would be over. Suddenly, a young man stepped forward and said to the middle-aged who thought everyone was worried for no reason, "Hey, since you think we're worried about nothing, why don't you take the lead and enter? If you go in, I'll go with you. What do you think?" After the young man had spoken, everyone turned to look at the middle-aged man in unison. "That's right, since you said there's nothing to worry about, why don't you go in first if you think you're capable? Go on, what are you waiting for? Didn't you say it's not dangerous? Yes, didn't you say that the high-ranking officials of the 3 strong alliances in Sin City have entered so it's not dangerous? Why aren't you going in then? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, how dare you say there's nothing to worry about? Aren't you just embarrassing yourself?" All these words were directed at the middle-aged man who told them there was nothing to worry about. When the middle-aged man heard the comments, he turned pale. He had intentionally said that earlier in hopes that someone would go in first. So far, only the high-ranking officials from the strong alliances in Sin City had entered the tear in the void into the place that was supposed to be a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Those from other alliances or loners did not enter. In the end, the middle-aged man did not enter the tear in the void, earning him mockeries from the people around him. Although it was not pleasant being the object of ridicule, it was still better than losing his life. Black-robed man. A scream rang in the air, alerting the people surrounding the tear in the void. The crowd instantly stopped mocking the middle-aged man. They shifted their attention to the direction where the person who had just spoken was looking at. There was a figure flying through the clouds and was in the midst of landing. This person wore a black robe and his face was hidden with a hood. His face could not be clearly seen at all. I wonder if he's the real black-robed man. Many people had the same question in their minds. I wonder if the real black-robed man dares to enter the tear in the void. The black-robed man who appeared before everyone who surrounded the tear in the void was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Since Duan Ling Tian arrived a while ago and heard their discussion, he knew the high-ranking officials from the 7 Kill Alliance, 1000 Years Alliance, and Eternal Alliance had entered the tear in the void. The people who were loitering around the area were mostly people who did not enter the tear in the void because they were not sure if led to the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form saint of the celestial stage. If they are so afraid of dying, why are they here? Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by these people. Before Duan Ling Tian revealed himself, he had asked Elder Huo to check the entrance. This is a tear in the void. It should lead to a pseudo-realm, Elder Huo told him. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, stunned when he heard this. He instantly asked again, Elder Huo, I remember you said the upper province in the Dao Martial Saint land is also a pseudo-realm. Yes, Elder Hup replied quickly, the upper province of Dao Martial Saint land is a pseudo-realm that was naturally formed. However, the entrance to this pseudo-realm was intentionally tamed by humans. Elder Huo continued to say, in the mundane realms, whenever someone successfully passes the heavenly tribulation, the power in their bodies will undergo a transformation. Although it won't change into the celestial origin energy, it would be easy for them to open an independent realm also known as a pseudo-realm. Therefore, the pseudo-realm behind this tear in the void is definitely made by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, that powerhouse must have successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. However, I'm not sure if the pseudo-realm behind this tear is a treasure vault. There's a possibility it's a treasure vault. It requires a lot of effort to make a tear in the void even if it's someone who has successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and is about to ascend to the Devata realm. It's possible the powerhouse has left his treasure here. Naturally, they would only be considered treasures in the mundane realm, Elder Huo said. Duan Ling Tian continued to fly as he listened to Elder Huo. He had made the decision to enter the tear in the void. Based on Elder Huo's words, he knew the treasures in the vault must be extraordinary since the one who left it behind was not just an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was a powerhouse who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation's powerhouse. One should know that the difference between someone at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who passed the heavenly tribulation and someone who had not passed it was very wide. The former was close to being a celestial being in regard to their cultivation base and level while the latter was not. A pseudo-realm opened by such a powerhouse with so much effort would likely be his treasure vault, containing items he possessed before ascending to the Devata realm. There had to be many treasures in there. Do you think he dares to enter the tear in the void? 1. I'm not sure. In the first place, we don't know if he's the genuine black-robed man. However, even if he's the real deal, I'm not sure if he would enter. Didn't you see that even the leader and high-ranking officials of the mighty tyrannical alliance haven't entered the tear in the void? Do you think the black-robed man is braver than the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance? Duan Ling Tian, naturally, heard the discussions around him. Many people doubted he was the real black-robed man, and many wondered if he was brave enough to enter the tear in the void, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian shifted his eyes to where most people were looking. A group of people was gathered in one place. The person in the lead had a beard, tall, and well-built. He was dressed in finely made clothes. One could tell in just a glance that he had been in power for some time. There was a group that gathered there. He should be Chen Zanba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Chen Zanba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, was a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked in the top 500 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Apart from that, the mighty tyrannical alliance could also be considered a strong alliance in Sin City. It was only weaker than the 7-Kill Alliance, 1,000 Years Alliance, and Eternal Alliance. Duan Ling Tian still remembered that the first inn he stayed in when he arrived in Sin City, the Welcome Inn, belonged to the mighty tyrannical alliance. Chapter 2130 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yin Zan Ming. While Duan Ling Tian sized up Chen Zanba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, Chen Zanba seemed to have noticed his gaze and turned to look at him intently. Lord Leader. As Chen Zanba was looking at Duan Ling Tian, a person who was standing behind him noticed this and said, "The black-robed man who recently rose to fame in Sin City is dressed exactly like that guy." He paused for a moment before he said again, "There's quite a number of people in Sin City who like to dress up like him. Therefore, I'm not sure if this person is the genuine black-robed man." "He's the real deal," Chen Zanba said to the person behind him. Chen Zanba's words confused the high-ranking officials of the mighty tyrannical alliance. They did not know how their leader knew the black-robed man standing before them was the genuine one with just a glance. If they did not know their leader was a serious person, they would have thought he was just joking with them. "Lord Leader, how do you know he's the real black-robed man?" "How can you tell?" An old man standing behind Chen Zanba asked curiously. The old man might look ordinary, but he was one of the 3 strongest deputy leaders in the mighty tyrannical alliance. His strength was only second to Chen Zanba in the mighty tyrannical alliance. He had long entered the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This old man who was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage was different from the 1,000 Years Alliance's Wang Dingshan whom Duan Ling Tian killed. Even though they both had the same cultivation base, Wang Dingshan was ranked below the 150th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was considered as one of the weakest powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. On the other hand, the deputy leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance was ranked in the top 100 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Even among powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land, he was considered as one of the strongest ones. His name Sun Hua was as ordinary as his appearance. All of the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance, including Sun Hua, looked at Chen Zanba, and he merely said, "My intuition." Intuition. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Chen Zanba's answer. If they did not hear it personally, they would not believe this was their leader's answer. It was indeed true that Chen Zanba had a strong feeling that the person was the real black-robed man from Sin City. In Sin City, almost everyone knew and had heard of the black-robed man. During the past 6 months, at least 800, if not 1,000 people, had been killed by the black-robed man. However, those men that he killed were all wicked men. They were people who bullied the weaker people who cultivated using cruel cultivation methods. In other words, the situation in Sin City had improved since the appearance of the black-robed man. It seemed like he had changed Sin City in just a night. There were people in Sin City who referred to him as the guardian of order. It might sound far-fetched, but it was the truth. A gust of wind blew past Duan Ling Tian just as he was about to enter the tear in the void. A figure stopped in front of him, so he had to stop as well. He looked at the person standing before him. As Duan Ling Tian looked at the person who obstructed his way, many people began to shift their attention to them. It's the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance. This person was none other than Chen Zanba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance. When Chen Zanba appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian, he politely greeted Duan Ling Tian. "Sir Black-Robed, I've heard many things about you." He did not put on air as the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance. "Leader Chen." As the saying went, one would find it difficult to fight with someone who's smiling. Since Chen Zanba was polite, there was no reason for Duan Ling Tian to be rude. "Sir Black-Robed, I've heard about your strength and your deeds. I wonder if you're interested in joining the mighty tyrannical alliance. If you're willing to join us, I'll offer you the position of 4th deputy leader in the mighty tyrannical alliance." Chen Zanba said respectfully to Duan Ling Tian with a dignified expression. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Chen Zanba's offer. It was totally unexpected. Other people had doubted Duan Ling Tian's identity. However, not only did the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance not doubt his identity, but he even came to greet him. Moreover, after politely greeting him, he even invited him to join the mighty tyrannical alliance as its 4th deputy leader. Meanwhile, the entire place had fallen silent as well. Not only the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance were shocked, but even other people were shocked. None of them could believe what they just heard. What's going on? Could he really be the black-robed man? Otherwise, why would the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, Lord Chen Zhanba, invite him to join the mighty tyrannical alliance to be their fourth deputy leader? How did Lord Chen Zhanba recognize him? Stop joking. The black-robed man has always hidden his appearance in his aura. How could anyone recognize him? Then what's going on? Lord Chen Zhanba isn't joking, is he? The crowd began to discuss among themselves after they recovered from the shock. They could not understand what was happening. In fact, they were not the only ones who did not understand what was going on. At this moment, the people who were most in shock were the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance. Earlier, they already found it shocking that their leader said the black-robed man was the real deal based on his intuition. Rare as it might be, they had thought their leader was only joking. They did not think their leader was serious. He even approached the black-robed man and invited him to join the mighty tyrannical alliance and offered him the position of fourth deputy leader. Not just anyone was worthy of becoming a deputy leader in the mighty tyrannical alliance. Take the 3 deputy leaders from the mighty tyrannical alliance for example. All of them were at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If one did not have a cultivation base at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one would not be qualified to become a deputy leader in the mighty tyrannical alliance. Is it possible that he's really the black-robed man? If he's the real black-robed man, then I can understand why Lord Leader invited him to join our mighty tyrannical alliance and promised him the position of 4th deputy leader. I still don't get it. How does Lord Leader know he's the real black-robed man and not an imposter? The mighty tyrannical alliance's high-ranking officials began to discuss among themselves. They could not figure out what was going on. At this moment, just as Duan Lingtian was about to politely decline Chen Zhanba's offer, a burst of laughter suddenly rang in the air, interrupting Duan Lingtian. He instinctively turned to look at the source of the laughter. Duan Lingtian saw a sinister-looking young man with a medium build flying toward them from afar. He exuded a dark and cold aura. People seemed to avoid him and the group of people following him like a plague. The black-clad young man in the lead was the one who was laughing. The black-clad young man's laughter faded as he brought his men along with him and landed near Duan Lingtian and Chen Zhanba. The black-clad young man ignored Duan Lingtian and looked at Chen Zhanba. He said mockingly, "Leader Chen, you're so quick to invite him to join your mighty tyrannical alliance and even offered him the position of 4th deputy leader. Aren't you worried that he's a fake? Based on what I know, there are quite a lot of imposters in Sin City." The black-clad young man sneered when he finished speaking. He had a knowing expression on his face as though he was the wisest man on earth. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers in his surroundings and he learned about the black-clad young man's identity. He was the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yin Zhanming. The 100 Ghosts Alliance is also a fairly famous alliance in Sin City. They're about as powerful as the mighty tyrannical alliance. I heard that there's enmity between the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance. Based on what I see now, it seems like the rumor is true, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yin Zhanming, you're not qualified to advise me. Chen Zhanba frowned while he waved his hands impatiently and said, "If you want to enter what's suspected to be the treasure vault of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, then please go ahead. Otherwise, please step aside and stop bothering me and Sir Black-Robed." Yin Zhanming was not angry when he heard Chen Zhanba's words. Instead, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian. "Sir Black-Robed." Yin Zhanming narrowed his eyes and said in a faint voice, "I really want to see if you're the real black-robed man." In the next moment, Yin Zhanming raised a brow and called out, "Cheng Wu." "Lord Leader." Instantly, a stocky young man stepped forward from behind Yin Zhanming. Similar to Yin Zhanming, he also emitted a cold and dark aura. The aura made one feel as though one was in a dark and cold cave. "Leader Chen, if my man manages to prove that this person isn't the real black-robed man, I'm afraid you'll be humiliated today," Yin Zhanming said as he looked at Chen Zhanba with a mocking expression on his face. Chapter 2132 A Clown. At this moment, everyone understood why Yin Zhanming, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, had intervened. As it turned out, he wanted to humiliate Chen Zhanba, the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance. I've long heard about the enmity between the 100 Ghosts Alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance. I finally get to personally witness it today, a middle-aged man muttered softly under his breath. The feud between the Hundred Ghosts Alliance and the mighty Tyrannical Alliance is famous in Sin City. If both alliances aren't afraid of other alliances taking advantage of the situation, they would have fought to death. As said, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance is really cunning. Even if it's revealed that the person standing there is the real black-robed man, it wouldn't affect him. However, if he manages to find out that person is a fake, it would only humiliate the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. Another person whispered. Many people were watching the show that was unfolding intently. The young man who stepped forward from behind Yin Zhanming moved to stand opposite Duan Lingtian. It seemed like he was prepared to fight Duan Lingtian. Earlier, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance called this man Chun Wu. Isn't he the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance? Someone said. His words caused many people to regain their senses. The first elder of Hundred Ghosts Alliance. I remember now. Indeed, the first elder of Hundred Ghosts Alliance is Yu Chun Wu. The Hundred Ghosts Alliance's first elder, Yu Chun Wu, has been at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage for a long time now. Moreover, he's ranked in top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. He's ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking even though his cultivation base is at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. This means he's one of the strongest powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Yes, I believe very few people at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage are a match for him. When people figured out Chun Wu's identity, a commotion broke out immediately. Some of them sighed while others were in shock over Yin Zhanming's decision. From the get-go, Yin Zhanming had already ordered Yu Chun Wu, the first elder from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, to make a move. Yin Zhanming instantly sent out the first elder from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. Put aside the fact that this black-robed man might be an imposter, even if he's the real deal, he might not be a match for Yu Chun Wu. Someone said after a while. That's right, rumor has been going around in Sin City that the black-robed man's cultivation base is at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. If both of them are at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, the black-robed man might not be a match for the first elder from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. That's for sure. After all, Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of Hundred Ghosts Alliance, is ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Ordinary powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage are no match for him. The place surrounding the tear in the void was still buzzing when three figures arrived above the clouds. They looked down and saw the commotion below. It was not hard for the three people to figure out what was happening. One of them sneered. The first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. Does he think he stands a chance against that vicious person? He's overestimating himself. There was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes when he spoke. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would recognize the person who had spoken. It was Oching, the young leader of the Seven Kill Alliance. The other two people who were with Oching was Lu Jin, the elder from Seven Kill Alliance, and Dong Guoji, the young leader of Thousand Years Alliance. When three of them saw the black-robed man standing below, fear filled their eyes. At the same time, they silently mourned for the blind guy standing opposite Duan Lingtian. He was probably unaware that Duan Lingtian had just killed a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Beneath the clouds, more and more people gathered to watch the show. These people were all from Sin City. Among these people, some of them were from the Black Crow Alliance. Once the people from the Black Crow Alliance arrived, someone in the group called out to their leader, "Old Black Crow, Lord Leader, it's the black-robed man." I know. Old Black Crow's expression darkened as he stared at the black-robed man intently. Similar to the others, he was not sure if the person standing there was the real black-robed man. The black-robed man was the Black Crow Alliance's mortal enemy after all. Previously, when Old Black Crow returned to Sin City and found out that the black-robed man had killed many members of the Black Crow Alliance, he was, naturally, furious. However, he had decided to lay low for the moment. He even asked the members of the Alliance to lay low. This was because he was not certain he could defeat the black-robed man. Moreover, he was certain he was going to break through soon within these few years. The day he made a breakthrough to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be the day the black-robed man died. This motivated him to cultivate diligently in recent days. As it turns out, Yu Chun Wu, the first elder of Hundred Ghosts Alliance, is making a move. I hope he's the real black-robed man since I don't think he's a match for Yu Chun Wu. I hope Yu Chun Wu kills him so I don't have to dirty my own hands. Old Black Crow's eyes lit up when he saw the black-robed man's opponent. Although Old Black Crow was confident he would break through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage within these few years, it did not mean he was strong now. In fact, he might not even be a match for Yu Chengwu even after he had broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from one's cultivation base at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, one's strength also depended on various martial tactics, divine abilities, saint weapons, Dao talismans, and medicinal pills. As for the black-robed man's strength, after listening to the speculation of the people in Sin City, Old Black Crow was certain the black-robed man was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage just like him. However, he did not think he was a match for the black-robed man now. Naturally, Old Black Crow thought Yu Chengwu, the first elder of 100 Ghosts Alliance, who was ranked in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking, would be stronger than the black-robed man. That was why he fervently hoped that the man standing there was the real black-robed man. Meanwhile, Yu Chengwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian, said, "It doesn't matter if you're the real black-robed man or not. Since you're facing me today, you can only die." His words were extremely arrogant. It caused the spectators to fall silent for a moment. All of their eyes were glued to the two people who were in the thick of the drama. "Leader Chen, I thank you for your gracious offer, but I'm used to living a carefree lifestyle. It's not suitable for me to join the mighty tyrannical alliance." Duan Lingtian politely declined Chen Zhanba's offer. Everyone watched as Duan Lingtian completely ignored the arrogant Yu Chengwu. Yu Chengwu's face turned red in anger when he saw Duan Lingtian's blatant disregard for him. The spectators were shocked. Could this man be the real black-robed man? Otherwise, how could he remain so calm in front of Yu Chengwu? Not only that, but he even ignored Yu Chengwu. What a pity! Chen Zhanba sighed involuntarily when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. Then, he turned to look at Yu Chengwu, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian, and said, "Nevertheless, I brought trouble upon you. Let me resolve this for you." As soon as Chen Zhanba finished speaking, Yu Chengwu, who was about to attack Duan Lingtian, stopped. His expression had changed drastically and a hint of wariness could be seen in his eyes. Yin Zhanming, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, scoffed as he stepped forward and moved to stand in front of Chen Zhanba, blocking his path. "Leader Chen, he's not a member of the mighty tyrannical alliance. It's best if you stay out of this matter." Based on Duan Lingtian's actions, Yin Zhanming was now convinced that there was a high chance that the man standing there was the real black-robed man. However, he did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Yu Chengwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. Therefore, he did not plan to stop the fight. He even stopped Chen Zhanba so Yu Chengwu would have an opportunity and space to attack Duan Lingtian. The high-ranking officials from the 100 Ghosts Alliance had also flown to Yin Zhanming's side. At the same time, the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance also flew to stand next to Chen Zhanba. The confrontation between the high-ranking officials from the 100 Ghosts Alliance and mighty tyrannical alliance made the atmosphere tense. It was obvious they were on the verge of fighting. The spectators were holding their breaths in anticipation, when suddenly, "You're too kind, Leader Chen. He's merely a clown. You don't have to dirty your hands, Leader Chen," Duan Lingtian said in a leisurely manner. His voice was not loud, but when he spoke, he diffused the tension immediately. "See, clown." The black-robed man actually called the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance a clown. "I think he's the real black-robed man. Only the real black-robed man would dare to act so arrogantly." "I agree that he's the real black-robed man. However, even if he's the black-robed man, is he a match for Yu Chengwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance?" The crowd broke into an uproar once the tension was diffused. Chapter 2133. A shocking outcome. Chen Zhanba and the others were shocked by Duan Lingtian's arrogance. A clown, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chengwu, was instantly enraged when he heard the way Duan Lingtian referred to him. He glared at Duan Lingtian so fiercely it seemed as though his gaze could bore holes through a wall. "You're seeking death," Yu Chengwu cried out as he moved like the wind. His saint origin surged out and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he made to strike at Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, Yu Chengwu arrived near Duan Lingtian. He was merely a few feet away from Duan Lingtian. Everyone was engrossed in watching the scene that was unfolding before their eyes. He made a move at just the right time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made a move as well. He raised his right hand as his sleeves fanned out. A gust of wind, accompanied by the sound of wind whistling, appeared in the wake of his movement: universe teleportation. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, casting the divine ability from the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, that he had hidden in his sleeve since a while ago. In just an instant, the space around Duan Ling Tian began to ripple and distort. The space around Yu Chunwu, who was standing just a few feet away, was also rippling and distorting. What kind of technique is this? Yu Chunwu felt as though he was being lifted by an invisible energy. It made him feel dizzy and caused him to panic a little. For a moment, he forgot to resist the force with his strength. It was unfortunate, but that was destined to be his final thoughts. The sound of a blade's cry rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian mobilized the Sun Saint origin in his body and cut Yu Chunwu into two. In the next moment, while he was collecting Yu Chunwu's spatial ring, he devoured Yu Chunwu's innate spiritual root as well. What's happening? At the same time, the spectators looked at the rippling and distorting space in terror. They could not see what was happening. Even the high-ranking officials from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance, including Chen Zanba and Yin Zanming, had a frown on their faces as they looked on in confusion. They had not seen nor heard of such a divine ability. At this moment, everyone held their breaths in anticipation. Is this a divine ability? A lot of people were curious. It's definitely a divine ability. Moreover, it seems like an extremely powerful and unique divine ability. The people present on the scene who had seen Duan Ling Tian casting the universe teleportation with the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler, could not help but cry out. I was lucky enough to see the black-robed man casting this divine ability before. It seems like this person is the real black-robed man. He's the real black-robed man. He isn't a fake. More and more people who had seen Duan Ling Tian casting the universe teleportation before began to speak up one after another in excitement. Based on what I know, as soon as the ripples and distortion in the space fade away, his opponent would die. That's true. I wonder if it's going to be different this time. After all, his opponent is not an ordinary person. He's Yu Chunwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. He's ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Many people who had seen Duan Ling Tian casting the universe teleportation in the past began to discuss among themselves. They realized how terrifying Duan Ling Tian's divine ability was. Although all of Duan Ling Tian's opponents would die after he cast this divine ability, they were not sure if it would be the case this time, since his opponent was not just any Tom, Dick, and Harry. These people would never be able to guess that as extraordinary as the universe teleportation was, it was not lethal. It just had a hallucinogenic effect. Its greatest use to Duan Ling Tian was that it could block other people's sight. It was impractical for Duan Ling Tian to cast his 10,000 swords territory to block other people's sight, because many people from the fire worship sect had seen him use his territory. If he used his territory, it would undoubtedly reveal his identity as Duan Ling Tian. He's truly the black-robed man. The leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Old Black Crow's eyes lit up when he discovered that the person standing before him was the real black-robed man. His eyes were staring expectantly at the rippling and distorting space as he prayed fervently in his heart. Elder Yu, you'll definitely be able to kill him with your strength. I believe in you. He repeated this phrase over and over again in his heart. If Yu Chunwu managed to kill the black-robed man, he would indirectly avenge the Black Crow Alliance. If that was the case, the Black Crow Alliance no longer had to lay low. If the black-robed man died, the Black Crow Alliance could continue to act like they did in the past, taking advantage of the weak without any restraint. For this reason, Old Black Crow was not the only one who wished that Yu Chunwu would be able to kill the black-robed man. All the members from the Black Crow Alliance were also fervently hoping that the black-robed would die. At this moment, the only people who were calm were those three people who were hovering above the clouds. These people were the young leader and elder of the 7 Kill Alliance, Qing and Lu Jun, and the young leader of the 1000 Years Alliance, Dong Guoji. Earlier, they had witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing Wang Dingshan, an elder from the 1000 Years Alliance, whose cultivation base was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, they knew it was impossible for Yu Chunwu to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Even if Yu Chunwu's cultivation base was at the peak of the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, how could he compare to Wang Dingshan, who was a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The black-robed man had killed Wang Dingshan. How could Yu Chunwu even kill the black-robed man? It's just as expected. Soon after, Qing, Lu Jin, and Dong Guoji saw the space was no longer rippling and distorting, revealing the two figures who were previously hidden. One of them was perfectly fine. However, The other person had been cut into two. He was clearly dead. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was the one who was unharmed. Qing and the other two had already expected this, so they were not surprised. However, for everyone else, they were shocked. As soon as the space stopped rippling and distorting, the entire place fell silent. Everyone, including the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance and Hundred Ghosts Alliance, looked at the scene before them in shock and disbelief. The span of several breaths had passed since the black-robed cast his divine ability. However, Yu Chengwu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, had died. Moreover, his body was severed in two. On the other hand, the black-robed man was unharmed. How powerful was he? Is he at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher? Many people shared the same thought. Most people gasped when they regained their senses. People were still in a daze when a gust of wind appeared, catching everyone's attention. They saw the black-robed man who only took a span of a few breaths to kill the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance flew in the direction of the tear on the void and entered it. It looked as though he had been swallowed by a giant beast when he entered the tear. He entered the tear in the void. Is he not afraid of death? Duan Ling Tian's action shocked them again. After he killed the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, he did not even hesitate as he entered the tear in the void. The black-robed man's character had garnered much admiration from the crowd. Duan Ling Tian thought it was the best option for him to quickly enter the tear in the void. After all, he had exhausted almost all of his son's saint origin. If someone from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance decided to attack him, even if it was just an ordinary elder, Duan Ling Tian would not be a match for that person since he had depleted most of his son's saint origin. Previously, when he killed the elder from the Thousand Years Alliance, Wang Dingshan, with the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Saint Sword, he had used much of his son's saint origin. Duan Ling Tian's son's saint origin had only recovered a little when he had used almost all of it to kill Yu Chengwu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. He was, naturally, on his last leg. For the sake of his safety, Duan Ling Tian used his remaining son's saint origin to enter the tear in the void before the high-ranking officials from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance could react. He entered the pseudo-realm left behind by the powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation even though he was unaware of what was in the pseudo-realm. However, this was his best option. If Duan Ling Tian had continued to stay on, let alone the ordinary members from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, their leader, Yin Zanming would definitely be able to see that he was already on his last leg. At that time, he might not be able to protect his life. Chapter 2134 Entering one after another. There was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian had made the right choice. He was not worried about the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance catching up to him if they entered the pseudo-realm. According to Elder Huo, once one entered a pseudo-realm, one would be randomly transported to a place inside the pseudo-realm. This meant unless everyone entered the pseudo-realm at the exact same time, one would not be transported to the same place. Since Duan Ling Tian had entered the pseudo-realm before the people from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance did, even if they entered now, they would be transported to a different place. When Duan Ling Tian entered the tear in the void without any hesitation, he had shocked everyone. They had gathered around the tear in the void because none of them was brave enough to enter the tear in the void. They were worried about the unknown danger that might lie inside the void. After all, everyone was only bomb with one life. There was no reset button. Since they could not confirm that it was not dangerous to enter the tear in the void, they, naturally, would not recklessly enter it. At the same time, Yin Zanming, the leader of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, regained his senses. He said through clenched teeth, "Black-robed man." His voice was so cold that it sent chills running up people's spines. The expressions of the high-ranking officials from the Hundred Ghosts Alliance was gloomy. Yu Chengwu, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, had died. Yu Chengwu's death did not only publicly embarrass the Hundred Ghosts Alliance, but more importantly, it had weakened the overall strength of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance. Currently, the Hundred Ghosts Alliance might be annihilated if the mighty tyrannical alliance dared to take the risk and fight them. Sir Black-Robe's right, the first elder of the Hundred Ghosts Alliance was a clown. The leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, Chen Zanba, laughed out loud. He was in a good mood even though a hint of wistfulness could be seen in his eyes. It was the same for all the high-ranking officials from the mighty tyrannical alliance. They were laughing, but a hint of wistfulness could be seen in their eyes. This was, naturally, because they thought it was a pity the black-robed man declined their leader's invitation to join the mighty tyrannical alliance and become a deputy leader in the alliance. Based on the black-robed man's strength, they could see the black-robed man was definitely qualified to be a deputy leader of their mighty tyrannical alliance. After a few moments, members from the mighty tyrannical alliance began to look at the members from the 100 Ghosts alliance disdainfully. Although they did not speak, their eyes spoke 1,000 words, let alone the members from the 100 Ghosts alliance. Their leader, Yin Zhanming, felt even more humiliated. Initially, he had intended to humiliate the leader of the mighty tyrannical alliance, Chen Zhanba. Not only did his plan backfire, but he had lost his right-hand man. Yu Chengwu, the first elder of the 100 Ghosts alliance, was one of the strongest people in the alliance. Someone like that had died needlessly. Chen Zhanba, don't get too carried away. Just wait and see, Yin Zhanming said threateningly. He sensed everyone's gaze was on him, and he felt even more humiliated. He glared at Chen Zhanba after he threatened him and stepped aside. I'll be waiting for you, Chen Zhanba said indifferently as though he did not take Yin Zhanming's words to heart. He was not afraid of the 100 Ghosts alliance in the past. Moreover, now that the 100 Ghosts alliance had lost Yu Chengwu, their strength was significantly weakened. Just as Yin Zhanming brought his men away from the people of the mighty tyrannical alliance, a cold voice suddenly said, "Leader Yin, you're really brave for ordering an elder to look for trouble with the black-robed man." It, naturally, caught everyone's attention. A pale and sickly young man dressed in fine clothes appeared in everyone's sight. A middle-aged man followed behind him. Young leader. The moment the finely dressed young man appeared, both leaders from the 100 Ghosts alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance, Yin Zhanming and Chen Zhanba, stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. The finely dressed young man was none other than the young leader of the 7-Kill alliance, Qing. Normally, a good-for-nothing rich kid like Qing would not command the respect of the leaders of the 100 Ghosts alliance and mighty tyrannical alliance. However, the 100 Ghosts alliance and mighty tyrannical alliance were affiliates of the 7-Kill alliance. There were many alliances in Sin City. However, the three strongest alliances were the 7-Kill alliance, the 1,000 Years alliance, and the Eternal alliance. Under these three strongest alliances were other alliances like the 100 Ghosts alliance and mighty tyrannical alliance. In order to survive and avoid being taken over by the 7-Kill alliance, the 1,000 Years alliance or the Eternal alliance, they had to affiliate themselves with one of the three strongest alliances. Both the 100 Ghosts alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance had chosen to affiliate themselves with the 7-Kill alliance. In fact, the 100 Ghost alliance and the mighty tyrannical alliance's enmity had stemmed from them trying to compete and gain favor with the 7-Kill alliance. As the young leader of the 7-Kill alliance, Qing could also be considered as a leader of the 7-Kill alliance. As the leaders of the alliances that were affiliated with the 7-Kill alliance, it was only natural that Chen Zhanba and Yin Zhanming were respectful toward Qing. After all, they could be considered as the 7-Kill alliance's subordinates. Young leader, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yin Zhanming asked respectfully as he looked at Qing. He had a confused expression on his face. He obviously did not forget what Qing had said when he showed himself. Leader Yin, you're really brave to order an elder to look for trouble daring with the black-robed man. Based on Qing's words, it seemed like he knew the black-robed man was very strong. Yin Zhanming was puzzled. One should know that although Qing's strength was average at best, he did not care much about other people due to his status as the young leader of the 7-Kill alliance. When Yin Zhanming spoke to Qing, Chen Zhanba was also looking at Qing. He had detected a hint of fear in Qing's voice when he spoke about the black-robed man. This roused his curiosity. Why would the young leader of 7-Kill alliance fear the black-robed man? When Qing saw the confused and curious expressions on Yin Zhanming and Chen Zhanba's face, he turned to look at the young leader of the 1,000 Years alliance, Dong Guoji, who had just arrived and said, just a while ago, the elder from the 1,000 Years alliance, Wang Dingshan, who was guarding Dong Guoji, was killed by the black-robed man. Chen Zhanba, Yin Zhanming, and the others had already noticed Dong Guoji when he arrived. When they heard Qing's words, they were instantly stunned. In fact, they were confused when they saw Dong Guoji had come alone. How could the young leader of the 1,000 Years alliance travel alone without any powerhouses protecting him? After they heard Qing's words, they realized that the person who was in charge of protecting Dong Guoji had been killed by the black-robed man. Elder Wang Dingshan from the 1,000 Years alliance. If I'm not mistaken, Wang Dingshan has broken through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago, right? His recent ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was at the 159th place. Someone like that was killed by the black-robed man. My goodness, is it possible that the black-robed man is at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Not necessarily. If he's at the peak of the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it wouldn't be hard for him to kill Wang Dingshan. After all, Wang Dingshan was one of the weaker powerhouses among those at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even so, the strength of a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, regardless if he was weak among his peers, is much stronger than Yu Chengwu from the 100 Ghosts Alliance. I finally understand young leader O Qing's words. The people surrounding the tear in the void broke out in an uproar again. They were all shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Now that they found out Duan Ling Tian had killed Wang Dingshan, Duan Ling Tian seemed even stronger to them. Dong Guoji scoffed as his expression darkened. He saw the looks from the people around him, and he quickly flew into the tear in the void. Young leader Dong from the Thousand Years Alliance has entered the tear in the void. Many people cried out. Young leader, if you're aware of how strong the black-robed man is, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yin Zanming asked with a gloomy expression. If O Qing had told Yin Zanming about this, he definitely would not have sent the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chengwu, to deal with the black-robed man. As soon Yin Zanming finished speaking, Lu Jin, who was standing behind O Qing, coldly rebuked him. Yin Zanming, how dare you? Are you questioning our young leader? Yin Zanming's expression changed when he was reminded of O Qing's status. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, Young leader, that's not my intention. O Qing snorted as he glanced at Yin Zanming coldly. After that, he motioned to Lu Jin and entered the tear in the void. Another commotion broke out again. Why are they entering the tear in the void without any hesitation? Are they not afraid of death? Maybe they know there's no danger inside, someone said. If it's not dangerous, put aside the other alliances, but the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and 100 Ghosts Alliance are affiliated with the 7 Kill Alliance, shouldn't the 7 Kill Alliance give them a hint? People began to discuss among themselves. Chapter 2135 Everyone decides to enter. Based on what I know, the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance had voluntarily submitted to the 7 Kill Alliance, but people from the 7 Kill Alliance probably couldn't care less about them. I think so as well. Even when people from the 7 Kill Alliance know there isn't any danger in entering the tear in the void, they didn't even inform them about it. After all, if the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is in there, people from the 7 Kill Alliance probably wish that the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and 100 Ghosts Alliance wouldn't dare to enter it. Yes, another person entering means there's another person they have to share the treasure with. It's completely understandable why the 7 Kill Alliance didn't inform them about it. People were gossiping among themselves. Their words were heard by Chen Zanba, Yin Zanming, and the other high-ranking officials from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance. They all had a dark expression on their faces. This was because they felt the words they heard had merits. O Qing, that cowardly good-for-nothing rich kid, entered the tear in the void without even hesitating. It seems like it's not dangerous in there. The eyes of the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance, Chen Zanba, gleamed when he thought about this. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the high-ranking officials from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance standing behind him. If anyone is afraid, you can stay outside. Those who are not afraid can follow me in. The moment Chen Zanba finished speaking, he entered the tear in the void under everyone's watchful eyes. When the high-ranking officials from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance returned to their senses, they discovered their leader had already entered the tear in the void. Their eyes shone brightly as they followed in his footsteps. A commotion broke out again. Chen Bazan's really quick to act. Chen Bazan's thoughts were, naturally, similar to the thoughts of Yin Zanming, the leader of the 100 Ghosts Alliance. To a certain extent, he knew O Qing better than Chen Bazan did. He knew just how cowardly O Qing was. Since a cowardly person like that had entered the tear in the void without even hesitating, it was enough to prove that there was no danger in entering the tear in the void. Moreover, Yin Zanming's strength was far superior compared to O Qing. Earlier, Chen Zanba and Yin Zanming were uncertain if there was danger lurking in the void. Although the high-ranking officials from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance had entered it, they were not entirely convinced it was safe to enter. Among the high-ranking officials from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance. Many of their cultivation bases were at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, the leaders from the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City were powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, it might not be dangerous for the high-ranking officials from the 3 strongest alliances to enter the Tear in the Void. However, it was different for Chen Zhanba, Yin Zhanming, and their people. Therefore, they were mulling over whether they should enter the Tear in the Void or not. However, after seeing that cowardly good-for-nothing rich kid, O Qing, entering the Tear in the Void without any hesitation, they no longer felt afraid. After a few moments, the people from the 100 Ghosts Alliance led by their leader, Yin Zhanming, also entered the Tear in the Void and disappeared from the public's eyes. People from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance have also entered the Tear in the Void. As far as I know, the young leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, O Qing, is a typical good-for-nothing rich kid. He's usually very cowardly since if he dies, he won't be able to enjoy all the privileges that come from his father's status. Many people agreed with this person's words. If that's the case, the people from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance must think it's safe to enter because of that. There was no shortage of smart people at the scene. Soon enough, they managed to come to a conclusion. That should be it. Since people from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance have entered, why are we still hesitating? Let's go. We will go in as well. Suddenly, many people from different alliances and lone sectless cultivators began to enter the Tear in the Void, disappearing one by one. A few moments later, slightly less than half of the people there had entered the Tear in the Void. Naturally, there were still many people who were afraid to enter it. Some of them were still hesitating and decided to observe the situation. All the high-ranking officials from the Black Crow Alliance turned to look at their leader, Old Black Crow. One of them hesitated before he mustered up the courage to ask, "Lord Leader, many people have entered the Tear in the Void, should we enter as well?" At this moment, Old Black Crow was still in a daze. The scene of the space rippling and distorting and Yu Chengwu's death were still playing in his mind. Apart from being the first elder of the 100 Ghosts Alliance, Yu Chengwu was ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Someone like that was easily killed by the black-robed man. Old Black Crow was much weaker than Yu Chengwu. How could he be a match for the black-robed man? For a moment, he felt despair. It felt as though it would be impossible for him to kill the black-robed man and avenge the members from the Black Crow Alliance in this life. He felt extremely unwilling. He kept thinking about the scene earlier, hoping to find something useful. However, it was futile. He could not see through the rippling and distorted space at all. He did not know how the black-robed man killed Yu Chengwu. Old Black Crow regained his senses when he heard his subordinate talking to him. Then, he learned about what happened from his subordinate. Since Leader Chen from the mighty Tyrannical Alliance and Leader Yin from the 100 Ghosts Alliance have entered the Tear in the Void, there's nothing for us to be afraid of. Let's go, Old Black Crow said decisively. He instantly led his people into the Tear in the Void. The people from the Black Crow Alliance have also gone in. Old Black Crow from the Black Crow Alliance is a notoriously cautious person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured for so long and didn't make a move against the black-robed man. That's right, the black-robed man has killed many members from the Black Crow Alliance. He even killed Zhao Zhan, the second strongest person in the Black Crow Alliance. Old Black Crow must hate the black-robed man very much, but he managed to hold himself back and even asked the other members to lay low. Even a person who's so cautious has entered the Tear in the Void. What are we waiting for? Why are we hesitating? After the people from the Black Crow Alliance entered the Tear in the Void, the group of people who was hesitating and observing the situation instantly followed suit and entered the Tear in the Void. At once, more than half of the people present were gone. Those who remained were still hesitant. After all, it was unknown what lay inside. They did not know what they would encounter inside. It was fine if turned out to be safe. However, if they were wrong, they would lose their lives. Currently, many new people had arrived. At this moment, an old man's eyes lit up as he cried out excitedly, "Spatial Tear! Spatial Tear!" Instantly, many people turned to look at him in surprise. When he noticed their gazes, the old man suddenly straightened up and said after a light cough, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a spatial tear. Generally, only treasure vaults left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation would be hidden behind a spatial tear. I didn't expect that I'll live to see a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. The moment he finished speaking, he entered the spatial tear before the others could react. He said this is a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Someone muttered after he had regained his senses. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who passed the heavenly tribulation. Isn't that someone who has ascended? More and more people began to regain their senses. An expression of shock and disbelief was apparent on their faces. From what I know, the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who passed the heavenly tribulation is extremely powerful. With that power, they could open up an independent realm. If what you say is true, then the spatial tier should be the entrance to the independent realm that a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation opened up. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation certainly wouldn't be so petty as to set a trap for us, right? It's likely the spatial tear is the entrance to where he kept his treasures. Damn it, I wasted so much time hesitating. If I knew this earlier, I would have entered the spatial tier. Sometimes, it's not good to be overly cautious. After hearing the old man's words, the people standing outside no longer hesitated. All of them swarmed toward the spatial tier and entered in groups of 3s and 5s. The spatial tier was similar to the mouth of a starving beast. No one was rejected from entering it. Soon after, no one was left outside the spatial tear. Even the people who arrived later entered the spatial tear after a short moment of hesitation. Since they saw that no one was around, they realized it must be safe to enter the spatial tear. Suddenly, 2 deafening sounds of wind whistling rang in the air. 2 figures who were moving at a fast speed arrived at the spatial tear in just a blink of an eye. Chapter 2136 The 3 Powerhouses Who Passed the Heavenly Tribulation. If Duan Ling Tian was still outside the spatial tear, Elder Huo would have instantly warned him that these 2 people were extremely strong powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Meng Hao, I didn't expect you heard about this too. The person who had spoken was an old lady with an ordinary appearance and white hair. She was dressed in a gray robe. If she stood on the streets, people would think she was a simple old lady. Apart from that, she was holding a cane with the head of a snake. The carving of the snake's head was extremely lifelike that it even looked like a real snake from the distance. Her eyes were shining brightly as she took the initiative to speak to the other person who arrived at the same time as she did. The other person was a young man dressed in a blue robe. He looked gentlemanly and was quite fair. He looked like a pale-faced scholar. He radiated a cold aura that made him unapproachable. It was as though it was a warning to others to stay away from him. He might look young, but he was already more than a few hundred years old. However, he could still be considered as quite young in the upper province. Take the old lady, for example. She was not as strong as he was, but she was almost 1,000 years old. She was old enough to be the grandmother of his great-grandparents. Based on the old lady's words, the young man's name was obviously Meng Hao. If Duan Ling Tian was here, just based on Meng Hao's name and his cultivation base, he would be able to figure out this man's background. Meng Hao was known as the stern-faced scholar. Apart from that, he was ranked at the 21st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Currently, he was one of the patrons staying in Sin City. The Supreme Saint ranking was a list of the strongest people in the Dao Martial Saint land. To be ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking, it was obvious that Meng Hao was very strong. If Madam Snake has heard about it, is it so surprising that I've also heard about it? Meng Hao said snappily when he heard the old lady's words. He was not respectful even though the old lady was older than him. Madam Snake was also a famous powerhouse in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Similar to Meng Hao, she was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who lived in Sin City. She was also a patron of Sin City. However, she was slightly weaker than Meng Hao in regards to strength even though she's 2 times older than Meng Hao. This could be seen by her ranking at the 23rd place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Naturally, she was still terrifyingly strong compared to others even if she was slightly weaker than Meng Hao. As someone who was ranked 23rd on the Supreme Saint ranking, how could she not be terrifying? After Meng Hao finished speaking, he did not wait for Madam Snake to reply and he entered the spatial tier immediately. Naturally, Madam Snake did not take it too kindly when faced with Meng Hao's rude behavior. She scoffed when she saw Meng Hao entering the spatial tier. Soon after, She also entered the spatial tear. Not long after both of them entered the spatial tear, another 4 people arrived. Moreover, their speed was not any slower than Meng Hao and Madame Snake. These were the other powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher in Sin City. However, these powerhouses arrived at different times, so there was no trouble, as people from Sin City traveled to the place where the spatial tier was located in hopes of finding the treasures left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In Sin City, many informants from major forces left Sin City to return to their respective forces to report about the spatial tear and the treasure vault that a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage left behind. A treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, it's a treasure vault that's left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. The powerful forces around Sin City, including the Black Kshetra sect, were alarmed when they heard this news. They did not waste any time and sent out many powerhouses to the north of Sin City. While the powerhouses from the various forces were entering the spatial tear, Duan Ling Tian was going through all sorts of tests in the pseudo-realm. The test became progressively harder as he progressed further. I wonder what will happen if I fail one of the tests. Duan Ling Tian was curious about this. At the entrance to the pseudo-realm that Duan Ling Tian was in, many people began to appear. Upon closer inspection, one would realize these people were divided into 3 groups. Each group wore a different uniform. Aren't these people from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance? The sudden appearance of these people shocked the powerhouses from the major forces near Sin City. They recognized these people through their uniforms. Damn it, I can't go in again. Shortly after, one of the men from 7 Kill Alliance who tried to re-enter the spatial tier discovered that he could no longer enter. There was a repelling force that pushed him away whenever he tried to enter. At this moment, an elder from the Black Kshetra sect shook his head and said, "It's useless. If it's really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, then he must have placed strict rules in that place. Powerhouses like that usually enjoy leaving tests behind in their treasure vaults. Those who are eliminated would be instantly transported out and wouldn't be able to enter again." It was obvious this elder from the Black Kshetra sect was very knowledgeable. As the elder from the Black Kshetra sect, one of the 3 great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land, it was only normal they knew more than the average sectless cultivators. After hearing the words of the elder from the Black Kshetra sect, people from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance who were eliminated stared at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. Soon after, many of the high-ranking officials from the various forces outside of Sin City, including the Black Kshetra sect, asked the people from the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City, "What kind of tests did you encounter inside?" Naturally, the people from the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City were unwilling to answer these people. As sectless cultivators, they despised the high-ranking officials from major forces like the Black Kshetra sect. They did not respond to the question, but they did not leave either. They only stood at the side and waited for other sectless cultivators or people from other alliances to come out. They were ordered to do by their respective leaders. Even if they were eliminated, they must not leave. Otherwise, if people from their alliance managed to obtain some of the treasure might become a target for the other alliances. At that time, they would need help. The people from the major forces, including the Black Kshetra sect, were not surprised by these people's unwillingness to talk. They were merely trying their luck. In fact, if the people from the 7 Kill Alliance, 1000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance answered them, they would be shocked. Inside the spatial tier, in the pseudo-realm opened by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and punched a giant that emitted devil chi. The giant instantly disintegrated as though it was never there at all. "It's getting more and more difficult," Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself solemnly as he passed another test. "Let me have a look," Elder Huo suddenly said. "I found 3 different power auras in this pseudo-realm. These 3 types of power are the source that created this pseudo-realm." 3 different power auras? What does that mean? Duan Ling Tian puzzled. The confusion in his eyes was very obvious. If I'm not mistaken, this pseudo-realm wasn't created by one powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. It's the product of 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Elder Huo sounded certain when he spoke. What? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Elder Huo's words. This pseudo-realm was not created by one, but three powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian tried to calm down by taking a deep breath. However, his voice still trembled slightly in excitement when he said, Elder Huo, why you mean, this pseudo-realm? That's right, Elder Huo seemed to know what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. He interrupted him and said, inside this pseudo-realm, there should be things left behind by three powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 2137 The entrance is closed. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp in excitement when he heard Elder Huo's words. He was already excited when he found out there might be a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. He was even more excited now that he learned the pseudo-realm was jointly created by three powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. A pseudo-realm jointly created by three powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation must contain extraordinary treasures. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his breathing quickened. It took him a while to calm down. He was extremely excited. Since they created this pseudo-realm together before they ascended, they must have a close relationship. They must have left all their possessions here in the mundane realm since they can't bring it to the Devata realms. These things might not be worth much in the Devata realms, but it should be very valuable in the mundane realm. Duan Ling Tian, who had just barely calmed down, became excited again when he thought about this. As Duan Ling Tian faced the coming tests, he was still excited. In fact, there were a few times where he was distracted. Fortunately, he did not find the tests too difficult to handle. It's getting harder now. The final test is going to be really tough. I wonder when does it end? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after passing a fairly difficult test. He began to focus on the test. He did not dare to get distracted. At this time, Duan Ling Tian had passed quite a lot of tests. The tests began to appear not long after he entered the pseudo-realm. He could not back out, so he could only go forward. The tests were simple in the beginning, but they were getting harder and harder. Even Duan Ling Tian found the current test difficult. However, he had not unleashed his full strength, nor had he used all his powerful techniques. Let's continue. The ground seemed to shake as the next test appeared. 10 gigantic beasts appeared out of thin air before Duan Ling Tian, pressuring him. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn when he saw this. He began to concentrate in earnest. It would only take one mistake for him to be eliminated. Elder Huo had informed him that if he failed one of the tests in the pseudo-realm, he would be instantly eliminated and transported out. Once he was transported out, it was impossible for him to enter the pseudo-realm again. At that time, he would lose the opportunity to obtain the treasures left behind by the three powerhouses at the ninth form of Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian felt distressed just thinking about it. Therefore, he did not dare to lose focus and became serious. As the 10 gigantic beasts charged at Duan Ling Tian, the space around him began to turn volatile. The sounds of wind howling were thunderous. Black Turtle's barrier. Duan Ling Tian instantly cast his defensive divine ability. This was the first time he had used a divine ability since he entered the pseudo-realm. This was the strongest defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect. Once Duan Ling Tian cast the Black Turtle's barrier, the gigantic silhouette of a black turtle that looked like a beast from ancient times instantly shrouded Duan Ling Tian, protecting him. In order to get to him, one had to pass through the barrier. The 10 beasts howled, growled, and roared as they pounced at Duan Ling Tian. A terrifying energy surged out of them, making the ground shake as wind blew about violently. The force from the wind was so strong that it felt as though the sky was going to collapse. The 10 gigantic beasts attacked together. Their force was so strong that the sun and moon seemed to dim. Their joined forces swept toward Duan Ling Tian and landed on the barrier that was protecting Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. The barrier began to shake violently like a sailboat that was being tossed around by violent waves. After a while, it was apparent that the barrier was on the brink of collapse. However, the 10 gigantic beasts seemed to have exhausted their strength as well when they jointly unleashed their attacks. It held up. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes lit up, no wonder it's acknowledged as the strongest defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect. Its protective force is so strong even though I've only mastered it at the elementary stage. At the same time, the black turtle's barrier vanished without a trace with just one thought from Duan Ling Tian. Then, Duan Ling Tian lifted his arm and a 1,000 inscription saint sword appeared in his hand. After that, he let the 1,000 inscription saint sword go and it flew out on its own and began to slash at the 10 gigantic beasts. This was a technique from the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was also known as the Sword Warding Heart. The sword would go where the heart willed it to go. This sword technique I mastered is definitely the strongest sword technique in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian was very confident about this. The short-lived sound of a sword's cry rang in the air and a sword ray appeared in just a blink of an eye. The gigantic beasts fell to the ground in the wake of the sword. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian successfully passed another test. "It's closing," Elder Huo suddenly said. Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion, "Closing? What's closing?" "The entrance to this pseudo-realm is closed," Elder Huo answered. "The entrance is closed." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then, this means no one would be able to enter the pseudo-realm anymore. "That's right," Elder Huo replied. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, thrilled when he heard this. After all, once the entrance is closed, no one could enter anymore. This meant he would have fewer competitors. He had everything to gain and nothing to lose from the closing of the entrance. "I've entered this pseudo-realm for quite a while now, but the entrance is only closing now. I'm afraid the forces near Sin City like the Black Kshetra sect have gotten word about this, and they've probably sent their men in." Duan Ling Tian furrowed his eyebrows when he thought about this. Suddenly, the sound of wind howling could be heard. Duan Ling Tian knew he was about to face his next test. Meanwhile, outside the pseudo-realm, those who were eliminated watched as the spatial tier began to close. The people guarding the entrance widened their eyes in shock when they saw this. The entrance is closed. After a few moments, more people from forces outside of Sin City arrived as well. All of them were incredibly frustrated when they realized they were just a step too late. "Damn it, I was so close. Just a couple of dozens of breaths time. Why am I so unlucky that I missed entering the treasure vault that was left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation? It's such a rare occurrence." After a while, more people arrived. When they learned that the entrance to the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation was closed, all of them regretted not coming sooner. A gust of wind suddenly appeared and two young men appeared before everyone's eyes. "Young leader." When the two young men appeared, two groups of people who were standing outside instantly greeted them respectfully. One of the two young men was finely dressed. He was skinny, frail, and pale. He looked just like a good-for-nothing rich kid. The other young man held a feathered fan and wore a silk kerchief on his head. He was dressed like a scholar, but he seemed to be in a slightly wretched state. He had lost his usual gentle demeanor. These two young men were none other than the young leaders of the 7 Kill Alliance and the 1,000 Years Alliance, Qing and Dong Guoji. Both of them were eliminated at the same time. Chapter 2138 An Inescapable Space. It's the young leaders from the 7 Kill Alliance and the 1,000 Years Alliance, Qing and Dong Guoji. They're eliminated as well. Qing and Dong Guoji's appearance had undoubtedly caught many people's attention. Some people who had been eliminated earlier had recognized them as well. When Qing and Dong Guoji felt the gazes on them, their expressions darkened immediately. They were so close to passing the test, but they still failed at the crucial moment. They felt extremely resentful and disgruntled. Naturally, if they knew that the tests were seemingly endless and would only get progressively harder, they would not feel this way. After Qing caught his breath, he looked at Dong Guoji with a mocking smile and said, "Dong Guoji, you're eliminated at the same time as me. It seems like the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance isn't so strong after all. Didn't you always call me a good-for-nothing rich kid? It seems like the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance isn't that much stronger than a good-for-nothing rich kid." Qing had not forgotten that Dong Guoji had tried to goad the black-robed man into killing him earlier. Since he was presented with a chance now to ridicule Dong Guoji, he, naturally, would not let the chance pass by. Qing. When Dong Guoji heard Qing's words, he was instantly enraged, but there was nothing he could say in return. He was not the only one who looked down on Qing. Many sectless cultivators in Sin City thought that Qing was weaker than him. When Dong Guoji sensed the gazes on him, he felt so embarrassed he felt like digging a hole in the ground to hide in. When Qing saw this, he smiled widely. Suddenly, He felt it was worth it to be eliminated. Soon after, people began to appear one after another. All these were people who had been eliminated. In the beginning, those who were eliminated were at the first form or second form of the form Saint Celestial stage. Gradually, even powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated. Elder Yu, Elder Shao. When two figures appeared, Oqing and Dong Guoji cried out in unison. They were surprised that these two people were eliminated since they were elders from the Seven Kill Alliance and the Thousand Years Alliance. Naturally, if these two people were just ordinary elders from their respective alliances, Oqing and Dong Guoji would not have lost their composure. These two elders were not just ordinary elders in their respective alliances. Isn't this Elder Yu Zhang from the Seven Kill Alliance? That's Elder Xiaopeng from the Thousand Years Alliance. Yu Zhang and Xiaopeng aren't just ordinary powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, they rank within the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. They're even stronger than First Elder Yu Chunwu from the 100 Ghosts Alliance. I didn't expect even someone as strong them would be eliminated. With such a high rate of elimination, I'm afraid only a handful of people will be able to remain in the treasure vault of the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. The people in the surroundings who had been eliminated lamented among themselves. As time passed, more and more people were eliminated. All these people had one thing in common. All of their cultivation bases were below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Everyone from the Seven Kill Alliance, the Thousand Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance who are below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage have been eliminated. Those from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and 100 Ghost Alliance whose cultivation bases were below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage have also been eliminated. That's not all, even the sectless cultivators from the other alliances with cultivation bases below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage have been eliminated as well. Currently, the only people below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage who are still inside are those from the Black Kshetra sect and the other forces. They won't be able to remain for long in there. The only reason they haven't been eliminated is due to their late entrance. While people were discussing among themselves, people below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Black Kshetra sect and the other forces were also eliminated one after another. I think there are no more powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage inside. As expected of a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. The rate of elimination is ridiculously high. It seems that you can forget about obtaining the treasures inside if your cultivation base isn't above the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's a really high requirement. Currently, about 90% of the people outside were people who had been eliminated. As they discussed among themselves, an expression of bitterness and helplessness could be seen on their faces. Naturally, none of them wanted to be eliminated, but there were some things that were out of their control. The tests in there are ridiculous. Not only does it get progressively harder, but it seems endless as well. That's true. I'm pretty sure the few tests ahead of me before I was eliminated might even be difficult for powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Many powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage who were eliminated said with a bitter smile. If one had to pick those who felt the most dissatisfied, it would be this group of people. As time passed, no powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated. Many people came to the conclusion that the test they had failed was one of the final tests. Who knew, it could even be the final test? The leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Old Black Crow, looked and asked around. He discovered the enemy of the Black Crow Alliance was nowhere to be seen. It was just as he had expected. That black-robed man is actually a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Earlier, Old Black Crow was just guessing. There was still a sliver of hope in his heart. When he saw that the black-robed man was nowhere to be seen, the last hope he held in his heart vanished immediately. From this day onward, all of you must let go of your hatred toward the black-robed man. From now on, members of the Black Crow Alliance must never take advantage of the weak ever again. When Old Black Crow realized that he and the Black Crow Alliance could not do anything to the black-robed man, he decisively gave an order to the high-ranking officials of the Black Crow Alliance through voice transmission. The high-ranking officials from the Black Crow Alliance had no objection in regard to this order. Even the strongest person in the Black Crow Alliance, their leader, was afraid of the black-robed man. How could they not be afraid? Meanwhile, there was something the people outside were unaware of. there was a group of extremely bored people inside the pseudo-realm that was left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian was one of those people. When will I be able to leave? Currently, Duan Ling Tian was stuck in an enclosed place. The space was not big. It could probably fit 2 adults at most. Duan Ling Tian felt extremely constricted. Duan Ling Tian had tried to break out from this enclosed space. However, even after he cast all his techniques without any reservations, he still failed to leave the space. His power did not even affect the space. He was trapped inside and could not escape. Elder Huo, what's this space made of? Why doesn't my attacks affect it? Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo to learn more about the space he was entrapped in. This space is part of the pseudo-realm. So long you're still in the pseudo-realm, you'll be trapped here. There's no way for you to leave. Naturally, it would be easy for you to leave if your cultivation base has reached the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and you've passed the heavenly tribulations. This space wouldn't be able to confine you then. Based on Elder Huo's words, it seemed like even powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to escape this space and pseudo-realm. The difference in strength between a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation and one who had not passed the heavenly tribulation was at a completely different level. They were as far apart as heaven and earth. When Duan Ling Tian heard Elder Huo's words, he completely dismissed the idea of escaping. What a joke. Elder Huo had said even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who did not pass the heavenly tribulation could not escape this space. How could Duan Ling Tian escape then? The test I faced before this was really tough. If my Sun Saint origin didn't recover after I entered the pseudo-realm, I might not be able to pass the test even if I used the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian still felt a lingering fear when he thought about the latest test he faced. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, it would have been impossible for him to pass the test. After Duan Ling Tian passed that particular test, there was a sudden blackout. When light returned, he found himself in this strange space. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that apart from him, there were also others who were confined in this strange space after passing the previous test. Those people were the leaders of the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance. Meng Hao and Madame Snake who were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage were also trapped in this space. Everyone who passed all the tests so far was trapped. There was no exception. It was as though they had to wait for those who entered after them to finish all the tests as well. Duan Ling Tian did not know how much time had passed when he heard a voice by his ears. Congratulations, you've passed the elimination test. The voice sounded ethereal and it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Chapter 2139 The Second Tase. Duan Ling Tian began to look around when he heard the voice, but he did not see anyone. The voice seemed to have come from nowhere. Who's it? I know you must be very curious about my identity. I'm one of the surviving creators of this realm. The owner of the voice seemed able to read Duan Ling Tian's mind. Then, he continued to say, I guess you must be very curious why I revealed that I'm one of the creators of this realm. At this point, he stopped speaking. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised at all since Elder Huo had already told him he was in a pseudo-realm created by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, this did not mean the others were not surprised. One of the creators. The voice said he's one of the creators of this realm. Everyone was surprised when they heard the same voice that Duan Ling Tian heard. Regardless of their status, whether they were ordinary powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Sin City or the Karmapas from the Black Kshetra sect, all of them were shocked. Previously, all of them were under the assumption that the realm was created by one powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, the voice just informed them that he was one of the creators of this realm. It was clear this was no coincidence since the voice was transmitted to everyone who passed the elimination test at the same time. Currently, the only people left in the pseudo-realm were the only ones who had passed the elimination test. When I said I'm one of the creators of this realm, I'm sure all of you understand that I didn't single-handedly create this realm. The voice continued to transmit into everyone's ear. First things first, let me introduce myself. I am Zheng Dongji. I've achieved the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, passed the heavenly tribulation, and was preparing for my ascension before I created this realm. Those who were in the know, including Duan Ling Tian, remained calm since they were already aware of this. On the other hand, those who were unaware were pleasantly surprised. They were pleasantly surprised because they had finally received confirmation that they were indeed in the treasure vault left behind by powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. There were definitely a lot of treasures here. Only a fool would think that the treasures here were ordinary. As I said earlier, I'm only one of the creators of this realm. This realm was jointly created by me and my two friends. Similar to me, my friends are also at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and had successfully passed the heavenly tribulations before we created this realm. The voice continued to say. This time, apart from Duan Ling Tian, the others were shocked by what they heard. Even the few powerhouses at the 7th form Saint Celestial stage from Sin City and the Karmapas from the Black Kshetra sect were surprised. However, they quickly regained their composure since they were all elite powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When they regained their senses, they were in awe. This treasure vault was actually left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Doesn't this mean the treasures here belong to 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation? It's possible they'd left their legacies here as well. At the thought of this possibility, even the powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage were excited. All of them were excited and looking forward to obtaining the treasures in here. A treasure vault that was left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. We've hit the jackpot. Who would have known that I would have such a fortuitous encounter? Someone laughed. This is amazing. Everyone was extremely excited. They only calmed down when the voice began speaking again. 3 of us had left the treasures we had obtained throughout our lives in this realm. Moreover, we also left behind some of our cultivation methods. Naturally, only the last one standing would be able to obtain everything we left here. After pausing for a beat, the voice continued to say, however, all of you have a high chance of succeeding. This is because all of you have successfully passed the elimination tests we had laid out. Everyone else has been eliminated except for the few of you. However, it's too soon for you to feel happy. The elimination tests are just the beginning. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, was dumbfounded when they heard this. All those tests we had to face earlier are just the beginning. Duan Ling Tian had a bitter smile on his face. Everyone else was also rendered speechless by this news. However, these people did not remain silent for long before they broke out in a rant. Is this a joke? All the tests we faced so far are not the end, it's just the beginning. Are you kidding me? Based on all the tests before, I don't think anyone with a cultivation base below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage will be able to pass it. At this time, I don't think there are any cultivators below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage in this realm. Everyone knew this to be true. However, they were unaware that there was an exception. Duan Ling Tian was far from being at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation was merely approaching the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had not even broken through to the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was just at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Saint Origin form. After cultivating for half a year in Sin City, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was finally at the Saint Origin form. Although this was an amazing feat, Duan Ling Tian still felt dissatisfied. Weak. I'm too weak. My cultivation base is still too weak. I can only kill an ordinary powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage providing I unleash all my strength and use the Jasper Celestial Sword. If it's a powerhouse at the peak of the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I would only be able to severely injure him but I wouldn't be able to kill him. If it's a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher, I would definitely be defeated. Duan Ling Tian felt the pressure after listening to Zheng Dongji said that all the tests earlier were just the precursor for more tests. He had already used all his strength to pass the first series of tests. He could not imagine how much more difficult the second series of tests would be. Moreover, who knew if there were a 3rd or 4th series of tests after that? Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he thought of that. After this, all of you will leave this space and be transported to a new place. At that time, you will team up with the others and work together. You will be divided into 3 groups. All of the group members need to pass the test in order to pass the test. Only 2 groups would remain at the end of the test. No one responded to Zheng Dongji when he mentioned elimination since it was a matter of course. However, what Zheng Dongji said next changed everyone's expressions. For the second test, those who are eliminated won't be transported out of the realm. Elimination means death. Death. Everyone's expression turned grim when they heard that the test was a life or death test. Many weaker cultivators felt a pang of regret for entering the realm once they heard this. Unfortunately, there was no cure for regret in this world. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was one of the weakest cultivators among the group of remaining people. However, he did not regret entering the realm. Instead, he began to plan his next move. Based on Zheng Dongji's words, we would be divided into 3 groups for the second test. All members are equally important and we have to work together. This means everyone has to pass. This means even if one group member fails, the entire group would fail. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he thought of this. Duan Ling Tian thought his chance of passing the test was higher if he did not have to rely solely on his strength alone. If he was grouped with stronger people, his chance of passing was high. I hope I'll be grouped with the stronger powerhouses. In that case, my chance of passing the test would be higher. God, please group me with those strong powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Many weaker cultivators were fervently praying that they would not be grouped with weak cultivators. On the other hand, the strong cultivators who were arrogant did not care who they were grouped with. There were some who wished they would not be grouped with too many weak cultivators since the weak cultivators might hinder them. With too many weak cultivators in a group, they might die. Now, let me announce. Zheng Dongji's voice suddenly rang in the air again, surprising everyone, including Duan Ling Tian. The start of the second test. Chapter 2149 on the Supreme Saint ranking. The second test begins now. As soon as Zheng Dongji finished his sentence, everything turned pitch black. When light returned, Duan Ling Tian discovered he was in a huge cave. At first glance, it seemed like there were no exits in the cave. It was completely sealed. It looked desolate. There were no greeneries, only sand and stones. It was completely barren. After Duan Ling Tian appeared in the cave, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air before several people appeared in the cave as well. Similar to Duan Ling Tian, once these people arrived in the cave, they began to observe their surroundings. The cave was huge and looked desolate. They could see from one end to the other end of the cave. Regardless of how innocuous the cave looked, they felt wary because the cave was emitting a subtle pressure. It was only natural since this was the second test. The first series of tests were already quite difficult for some of them. The second test would definitely be even harder. Therefore, these people came to the conclusion that there must be hidden dangers in this seemingly harmless cave. The sense of the unknown is the most terrifying. Hence, it would do them good to stay alert. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and thought to himself as he looked at the group of people who had just appeared, I wonder who's in my group. As Duan Ling Tian studied the people around him intently, the others were also doing the same to the people around them. Their thoughts were fairly similar to Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. For the second test, their comrades' strength would affect their chances of passing the test. If they failed, they would die. It was only natural that everyone felt pressured. Suddenly, a thin middle-aged man draped in a green cloak saw a white-robed young man. His eyes widened as he cried out in surprise, Lord Bai Li. He did not expect he would be in the same group as this person. Lord Bai Li. When the skinny middle-aged man draped in a green cloak cried out, many people, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted their attention to the white-robed man. The young man was dressed in a white robe. He was tall and well-built. He stood still. His expression was stern, making him look unapproachable. There was a maroon dot in between the young man's brows. It was extremely eye-catching. As he stood there, he gave off an ethereal feeling. It was as though he was there but not there at the same time, just like a celestial being. One of the sectless cultivators from Sin City saw the young man and said with a voice that was trembling with excitement, it's really Lord Bai Li. This sectless cultivator had been staying in Sin City for hundreds of years. He was fortunate enough to have seen the white-robed young man once. The white-robed young man had left a lasting impression on him. Therefore, he was able to recognize the white-robed young man immediately. I didn't think I would be in the same group as Lord Bai Li. With Lord Bai Li around, it would be easy to pass the second test. Another sectless cultivator said excitedly. To the sectless cultivators, Bai Li was like a god to them. Lord Bai Li, he's really Sin City's Bai Li. Many people's eyes widened in shock. An expression of awe could be seen on their faces. He's Bai Li, one of the 3 patrons of Sin City. Someone whose cultivation base is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. A peerless powerhouse who's ranked at the 9th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. While everyone was looking at Bai Li, Duan Ling Tian's attention was also on him. He could not help but feel stunned. If the person standing in front of him was really the Bai Li he had heard about, then this person was the strongest person he had ever met, apart from Elder Huo. Bai Li, one of the 3 strongest people in Sin City, was at the top of the food chain in Sin City. He was also one of the strongest sectless cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint land with his cultivation base at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was even ranked in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking. He was ranked at the 9th place. How strong was he to be ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Lord Bai Li. After the people present confirmed Bai Li's identity, their faces were filled with excitement. They instantly bowed respectfully at Bai Li. They looked like a group of courtiers paying their respect to a king. While everyone's attention was on Bai Li, he merely ignored them. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged man draped in a green cloak. Green Bat King. The middle-aged man was the first one to notice and recognize Bai Li. Bai Li looked at him and nodded at him politely. Who's that? How did he catch Lord Bai Li's attention? When the others saw Bai Li's action, they were surprised and confused. Most people, including Duan Ling Tian, were stunned when they heard Bai Li address the middle-aged man as Green Bat King. In just an instant, everyone's attention shifted toward the middle-aged man who was draped in a green cloak. The middle-aged man was thin. He was not very tall, and he had a fairly small head. It gave him the appearance of a thief. He had an ethereal and mysterious aura around him. The first person who regained his senses gulped and said, I isn't He Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great karmapas. At this time, someone said proudly, that's right. He's the Green Bat King from our Black Kshetra sect. This person was an elder from the Black Kshetra sect. At this moment, information about Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great karmapas from the Black Kshetra sect appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, is one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great karmapas. He might be the weakest among the 4 karmapas, but his cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 24th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Faced with Bai Li, even Wei Suo, one of the karmapas from Black Kshetra sect, had to act humbly. He did not dare to offend him. Lord Bai Li, I didn't expect to be in the same group as you. This is fate. Bai Li was not only a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also ranked at the 9th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. In fact, he was slightly stronger than the Violet Dragon King, the leader of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great karmapas. Among the people in Black Kshetra sect, only the sect leader was stronger than Bai Li. Faced with someone like that, would anyone dare to offend him? Although both of them had a cultivation base at the 7th form Saint Celestial stage and higher, Wei Suo knew very well he was much weaker compared to Bai Li. Bai Li nodded coldly. He was indifferent even when faced with Wei Suo, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and a karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect. Wei Suo did not take offense to Bai Li's behavior at all. After all, most elite powerhouses were prideful. With how strong Bai Li was, it was good enough that he even acknowledged Wei Suo. Wei Suo knew his place very well. I didn't think I would be so lucky to be in the same group as Lord Bai Li and Lord Wei Suo. With both of them around, it should be easy to pass the second test, right? Someone said. Easy. Duan Ling Tian shook his head subtly. According to Zheng Dongji, one of the powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation and created this realm, everyone would be divided into 3 groups. The 3 groups would be tested separately. The group who failed would die. Only 2 groups would remain after the second test and proceed to the next test. It's very likely that we're not randomly assigned to a group. I'm quite certain we're grouped together so that each group's combined strength would be equal. Am I right, Elder Huo? Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo. Elder Huo quickly responded, the rules of this pseudo-realm are created by the creators. Usually, the group tests would be fair and the combined strength of each group should be about the same. Elder Huo's answer confirmed Duan Ling Tian's speculation. If they had powerhouses such as Bai Li and Wei Suo in their group, the other 2 groups must have powerhouses at Bai Li and Wei Suo's level as well. Therefore, it was too early to tell if their group would be able to easily pass the test. Since all three groups had about the same combined strength, it was too early to tell who would have the last laugh. Chapter 2141 To Live and Die Together. It's too early to be happy. Duan Ling Tian was not the only clear-headed one. A burly man dressed in a silver robe with a complexion as clear as jade said with a frown, "Just because we have powerhouses at the 7th and 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage doesn't mean the other two groups don't have powerhouses at these levels as well. Although the entrance to this realm has closed, do you really think Lord Bai Li and Karmapa Wei Suo are the only ones at the 7th and 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who have entered this realm?" When the burly man finished speaking, everyone felt as though a cold bucket of water had been splashed on them. All of their excitement vanished and they began to shudder. He has a point. There are definitely more than two powerhouses at the 8th and 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who have entered this realm. That's true. Put aside the Black Kshetra sect, there are almost 10 sectless cultivators in Sin City who are at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. There's no way they didn't receive news about the spatial tier. They're definitely here as well. Even if not all of them came, for example, if 2 or 3 of them didn't come, there's still quite a number of them. Moreover, the other Karmapas from the Black Kshetra sect might be here as well. Considering that, the powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage assigned to our group can't be considered a lot. Then, does this mean we don't have the upper hand in the second test? Although I'm unwilling to admit it, I think that's the case. As people began to whisper among themselves, the atmosphere turned bleak. While the others were talking among themselves, Duan Ling Tian's attention was focused on the middle-aged man who had spoken up earlier. This man resembles Dong Guoji, the young leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, a little. Moreover, based on the way he carries himself, it seems he's used to being a leader. Could he be? Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, trying to guess the identity of the middle-aged man, when a voice interrupted his thoughts. Isn't that Dong Guoyi, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance? A sectless cultivator from Sin City exclaimed. After that, more and more people began to recognize the middle-aged man. Sure enough, it's him. This confirmed Duan Ling Tian's suspicion. When Duan Ling Tian saw the middle-aged man's slight resemblance to Dong Guoji, the young leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, and the way he carried himself, Duan Ling Tian already had a good idea of who the middle-aged man was. The leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, Dong Guoyi. A powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was ranked at the 51st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. In fact, there were many sectless cultivators who recognized Dong Guoyi. They had only forgotten about him because Bai Li and Wei Suo's presence had overshadowed him. Naturally, Dong Guoyi deserved recognition since he was the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, one of the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City and a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked at the 51st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, compared to elite powerhouses like Bai Li, one of the top sectless cultivators in Sin City, and the Green Bat King who was one of the 4 great Karmapas from the Black Kshetra sect, Dong Guoyi was not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, nobody noticed his presence earlier. Comparison was a terrible thing. Compared to Bai Li and Wei Suo, Dong Guoyi became less important. After a while, the people's attention shifted away from the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance to someone else. Isn't this He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect? He Fei Yi was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. He had an ordinary appearance, but he had an ethereal quality to him. At first glance, he looked like a pleasant person. Duan Ling Tian's attention was also focused on He Fei Yi. He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had also heard about the He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect. Apart from being the sect leader of a first-rate sect, he was also a powerhouse who was ranked at the 55th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Similar to Dong Guoyi, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, his cultivation base was also at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although that was the case, he was still slightly weaker than Dong Guoyi. This could be seen from his rank on the Supreme Saint ranking that was lower than Dong Guoyi. The first-rate sect, the Forgotten Dust sect, was also located near Sin City. Therefore, no one was really surprised to see He Fei Yi here. After all, he had more than enough time to travel here after he received news about the spatial tier. In fact, They were more surprised that he was assigned to their group, since it meant they had two powerhouses at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage in their group. The entire place was silent when someone cried out in surprise when he saw Duan Tien, black-robed man. "You're the black-robed man." It was a sectless cultivator from Sin City. Black-robed man. Instantly, a few other sectless cultivators also looked at Duan Tien with a surprised expression on their faces. The black-robed man managed to pass the first series of tests as well. "I thought the black-robed man's cultivation base is at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. As it turns out, I've underestimated him. His cultivation base is at least at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage." When the sectless cultivators spoke among themselves, a hint of surprise could be heard in their voices. Black-robed man. For a time, everyone was looking at Duan Tien. They were intrigued by the black-robed man who had recently become famous in Sin City. Bai Li and Wei Suo were also looking at Duan Tien intently. Suddenly, Duan Tien felt a powerful aura from Wei Suo shrouding him. It was obvious that Wei Suo was trying to test him. Duan Tien scoffed inwardly. He mobilized the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, immediately. He seemed to have transformed into an unsheathed blade and easily dispel Wei Suo's aura. Duan Tien stood unmoving. It was as though he would remain calm even if the sky were to collapse. Wei Suo, who discovered that Duan Tien had dispelled his aura, was shocked. He stared at Duan Tien before he said indifferently, "I've long heard about the black-robed man in Sin City. You truly live up to your name. Karmapa Wei, you flatter me." Although Duan Tien was annoyed that Wei Suo tried to test him, he did not show his annoyance. He suppressed his anger and answered Wei Suo graciously. Wei Suo was not only one of the Black Kshetra sect's four great Karmapas, the Green Bat King, he was also a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. With Duan Tien's current strength, he could not act too arrogantly when faced with someone like that. No matter how angry he felt, he had to endure it for now. The second test is called, "To Live and Die Together." One of the creators of this realm, Zheng Dongji, began to speak again. "To live and die together." As soon as everyone heard Zheng Dongji's words, everyone trembled slightly. The second test has numerous levels. In these levels, the group will remain the same. If one of you dies, everyone else will be killed by the killing formation we had set up. Once someone dies, all of you will be killed. The remaining two groups will proceed to the third test. The second test won't end until someone dies. At this point, Zheng Dongji stopped speaking. The entire place fell silent for a long time. Everyone's expressions, including Duan Tien, turned solemn. Even powerhouses as strong as Bai Li and Wei Suo had an extremely solemn expression on their faces. A hint of wariness could be seen in their eyes. They would not feel pressured if they only had to look out for themselves. However, based on Zheng Dongji's words, not only must they keep themselves safe, but they had to keep everyone safe as well. If one of them died, everyone would die as well. There are three groups altogether. Whichever group whose team members died first would be eliminated. Only then would the remaining two groups be able to proceed to the next test. "All of you stay close to me and Lord Bai Li," Wei Suo instantly said to Duan Tien and the others in a deep voice. When everyone heard Wei Suo's words, they began to move closer to Wei Suo and Bai Li. The second test, "To Live and Die Together," meant they were all in the same boat now. Their lives were tied together. If one of them died, all of them would die as well. From now on, regardless of what we face, apart from me, Lord Bai Li, Leader Dong Guo, and Sect Leader He, I hope everyone won't act recklessly and please stay at our side. Wei Suo commanded once everyone gathered around. No one objected to Wei Suo's plan. After all, the second test was all about staying alive. It was not about how quickly they could pass the tests. What they had to do was to persist as long as possible until someone from either one of the two groups died. It was for the best that the four strongest people in the group joined forces to deal with the upcoming tests. "It's here," Bai Li said, shocking Duan Tien and the others. All of them were already nervous. When they heard Bai Li's words, they became even more nervous and anxious. Dong, 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 dong. Meanwhile, the muffled sound of drumming rang from a place nearby. Chapter 2142. Someone died. As the drum beats sounded, figures began to appear out of thin air in the huge cave. The figures were all tall. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to tell they were soldiers clad in armor. Apart from that, they were holding a spear in their hands. After these soldiers appeared, a big horse appeared under each of them. Soon after, a cavalry of horsemen appeared in a perfect formation. Men armed with spears sitting on horses. It was apparent they were a force to be reckoned with. Although they remained silent and still, their presence was palpable. Duan Ling Tian looked at the horsemen in their formation, and he accurately counted their numbers. There are exactly 100 horsemen. Moreover, their horses seem abnormal, and they're unusually big, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He looked at the 100 horses the men were riding. A deafening cry sounded in the air. Charge! In just a blink of an eye, the 100 horsemen charged toward Duan Ling Tian and the others while they kept to their formation. They began to surround Duan Ling Tian and the others when they were getting close to them. The speed of the horses confirmed Duan Ling Tian's speculation that they were abnormal. Their speed was as fast as an ordinary powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 horsemen appeared before Duan Ling Tian and the others. They moved as fast as bolts of lightning. Currently, they were about 10 meters away. Duan Ling Tian and the others felt their hearts sinking. After the sound of a loud explosion, Duan Ling Tian saw Bai Li had made a move. Bai Li flew up into the air like an arrow that had been shot out and hovered above everyone. He stood in the air with an imposing manner as though he was the god of war. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw Bai Li waving his hand casually. At this moment, the short-lived sound of a blade's cry rang in the air and a blade ray appeared. Its speed was so fast that Duan Ling Tian did not even manage to catch a glimpse of it. How fast? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock. He knew very well he could not see Bai Li's blade ray because its speed was too fast. Although he had already reached the Saint Celestial stage, he had not broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage and opened his spiritual eyes. Therefore, his vision was still fairly poor. Even if Bai Li was not a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was merely at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Ling Tian still would not be able to catch his movements. Meanwhile, the deafening sound of sword slashing sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ear, causing him to regain his senses immediately. He instinctively turned to look at the source of the noise. He saw the 100 horsemen that surrounded them had all been cut into two at their waists. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 horsemen disappeared. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by their disappearance since the men and beasts he killed in the previous tests had also vanished as soon they were killed. According to Elder Huo, the men and beasts were all formed from the energy of a formation in the pseudo-realm. They were powerful, but once they were killed, they would vanish without a trace. The strength of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage is truly extraordinary. Duan Ling Tian stared at Bai Li in shock. He was truly impressed. Just the aura from one of the horsemen is enough to make me feel threatened. This means that the horseman's strength was equivalent to the strength of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Duan Ling Tian was very certain about this. If the horsemen were merely equivalent to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Ling Tian would not have felt pressured. After all, his cultivation base was already at the peak of the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. After a few moments, the second wave appeared. This time, the Black Kshetra sect's Green Bat King, Wei Suo, did not wait for Bai Li to make a move. He took the initiative to annihilate the giant beasts that appeared. It only took him a span of a few breaths to kill all the beasts. The strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was really strong. Following that, the third wave came. After passing the third wave, the fourth wave came. Initially, Wei Suo was dealing with it alone. However, as time passed, Wei Suo began to feel a little pressure. At that moment, Bai Li stepped up and helped him. Once they joined forces, it became easier for them to deal with the opponents. Even so, after some time, it began to get more difficult even though they had joined forces. At this moment, Wei Suo called out, "Leader Dong Guo, sect leader He." It was a reminder for them to lend a hand. When Dong Guo Yi and He Fei Yi joined the fray, the fight became more manageable. They successfully passed through wave after wave without any difficulties. A powerhouse at the 8th and 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage along with two powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage fighting side by side, the subsequent waves were easily dealt with. Time continued to pass. Slowly but surely, Bai Li, Wei Suo, Dong Guo Yi, and He Fei Yi who had joined forces began to feel the pressure. Once in a while, one or two opponents would slip past them to attack Duan Ling Tian and the others. At that time, The others had to attack to protect themselves. Naturally, it was inconvenient for Duan Lingtian to help under such circumstances. He could not wield the Jasper Celestial Sword openly to raise his strength to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the beginning, it was still fine for Duan Lingtian to stand aside. However, as time passed, the pressure began to mount. No one from the other two groups died yet. A sectless cultivator standing near Duan Lingtian said gloomily. He wished that someone from one of the two groups would die soon. As soon as that happened, their group would be able to pass the second test and advance to the next one. Suddenly, the loud noise of wind whistling appeared near Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, the others were too preoccupied to help him. The beast that was charging toward him was a fairly weak one. However, it was only weak compared to the other gigantic beasts. This beast's strength was actually comparable to a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. This beast is even stronger than Elder Wang Dingshan from the Thousand Years Alliance whom I killed earlier. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he saw the beast charging at him domineeringly. Duan Lingtian instantly raised his hand that was holding on to the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler. His sleeves began to sway as he made his move. The moment the gigantic beast reached Duan Lingtian, the space around them began to ripple and distort. Universe teleportation. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate as he cast the divine ability from the universe ruler. However, it only slowed the beast down slightly. After that, Duan Lingtian quickly cast his assist-type divine ability to enhance his Sun Saint origin. Elementary devouring tactic. Even then, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin was only raised to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Due to the distortion in Duan Lingtian's surroundings caused by the universe teleportation and also because the others were preoccupied, no one noticed him casting the elementary devouring tactic. Shortly after, the gigantic beast broke free from the restraints of the universe teleportation and continued charging toward Duan Lingtian. Its bloody mouth was wide open as though it intended to devour Duan Lingtian. At this moment, another celestial supreme treasure appeared in Duan Lingtian's hands. It was the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword using the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The Jasper Celestial Sword shot out immediately on its own. It seemed as though it could pierce through everything. As strong as the beast was, it was still cut into two by the sword. Soon after, it vanished without a trace. One strike to strike fear into everyone's hearts. With my remaining Sun Saint origin, I can only cast that move once more. However, if I use that move again, my Sun Saint origin would be completely depleted. I will surely die if I encounter another opponent. Duan Lingtian felt despair at this moment. No, an anguished cry sounded, sending chills up Duan Lingtian's spine. He instinctively turned around to look at the source of the voice and discovered it was from He Feiyi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect. Currently, He Feiyi was looking at one direction as he cried out. Duan Lingtian and everyone's hearts sank when they followed He Feiyi's line of sight. One of the sectless cultivators was being killed by one of the gigantic beasts. Someone died. Bai Li and Wei Suo's expressions changed drastically. Although they were both extremely powerful, they could not save him in time. Damn it! The face of Dong Guoyi, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, turned deathly pale. A hint of desperation could be seen in his eyes. The rule of the second test was that once a person in the group died, everyone would be killed. Chapter 2143 A Blessing in Disguise. Currently, nobody from the other two groups had died, but someone from their group had died. Someone died. Not only did Bai Li, Wei Suo, Dong Guoyi, and He Feiyi's expressions changed dramatically, but even Duan Lingtian and the others who reacted slower were stunned as well. Now that someone from their group died, did it not mean that all of them would be eliminated as well? In this case, elimination meant death. Everyone in Duan Lingtian's group was still stunned when a buzzing noise filled the cave they were in. The buzzing noise gradually became louder and faster. Duan Lingtian and the others began to feel uneasy when they heard the buzzing noise. Enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Go now, now. A voice laced with anxiety roared in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian only had enough time to determine it was Elder Huo who had spoken. He did not dwell on the reason Elder Huo had asked him to enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He quickly did as he was told. With just a thought, he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that was the size of a speck of dust in his ear. At this moment, even if he exposed the existence of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he could not care less. This was the first time Elder Huo had spoken to him so anxiously. For this reason, as soon as Elder Huo finished speaking, he entered the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda without questioning it. Duan Ling Tian's disappearance was, naturally, discovered by the strongest people in the group, Bai Li and Wei Suo. However, before they could ponder on it, the cave exploded with a thunderous sound. The force was incredibly strong. Although it just appeared for a brief moment, it crushed everyone, including the two powerhouses above and at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, Bai Li and Wei Suo, into dust. Faced with that force, even someone as strong as Bai Li had no way to defend himself and was killed in just a blink of an eye. If someone as strong as him could not even defend himself, the others had no chance at all. Although the brief but extremely powerful explosion had crushed everything in that cave into dust, there was a unique speck of dust that remained untouched. On the other hand, once Duan Ling Tian entered the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, before he could find his footing, he felt a violent quake outside. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was sent out of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. After being sent out of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Ling Tian felt dizzy and nauseous. It seemed like he was suffering from concussion and internal injuries. I don't feel well. However, Duan Ling Tian's injuries were actually not that severe. He would be able to recover after resting for a moment. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he was stunned when he saw his empty surroundings. The cave he was in no longer existed, and the people from his group had also disappeared. What happened? Duan Ling Tian was shocked that he could not react for a moment. Before the brief but powerful explosion crushed everyone in the cave and turned them into dust, Duan Ling Tian had entered the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda as Elder Huo had instructed him. This was how he had escaped this terrible fate. Duan Ling Tian's timing was impeccable. Almost as soon as he entered the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, putting himself under the protection of the pagoda, the cave had exploded violently. The force of the explosion was so strong it could even kill a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not passed the heavenly tribulation, let alone a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage like Bai Li. After all, it was a killing formation that was laid out by three eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. The killing formation was extremely unique. It had gathered all its force before it released the force in just an instant. The force was equivalent to the joint strength of the three eminent celestials. It would have been impossible for an eminent celestial to defend against the killing formation without dying or being severely injured, let alone a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had yet to pass the heavenly tribulation. Based on this, one could see the terrifying strength of the killing formation that Zheng Dongji and the other two eminent celestials had set up. Quick, devour the innate spiritual roots inside the soul remnants that haven't dispersed. Elder Huo's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears while he was still in a daze. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and instantly extended his divine consciousness. He discovered there were many soul remnants around him. Moreover, the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants were beginning to vanish. Devour. Without any hesitation or thinking too much about the souls around him, Duan Ling Tian began to devour the innate spiritual roots. He knew if he did not devour the innate spiritual roots soon, they would all disappear. At that time, he would not be able to devour them. Indigo innate spiritual root, another indigo innate spiritual root, blue innate spiritual root, blue innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he devoured the innate spiritual roots from the soul remnants around him. He discovered there were 2 indigo innate spiritual roots, 5 blue innate spiritual roots, and many green innate spiritual roots. My innate spiritual root. After devouring all the innate spiritual roots around him, Duan Ling Tian discovered his innate spiritual root had evolved to a dark indigo innate spiritual root. His dark indigo innate spiritual root was only one step away from turning into a violet innate spiritual root. If I can devour so many innate spiritual roots like these again, my innate spiritual root would be very close to turning into violet one. Duan Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he licked his lips after he discovered the improvement in his innate spiritual root. However, after a moment, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and remembered the people who were in the cave with him. Elder Huo. The innate spiritual roots I devoured. Did they belong to my group members? Duan Ling Tian's voice trembled slightly when he asked Elder Huo. It made sense why the innate spiritual roots were all high-grade ones if they had belonged to Bai Li, Wei Suo, and the others. Bai Li was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Wei Suo was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, if one wanted to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one had to have an indigo innate spiritual root. Naturally, there were exceptions to this. In the long history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were cases of people with blue innate spiritual roots breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, these cases were few and far apart. You're right, it's their innate spiritual roots, Elder Huo replied calmly. It's are really their innate spiritual roots. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he heard Elder Huo's answer. An expression of shock appeared on his face as his voice trembled when he said, how's it possible? They were killed by the killing formation after I asked you to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Elder Huo said, it's fortunate you didn't hesitate. Otherwise, you would have died. The force of the explosion is almost at the peak in this mundane realm. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who hasn't passed the heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to defend against the force of that explosion. In fact, even an eminent celestial wouldn't have been able to defend against it without being severely injured or possibly dying. The killing formation had gathered so much force and released it in just an instant. After all, this formation was jointly created by 3 eminent celestials. The force from the formation is the strongest in this mundane realm. Elder Huo explained to Duan Ling Tian the danger he was in earlier. After pausing for a moment, Elder Huo said, although that force is almost peerless in this mundane realm, it can only destroy objects from this mundane realm like spatial rings and saint weapons. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is a celestial supreme treasure, that's why it's unaffected by the explosion. Duan Ling Tian was drenched in cold sweat after he heard Elder Huo's words. It's fortunate that I instinctively listened to Elder Huo and entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to escape that terrifying force. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was breathing heavily and his heart was pounding very fast. He was so close to dying. After Duan Ling Tian calmed down, he instantly thanked Elder Huo. Elder Huo, thank you. With great risk often comes great rewards. This incident is a blessing in disguise, Elder Huo said. Chapter 2144 Powerless. A blessing in disguise. Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh bitterly when he heard Elder Huo's words. Indeed, it could be considered as a blessing in disguise for Duan Ling Tian. Not only did he manage to escape death, but he also managed to devour many high-grade innate spiritual roots that turned his innate spiritual root into a dark indigo innate spiritual root. Currently, it was only a step away from turning into a violet one. However, he still felt chills running up his spine when he thought about the deaths of powerhouses like Bai Li and Wei Suo. Apart from being one of the top powerhouses in Sin City, Bai Li's cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. As for Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, he was not only one of the 4 great Karmapas from Black Kshetra sect, but with his cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, Bai Li and Wei Suo were famous. However, these 2 powerhouses were killed in this pseudo-realm in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, they did not even have time to react, let alone defend against that terrifying force. If they knew what was going to happen, even if God gave them another chance, I don't think they would enter the pseudo-realm even if they were forced to. Duan Ling Tian was certain of this. As for the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, Dong Guo Yi, and the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, He Fei Yi, and the others, I'm sure they would be the same as well. The group of people who had been alive well earlier had been killed in just a blink of an eye. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's feeling was complicated. He no longer felt joyous about the improvement of his innate spiritual root. He only felt grateful for the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, and that the explosion was a brief one. If the explosion lasted any longer, he would have died. Even now, Duan Ling Tian's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and his heart was still pounding very fast. After 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian finally recovered from the shock. He looked around him and discovered there was nothing in his surroundings. He could not see anything clearly, and he did not know in which direction he should go. It was clear at this point that he no longer had to participate in the tests. He stood in the vast emptiness like a sailboat in the middle of the sea, lost and alone. It seemed like he had been forgotten by 3 eminent celestials who had created this pseudo-realm. Elder Huo, I should have died like Bai Li and Wei Suo, but I managed to survive due to the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It seems like Zheng Dongji and the other 2 eminent celestials didn't take this into account. Duan Ling Tian said to Elder Huo, how am I going to leave this pseudo-realm now? Currently, Duan Ling Tian no longer sought the treasures in this pseudo-realm. The only thing he wanted was to leave this place as soon as he possibly could. What happened earlier had left a lasting impression on him. He was so close to death. He still felt chills running up his spine when he thought about how close he was to dying. If it was possible, he did not want to experience such a thing ever again. For this reason, he desperately wanted to leave this place. Why do you want to leave this pseudo-realm? Elder Huo asked in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. Elder Huo. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Currently, I'm considered eliminated from the tests that Zheng Dongji and the other 2 eminent celestials had set up. Although I managed to survive, I'm sure I won't be able to participate in the subsequent tests. If I can't participate in the subsequent tests, doesn't it mean I won't be able to obtain the treasures left in this pseudo-realm? In that case, I should leave this place while I can instead of worrying about preserving my life here. Duan Ling Tian explained why he wanted to leave. You might not be able to participate in the subsequent tests. However, don't you want to continue to improve your innate spiritual root? Elder Huo asked. What do you mean, Elder Huo? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not understand Elder Huo's words. My strength has been restored to the level of a celestial. For this reason, my divine consciousness is able to see through this pseudo-realm. For example, the other 2 groups are currently going through the 3rd test, Elder Huo said promptly. The rule of the 3rd test is similar to the 2nd test. If anyone in the group dies, everyone in the group would die as well. So what? Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he smiled bitterly. I don't even know where they are right now. How can I devour their innate spiritual roots after they die if I don't know where they are? Are you so certain you won't be able to find their location? Elder Huo asked. Elder Huo's question wiped the bitter smile off Duan Ling Tian's face. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned serious immediately. Elder Huo, what do you mean? Are you saying you can help me find and devour the innate spiritual roots of those who are eliminated? Of course. Elder Huo sounded confident. I told you earlier that I can see through this pseudo-realm with my divine consciousness. Earlier, I've searched this pseudo-realm and located the locations of the others. Both groups are in a restrictive space similar to the cave you were in earlier. They're not very far apart from each other. If you stay in the middle of the 2 restrictive spaces, you can travel to either one of the spaces in less than 10 breaths time if you travel at your full speed. One of the 2 restrictive spaces is destined to be destroyed, and the people there would definitely die. At that time, you can travel to that space. Some of those people's innate spiritual roots might have already disappeared when you arrive, but there will be some left for you to devour and improve your innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian nodded, but there was no joy on his face. In fact, he felt sad about the loss of those lives. Elder Huo. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo, do you have any way to send them out or stop the tests? The innate spiritual roots were a huge temptation, but Duan Ling Tian was more interested in saving the lives of the 2 groups of people if he could choose. It was not because he was soft-hearted. It was because he had thought about the rumors that the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Although people had mostly stopped talking about it in the upper province, Duan Ling Tian was still worried. His gut instinct told him that something was wrong. As the saying went, it's always wise to play it safe. What if the devil clan had really invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land? At that time, not only lives in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land would be lost, but the upper province would be affected as well. It was inevitable. At that time, humankind had to stand united against the devil clans. Currently, among the people who had entered the pseudo-realm created by Zheng Dongji and the 2 eminent celestials, there must be many more cultivators above or at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage apart from Bai Li and Wei Suo who had died. If the devil clans intended to invade the upper province, these cultivators that are above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would undoubtedly be the main force for humankind in the war against the devil clans. This was the reason Duan Ling Tian wanted these people to survive. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know them and the innate spiritual roots were a huge temptation to him, he still wished for them to live. I can't send them out nor can I stop the tests created by the 3 eminent celestials unless I can leave the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Elder Huo quickly answered Duan Ling Tian's question. Elder Huo's answer disappointed Duan Ling Tian. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something as his eyes began to shine. Elder Huo, can you tell me how I can save them? Duan Ling Tian asked. You're too weak. In order to save them, you have to be a celestial at the very least. Elder Huo said, dashing Duan Ling Tian's hope, even if you know the location of their restrictive space, you won't be able to enter with your current strength, let alone save them. After a moment, Elder Huo added, the only thing you can do now is watch from the sidelines and not waste these people's innate spiritual roots. There's no way you can save them. You're powerless. There's no reason for you to feel bad about not being able to save them. After listening to Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian realized he could only watch as these people died. Subsequently, Elder Huo led Duan Ling Tian to the middle of where the 2 restrictive spaces were located. Then, Duan Ling Tian waited for Elder Huo's instruction. Meanwhile, the other 2 groups were going through the 3rd test. They were thrilled they survived the 2nd test and were able to advance to the 3rd test. However, when they realized the rule of the 3rd test was similar to the 2nd test, they began to feel nervous again. Chapter 2145 Zheng Dongji, Devil Clan. The 2 groups of people who survived the 2nd test were constantly praying for people from the other group to die first. After all, if someone in their group died, all of them would die as well. If they could choose again, many of them would not have entered this place. It was unfortunate they no longer had that option. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was resting in the space between the 2 restrictive spaces where the 2 groups were undergoing the 3rd test. Although he seemed like he was resting without any worries, his heart felt heavy. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was very tempted by the innate spiritual roots he would be able to devour, but he had to set aside his own interest and think about the bigger picture. What if the devil clans invaded the Dao Martial Saint land? Duan Ling Tian wanted to improve his innate spiritual roots so he could get stronger at a faster speed. By doing so, he would be able to rescue Ka and their daughter from the fire worship sect as quickly as he possibly could. If Ka is in my shoes, she would make the same decision. Duan Ling Tian knew how kind Ka was. If he sacrificed so many lives for his own gain, to the point where he caused humans to be defenseless against the devil clans, Ka would definitely be upset even if he rescued her. However, Duan Ling Tian was powerless to do anything. Even if he wanted to save those powerhouses, there was no way for him to enter the restrictive spaces with his current strength. It's not that I don't want to save all of you, I'm really powerless to do anything. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt helpless. He tried to calm himself by taking a deep breath. He knew there were some things that were beyond his control. Life would not always be smooth sailing. Elder Huo, when the people in one of the restrictive spaces are being eliminated, will the force spread here? Should I hide in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda like I did before? Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo. If the force from the killing formation could spread to Duan Ling Tian's location, he had to prepare himself. He had seen what that destructive force could do. Not only was the huge cave destroyed, but even powerhouses as strong as Bai Li and Wei Suo were instantly killed. There was nothing left of them. For this reason, he felt wary. That's not necessary, Elder Huo said in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. The force from the killing formation only affects the restrictive space. In order to maximize the strength of the explosion, it's brief and only affects a specific area. There's no need for you to hide in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. You just have to wait for the right time to go to one of the restrictive spaces. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he silently waited for Elder Huo's signal. Duan Ling Tian did not know how much time had passed when he heard Elder Huo saying, "Hurry. The restrictive space on your left. Go quickly." As soon as Elder Huo urged Duan Ling Tian, the Sun Saint origin that was simmering under Duan Ling Tian's skin instantly surged out. He quickly rushed in the direction Elder Huo had told him to go at his full speed with all the techniques he had mastered. With the help from his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, Duan Ling Tian covered half of the distance in just a blink of an eye. At this time, a loud explosion rang in the distance for a brief moment. If the explosion had lasted any longer, Duan Ling Tian would have stopped moving. As it is, he had slowed down a little due to the shock. After a while, He sped up again. After a few moments, Duan Tian arrived at an open space. He instantly used his divine consciousness to sense the soul remnants that contained innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual root, indigo innate spiritual root. There are 3 light indigo innate spiritual roots, 4 blue innate spiritual roots. Duan Tian thought to himself as he devoured the innate spiritual roots. 3 indigo innate spiritual roots probably meant that there were 3 powerhouses at or above the 7th form of Saint Celestial stage who died here. After a while, Duan Tian shifted his attention to his innate spiritual root. Currently, it had turned darker and darker until there was a sheen of violet on it. At this point, he realized his innate spiritual root was extremely close to turning into a violet innate spiritual root. For a moment, he was overwhelmed by his emotions. Meanwhile, in the other restrictive space. Congratulations on passing the 3rd test. Zheng Dongji's voice rang clearly in the air. Everyone was excited when they heard this. We passed the test. Someone laughed. We survived. We survived. Great risks often come with great rewards. Today, I finally understand the meaning of that saying. Many of them were so excited that they were talking loudly as though this was the happiest day of their lives. Even the strongest among them, the 3 cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other with a smile on their faces. However, after a while, one of them sighed. Madam Snake is dead. This person was Meng Hao, whom Madam Snake had met at the entrance of the pseudo-realm. He knew she had died because she was not in his group. Currently, Meng Hao's group was the only group left out of the 3 groups. Madam Snake came in as well. An old man widened his eyes as his expression changed dramatically. Similar to Meng Hao and Madam Snake, this old man was also a sectless cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Sin City. He was also one of the patrons of Sin City. In fact, this old man had a closer relationship with Madam Snake compared to Meng Hao. Meng Hao nodded. I met her outside and we entered this place at the same time. His eyes were closed. A grieving expression appeared on his face as he mourned his old friend. At the same time, he kept muttering, Madam Snake, you shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come. Now, suddenly, Zheng Dongji sounded again. It caught Meng Hao and the others' attention, and they fell silent immediately. All of you must be very happy to have passed the 3rd test. All of you probably think you're one step closer to obtaining the treasures in our legacies, right? At this moment, Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage frowned. They found Zheng Dongji's words a little odd. However, the others were oblivious and were clearly delighted. Indeed, all of them were extremely happy. However, I have to tell you there are no treasures in this realm that we created, let alone our legacies. Zheng Dongji's voice said with a scoff. The moment Zheng Dongji finished speaking, the expressions of Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage changed dramatically. No treasure. No legacy. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts immediately. No treasure. No legacy. What's going on? Is this a joke? The others regained their senses after a while. They still found Zheng Dongji's words hard to believe. However, they had no choice but to accept the cold reality. He must be joking, right? He should be. There were some people who still held onto a sliver of hope. 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation would not create a pseudo-realm just to toy with them, right? They found it hard to believe. I know many of you will find it hard to believe that my friends and I had spent so much time and effort just to create a pseudo-realm to toy with all of you. Zheng Dongji continued talking as though he could already guess the people's reaction. Seeing as how all of you are the only ones who survived, I will tell you the truth. The truth is my friends and I aren't humans. Naturally, we aren't saint beasts. We're from the devil's clans who were forced to stay in the Dao Martial Saint land by the humans after the end of the Human-Devil War. We're lucky enough to survive the witch hunt from the human powerhouses. Zheng Dongji's words shocked Meng Hao and the others to their cores. Devil clans. This man who claimed to be Zheng Dongji was from one of the devil clans. Chapter 2146. A dreadful blow. Meng Hao and the others did not expect the pseudo-realm that they thought was a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would turn out to be a trap for human powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land by 3 devils. If they had known this, they would not have entered this realm even if they were 10,000 times braver. How could he be a devil? This realm is created by 3 devils. If this realm is really created by the devils, then it's likely they're just toying with us. They're not just toying with us. They intend to kill us. These people who were lucky enough to pass the third test were no longer happy. They only felt fear at this moment. If Zheng Dongji was a devil, he definitely would not let them go. During the human devil era, my friends and I were only normal devils, Zheng Dongji continued to say with a hint of pain in his voice. After the devil clans were defeated by human powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land, humans continued to slaughter the devils who failed to return to the exiled realm. I watched my people die as they were killed by humans. I will never forget how they were killed. I'm lucky enough to survive and found 10 other companions. Nevertheless, in the years that followed, some of them were killed and some of them died of old age. In the end, only me and 2 other devils managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This granted us long lives. We managed to escape humans' notice and broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the heavenly tribulation before ascending. Zheng Dongji paused for a moment before he said, "Naturally, what we wanted most was to return to the exiled realm, or what you humans call the land of exile. However, some human powerhouses had sealed the tear in the space barrier between the Saint Province realm, the name that devils call the Dao Martial Saint Land, and the exiled realm. We couldn't return." The expressions of Meng Hao and the others kept changing. They heard the deep-seated hatred in Zheng Dongji's voice when he spoke. They knew very well he would not let them go. "Run. We have to leave this place." Soon after, Meng Hao and the others made a decision. Currently, they were all trapped in the restrictive space. There was no exit. Wind began to whistle in the air as Meng Hao and the others split up to find a way out of this place. Although they had tried to search for a way out earlier, they did not search very thoroughly. After all, they did not think they would be killed. However, based on Zheng Dongji's words, it was obvious they would not be able to live if they continued to stay here. After Meng Hao and the others failed to find a way out, they all began to try to force their way out with their strength. However, as soon as their punches, kicks, and techniques landed, the space would absorb the force. "Oh, no, this place is like the small restrictive we were in earlier. It can absorb our energies or our energies can pass through it, but our physical bodies are trapped here." At this time, all of them regained their senses and recalled the small space that could only fit 2 adults when they first entered the realm and encountered the first series of tests. At that place, their energies could pass through the space but their physical bodies could not. Everyone's expressions changed immediately. At the same time, Zheng Dongji continued to speak as Meng Hao and the others desperately searched for a way out. "In order to avoid the hunt, my friends and I hid in the mortal continent in your Saint Province realm. Although it took us longer to cultivate, it was safer there. Just like that, we kept cultivating as the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2 until we reached the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the heavenly tribulation. We were finally able to achieve our dream of leaving the Saint Province realm by ascending. Before we ascended, we decided to leave a gift for the future generation of devils when they invade the Saint Province realm. This gift is the death of you people. I'm sure all of you are considered elites in the Saint Province realm. After all, only those above the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to pass the first series of tests. In short, we're targeting human powerhouses that are above the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage." Zheng Dongji's words caused the expressions of Meng Hao and the others to change again. They did not expect Zheng Dongji and his 2 companions had plotted for such a long time. Moreover, they had fallen victim to the devil's plot. At this moment, they felt like the world's unluckiest people. They all regretted being greedy and coming in here. If God gave them another chance, they would not enter this place even if they were beaten. This pseudo-realm we created is controlled by 2 formations. This formation in the upper province is connected to another formation in the lower province. Although these 2 formations are in different realms, due to the joint effort between me and my friends, the formations are able to sense each other and aren't affected by the space barrier. Zheng Dongji continued to say, "This is somewhat similar to the inter-province transportation formation that humans created to connect the lower province and upper province. The main difference is our formations don't transport living things. It serves as detectors. To activate the formation we've set up in the upper province, the formation in the lower province has to come in contact with the pure devil chi from the devil clans. Before our ascension, there were no more devils in the Saint Province realm. That's why we aren't worried the formation would be accidentally activated." In conclusion, the day the formation in the upper province is activated is the day the devils from the exiled realm invade the Saint Province realm. Zheng Dongji showed no signs of stopping as he talked. The first place the devils will arrive at when they pass through the barrier is the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As long as someone from the devil clans enters the lower province, it'll activate the formation in the lower province, and subsequently activate the formation in the upper province. Once that happens, an entrance to a pseudo-realm would appear. This is our gift to the devil clans when they invade the Saint Province realm again. Your deaths will be a great loss to humankind and all saint beasts. It'll be easier for the devils to conquer the Saint Province realm with your deaths. Perhaps, we'll finally be able to achieve what we failed to achieve during the human-devil era and annihilate all humans this time. After Zheng Dongji recounted everything that happened from the ancient times until now, he laughed menacingly. It made everyone's skin crawl. A hint of despair could be seen in everyone's eyes. Based on Zheng Dongji's words, the entrance to this realm would only appear when the devil clans invade the Saint Province realm, right? One of the sectless cultivators asked in a trembling voice. It was as though he needed further confirmation. That's right, someone answered shortly after in a trembling voice as well. This means the rumor is true. The devil clans have invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land. In fact, they might have already taken over the lower province. Many people's eyes widened and their expressions changed when they heard this. If we cause humans to be annihilated by the devils because of our greed, we'll all be sinners, Meng Hao said solemnly. His words caused the others to tremble. Indeed, all of them would be sinners if humans were annihilated by the devil clans due to the loss of strong powerhouses. 3 of us in particular, Meng Hao said grimly as he looked at the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, there were merely a dozen or so known powerhouses that are above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Today, 3 of them would be lost in this place. Moreover, they had not counted the other powerhouses that are above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Madame Snake who had died. Chapter 2147 Violet Innate Spiritual Root. Apart from Madame Snake, there were certainly more powerhouses that are above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who entered the pseudo-realm. Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage were certain of this. After all, the remaining people who passed the first series of tests were divided into 3 groups. In theory, the combined strength of each group should be about the same. After Zheng Dongji's laughter died down, he said, given that all of you have passed the 3rd test, I'll give you an additional 15 minutes before the killing formation in this place is activated. After that, similar to the other 2 groups, all of you will be reduced to dust. Enjoy your final 15 minutes, greedy humans. After that, Zheng Dongji stopped talking completely. Meng Hao and the others who recovered from the shock, naturally, felt anxious. 15 minutes. They only had 15 minutes left. How? What should we do now? 15 minutes. We have 15 minutes before we die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why are you yelling? You're not the only one who doesn't want to die. After learning they would all die in 15 minutes, many people's expressions changed as their bodies trembled in fear. They could not calm down. Death was, indeed, fearsome. It would have been better if they were instantly killed instead of being given time. Currently, they had 15 minutes to stew in fear as they waited for death to come for them. Even the 3 powerhouses at the 7th form Saint Celestial stage, including Meng Hao, had a grim expression on their faces. Even the youngest among them, Meng Hao, had spent a few hundred years to achieve what he had today. For this reason, they valued their lives more than anything else. After all, it was not easy to get to where they were in life. They were already granted an eternity to live, but they had entered this place out of greed. Now, they would all die here. After a moment of silence, Meng Hao said, "No. I won't resign myself to this." He growled as he flew about to find a way out. The other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage saw Meng Hao and followed suit. Upon seeing this, the others put aside their fear and began to search for a way out as well. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian learned about what happened from Elder Huo while Meng Hao and the others were searching for a way out of the restrictive space. Although Elder Huo was still confined to the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, he had regained some of his strength and was comparable to an ordinary celestial. For this reason, his divine consciousness had become stronger as well, and it was not difficult for him to move his divine consciousness around the pseudo-realm and learn about what happened. Every one of Zheng Dongji's words was heard by Elder Huo before he disclosed what had happened to Duan Lingtian. The devil clans. This pseudo-realm is created by 3 devils. Duan Lingtian was extremely shocked when he heard about this. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect this. The treasure vault everyone suspected was left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing but a trap created by 3 devils. Saint Province Realm. That's what the devils call the Dao Martial Saint Land. The reason the entrance to this pseudo-realm appeared is due to the formations being activated. The formation in the upper province is only activated because the formation in the lower province has detected the pure devil chi from the devils. The invasion of the devil clans. The dawning of a new human devil era. The first place the devil clans would invade is the lower province. Various expressions flitted across Duan Lingtian's face when he heard Elder Huo's words. Although he had previously suspected the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province, it was still just his speculation. Now that Zheng Dongji had confirmed it, Duan Lingtian's heart turned heavy. It seems like the devil clans have really invaded the lower province. I wonder how father, mother, and the others are faring. Duan Lingtian could not help but worry about his family and friends who were in the lower province. His heart was filled with anxiety. At this moment, Duan Lingtian wished he had wings to fly so he could return to his family and friends in the lower province. The killing formation in that restrictive space will be activated after 15 minutes. All those inside would die. Elder Huo said, "Are you ready to devour their innate spiritual roots?" However, Duan Lingtian remained motionless as though he did not hear Elder Huo's words. All he could think about was his family's well-being. Previously, he could put his worries aside since he was not certain the devil clans had invaded the lower province. However, with Zheng Dongji's confirmation, he was overwhelmed by the worries he had hidden in the depth of his heart. I know you're worried about your family and friends. Moreover, you probably can't bear the thought of devouring those people's innate spiritual roots, Elder Huo said with a sense of urgency. However, think about this. Their innate spiritual roots would only go to waste if you don't devour them. If you devour them, your innate spiritual root might even turn violet. Once you possess a violet innate spiritual root, not only will you be able to save your wife and daughter, but you'll be able to contribute in the war against the devils as well. After that, you can focus on finding a way to return to the lower province and be reunited with your family and friends. Elder Huo advised Duan Lingtian patiently. It seemed as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would miss the chance to devour so many high-grade innate spiritual roots. Almost as soon as Elder Huo finished speaking, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock. A hint of determination could be seen in his eyes. His aura had changed as well. It was as though he had transformed into a different person. Following that, he flew toward the restrictive space under Elder Huo's guidance. After almost 15 minutes, an earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. It came from the restrictive space where Meng Hao and the others were at. They had all been turned to dust. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was traveling there at his fastest speed. As soon as he arrived, he extended his divine consciousness and sensed the soul remnants that contained innate spiritual roots with a heavy heart. I hope all of you rest in peace. I will help all of you and contribute in the war against the devils. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he devoured the innate spiritual roots. Based on Elder Huo's words, Meng Hao and the others had died with resentment in their hearts. They all thought they were sinners. For this reason, he kept muttering these words to himself, in hopes that Meng Hao and the others could hear him and rest in peace. Violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Elder Huo's voice rang in his ears. He shifted his attention to his innate spiritual root and discovered it had turned violet. Although it was only a light violet innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian was still surprised. It made him momentarily forget about what had happened as a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Duan Lingtian tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He discovered his speed of absorbing the energy had improved significantly. How fast? With my current cultivation speed and the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, can anyone in the whole of Dao Martial Saint Land even compete with me? Duan Lingtian's confidence rose at this moment. It was not without a reason after all. Those devils, Zheng Dongji and his friends, went to great lengths to set up such a trap. I'm certain they didn't think that someone like me would be able to benefit from it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, feeling pleased. After a while, he turned solemn. However, it's still a pity. I've devoured 8 indigo innate spiritual roots. 8 powerhouses that are above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage have been killed by those 3 devils. 8 cultivators that are above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian felt chills running up his spine when he thought about this. One should know there were only about a dozen or so known powerhouses that are above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Dao Martial Saint Land. 8 of them had died in this pseudo-realm. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to humans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was also why Zheng Dongji thought this would be a great gift to the future generation of devils. It was, indeed, a very thoughtful gift. Chapter 2148 Twin Mundane Realms. Twin Mundane Realms, the land of exiles. Devil clans have invaded the lower province. I hope that father, mother, and everyone else is safe. Duan Ling Tian could not help thinking about his loved ones in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land when he thought about the devil clans. He was extremely worried because he did not know if his loved ones were safe. The devil clans from the land of exile were a race known for their zeal for blood and violence after all. Rumor had it that devil clans would not leave human survivors when they visited a place. Even if there were survivors, they would be assimilated by the devil clans and be turned into devil cultivators who were as inhumane as the devils. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Duan Ling Tian asked, Elder Huo, how should I leave this place? Currently, he was still in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 devils. Duan Ling Tian had looked around for a while. He had used his divine consciousness to search his surroundings, but there was nothing he could detect. He felt as though he had been cast into oblivion. He felt lonely like a sailboat drifting in a vast ocean. This made him feel extremely uneasy. You can't leave, Elder Huo answered. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard Elder Huo's words. He took a deep breath before he asked in a deep voice, can't leave this place. Elder Huo, what do you mean? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was desperate to leave this place. Even if he could not return to the lower province to be reunited with his family and friends now, he could inform everyone and spread the word that the devil clans had invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land again. He could swear an oath to prove that he was telling the truth, so he was not worried that no one would believe him. It seemed like he had already thought of what he should do next. However, Elder Huo just told him that he could not leave this place. What I mean is that you can't leave this place for now, Elder Huo said as he emphasized on the words, for now. After a moment, he continued to say, regardless, this pseudo-realm is created by 3 devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. To leave this place, you must be able to penetrate the space barrier separating this pseudo-realm and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Apart from that, there's no way you can leave this place. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened and his expression changed when he heard Elder Huo's words. His breathing quickened as he asked for confirmation again, Elder Huo. You mean I have to be able to penetrate the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province to be able to leave this place? Yes, Elder Huo confirmed it again. Duan Ling Tian instantly paled. Then, he said bitterly, the space barrier is strong. Even with the might of all the devil clans, they took so long just to find a weak spot in the space barrier to create an opening to the Dao Martial Saint Land. If there was no weak spot, it would have been impossible for the devil clans to create an opening and invade the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian knew about the space barrier between the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Land of Exile. Back then, before the human-devil era began, the devil clans had discovered a weak spot in the space barrier separating the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Land of Exile. That was how they had created an opening and invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land. Peace was only restored in the Dao Martial Saint Land when humans finally managed to defeat the devil clans and placed a sealant grand formation at the tear in the space barrier. Unless the devil clans managed to destroy the sealant grand formation or have found another weak spot in the space barrier, it would be impossible for them to invade the Dao Martial Saint Land again. Elder Huo, even if my cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, managed to pass the heavenly tribulation and possess the strength of a celestial, I'm afraid I still wouldn't be able to create an opening in the space barrier, right? Duan Ling Tian's impression of the space barrier was that it was indestructible unless one could find a weak spot to exploit and create an opening. The space barrier you're talking about is the one between the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Land of Exile. It's a space barrier separating 2 mundane realms. Naturally, it's different. Even an ordinary celestial in the Devata realm wouldn't be able to create an opening in a space barrier like that unless they managed to find a weak spot, let alone someone from the mundane realm. Elder Huo promptly answered Duan Ling Tian's question. A space barrier between two mundane realms. Duan Ling Tian was stunned before he suddenly said, Elder Huo. Do you mean that the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Land of Exile are two separate mundane realms? Yes, Elder Huo replied. Generally, there are two types of mundane realms. One of them is similar to the world in your past life. They consist of planets and galaxies and are extremely vast. They're inhabited by all kinds of living things. This kind of mundane realm is considered as a relatively large mundane realm by the celestials in the Devata realm. The mundane realm we're in is considered a small mundane realm. As you know, this mundane realm has the Dao Martial Saint Land, the mortal continents, and the sea. It has relatively fewer living species. At this point, Elder Huo stopped speaking. Elder Huo, based on what you said, the mundane realm we're in at the moment is small and doesn't have other planets. However, why can we see the sun during the day and the moon and stars at night? Duan Ling Tian asked. This was something he had thought about before. Previously, when Elder Huo regained some of his strength, he had told Duan Ling Tian that there were no planets in this mundane realm. However, Duan Ling Tian did not put much thought into it at that time. He thought there had to planets since he could see the sun, moon, and stars. In fact, he had thought to prove Elder Huo wrong after he became strong enough to explore space. Now that he heard Elder Huo saying again that this small mundane realm did not have any other planets, he could not hold back his curiosity and asked the question he had in his mind. This is an important aspect of a small mundane realm. Every small mundane realm has to be attached to a large mundane realm because most living things in small mundane realms require the sun to survive, and the sun can only be found in a large mundane realm. Hence, the space barrier between a small mundane realm and a large mundane realm is transparent, Elder Huo explained. Whether you're at the lower province or the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, if you try to fly up to the sky and approach the sun or the moon and stars at night, you'll find that there's an invisible barrier that blocks you once you've reached a certain height. That's the space barrier between a small mundane realm and a large mundane realm. It's even harder to penetrate a barrier like that compared to a space barrier between two twin mundane realms. It's unlikely to have a weak spot. Duan Ling Tian was stunned and left with more questions after he listened to Elder Huo's explanation. He had a confused expression on his face as he asked, twin mundane realms? What's that? Usually, two small mundane realms will rarely intersect. In fact, it's almost impossible for them to be next to each other. However, there are exceptions. Some of the small mundane realms are extremely unique. There would be two small mundane realms that exist side by side like twins. In the Devata realm, they call this kind of mundane realms as twin mundane realms, Elder Huo said. Whenever you speak of a twin mundane realms, the celestials know that it's two small mundane realms that exist side by side because it's impossible for two large mundane realms to exist side by side. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to piece the puzzles together. If that's the case, this means the Dao Martial Saint Land, or the Saint Province realm, and the Land of Exile are twin mundane realms, right? That's right, Elder Huo answered. Whether it's the Saint Province realm or the Land of Exile, both are attached to the same large mundane realm. Since you're able to see the sun, the moon, and the stars here, it means that the Land of Exile must be dark all year round because it doesn't receive direct sunlight. The reason for this is the Saint Province realm is blocking the light from the Land of Exile. Mundane realms that are dark all year round are usually inhabited by strange creatures. That's probably how the devils came to exist. It's the natural order of things. Elder Huo clearly explained the different mundane realms and the origin of the devils. This had broadened Duan Ling Tian's knowledge. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded and then asked, Elder Huo, you said if I fly up, I'll definitely encounter the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and a large mundane realm, right? Chapter 2149 Target. Fifth form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Didn't you mention that the upper province is a pseudo-realm that was created from the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes, Elder Huo replied almost instantly as though he had already anticipated this question from Duan Ling Tian. The upper province is a pseudo-realm created from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint. Since it's part of the Saint Province realm, it has the same space barrier. That's why we can see the sun and other planets from the large mundane realm. As for why the Saint Province realm has day and night, it's due to the movements of the planets from the large mundane realm as they revolve around the sun. When the planets block the sun, the Saint Province realm would be dark, entering the night phase. Meanwhile, the planets that block the sunlight will reflect some of the light, creating what we call the moon. Elder Huo's answer was very detailed. He even answered some of the questions Duan Lingtian had yet to ask as though he could read Duan Lingtian's mind. The land of exile, the twin of this mundane realm, certainly doesn't have the transition from night to day. Elder Huo added, I see, Duan Lingtian said once he understood what Elder Huo was trying to convey. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought this universe was similar to the universe from his past life. He thought this place was like Earth that rotated. However, after listening to Elder Huo's explanation, his knowledge had been broadened. It made him realize there were so many extraordinary phenomenons in this universe. Elder Huo interrupted Duan Lingtian's train of thought as he said, we've derailed from our original discussion. Now, let's return to your original question. You said earlier that you won't be able to penetrate this space barrier even if your cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and has successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and possess the strength of a celestial. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. They were finally back to the original topic. It seems that you've already forgotten what I told you. Do you still remember what I told you after you found out that the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is unable to transport people back to the lower province? I mentioned a method to return to the lower province without using the inter-province transportation formation. Do you still remember it? Elder Huo asked. Duan Lingtian was stunned by Elder Huo's question. However, he quickly recovered and tried to recall what Elder Huo had said back then. I remember. Elder Huo, you told me that as long as I break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and successfully pass the heavenly tribulation, I'll be able to tear open a space barrier and travel freely between realms. Duan Lingtian recalled what Elder Huo had told him previously. Suddenly, with a surprised expression on his face, Duan Lingtian cried out, Elder Huo. Based on your words, you mean I'll be able to create an opening in the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province as long as I possess the strength of an eminent celestial. Moreover, I'll be able to do it without any external help. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he spoke. This seemed very far-fetched, and he found it hard to believe. Yes, Elder Huo nodded and said, however, you've missed the point. What I want to say is that the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the land of exile is completely different from the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province. You'll only need the strength of an imminent celestial to be able to create an opening in the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province by yourself. However, don't expect to be able to create an opening in the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the land of exile with just the strength of an eminent celestial. Even some weaker celestials in the Devata realms may not be able to create an opening in such a space barrier, Elder Huo continued to say. In other words, the power needed to create an opening in the space barrier between the upper realm and the pseudo-realm that was created by the 3 eminent devils is even lower. Duan Lingtian finally understood what Elder Huo had been trying to say. Yes, Elder Huo continued to say, a cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage should be able to create an opening in this space barrier. Naturally, to do that, we have to locate the space barrier. Otherwise, all this is just talk. I've searched for the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province, it's well hidden under many layers of formations. Unless we have an expert in formation Dao, even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to get past these formations. Some of the killing formations in these layers of formations are as strong as the killing formations that killed those 3 groups of people. This sent shivers up Duan Lingtian's spine. Who could have guessed it would be so difficult to locate the space barrier in this pseudo-realm? However, on second thought, if the space barrier is so easily detectable and unprotected, then the powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who entered this place could have easily created an opening and leave this place, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he nodded. Elder Huo, do you have a solution to get past these formations? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was more worried about the formations than the state of his cultivation base. Based on what Elder Huo had said, the killing formations within these formations could even kill a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had yet to pass the heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, the imminent celestials who passed the heavenly tribulation would even be severely injured if they accidentally triggered the killing formations. As long as one's strength is at above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one would be able to create an opening in the space barrier. Although it was a difficult task, it was not impossible. However, to possess significant strength to survive the killing formations was significantly harder. To be realistic, it was almost impossible. Yes, Elder Huo replied after hearing the solemnity in Duan Ling Tian's voice. I have my methods to work around these formations. Although I have a solution, you still have to create an opening in the space barrier on your own. Even with all the techniques you've mastered, I'm afraid you still have to raise your cultivation base to the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage before you can create an opening in the space barrier to return to the upper province, Elder Huo said. Duan Ling Tian understood Elder Huo's words completely. Previously, Elder Huo had said the strength required to create an opening in this space barrier would have to be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was referring to those ordinary cultivators at that stage. However, Duan Ling Tian would possess the strength of a cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage once he had broken through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, since he possessed many extraordinary techniques and the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, even with my extraordinary martial Dao innate talent, thanks to my violet innate spiritual root and the help from the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, breaking through to 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage is still tough. It doesn't matter if I have to face obstacles after obstacles, I should be able to break through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage in a short time compared to others. Duan Ling Tian no longer felt hesitant once he gave himself a pep talk. He quickly entered the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and devoted everything he had into cultivating. Although Duan Ling Tian was desperate to leave this pseudo-realm and return to the upper province, due to the space barrier, he could only wait until he had the capability to create an opening to return to the upper province. To do that, he needed to raise his cultivation base. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to calm himself and rid himself of his anxieties. After that, he began to cultivation diligently in peace with the goal of breaking through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, as soon as Duan Ling Tian calmed down and began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, he opened his eyes in shock. It was as though he had encountered something that was out of his expectation. It's so amazing. Is this the effect of the violet innate spiritual root? Duan Ling Tian discovered that his cultivation speed was worlds apart from what it was before. There was no way to ignore the huge difference. One should remember that Duan Ling Tian's former innate spiritual root was indigo. Although it was not a dark indigo innate spiritual root, it was still an indigo innate spiritual root. With such innate talent, in addition to a good cultivation environment in the pseudo-realm and the 7 treasures exquisite pagode, it shouldn't be difficult for me to break through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian was bursting with confidence. He felt that breaking through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage might be easier than he had thought. Following that, Duan Ling Tian immediately settled down and began to cultivate diligently using the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. As he activated his cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy fused with his sun saint origin and circulated around his body with the help of the 9 dragons. Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was rising non-stop at an incredibly fast pace. Meanwhile, there was quite a large group of people outside the entrance of the pseudo-realm. Naturally, there were also people who had left. The people who remained were mostly people from the 3 largest alliances in Sin City and sectless cultivators from other alliances that were quite strong as well. Naturally, they could not leave since their respective leaders, deputy leaders, and elders had not come out. Apart from them, some members from the Black Kshetra sect had stayed back as well. They were waiting for Wei Suo the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great Karmapas, and a few elders to come out. Every faction, including the Forgotten Dust sect, was waiting in silence. Chapter 2150 The Violet Dragon King. However, these people would never expect that the people they were waiting for had already died in the treasure vault that was suspected to have been left behind by an eminent celestial. Nobody, apart from Duan Ling Tian, had survived. Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, from the Black Kshetra sect, who was one of the 4 great Karmapas with a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had died. Apart from that, the 6 sectless cultivators from Sin City whose strength was comparable or even superior to Wei Suo had also died. That was not the end of it. The sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, who had just broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage not too long ago, had also died after he entered the pseudo-realm. What a waste! He did not even have time to display his newly obtained strength. Indeed, it was a pity and a waste that those people had died there. The people waiting outside did not have to wait too long when one of the elders from the Thousand Years Alliance rushed there from Sin City with news. The soul pearls of our leader and deputy leaders have shattered. In just a blink of an eye, the expressions of young leader Dong Guoji and the people he led from the Thousand Years Alliance changed immediately. Many people were reluctant to believe it. However, everyone turned deadly pale when they heard the elder from the Thousand Years Alliance who traveled from Sin City listed the names of the other elders whose soul pearls had also shattered. This was because the names of the people he listed were all people who had entered the treasure vault that was suspected to have been left behind by an eminent celestials. All of these people were cultivators above the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage and were the backbone of the Thousand Years Alliance. All of them were dead. Not only that, but even the leader and deputy leaders of the Thousand Years Alliance were dead. Impossible. It's impossible. Impossible. Dong Guoji growled in a low voice as he kept shaking his head in denial. His face was deathly pale. No, there must be a mistake. My father's the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance. He's a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage who's ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could he possibly die just like that? Dong Guoji refused to believe it. Stay strong, young leader. Although the other Thousand Years Alliance's elders were reluctant to believe it as well, judging from the current situation, it was useless for them to be in denial. The facts were laid out before them, there was no way they could not believe it. Young leader O Qing from the 7 Kill Alliance discovered what had happened to the members of the Thousand Years Alliance. When he found out that the people from Thousand Years Alliance had died in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, he could not help but take pleasure in their misery. He laughed out loud. O Qing seized this chance to taunt them. So the people from the Thousand Years Alliance are all useless. It was only natural that O Qing's words angered those from the Thousand Years Alliance. As the people from the Thousand Years Alliance glared at O Qing, 2 figures arrived hastily from Sin City. This time, it was 2 elders from the 7 Kill Alliance. Lord Leader's soul pearl has shattered. The news those 7 Kill Alliance's elders brought wiped the mocking smile off O Qing's face. Soon after, he became as mad as Dong Guoji. He could not accept this. He was far more dependent on his father than Dong Guoji was. It was not a stretch to say that he was nothing without his father. Moreover, the deputy leaders and some of the elders. As the 2 elders from 7 Kill Alliance listed names, the faces of O Qing and the elders blanched. O Qing had an anguished expression on his face. Is the treasure vault really that terrifying? Even the leader of our 7 Kill Alliance died in there. A lot of the 7 Kill Alliance questioned in shock. However, nobody had answers for them. At this moment, people from the Thousand Years Alliance felt calmer when they learned that the people who had entered the pseudo-realm had also died after entering it. Naturally, although they felt calm, they still could not help but feel fear washing over them. Was the treasure vault that was suspected to have been left behind by an eminent celestial really that dangerous? Not only the leader of their Thousand Years Alliance had died, but even the leader of the 7 Kill Alliance had also died. The leaders of 7 Kill Alliance and the Thousand Years Alliance. They all died in there. Then the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial is really terrifying. Other people from the other alliances, people from the Black Kshetra sect, and the people from the Forgotten Dust sect were in shock and disbelief as well. Put aside the others, the leaders of the 7 Kill Alliance and the Thousand Years Alliance were not ordinary people. The leader of the 7 Kill Alliance, O Kang Hai, was ranked in the top 50 on the Supreme Saint ranking. As for the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, he was ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, these 2 powerhouses had died in the treasure vault that was suspected to have been left behind by an eminent celestial. Everyone was still in shock when a short-lived and piercing sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Before everyone could regain their senses, a gust of wind began to blow around them. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Everyone's robes were fluttering in the air and they had to squint their eyes to see. When they could finally see clearly, they saw a curvaceous figure dressed in purple had appeared before their eyes. Although the woman wore a purple dress, it was not a form-fitting dress. However, it still revealed her beautiful figure. Her beautiful long hair cascaded down her shoulders and back. Although she had a purple veil covering half her face, her beauty could be seen through her delicate brows and bright eyes. She exuded a cold aura that made her seem imposing and unapproachable. Although she has a devil-like figure with an angelic face, no one would dare to have inappropriate thoughts about her. Lord Karmapa. Most people were still stunned at the purple-clad woman's swift speed when people from the Black Kshetra sect lowered their heads and bowed at her respectfully. Karmapa. Upon hearing how the people from Black Kshetra sect addressed her, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Could she be the leader of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas, the Violet Dragon King? Violet Dragon King. The one who's ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. The powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It should be. I've long heard that the Violet Dragon King is the only female amongst the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas. Based on the Black Kshetra sect's people's words, there's no doubt she's the Violet Dragon King. I heard that the leader of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas, the Violet Dragon King, is a descendant of the Dragon clan and the human race. She has amazing innate talent, and she's also the youngest among the 4 great Karmapas. The youngest but also the strongest. That's why she's widely acknowledged as the leader of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas. When the others discovered the identity of the purple-clad woman, all of them looked at her respectfully. They did not dare to look down on her just because she was a woman. The Violet Dragon King spoke just as the atmosphere became tense due to her appearance. How did Wei Suo die? The moment the Violet Dragon King spoke, the expression of the people from Black Kshetra sect changed dramatically. Their eyes widened in horror as they spoke in a trembling voice, Karmapa. Karmapa Wei. He died. Everyone paled again. Wei Suo, the Green Bat King of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas. He's dead. He also entered the treasure vault that's suspected to have been left behind by an eminent celestial, right? Goodness. Even he died. Although Karmapa Wei was the weakest among the 4 great Karmapas, he was still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking. How did someone like that die? If Karmapa Wei also died in there, is it possible for the others to survive? Upon learning that, the people from the other alliances changed their expressions dramatically as they realized their leaders and deputy leaders were most likely dead as well. The other factions also realized that their sect leaders and clan leaders were likely dead. In just a blink of an eye, another short-lived and piercing sound rang in the air as the wind blew violently. Apart from the leader of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas, the Violet Dragon King, who remained unaffected, everyone else had to squint their eyes as the wind raged. This scene was familiar to when the Violet Dragon King had arrived. When the others could see clearly, they saw a tall and handsome young man clad in green before their eyes. He exuded a piercing aura as though he was not human but a blade. The young man's long hair was tied in a ponytail with a hair tie. His hair hung behind him, and he carried a sheathed saber on his back. The sheath looked plain. However, the engravings on the sheath emitted an ancient aura as though it had existed for a very long time. After seeing the newcomer, many sectless cultivators seemed to recall something as they spoke in trembling voices. Many of them had an expression of reverence on their faces. He's Pei. Lord Pei Si Hai. An elderly sectless cultivator finally mustered enough courage and said excitedly. Chapter 2151 Pei Si Hai. Pei Si Hai was a legendary figure in Sin City in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Rumor had it that Pei Si Hai had not even exceeded 100 years old. However, he was an elite powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. In fact, many sectless cultivators believed that Pei Si Hai had the best innate talent in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They believed him to be a genius who appeared once in 1,000 years. Although no one knew what color Pei Si Hai's innate spiritual root was, many of them were convinced he possessed a violet innate spiritual root. Only a violet innate spiritual root would allow Pei Si Hai to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in less than 100 years. He was the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land in the eyes of many sectless cultivators. The reason Pei Si Hai was acknowledged as the #1 prodigy on Dao Martial Saint Land only by sectless cultivators and not by everyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land was due to the reason he kept a very low profile, so not many people knew about him. Prior to today, the only time Pei Si Hai appeared in public was 4 years ago when he killed the powerhouse who was formerly ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Before that, no one had heard about Pei Si Hai. It seemed as though Pei Si Hai had appeared out of nowhere at that time and killed the powerhouse who was formerly ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking in within 1,000 moves. Although it was a narrow victory, he still successfully killed his opponent and took over his spot on the Supreme Saint ranking. At that time, the battle had shocked many people on the Dao Martial Saint land. The words he had said after he killed his opponent shocked the people even more. After Pei Sihai said, "My master is Ni Wu Tian," he disappeared from the public's eyes. From then on, he did not appear again until today. This could be considered as his second public appearance. The commotion Pei Sihai's words caused in the Dao Martial Saint land was not less than the commotion he caused when word spread about him killing the powerhouse who was formerly ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, Ni Wu Tian. Who was that? He was someone with almost god-like status in the Dao Martial Saint land in the past 100 years. Ni Wu Tian was a sectless cultivator. He was the #1 powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint land in this generation. Accordingly, his cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was widely acknowledged as the person who ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking. 100 years ago, ever since Ni Wu Tian rose to fame in the Dao Martial Saint land, there were a lot of people who wanted to challenge him. Among these people were people from the 3 strongest sects. 30 years ago, Ni Wu Tian was able to move mountains and create rivers and injured the great oracle of the Heaven Divination sect when he was trying to pass the heavenly tribulation. Since then, nobody dared to challenge him nor his status. Ever since then, he had occupied the first place on the Supreme Saint ranking. No one could threaten his position. However, it was also at this time that he had disappeared. Some people said he had passed the heavenly tribulation and had ascended to another realm. Some said he was hiding in Sin City as he focused on his cultivation while waiting for his heavenly tribulation. Others said he roamed the Dao Martial Saint land, enjoying a carefree life. Regardless of what was said, he was still first on the Supreme Saint ranking. Naturally, if 100 years passed without any news from Ni Wu Tian, he would be removed from his position from the Supreme Saint ranking. That was the rule of the Supreme Saint ranking. It could be said that Ni Wu Tian had become a legendary figure in this era. Ordinary people looked up to him, and for the most part, he had become only a story since he had not been seen for a long time. "My master is Ni Wu Tian." 4 years ago, Pei Sihai's statement shocked everyone in the Dao Martial Saint land to the core. This was because no one knew the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, Ni Wu Tian, had a disciple. Moreover, as soon as Pei Sihai appeared, he had killed the person who was formerly ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking and took over his place. After that, rumors flew about saying Ni Wu Tian was still in the Dao Martial Saint land and that he had not ascended. He had been mentoring his disciple, Pei Sihai, all this time. As for the truth, only Ni Tian Wu and his disciple, Pei Sihai, knew it. Regardless, since then, people on the Dao Martial Saint land knew of Pei Sihai's existence. They knew him as the disciple of the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, Ni Tian Wu, and that Pei Sihai was a prodigy. Later on, rumors began to circulate among the sectless cultivators about Pei Sihai being under 100 years old. The sectless cultivators, naturally, believed the rumor. After all, Ni Wu Tian was the pride of sectless cultivators. In their opinion, Ni Wu Tian was like a god. It was not surprising that he had a disciple under 100 years old who had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, the major forces of Dao Martial Saint land, the 3 great sects, refused to believe Pei Sihai was under 100 years old. Naturally, they acknowledged his strength since he was able to get the 7th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, by doing so, they had indirectly denied that Pei Sihai was a prodigy. Naturally, there were reasons for the major forces to say this. First, Pei Sihai did not come out and prove he was less than 100 years old. Second, they did not want the world to think that a sectless cultivator was better than those from the sect. Moreover, they did not want another Ni Wu Tian in the Dao Martial Saint land. Lord Pei Sihai, he's Lord Pei Sihai. Upon hearing the elderly sectless cultivator's words, the other sectless cultivators regained their senses. An expression of excitement could be seen on their faces. Many sectless cultivators even began to tremble in excitement. It's indeed Lord Pei Sihai. I was lucky enough to have seen a portrait of Lord Pei Sihai. I just failed to recognize him due to my excitement. I have seen him too. However, Lord Pei Sihai seems even more handsome in real life. Did he come because of the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? If he did, he's too late. Many sectless cultivators began to discuss among themselves. All of them began to guess the reason for Pei Sihai's appearance. Pei Sihai, meanwhile, the Violet Dragon King, one of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great karmapas, also looked at Pei Si. Based on the look in her eyes, a hint of dread could be seen as though she had just met her foe. She firmly believed in the Supreme Saint ranking. She merely ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking when Pei Si was ranked 7th. In other words, Pei Si was stronger than her even though both of them were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Faced with Pei Si, she was, naturally, quite guarded. While everyone, including the Black Kshetra sect's Violet Dragon King, was looking at Pei Si, he glanced around before asked in an indifferent tone, "Has anyone of you seen Meng Hao?" "Lord Meng Hao, I didn't see him." Lord Pei Si knows Lord Meng Hao. Lord Meng Hao is actually one of the patrons of Sin City. The sectless cultivators looked at each other in surprise as they exclaimed, "Where's the entrance to that treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial?" When Pei Si spoke again, he sounded even colder. He emitted a coldness that made people feel as though they were standing in the harsh winter wind. Lord Pei Si. At this time, an elder from the 7-Kill Alliance stepped forward. He bowed respectfully before he pointed at a space nearby and said, "The entrance to the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial is there. However, it closed not too long ago." As soon as that 7-Kill Alliance elder finished his sentence, Pei Si disappeared from where he stood under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was already standing at the void where the 7-Kill Alliance's elder had pointed at. Pei Si's eyes were closed as he hovered in the air. It was as though he was trying to sense something. "He's so fast." Pei Si was so fast that the Violet Dragon King was the only one present who caught a trace of his movement. Even she was surprised by his speed. "He's looking for the space barrier in between the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial in the upper province." After seeing Pei Si closing his eyes, the Violet Dragon King could sense the divine consciousness surging out from his body. She instantly guessed his intention because she was about to do the same. After a few moments later, the sharp cry of blade rang in the air. A huge and dazzling blade appeared, blinding the Violet Dragon King's eyes and mind. He found it so quickly. Before the others could react, the blade in Pei Si's hand had already been sheathed. In the next moment, at the void near Pei Si, a terrifying crack appeared. It was more than 10 meters long and it was pitch black inside. What lurked behind was unknown. Following that, Pei Si seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flew into the crack and disappeared before everyone's eyes. This sent chills running up everyone's spines. Pei Si managed to create an opening in the space barrier with just a strike of his blade and enter the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Chapter 2152 Super Saint Weapon, the Boundless Bell. That's amazing. After a while, a sectless cultivator regained his senses, but an expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on his face. It was as though he had seen a ghost. The others had a similar expression to him. Although they knew Pei Si was powerful, they did not expect him to be so powerful. In a blink of an eye, he managed to create an opening in the space barrier into the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. "If it were me, I don't think I'll be able to find the space barrier even if I was given double the time." The Violet Dragon King, the leader of the 4 great karmapas from the Black Kshetra sect, had a solemn expression on her face when she thought about what happened. She was surprised by Pei Si's observation skills. As for Pei Si's ability to create an opening in the space barrier, she was not surprised since she was capable of doing that as well. Naturally, she knew Pei Si did not use all his strength when he created an opening in the space barrier. He had merely used his 1000 inscriptions Saint Blade coupled with his blade technique. He did not use any divine abilities. Earlier, he asked if we had seen Meng Hao. The Violet Dragon King thought about Meng Hao, whose position in the Supreme Saint ranking was above Wei Suo the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great karmapas in the Black Kshetra sect. Stern-faced scholar, Meng Hao. The powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking. She also knew something else. About 2 years ago, the Black Kshetra sect's Green Bat King, Wei Suo, had challenged Meng Hao to a duel and was defeated within 100 moves. Meng Hao was stronger than Wei Suo. That was clear to her. Meng Hao had also entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. With that thought in mind, the Violet Dragon King became grimmer and grimmer. However, her face was hidden under the veil so no one noticed the change in her expression. Originally, the Violet Dragon King planned to follow Pei Si-hai into the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial through that opening. However, she began to hesitate. Earlier, when Pei Si-hai asked if anyone had seen Meng Hao, she could see a hint of anxiety in his eyes, as though there was something he was worried about. Could something have happened to Meng Hao just like Wei Suo? The Violet Dragon King's eyes widened when she thought about this, as her expression changed again. After a while, the Violet Dragon King's attention was caught by something else. Who? A gust of wind appeared again, and someone appeared before the entrance that had been opened by Pei Si-hai. The figure that appeared looked extremely wretched. That's, the Violet Dragon King's eyes widened in shock when she had a closer look at the person who had appeared. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared in her eyes. It was though she had seen something she could not believe. Lord Pei Si-hai. Meanwhile, when the others saw the person who had appeared near the entrance, they were stunned when they saw who it was. They all cried out in shock. When Pei Si-hai went in, he carried his sheathed blade on his back. He had an impressive appearance and an imposing presence. Currently, he had lost his impressive and imposing manner. He had even lost the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Blade. He only had the sheath left on his back. Moreover, his left arm had been severed at the shoulder and there were bloodstains all over his robe. He looked extremely wretched. In his right hand, he was holding a small but cracked golden bell. Looking at Pei Si-hai's appearance, it was no wonder the Violet Dragon King and the others were shocked. What happened? What's going on? What could make Lord Pei Si-hai look so wretched? Lord Pei Si-hai is ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, and his cultivation base is already at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed this. Lord Pei Si-hai had entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial for such a short time. How did he end up like this? Yes, if the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial is really so terrifying, how could one obtain the treasures and legacies? Everyone would probably die there. After seeing Pei Si-hai's injured appearance, many people began to discuss among themselves. As they continued to talk, suddenly, it seemed like they recalled something as they looked at each other with a horrified expression on their faces. Looking at how Lord Pei Si-hai is so severely injured after going in for a short while to investigate this matter, it seems like the treasure vault is truly terrifying. Yes, otherwise, the Green Bat King, one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas, wouldn't have died in there. Even someone as strong as Wei Suo the Green Bat King had died in there. It's no wonder the high-ranking officials from 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance had died as well. At this time, most people finally figured out why so many people had died there. Even someone as strong as Pei Si-hai had also lost an arm and his 1,000 inscription Saint Blade after entering that treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial for a short while, let alone Wei Suo and the others who were much weaker than Pei Si-hai. Fear rose in everyone's hearts when they realized just how terrifying the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial was. You have the boundless bell with you. A woman's voice that sounded cold with a tinge of surprise rang in everyone's ears. After a while, they discovered the person who had spoken was the Violet Dragon King, the leader of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas. The Violet Dragon King looked at Pei Si-hai as she spoke to him. To be more precise, she was not looking at Pei Si-hai. She was looking at the small, cracked golden bell held in Pei Si-hai's right hand. It was as though the small golden bell was something special. Upon closer inspection, one could tell the crack on the small golden bell was new. Just as everyone followed the Violet Dragon King's line of sight and looked at the small golden bell, they saw that it was engraved with ancient and intricate carvings. The carvings were lifelike and mesmerized those who saw it, causing them to fall into a daze. After a few moments, the people looking at the bell began to feel disoriented and they quickly looked away. Soon after, a middle-aged sectless cultivator cried out in a low voice, "The Boundless Bell." The Boundless Bell is one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. His words caused everyone to regain their senses. The small golden bell in Lord Pei Si-hai's hand is the super saint weapon, the Boundless Bell. I heard that out of the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, there are only 3 defensive super saint weapons. The Boundless Bell is one of them. Defensive super saint weapon, that small golden bell. Oh, God, if this is really the Boundless Bell, how powerful was the force to be able to leave a crack on it? Looking at the crack on the Boundless Bell, it's obviously new. Did it crack when Lord Pei Si Hai entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? The focus of everyone's attention was not on how Pei Si Hai managed to obtain the super saint weapon, the Boundless Bell. Their attention was on the new crack on the Boundless Bell. Nevertheless, Pei Si Hai did not respond to the Violet Dragon King's questions. He stood motionless for a moment. At this time, many scenes were flashing in his mind. He was so close to dying. At some point, Pei Si Hai lowered his head to look at the small golden bell in his right hand. He was secretly thankful. Fortunately, I have this super saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, that master gave me. Otherwise, I would have died earlier. This pseudo-realm is not a treasure vault. It's more like a trap that's left behind by an eminent celestial. Pei Si Hai thought to himself as his expression darkened. I think senior brother Bai Li's soul pearl has shattered because he entered the pseudo-realm and was killed by the killing formation inside. A downcast expression appeared on Pei Si Hai's face when he thought about this. Pei Si Hai had come for Bai Li. Bai Li, the powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was also one of the patrons of Sin City. Moreover, he was a handful of sectless cultivators whose cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. No one knew that Bai Li was also one of Ni Wu Tian's personal disciples. In fact, he was accepted as a disciple earlier than Pei Si Hai was. However, Bai Li refused to publicly announce he was a disciple of Ni Wu Tian because he thought his innate talent was not good enough and would bring shame to Ni Wu Tian. Naturally, he still acknowledged Ni Wu Tian as his master in private. Moreover, he treated his youngest junior brother, Pei Si Hai, very well. To Pei Si Hai, Bai Li was like his biological elder brother. He had Bai Li's soul pearl with him. He had rushed to Sin City immediately when he discovered Bai Li's soul pearl had shattered. After learning that Bai Li had left Sin City after meeting with Meng Hao, Pei Si Hai began to track Meng Hao's whereabouts. Eventually, it led him here. Chapter 2153 Trap. Pei Si Hai, as the leader of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas, the Violet Dragon King, naturally, had her pride. After Pei Si Hai had ignored her, the expression on her face, that was hidden under the veil, darkened. Pei Si Hai regained his senses when he heard the annoyance in the Violet Dragon King's voice and turned to look at her. At this moment, the two powerhouses who were ranked in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking stared at each other. A hint of anger was apparent in the Violet Dragon King's eyes while Pei Si Hai's gaze remained calm. It seemed as though he was not bothered that the Violet Dragon King was annoyed. Among two of them, one was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking and was the personal disciple of the current strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The other was the leader of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas who was ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Currently, everyone could feel the animosity between them. It was palpable. Naturally, everyone could tell it was one-sided. The animosity came from the Violet Dragon King. Upon seeing this, the elders from Black Kshetra sect began to fret. They instantly sent voice transmissions to the Violet Dragon King. Lord Karmapa, Pei Si Hai's ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Please try not to get in a conflict with him. Lord Karmapa, I know that you're powerful, but Pei Si Hai isn't an ordinary man. If possible, try not to offend him. Lord Karmapa, Pei Si Hai is a friend, not a foe. The voice transmissions from the elders of the Black Kshetra sect were filled with fear. They fear Pei Si Hai's strength and the person supporting him, Ni Wu Tian, the current strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Nobody knew if it was the elders from the Black Kshetra's advice or the Violet Dragon King realized it was unwise to act against Pei Si Hai, but her gaze instantly softened. It was no longer confrontational. As soon as the Violet Dragon King's gaze softened, Pei Si Hai said indifferently, "It is the Boundless Bell." At the same time, he glanced at the Boundless Bell in his hand and sighed inwardly. Although the Boundless Bell was a Super Saint weapon, it was currently a broken Super Saint weapon. If he encountered another attack like today, the Boundless Bell would definitely shatter. Everyone heard Pei Si Hai's words clearly. Although he did not speak loudly, his words sounded thunderous to everyone. It's really a Super Saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, the Boundless Bell. Everyone's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The small, cracked golden bell that Pei Si Hai held in his right hand was the defensive Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell. How strong was the attack for it to be able to leave a crack on the Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell? Unbelievable. Only eminent celestials who have passed the heavenly tribulation are able to damage a Super Saint weapon. To be able to leave a crack on the boundless bell, the force that struck it has to be as strong as an eminent celestial. Only an eminent celestial can damage a super saint weapon. Does this mean if someone below the saint celestial stage possesses a defensive super saint weapon like the boundless bell, he would be able to defend against an eminent celestial's attack without being injured? It's not like that. For example, if a cultivator at the first form of the saint celestial stage possesses the boundless bell, he would only be able to defend against attack from cultivators below the third form of the saint celestial stage. Attacks from cultivators that are above the third form of the saint celestial stage might not damage the boundless bell, but the force from their attacks would definitely injure the cultivator at the first form of the saint celestial stage. That's right, the boundless bell is a powerful defensive super saint weapon. However, it would still depend on the cultivation of the person who wields it. At this moment, everyone was curious about Pei Si Hai's encounter in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. What was it that managed to damage the super saint weapon, the boundless bell? Many of them felt chills running up their spines. Those who were eliminated earlier, in particular, felt glad they were eliminated. Otherwise, it was highly likely that they would have died in there. With Lord Pei Si Hai's strength and the super saint weapon, the boundless bell, attacks weaker than those of an eminent celestial wouldn't be able to harm him. Only eminent celestials or those who are stronger would be able to harm him. Indeed, it seems like after Lord Pei Si Hai entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, he must have encountered an attack at or above the level of an eminent celestial. I wonder what Lord Pei Si Hai encountered in there. Everyone's attention was on Pei Si Hai. They were all curious about what he had encountered in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Unlike the others who did not dare to speak up, the Violet Dragon King did not have such reservations. She was truly curious, so she asked him bluntly, "Pei Si Hai, what did you encounter in there?" After that, the Violet Dragon King said, "One of our Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas, the Green Bat King, has also died in there. If you have any information, please let us know. The Black Kshetra sect will owe you a favor." When Pei Si Hai heard the Violet Dragon King's words, he frowned before he sighed. He shook his head. The Green Bat King died in there. Greed is really a sin. After a while, Pei Si Hai did not wait for the Violet Dragon King to respond before he said, "After I created an opening in the space barrier and entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, I encountered a killing formation." At this point, the Violet Dragon King and the others did not think too much about this. They thought this was just the prelude to the rest of the story. A killing formation. They only realized they were wrong when Pei Si Hai continued to speak. The force of the killing formation is extremely terrifying. Pei Si Hai had a tense expression on his face when he spoke. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Even the full attack of an eminent celestial isn't that strong. Fortunately, I have the super saint weapon, the boundless bell, that my master has given me. Otherwise, I would have died. However, even with the boundless bell, I lost my arm and my 1,000 inscriptions saint blade. My spatial ring turned to dust as soon as it came in contact with that force. The same thing happened to my 1,000 inscription saint blade. His voice turned grimmer and grimmer as he spoke. When Pei Si Hai finished speaking, the entire place was dead silent. Currently, even the leader of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas, the Violet Dragon King, had broken out in cold sweat from fear. She was extremely grateful that Pei Si Hai had come. Otherwise, she would have entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial and encountered the same killing formation. There was no doubt she would have died in there. After all, she was weaker than Pei Si Hai. Moreover, she did not possess a super saint weapon, nor did she have the boundless bell to rely on. She thought Pei Si Hai might have been exaggerating, but she knew there was no reason for him to do so. Oh, God, such a powerful killing formation. Even an eminent celestial wouldn't be able to set up such a powerful killing formation, right? Indeed, according to Lord Pei Si Hai, the strength of that killing formation was stronger than the full strength of an eminent celestial. I really don't know who could set up a killing formation like that. How strange. The others slowly recovered from the shock of Pei Si Hai's words. No one doubted his words. Even when Pei Si Hai said the force of the killing formation was stronger than an eminent celestial, they still did not doubt him. If it was someone else, perhaps, they might have questioned him. However, since it was Pei Si Hai, they did not question his words at all. After all, Pei Si Hai's master was currently the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Ni Wu Tian. If Ni Wu Tian was still in Dao Martial Saint Land, he must be very close to being an eminent celestial even if he was not one yet. With a master like that, Pei Si Hai must have a good understanding of the strength of an eminent celestial. Such a killing formation, I'm afraid even an eminent celestial who specializes in formation Dao wouldn't be able to set it up, right? The Violet Dragon King asked as she looked at Pei Si Hai. Naturally, it's impossible for one eminent celestial to set it up. However, what if there were 3 of them? 3. The Violet Dragon King's eyes widened as she involuntarily trembled. The others were stunned. Pei Si Hai nodded, and before he said warily, when the force from the killing formation struck, I extended my divine consciousness to study it. I discovered 3 different energies in it. Although they were perfectly fused, I still managed to detect it. If I'm not mistaken, the formation was probably created by 3 eminent celestials. Pei Si Hai paused for a moment before he said, moreover, this so-called treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial isn't a treasure vault at all. It's a trap. Chapter 2154. The Upper Province is shocked. If I'm not mistaken, not only did your Black Kshetra sect's Green Bat King died in there, but even Sin City's Meng Hao died in there. Pei Si Hai said in a low voice. Meng Hao. The Violet Dragon King's eyes widened involuntarily when she heard Pei Si Hai's words. She realized her speculation had been right. Similar to Wei Suo, something had also happened to Meng Hao. At the same time, many sectless cultivators were shocked when they heard this. Meng Hao. Lord Meng Hao also died. Stern-faced scholar Meng Hao was well known in Sin City. He was also one of the patrons of Sin City. His cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, Meng Hao's rank on the Supreme Saint ranking was even higher than the Green Bat King from Black Kshetra sect. Meng Hao was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could everyone not be shocked by Meng Hao's death? So you came for Meng Hao. It seems like you're close to Meng Hao. My condolences. The Violet Dragon King sighed as she consoled Pei Si Hai. Pei Si Hai shook his head. I merely know of Meng Hao's existence, I don't know him personally. Pei Si Hai's words confused the Violet Dragon King and everyone present on the scene. If Pei Si Hai did not know Meng Hao personally, why did he ask about Meng Hao's whereabouts as soon as he arrived? I came to find Meng Hao because of my senior brother. Due to Meng Hao, he has probably entered this space as well. Pei Si Hai said in a deep voice as he answered the question. He looked at the opening he had created in the space barrier. As soon as Pei Si Hai finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. The person whom Pei Si Hai addressed as his senior brother was another disciple of Ni Wu Tian, the current strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Pei Si Hai was not the only disciple of Ni Wu Tian. Otherwise, why would he refer to someone as his senior brother? Naturally, there were also people who thought the senior brother Pei Si Hai had mentioned might not be related to Ni Wu Tian. That senior brother of his might be from a sect he had joined or a disciple of another master. People began to whisper among themselves. My senior brother is also a disciple of my master, Ni Wu Tian. Pei Si Hai said, dispelling the doubts from those people who did not think his senior brother was also a disciple of Ni Wu Tian. With his words, he confirmed that the senior brother he mentioned was also a direct disciple of Ni Wu Tian, the current strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Pei Si Hai's senior brother was alive, he did not want to shame his master, so he did not announce that he was a disciple of his master. Now that he had died, Pei Si Hai wanted everyone to know the identity of his senior brother. Apart from Lord Pei Si Hai, Senior Ni Wu Tian has other direct disciples. I have never heard that Senior Ni Wu Tian has another disciple. Someone whom Ni Wu Tian accepted as a direct disciple must have a high innate talent. A commotion broke out again after Pei Si Hai spoke. Their topic had changed again. Many people were curious about Pei Si Hai's senior brother. When everyone, including the Violet Dragon King, was wondering who Pei Si Hai's senior brother was, Pei Si Hai announced, my senior brother is Sin City's Bai Li. Everyone fell silent again. Bai Li. Most people present on the scene were familiar with this name. Bai Li was one of the strongest patrons in Sin City that they know. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was even stronger than the Violet Dragon King, the leader of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas, who was ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. After the Violet Dragon King recovered from her shock, she could not help but cried out, "Your senior brother is Bai Li." Everyone was in a similar state. They were in disbelief and shock. Compared to Pei Si-hai, Bai Li had always appeared in public. He was a famous sectless cultivator in the Dao martial saint land for a very long time now. However, prior to today, no one knew he was also a direct disciple of Ni Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao martial saint land. It was shocking news for everyone. Upon hearing the Violet Dragon King's words, Pei Si-hai nodded and said faintly, "Yes. Senior brother always felt that he did not live up to our master's name, so he never announced his relationship to our master." The Violet Dragon King muttered to herself, "I didn't expect Bai Li was also senior Ni Wu Tian's direct disciple." After a while, the Violet Dragon King seemed to have thought of something as her expression changed slightly. You came to look for your senior brother Bai Li, could it be, because his soul pearl is with me and it shattered not too long ago?" Pei Si-hai seemed to know what the Violet Dragon King was trying to say, so he nodded and said, "I suspect that he died in there as well." Although Pei Si-hai seemed calm when he spoke, there was sadness in the depths of his eyes. The moment Pei Si-hai finished speaking, everyone was stunned as though a bolt of lightning had struck them suddenly on a sunny day. Bai Li, the powerhouse who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking, a rare powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had died in the trap that was left behind by 3 eminent celestials. This was undoubtedly a serious matter for those who were present and for everyone in the Dao martial saint land. After all, this matter concerned the death of a powerhouse in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking. After a while, news of this began to spread. When word of this reached Sin City, it caused a big commotion. Apart from the Bai Li, one of Sin City's patrons, Meng Hao, and one of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas, the Green Bat King, had died as well. Subsequently, more shocking news arrived in Sin City. The 7 Kill Alliance, the 1000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, the 3 strongest alliances in Sin City, had announced their disbandment. Not only did the 3 strongest alliances announce their disbandment, but even those alliances that were slightly weaker, like the mighty Tyrannical Alliance, the 100 Ghost Alliance, had also announced their disbandment. The reason for all this was due to the deaths of the backbones of all these alliances. Bai Li, Meng Hao, Wei Suo, and all these people had died. I heard that the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Dao martial saint land, Pei Si-hai, had personally investigated this matter. All these people had died in the trap left behind by 3 eminent celestials. Moreover, I heard when Lord Pei Si-hai entered that space, he almost lost his life. Luckily, he had the boundless bell given to him by Senior Ni Wu Tian. That's how he managed to narrowly escape death. However, he had to pay a heavy price since he lost an arm. The boundless bell, why does it sound familiar? Oh, right. There's a defensive super saint weapon called the Boundless Bell in the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Could it be? If it wasn't for the super saint weapon, do you think Lord Pei Si-hai could survive a trap set up by 3 eminent celestials? Lord Bai Li was actually Lord Pei Si-hai's senior brother. This means Lord Bai Li was accepted by Senior Ni Wu Tian before Lord Pei Si-hai was accepted. I never knew. Lord Bai Li really kept a low profile. As these shocking news spread from Sin City, more and more people learned about what had happened. Based on the speed the news was spreading, it would not take long before the entire Dao martial saint land found out about it. To be more precise, it would not be long before the entire upper province found out about it. Soon after, a few shocking news spread again. Apart from Bai Li and Meng Hao, another 4 patrons from Sin City had died as well. Their respective children discovered this when their soul pearl shattered. One of our powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and 5 of our powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage died. When the sectless cultivators heard this, they could not accept the news. There were not more than 10 powerhouses who vowed to guard Sin City. Currently, 6 of them had died. Moreover, one of them was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. According to the time when the soul pearls of these powerhouses shattered, all of them had died at almost the same time. It's very likely they died in the trap that the 3 eminent celestial had set up. Many people speculated, what are those eminent celestials trying to do? Spending so much time and effort to create a realm, they didn't even leave anything useful behind. Instead, they set up a trap to harm us. No one could understand the motive of those 3 eminent celestials. As the shocking news spread throughout the upper province of the Dao martial saint land, it shocked everyone to their cores. regardless of how chaotic it was in the outside world, Duan Ling Tian was still in the dark about it. He was still stuck in the trap left behind by the three eminent devils. Chapter 2155 The Palm from the Sky. The seven treasures' exquisite pagoda lay quietly in the pseudo-realm that was created by the three eminent devils. There was no movement in the pseudo-realm, therefore, Duan Ling Tian who was inside the pagoda was left undisturbed. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was sitting cross-legged on the fourth level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. He was fully immersed in his cultivation. Huge amount of heaven and earth spirit energy surged into his body at an alarming rate before they fused with his sun saint origin. After that, it began to circulate in his body by the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. The heaven and earth spirit energy continued to fuse with his sun saint origin, and Duan Ling Tian's cultivation kept improving. Duan Ling Tian was so immersed in his cultivation that he was completely motionless. He was like a statue as he sat cross-legged in the air. The golden light of the sun saint origin around him made him look ethereal. In this pseudo-realm created by the three eminent devils, it was completely calm. After all, Duan Ling Tian was the only one in the realm now. However, as calm as it was in the pseudo-realm, the outside world was in chaos. As word about the trap left behind by three eminent celestials spread, more and more people learned about it. For this reason, many powerhouses from various forces began to gather at the entrance of the realm due to their curiosity. All of them wanted to see if the realm created by three eminent celestials was really as terrifying as people said it was. The opening that Pei Si Hai, who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had created on the space barrier had closed a long time ago. However, it did not stop the powerhouses from coming to gather information. Isn't he that Lord Cheng Yi Kai? The appearance of a white-clad young handsome man who carried a sheathed sword on his back caught some people's attention. Lord Cheng Yi Kai, the white-robed swordsman, Cheng Yi Kai, the person who's ranked 28th on the Supreme Saint ranking. As soon as that person cried out, everyone shifted their attention to the white-clad young man. The young man wore a snow-white robe and carried a long sheathed sword on his back. His handsome appearance caught the attention of many women present on the scene. Some of them even tried to flirt with him as though they could not wait to throw themselves at him. Cheng Yi Kai was a supreme elder from the mystical sword sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land. He was also the youngest supreme elder in the history of mystical sword sect. Currently, he was just a little more than 100 years old. In terms of generation, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect should be his junior granduncle. It was an amazing feat that at Cheng Yi Kai's age, he managed to become the only supreme elder of the mystical sword sect. He was the only person in the mystical sword sect who had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. There was a rule in the mystical sword sect that stated it did not matter who, as long as they broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would become a supreme elder in the sect. As the only supreme elder of mystical sword sect, Cheng Yi Kai could be considered as one of the pillars of mystical sword sect. His status in the mystical sword sect was above almost everyone in the sect. I didn't expect him to come. Many people exclaimed. This white-robed swordsman, Cheng Yi Kai, is one of the rare prodigies in the Dao Martial Saint Land. At a little more than 100 years old, he managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Such cultivators are rarely found even in the three great sects. Rumor has it that the great sect sent an invitation to the mystical sword sect when he broke through to the 6th form of Saint Celestial stage when he was less than 100 years old. The invitation stated that if he was willing to join their sects, they would happily give him the position of a vice-sect leader. It's a pity that he declined all of them. Otherwise, based on his current strength, he could have been a guardian of the fire worship sect, a Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect or an oracle of the Heaven Divination sect. I heard he has a dark indigo innate spiritual root. If Pei Si Hai is really less than 100 years old like those sectless cultivators said, then it's possible Pei Si Hai has a violet innate spiritual root since his innate talent is higher than Cheng Yi Kai. How can you trust the words of those sectless cultivators? I don't believe them at all. White-robed swordsman Cheng Yi Kai's appearance caused quite a stir. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Cheng Yi Kai's cultivation base might not be the best. However, the fact that he had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage at his age was something rare. Currently, most of the people who came were people from various forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There were almost no sectless cultivators present on the scene. Although sectless cultivators in Dao Martial Saint Land were believed to be always in a state of disunity, They had their own beliefs or people they strongly believed in. Due to the fact that the current strongest person in Dao Martial Saint Land, Niwu Tian, was a sectless cultivator. He, naturally, became the person they believed in. When Niwu Tian's direct disciple, Pei Si Hai, had declared that the trap left behind by the three imminent celestials was dangerous, they had, naturally, taken his words to heart. They did not bother going to investigate the matter. Most people's attention was still on Cheng Yi Kai when the piercing cry of a sword rang in the air, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. It felt as though a gigantic sword had swept across the sky. Many people jumped in shock. A few moments later, the wind stopped blowing. A figure emitting the aura of a sword appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a black-clad young man. Similar to Cheng Yi Kai, he carried a long-sheathed sword on his back. He was wickedly handsome. His expression was cold, making him seem unapproachable. His appearance had also stolen the limelight from white-robed swordsman Cheng Yi Kai. Before the crowd regained their senses, Cheng Yi Kai sneered and said, "Zhang Chen." Zhang Chen. A commotion broke out immediately when Cheng Yi Kai revealed the black-clad young man's name. Zhang Chen, black-robed swordsman Zhang Chen. Some people exclaimed, "I didn't expect to see the white-robed swordsman and the black-robed swordsman in the same place. It feels like I didn't live in vain." An elderly cultivator said. Zhang Chen was known as the black-robed swordsman. In the past, he was the ultimate prodigy in the Heaven Divination sect. However, for some reason, he left the Heaven Divination sect and was hunted by the people from the Heaven Divination sect for some time. The Heaven Divination sect had only stopped hunting after him after he had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. At that time, they even invited him to return to the Heaven Divination sect and said they would put the past behind them. However, Zhang Chen had ignored their invitation. Ever since then, he became a lone wolf, wandering the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was a strange sectless cultivator. Zhang Chen was ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking, a place higher than white-robed swordsman Cheng Yi Kai, who was the same age as he was. They were equally famous as well. For this reason, Cheng Yi Kai was displeased. Cheng Yi Kai had challenged Zhang Chen several times, but it always ended in a draw. Since it was a draw, their ranking, naturally, remained unchanged. Therefore, Cheng Yi Kai felt extremely displeased and dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Zhang Chen was lucky enough to defeat the person who was formerly ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Currently, unless Cheng Yi Kai could defeat Zhang Chen or someone who was ranked ahead of Zhang Chen, Cheng Yi Kai would not be able to surpass Zhang Chen's rank on the Supreme Saint ranking. Upon hearing Cheng Yi Kai calling him, Zhang Chen only said indifferently, He did not even deign to look at Cheng Yi Kai. It seemed as though he did not think Cheng Yi Kai was a worthy opponent at all. Cheng Yi Kai was, naturally, furious when he saw this, but he knew this was not the time to start fighting. Moreover, he was not confident he could defeat Zhang Chen. At most, it would end in a draw like always. "Zhang Chen, since you came, I'm sure you intend to explore the realm that's rumored to be created by three imminent celestials, right?" Cheng Yi Kai's eyes suddenly lit up briefly as though he just recalled something. He forced a smile on his face as he said, "Let me help you find the space barrier of this space so you can enter." "What do you think?" Everyone instantly turned to look at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen cocked his head and glanced at Cheng Yi Kai before he said coldly, "If you want to enter, I don't mind helping you." Zhang Chen's words thwarted Cheng Yi Kai's plan and put him on the spot instead. Cheng Yi Kai's smile disappeared immediately, and he began to feel irritated. In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying aura surged out of his body. The aura, similar to a sword chi, quickly spread in the area and people began to move to avoid it. They did not want to become collateral damage between these two people's fight. The tension between these two people was almost palpable. Are they going to fight? Many people looked forward to watching a fight. Just as a cold sword intent began to rise from Zhang Chen's body, and a fight between him and Cheng Yi Kai seemed inevitable, suddenly, a loud and ancient-sounding voice cried out, "You're Zhang Chen, the deserter from my Heaven Divination sect." Almost instantly, a loud explosion rang in the air. The crowd felt as though they were suffocating as wind blew around them violently. A palm formed by Saint origin that was the size of a small hill fell from the sky in Zhang Chen's direction. Chapter 2156 The Great Oracle of the Heaven Divination Sect. The palm the size of a small hill slapped downward with peerless force. Explosions rang in the wake of the palm. It was thunderously loud. Apart from that, it seemed to have covered the sun and the sky like dark clouds. When the palm landed, explosions rang in the air again. It was the sound of people from various forces around Xianxia turning into a mist of blood. Those people did not manage to avoid the palm attack in time. The mist of blood lingered in the air with some remnants in it like red roses. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from various forces in the Dao Martial Saint land had died without a corpse. Among those Saint Celestial stage powerhouses who died, some had broken through to the 4th or 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, when faced with the palm attack, they could not even defend against it, nor did they have time to evade it. As the Saint Celestial stage powerhouses turned into a mist of blood, the 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword Xianxia carried on his back had been unsheathed. It flew up and formed a tight sword web above him. The sword web hung in the sky and emitted a piercing sword chi that seemed as though it could destroy everything it encountered. The black robe Xianxia wore fluttered in the air as a tense expression appeared on his wickedly handsome face. The saint origin in his body surged out unreservedly. He had unleashed all the defensive martial tactics and defensive divine ability that he had mastered, sword-wielding heaven and earth. When Xianxia cast that move, he had managed to nullify the attack that contained the full force of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was only slightly injured. However, he had depleted most of his saint origin. A thunderous noise rang in the air again. It was from the palm that fell from the sky earlier. After killing more than a dozen of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses, it landed on the sword web above Xianxia. The sound of explosions rang in the air again. The destructive force of the palm landed on the sword web repeatedly as it tried to break its defense. The sword web had also weakened under the repeated attacks from the palm. Xianxia seemed to have sensed something as his expression changed dramatically. The palm had broken through the defense of his sword web and landed on him. No, although the sword web had absorbed most of the force from the palm, its remaining force was still quite strong. When it landed on Xianxia, it sent him flying and smashing down somewhere in the huge valley. Along with the earth-shattering noise, the whole valley quaked. At the same time, the force from the palm seemed to be completely depleted. At this moment, the crowd, including Cheng Yikai, regained their senses and gasped. They had not even seen this person, but he had already killed more than a dozen Saint Celestial stage powerhouses with just one palm strike. Even the black-robed swordsman, Xianxia, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking, was completely defenseless before him. They knew very well in their hearts that after the palm had landed on Xianxia, even if he was not dead, he would be severely injured. A gust of wind blew past everyone, shocking Cheng Yikai and the others. In the next moment, a person appeared before them. It was an old man shrouded in a long black robe. The old man was tall and had a sturdy body. Although his appearance was ordinary, his eyes shone with hostility. Since he appeared, he stood motionlessly like a statue. It's Cheng Yikai, who was astute, noticed a scarlet skull embroidered on the chest area of the robe the old man wore. His eyes widened as he began to tremble. It was as though he had seen something terrifying. The others were looking at the old man warily when a weak but respectful voice called out, "Great Oracle." It was Xianxia who was sent crashing into the valley by the palm. He was dragging himself up. Currently, his appearance was no longer as handsome as before. He was covered in mud and dirt. As Xianxia rose in the air, he looked at the man warily and fearfully. "Why you personally came?" He was very respectful when he spoke to the old man, even though the old man had severely injured him. He did not dare to show even the slightest hint of disrespect. "Since you managed to survive the attack from my palm, I'll spare your life today." Although Xianxia had spoken respectfully, the old man whom he had addressed as Great Oracle did not even spare him a glance before he sneered and flew away. "Thank you, Great Oracle." Xianxia sighed in relief when he heard the Great Oracle's words. If the other party intended to kill him, he would be defenseless even if he had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After a few moments, the old man landed near Cheng Yikai. When Cheng Yikai saw this, he hurriedly moved away. He feared he would offend the old man for blocking his way. The old man's strength had struck fear into Cheng Yikai as well. "It's really the Great Oracle." Cheng Yikai shuddered inwardly. He realized his speculation was right. This old man was the Heaven Divination sect's Great Oracle. He was also the strongest person in the Heaven Divination sect. The Heaven Divination sect's Great Oracle was someone whose cultivation base had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His position on the Supreme Saint ranking was only below Niwu Tian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint land, and another person. He was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was one of the top powerhouses who stood at the apex of the Tao Martial Saint land. The sound of sabers' cry rang in the air, and Cheng Yikai and Zhang Chen saw a flash before their eyes. The old man casually swung his saber and tore an opening in the space barrier. In just a blink of an eye, he moved and disappeared inside. He entered the space. The crowd was dumbstruck when they saw the old man's actions. Meanwhile, a few people who had regained their senses muttered to themselves, earlier, Lord Zhang Chen addressed that senior as Great Oracle, right? Great Oracle is a title that's not lightly given in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land, right? Zhang Chen used to be in the Heaven Divination sect. That senior's so strong. He must be the Great Oracle of the Heaven Divination sect, Mo Zan. Lord Mo Zan, it should be him. Apart from him, I can't imagine anyone else who can kill more than a dozen Saint Celestial stage powerhouses and injuring a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who's ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking with just one palm strike before even revealing himself. Mo Zan, the Great Oracle of Heaven Divination sect. The strongest person in Heaven Divination sect. The powerhouse who's ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. One of the peerless powerhouses currently living in the Tao Martial Saint land. Peerless powerhouses were what people respectfully addressed the people who had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Those who were present were shocked to their cores when they discovered the identity of the old man. At the same time, they felt curious. They were curious if the Great Oracle from the Heaven Divination sect would survive unscathed from the trap that was left behind by 3 eminent celestials. The force from the formation in that trap had even damaged the defensive Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell. Moreover, it even caused Pei Si Hai to lose an arm even with the protection of the Boundless Bell. I'm not sure if Lord Mo Zan will be able to come out unharmed. I'm sure he'll be able to. Lord Mo Zan isn't only the Great Oracle from the Heaven Divination sect and the strongest person in the Heaven Divination sect. He's also the only person alive to have cultivated the Heaven Divination sect's defensive divine ability to its limit. The Heaven Divination sect's defensive divine ability is an ancient divine ability that's known as the best defensive divine ability in Tao Martial Saint land. With that divine ability, the Great Oracle's defense is definitely stronger than Pei Si Hai and the Boundless Bell. The crowd whispered among themselves. They seemed confident in the ability of Great Oracle Mo Zan from the Heaven Divination sect. Even Cheng Yikai and Zhang Chen were curious if Mo Zan would be able to come out unharmed. At the lower province of Tao Martial Saint land, within a valley that was quiet, screams suddenly reverberated in the air. Su Li, wake up please, I'm your master, look, I'm your master, Sword 13. The screams were loud and laced with anxiety and helplessness. 2 rapid sounds of wind whistling in the air sounded as 2 figures flew across the valley. However, the speed of the pursuer was much faster than the person fleeing. In just a blink of an eye, the pursuer caught up with the person in front of him. The person who was fleeing was a middle-aged man. He was in a terrible state as though he had just escaped torture. The pursuer was a handsome young man. He had a pair of sword-shaped brows and bright eyes. It should have made him look heroic. However, he was currently shrouded in devil chi. Moreover, it was pure devil chi. Such pure devil chi could not have possibly belonged to an ordinary devil cultivator. That was not all. The young man's eyes were blood red. It was cold, piercing, and devoid of any emotions. The young man waved his right and the 3-foot-long blade in hand disappeared instantly. The only thing that remained was a sword's cry. Chapter 2157 His good friend, Su Li. It was fortunate Duan Ling Tian was not here. He would have been horrified if he saw the young man attack the middle-aged man. This was because he knew these 2 people. Not only that, but he knew they were master and disciple. The young man who was covered in pure devil chi looked extremely evil. He was Su Li, a very good friend of Duan Ling Tian when he was young. Duan Ling Tian could still remember the first time they met. It was at the camp for prodigies in Iron Blood City of Crimson Sky Kingdom. Back then, both of them were in their teens. Later on, both of them passed the test in the camp for prodigies and entered the Paladin Academy of the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the Imperial City. At that time, in the Imperial City, the Su clan from the Crimson Sky Kingdom wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. They had even used the lives of Su Li's immediate family to threaten Su Li into submission. However, Su Li truly valued their friendship and refused to hurt Duan Ling Tian. Eventually, he chose not to betray Duan Ling Tian. After leaving a letter for Duan Ling Tian, Su Li left the imperial city. It could be considered as him giving up his bright future. At the very least, that was how Duan Ling Tian saw it. Ever since then, Duan Ling Tian regarded Su Li as one of his good friends. After that, the next time Duan Ling Tian met Su Li was at the genius competition organized by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Following that, at Darkstone Empire, he and Su Li had also qualified to participate in the Darken Dynasty's martial competition. Both of them shone brightly in the competition and advanced to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Throughout the journey, their friendship and bond grew indestructibly strong. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, a lot had happened. First, Duan Ling Tian found himself in conflict with the Blade sect which Su Li had joined. Later on, when he wanted to look for Su Li, he found out that Su Li had left the Blade sect with his master. From then on, he had never seen Su Li again. On the other hand, Su Li's master was known as Sword 13. He was the middle-aged man that Su Li had hunted down. Previously, Sword 13 was the second strongest person in Blade sect's House of Sword. Later on, he left Blade sect because he could not accept how Blade sect had treated Duan Ling Tian. In despair, he and Su Li left Blade sect and began their wandering lives ever since. At the moment, when Su Li waved his hand and the sound of a sword cry appeared, a soft noise sounded before Sword 13 trembled for a brief moment before he stopped struggling. Following that, he grunted softly as he struggled to turn around to look at Su Li. There was a fine cut that was rapidly deepening on his throat. It was a deadly sword wound. As blood gushed out from the wound, Sword 13 exhausted the last of his strength and said to Su Li, who had a cold expression on his face. Your name is Su Li. You are who? Human, not a devil." Before Sword 13 could finish speaking, his eyes closed and his body fell to the ground. The odd part was that he had died with a contented smile on his face. Prior to this, Sword 13 probably did not think he would die in the hands of his direct disciple, Su Li. However, based on his expression when he died, it could be seen that he did not blame Su Li for his death. His only source of comfort for many years had been Su Li. As for why he was contented even in death, only he alone knew the reason. I'm Su Li, I am a human. When Sword 13 closed his eyes and fell to the ground with a contented smile, Su Li seemed to change as the bloodlust in his eyes lessened. Then, he held his head with both his hands as his expression twisted in pain. He kept muttering to himself as though he was being tortured. As time passed, the bloodlust in Su Li's eyes completely disappeared. When that happened, the pure devil chi surging from his body disappeared as well. In just a moment, it seemed as though he had transformed into another person. Currently, he looked like a polite and handsome young man. Suddenly, Su Li let out a painful howl. "Master!" He landed by Sword 13's side and kneeled on the ground. His body was trembling violently due to the turmoil of emotions. Tears were streaming down his face. Su Li vaguely remembered what had happened earlier. However, at that time, he was being controlled by the pure devil chi. He could not gain control of his body and could only watch as he killed his master. It was only when he heard his master's broken sentence that he found the strength to struggle and regained control of his body after temporarily suppressing the pure devil chi. "Master, wait for me at the entrance to heaven. I'm coming to accompany you." Su Li could sense he was about to lose control of the pure devil chi, so he quickly turned his sword on himself at lightning speed. Su Li stabbed his heart at lightning speed. The force was so strong that the sword pierced through his body. Under such circumstances, one would usually bleed profusely. However, that did not happen. Instead, a strange thing happened. Although Su Li had stabbed himself in his own heart with so much force that the sword pierced through the other side of his body, he did not shed a single drop of blood. It was as though he had missed. Su Li's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. In just an instant, the pure devil chi surged out from his body, making him look like one of the devils. At this moment, his eyes were filled with bloodlust again. Another soft noise rang in the air. This time it came from Su Li. It was the sound the sword made when he pulled it out of his chest. Even at this time, not a drop of blood could be seen at all. The wound from the sword closed as soon as he pulled it out. It was as though he was never injured at all. He was currently like an undying evil immortal. As the devil chi surged out, Su Li, whose eyes were brimming with bloodlust, stomped his feet and rose up into the air. A strong explosion of devil chi appeared in his wake. Su Li did not only blew up the place where he was at, but he had also blown up Sword 13's body. Meanwhile, Su Li flew away and disappeared from sight. All this happened in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land that was currently overrun by devils. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the pseudo-realm created by 3 eminent devils in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, was unaware of what had happened to his good friend, Su Li. If he knew about it, he would have been worried sick. After all, he considered Su Li as one of his best friends. Not only was Duan Ling Tian unaware of what had happened, but he also did not know Su Li had become like that due to the legacy left behind by these 3 eminent devils. The pseudo-realm the 3 eminent devils left behind in the upper province was just a trap without treasures. Their treasures and legacies were left in the mortal continent where they used to stay. That mortal continent was Duan Ling Tian's hometown, the Cloud Continent. Their legacy was obtained by Su Li. It changed Su Li completely, turning him into a devil. As for the treasures they had left behind, the most precious one was a super saint weapon. It was the 3 feet long blade Su Li held in his hand earlier. It was none other than the Traceless Sword. The Traceless Sword was one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. It was also one of the 2 10,000 inscription saint swords that still existed in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Outside the pseudo-realm where Duan Ling Tian trapped, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of an opening that was slowly closing. It was an almost naked old man whose body was covered in horrifying wounds and cuts. All of the wounds looked deep and extremely painful. The old man was gasping for breath. He was visibly exhausted. It seemed as though he had exhausted all of his strength. Although there were many people standing near him, all of them only gasped inwardly when they saw the state the old man was in. No one dared to make a sound. God! What did they just see? The great oracle from the Heaven Divination sect, Mo Zan, the 3rd strongest person on the Supreme Saint ranking, a peerless powerhouse, was so badly injured after coming out from the trap set up by 3 eminent celestials. One should know that without using saint weapons, the defensive divine ability from Heaven Divination sect that Mo Zan had mastered was the best defensive divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In fact, it was not an exaggeration to say that Mo Zan had the best defense in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 2158 has the sect leader of the fire worship sect had a breakthrough. In fact, even the defense of a 7-clawed divine dragon from the dragon clan was not as good as Mo Zan's defense. Naturally, this could not be all credited to him completely mastering the best defensive divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Part of the reason was due to the fact that he was not human. His real form was a super saint beast called the Crimson Armored Wild Boar King. This super saint beast was famous for its defensive ability that was as strong or stronger than a 7-clawed divine dragon from the dragon clan. Currently, although Mo Zan's body was covered with deep wounds, they were healing at an alarming rate. In just a few dozen breaths' time, all the wounds had healed a lot. This was another characteristic of the Super Saint Beast, the Crimson Armored Wild Boar King. Their recovery speed was amazing. Their durability and resilience made the Super Saint Beast, the Crimson Armored Wild Boar King, one of the best defensive creatures in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In regards to defense, even the current strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Niwu Tian, could not compete with Mo Zan if he did not use any defensive Super Saint weapon, techniques or divine abilities. It was shocking that someone like that ended up in such a state after entering the trap that was set up by 3 eminent celestials. It seems like Pei Si Hai did not exaggerate. The white-robed swordsman, Cheng Yi Kai, and the black-robed swordsman, Zhang Chen, thought to themselves as soon as they regained their senses. At the same time, they were glad they did not enter that space. Otherwise, there was no doubt that they would have died. After most of the wounds on Mo Zan's body were healed, he took out a new long black robe and put it on. After that, he stared at Zhang Chen intently. Zhang Chen was nervous when he saw this. However, Mo Zan did not say anything in the end. He disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Among the people present, Cheng Yi Kai and Zhang Chen were the only ones who managed to vaguely catch the old man's movement when he left. The others only regained their senses after Mo Zan had left. As soon as they regained their senses, a commotion broke out. News about this spread quickly. It did not take long before it spread in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. The trap that's suspected to be left behind by 3 eminent celestials. After causing Pei Si Hai, who's ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, to lose one of his arms, it had severely injured Mo Zan, who's ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. God, is that true? Although Lord Mo Zan doesn't have any defensive super saint weapon, his defense is definitely not inferior to Pei Si Hai, who has the boundless bell. If he was severely injured after entering that space, others would definitely die if they enter that place. It's true. Many people witnessed it. I just want to know who those eminent celestials are. They left such a space behind it. Isn't it just a trap? Currently, people from various forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land discovered how frightening the trap that was suspected to be left behind by 3 eminent celestials was. Previously, although the sectless cultivators had already regarded that place as a forbidden place, people from the other forces did not take them seriously. In fact, they thought the sectless cultivators had spread fake news to prevent people from trying to obtain the treasures and legacies in that space. However, it seemed like the sectless cultivators did not exaggerate at all. For a time, the pseudo-realm Duan Ling Tian was trapped and became a forbidden place for everyone at the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian, who was inside the pseudo-realm, was blissfully unaware of this. In the northern region, on the peak of a snow-capped mountain, an old man in a gray robe was standing at the peak of the mountain. He seemed to be lost in thought as he looked in the direction of the central region that was located at the south of where he was. Snowflakes kept falling, but when they neared the old man, it was dissolved by an invisible force. It seemed like magic. A gust of wind suddenly appeared, causing the snowflakes to flutter. A beautiful woman appeared behind the old man. In the past, I thought the mission of the 7 sects disciples is to seek revenge from the 3 great sects and surpass them. The old man spoke when the beautiful woman appeared. He did not look at her when he spoke. It was hard to tell if he was talking to himself or the beautiful woman. However, currently, it seems like it's possible for the 7 absolute sect to annihilate the 3 great sects and destroy their foundations, let alone surpass them. The old man continued to say, "You're saying this?" The beautiful woman said, "Is this because the 3 girls' innate spiritual roots have successfully turned violet?" Yes. The old man nodded. Previously, I thought it's only possible for the girl from the blazing phoenix progeny to change her innate spiritual root into a violet one. I didn't expect the other 2 girls to also improve their innate spiritual roots to a violet one. After a while, the old man continued to say, "It's definitely a pleasant surprise for our 7 absolute sect. When I think about it, once they grow into their full potential, with the heir to the first absolute, the fog rain progeny, it won't be difficult for them to destroy the 3 great sects. However, I can no longer divine anything in regards to the heir of the first absolute." It was obvious the old man was the old prophet, the predecessor of the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, the prophet progeny. As for the beautiful woman, she was the predecessor of the 7th absolute of the 7 absolutes, the red dust progeny. She was also the master of the current heir of the red dust progeny, Han Shui Nai. Old prophet, don't you think you're underestimating the 3 great sects? The beautiful woman shook her head and said, "Back then, the predecessor of the first absolute, the fog rain progeny, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, was invincible in Dao Martial Saint Land. Even then, during his time, they couldn't destroy the 3 great sects. Do you think this generation's heirs to the 7 absolutes are stronger than that generation?" The old prophet remained silent when he heard the beautiful woman's words. Naturally, it might be because Senior Sword Saint was merciful. However, we can't know for sure. Perhaps, the great sects have trump cards we don't know about. The beautiful woman said, "You have a point." The old prophet nodded in agreement to the beautiful woman's words. The old prophet's expression turned solemn suddenly as he said, "Nevertheless, according to my latest divination, the greatest enemy of the 7 absolute sect isn't the 3 great sects. You're talking about the devil clans from the land of exile, right?" The beautiful woman asked as she looked at the old prophet. "Yes." The old prophet nodded with a grim expression on his face. "The devil clans. They're back." Although the beautiful woman did not live through the human devil era, she knew how fearsome the devil clans were from the books left behind by the predecessors of the red dust progeny. During the human devil era, the Dao Martial Saint Land had not been divided into the upper and lower province. At that time, the devil clans ran rampant in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was like hell on earth. They're most probably here now. Currently, I can't divine what's happening in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land at all. The old prophet sighed. Not to mention the 3 little fellows, I can't even divine what's happening with Mansion Master Duan Rufeng of the Azure Cloud Mansion and the people around him. It's as though there's an invisible wall blocking me from divining their fates. The beautiful woman fell silent when she heard this. After a while, She said skeptically, even if the devil clans have invaded, would they even have time to grow strong? The old prophet shook his head and uttered a sentence that he rarely said, I don't know. At the western region, in the fire worship sect, in the middle of the four symbol sanctums was the fire worship sect's saint land. At this moment, the saint land of fire worship sect was shrouded in a peerless and domineering aura. This aura came from high above the sky. As soon as it appeared, it swept across the entire saint land. Most people who were on the saint island noticed it first. On the saint island, some elite disciples with weaker cultivation bases began to tremble when they felt the peerless and domineering aura. It was as though they were prey in the presence of the king of the jungle, a tiger. Fear rose in their hearts immediately. Such a frightening aura. Whose aura is that? Many true disciples and bronze flame elders were shocked and frightened after sensing the aura. Such an aura. Could it be? Meanwhile, many silver flame elders seemed to sense something as their eyes lit up in excitement. At the same time, a figure from each of the four symbol sanctums flew out and made their way to the saint island. To be precise, they were headed in the direction of somewhere above the saint land. In the major minds of the four symbol sanctums, a few more figures rose into the air and made their way to the same place. In a quiet mountain valley in the enforcement hall's saint island, inside a normal-looking independent courtyard, an old man with shabby appearance was relaxing on a lounge chair under the sun. After he sensed the domineering aura, his eyes widened immediately, and he instantly sat up. Sect leader has broken through. He muttered in shock and disbelief before he rose up into the air. Chapter 2159. The ninth form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the Celestial Ascension form. Behind the mist and clouds above the main island in the saint land of the fire worship sect, there were numerous floating islands at 4 different levels. At the highest point, there was only one floating island. Below this island were 5 floating islands, and below that were 10 floating islands. At the very bottom, there were 50 floating islands. The wind howled as figures from all directions headed to the highest floating island. All of them came to a halt simultaneously when they arrived as though they had rehearsed it before. Sanctum leader Lutai of the Azure Dragon Sanctum was one of these people. The Sanctum leaders of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum leader, and the Black Turtle Sanctum had also come. Apart from them, there were a few Golden Flame Elders as well. Even Dong Yuan Jin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, had come with the other Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall. Furthermore, 2 unfamiliar cultivators at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial Stage were there as well. They were stronger than Lu Tai and Dong Yuan Jin. These 2 people were the vice sect leaders of the fire worship sect. Lu Tai, Dong Yuan Jin, and the others paid their respect to these 2 people since their status as vice sect leaders of the fire worship sect was higher than them. As the 2 vice sect leaders of the fire worship sect smiled at everyone, an elderly voice said in a drawling manner, "Why is it so lively here?" An old man with a shabby appearance appeared out of thin air under everyone's watchful eyes as soon as the voice sounded. The old man wore an old robe. He looked like a beggar. However, this old man who looked like a beggar made the proud Dong Yuan Jing bow in respect as soon as he appeared. Hall Master. The other Vice Hall Masters from the Enforcement Hall also bowed respectfully. It was obvious this old man was the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Leng Yin, based on how respectful the Vice Hall Masters were acting. "Greetings, Hall Master Leng." Hall Master Leng. Following that, the sanctum leaders of the 4 symbol sanctums and the Golden Flame Elders also paid their respect to the shabby-looking old man. Even both of the vice sect leaders of the fire worship sect greeted the old man with a smile. Although the cultivation base of the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall was also similar to the vice sect leaders, they knew they would not be able to defeat him even if they joined forces. Hall Master Leng Yin was halfway to breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage after all. The Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall was about to respond to the Vice Hall Masters and Elders, but he suddenly seemed to have noticed something as he turned to look at the horizon. 3 figures appeared almost instantly like a gust of wind. When they stopped moving, everyone could finally see them. An azure-clad old man, a purple-clad young man, and a red-clad beautiful woman stood there. The old man had long flowing white hair and a white beard. He looked like an immortal. The young man was handsome and possessed a graceful bearing. His presence seemed to be able to put others at ease. The young woman had a seductive body and a pretty face, evoking desire. From those who saw her, however, none of them dared to entertain lewd thoughts about her. After everyone saw these 3 people, they turned solemn and became tense. It was as though these 3 people were some fearsome beasts. Only Hall Master Leng Yin's expression remained unchanged. He was the first to regain his senses. He instantly said with a smile, "Today must be my lucky day to be able to meet all three guardians." Based on Lang Yin's words, it was obvious these three people were the three great guardians of the fire worship sect whose positions were only second to the sect leader of the fire worship sect. The three great guardians of the fire worship sect were also known as the three guardians of wind, fire, and cloud. They were Zifeng, Qinghuo, and Hong Yun. Among the three guardians, Guardian Zifeng was the strongest. He was the handsome purple-clad young man with a graceful bearing. He had already broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage a long time ago. He was, naturally, an important figure in the fire worship sect. The second strongest guardian was Guardian Qinghuo, who was also Gan Ruyan's master. Guardian Qinghuo's cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked in the top 20 of the Supreme Saint ranking. The weakest among the three guardians was Guardian Hong Yun. Although Guardian Hong Yun was a female, she was one of the few female powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land who had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Greetings Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Qinghuo, and Guardian Hong Yun. Led by the two vice-sect leaders, everyone bowed and greeted the three guardians respectfully. The three guardians nodded indifferently before they shifted their attention to the floating island nearby. That floating island was located at the highest level, looking down on the other floating islands like a king. At this moment, a peerless and domineering aura rolled out in waves from that floating island. Some of the weaker golden flame elders present on the scene felt pressured when faced with this aura. Suddenly, Guardian Qinghuo's eyes lit up and cried out in surprise, "The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's definitely the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage." His excitement was palpable. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Our great sect leader has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from Lang Yin and the other two guardians, Guardian Qinghuo's words took the others by surprise. They did not expect their sect leader would break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage at this time. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was the final and highest cultivation stage that humans and saint beasts could achieve in the Dao Martial Saint land. This stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. If a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form, further improved, he or she would have to face the Celestial Ascension tribulations. If they successfully passed the tribulations, they would be able to ascend to the Devata realm and become a powerful celestial. We'll have a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in our fire worship sect. After regaining their senses, the vice-sect leaders and the others were joyous. One had to know that, prior to today, the fire worship sect was the only sect without a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage among the three great sects in the Dao Martial Saint land. This had always been a cause for concern among the fire worship sect's high-ranking officials. Now that they discovered their sect leader had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they felt all their worries fading away. Their discovery was an effective medicine for their worries. The domineering and peerless aura that came from the floating island seemed to be surging out endlessly. Meanwhile, on the Saint Island beneath the clouds, chaos reigned among the elite disciples. They were all terrified as though the end was near. Although the disciples from the four symbols sanctums had also felt the aura, they did not feel the pressure since they were located further away. Even then, they were equally as curious. Whose aura is this? It's so domineering and peerless. It seems to have come from the Saint land. Similar conversations could be heard everywhere in the four symbols sanctums. The elite disciples in the Saint land and the disciples from the four symbols sanctums were still in a commotion when a voice rang in the air. "I am glad to inform everyone of this good news. Our sect leader of the fire worship sect has successfully broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form." The voice echoed in everyone's ears in the fire worship sect. The news was like a bolt of lightning. Everyone in the sect was shocked. In the end, the group of fire worship sect elders regained their senses first and said excitedly, "Sect leader. He has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Sect leader has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form." The group of fire worship sect disciples who finally regained their senses was excited as well. Since the sect leader of the fire worship sect had gotten stronger, this meant the sect had gotten stronger as well. This was, naturally, a good thing for the disciples of the fire worship sect. About 15 minutes later, the group of elite disciples in the Saint land were relieved from the pressure as the peerless aura finally disappeared. Although they knew the aura belonged to the sect leader of fire worship sect, it did not change the fact that the aura had pressured them. Meanwhile, a large imposing figure appeared above the highest floating island in the clouds above the Saint Island. Sect Leader. The people in the distance bowed respectfully as soon as this figure appeared. Chapter 2160 Fear. The sect leader of the fire worship sect was a middle-aged man with a sturdy body. He was dressed in a long white robe that was embroidered with red flames. It looked slightly similar to the exclusive uniforms of the fire worship sect's elders and disciples. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the flames embroidered seemed to form a divine dragon. It seemed as though the dragon was protecting his body. Although the sect leader of the fire worship sect was tall, had a sturdy body, and his features were chiseled, he did not look like a brute. Whether it was his figure or face, everything seemed to be in harmony. His features were noble, it made people feel like submitting to him. It seems like I've caused quite a commotion. Even our 3 guardians and Hall Master Leng are here. The sect leader of the fire worship sect smiled faintly and bowed slightly as he spoke. At this moment, an overwhelming but faint energy swept toward the people who were bowing at him. However, it did not harm them. When the energy shrouded them, it was gentle. It slowly lifted them with a gentle but firm force. Everyone was extremely shocked. Is this the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Congratulations, Lord Sect Leader, for breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. In the end, the 3 great guardians, Zifeng, Qingzan, and Hong Yun, regained their senses first. They instantly congratulated the sect leader of the fire worship sect. The voices of the 3 guardians snapped the Leng Yin and others out of their shock. Congratulations, Lord Sect Leader. Leng Yin and the others instantly congratulated the sect leader of the fire worship sect as well. The sect leader of the fire worship sect was Tang Zan. He was already the strongest person in fire worship sect back when his cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was also the strongest person among all those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, he was ranked 4th on the Supreme Saint ranking. The ones before him were 3 cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Today, after being in closed-door cultivation for so long, Tang Zan came out stronger than before after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. He had officially become a peerless powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Tang Zan nodded at the high-ranking officials of fire worship sect with a smile before he asked, "Did anything happen while I was in closed-door cultivation?" Lord Sect Leader. As soon as Tang Zan finished his sentence, one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall took the lead and said solemnly, "The fire worship sect saint girl who was missing back then has returned to the sect." The vice hall master of the enforcement hall who had spoken was Vice Hall Master Zhang Qin, who had sent Ka and her daughter into the enforcement hall back then, the saint girl who was missing. Upon hearing Zhang Qin's statement, Tang Zan was stunned before a delighted expression appeared on his face. He asked excitedly, "Is this true?" The way Tang Zan had lost his composure and became excited shocked Zhang Qin. It took him quite a while to recover from his shock. The 3 great guardians of the fire worship sect and the others were shocked as well when they saw Tang Zan's reaction. They did not know why their sect leader was so excited over the return of the saint girl. For a moment, they all recalled that after the disappearance of the saint girl, the appointment of a new saint girl had been continuously delayed. Now that they thought about it, it seemed like the sect leader had no intention of appointing a new saint girl at all. Does Lord Sect Leader think the saint girl is special due to her violet innate spiritual root? Is the saint girl a reincarnated goddess? All of them began to speculate wildly in their minds. Naturally, none of them really believed she was the reincarnation of a goddess. They thought it was made up. Hall Master Leng Yin of the enforcement hall recovered from his shock first and nodded in response. "It's true." He hesitated for a moment before he said, "However, during the time the saint girl was missing, she had acted against the rules of our fire worship sect. Not only does she have a husband, but she has given birth to a daughter. Both the saint girl and her daughter are." When Leng Yin was about to say the saint girl and her daughter were currently being held in the enforcement hall, he was interrupted by Tang Zan fiercely before he could even finish his sentence. "What? The saint girl has a husband? And she has a daughter with that man?" Tang Zan's voice became louder and louder as he spoke. He sounded extremely furious. As his anger rose, the domineering and peerless aura appeared again and swept through the sect. This time, even some of the Golden Flame elders whose cultivation bases were weaker felt the pressure. On the Saint Island under the clouds, the Saint Land elite disciples who had just sighed in relief felt an even more terrifying aura. They began to feel suffocated. Some with weaker cultivation bases even began to bleed through their eyes and noses. They were forced to sit, kneel, or lie down on the ground. What's happening? The aura released unintentionally by a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is already so terrifying. How terrifying would it be if a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage releases all his power? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is too frightening. I have no doubt about them being the strongest in the Tao Martial Saint Land. On the Fire Worship Sect Saint Land, many Silver Flame Elders, Bronze Flame Elders, and true disciples were shocked. After several breaths' time, the domineering and almost peerless aura vanished again, causing the elders and disciples in Fire Worship Sect Saint Land to sigh in relief. The elite disciples with a weaker cultivation base, in particular, felt even more relieved. It was as though they had just narrowly escaped death. Above Fire Worship Sect Saint Land, high up in the clouds, Tang Xuan's eyes were piercing as he looked at Lang Yin. He asked coldly, "Tell me what the hell happened." Lord Sect Leader, the Saint Girl went missing when she was still a baby. When Guardian Qinghuo's direct disciple, Gan Ruyan, found her, she already has a husband and was pregnant, Lang Yin said when faced with the furious Tang Zan. Initially, when Gan Ruyan brought the Saint Girl back to the sect, she didn't tell anyone, including Guardian Qinghuo. She hid the Saint Girl in her independent mansion. Moreover, she allowed the Saint Girl to give birth to her baby. After a few years, Vice Hall Master Zhang Qin discovered the Saint Girl had returned to the sect thanks to Wen Yan, the direct disciple of Sanctum leader Lu Tai of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Subsequently, Zhang Qin brought the Saint Girl and her daughter back to the enforcement hall to await judgment once Lord Sect Leader comes out from closed-door cultivation. Any other ordinary person would have been afraid to speak up in front of a furious Tang Zan. However, Hall Master Lang Yin of the enforcement hall managed to recount everything calmly. After Tang Zan listened to Lang Yin, he turned to look at Qinghuo and asked, "Guardian Qinghuo, Ruyan's the one who found the Saint Girl?" At this moment, his voice was calm. It was unknown whether it was due to Qinghuo's high position in the Fire Worship sect as a guardian or if his anger had lessened. Yes, Qinghuo nodded. That girl discovered the Saint Girl in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. I know she made a mistake. She actually kept the matter to herself, hid the Saint Girl, and allowed the Saint Girl to give birth. Sect Leader, I've ordered her to be imprisoned in the enforcement hall. No matter how you plan to punish her, I won't have any objection. He sighed when he finished speaking. It seemed as though he had aged a couple of years in just an instant. Ru Yan is the Saint Girl's twin sister after all. It's normal for her to protect the Saint Girl. You don't have to worry, Guardian Qinghuo. Tang Zan shook his head, and then, his eyes turned cold as he asked angrily. Now, I just want to know who's the Saint Girl's husband. Who's so bold to taint our Fire Worship sect Saint Girl? His voice trembled when he spoke. When the others heard the tremble in Tang Zan's voice, they thought it was from anger. However, Tang Zan's voice was actually trembling from fear. Why would Tang Zan, the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect, feel fear when he learned that the Saint Girl had a husband and had given birth to a child? All of this went unnoticed by the others. If they noticed it, they would have been confused and shocked. Lord Sect Leader, Lang Yin said again at this moment, we did ask the Saint Girl who her husband is, but she's unwilling to tell us. We're reluctant to use force on her without your consent. After Tang Zan took a deep breath and suppressed his fear, he nodded and said, You did well. Since Ru Yan found the Saint Girl in the lower province, it's likely the man's from the lower province as well. If the Saint Girl's unwilling to talk, we'll dig for information about that man from Ru Yan. Tang Zan's voice was laced with anxiety and fear. Indeed, it was fear. It was unknown what secrets the Saint Girl held to be able to strike fear into the heart of the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect who had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Hall Master Lang, bring me to see Ru Yan now. Once I find out who the man is, I'll personally go to the lower province to bring that man here. Tang Zan's words shocked all the high-ranking officials of Fire Worship sect to their cores. Their sect leader was going to personally make a move. Chapter 2161 Time flies. Although the high-ranking officials from the Fire Worship sect had always known that the Saint Girl had a high status in the sect leader's heart, they never thought the sect leader would not hesitate to personally make a move to search for the person who had tainted the Saint Girl in the lower province. Lord Sect Leader. At this time, Hall Master Leng Yin of the Enforcement Hall stepped up to inform Tang Zan about something he was not privy to. Currently, all the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province have stopped working. We can no longer travel to the lower province. Although Tang Zan was the sect leader of the fire worship sect, he had been in closed-door cultivation for a very long time. Therefore, he was unaware of some things that had happened in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The inter-province transportation formations have stopped working. We can no longer travel to the lower province. Upon hearing Leng Yin's words, Tang Zan frowned before he asked in a deep voice, what happened? Following that, Leng Yin told Tang Zan about the rumors that were going around in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He told Tang Zan about how the devil clans from the land of exile might have invaded the lower province, causing the inter-province transportation formations to stop working. If that's the case, it's indeed possible that the devil clans from the land of exile have invaded the lower province again. Tang Zan's expression turned solemn after he heard Leng Yin's explanation. Subsequently, Tang Zan looked at the two vice sect leaders of the fire worship sect. Although we aren't entirely sure that the devil clans have invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land again, we can't dismiss the possibility that it has happened. Did you send the elders and disciples out to collect resources? Lord Sect Leader, we have ordered men to collect many resources. Even if the devil clans manage to invade the upper province, the fire worship sect will be able to sustain itself as we go to war with them, one of the vice sect leaders said hurriedly. The other vice sect leader nodded. Very well. Tang Zan nodded in satisfaction, and then, he turned to look at Leng Yin. He said coldly, Hall Master Leng, bring me to Ru Yan. After visiting her, we shall meet the fire worship sect saint girl who has been missing for so many years and her daughter with that unknown man from the lower province. When Tang Zan mentioned the man from the lower province, not only anger rose from the depth of his heart, but the anger could be seen in his eyes as well. He could not imagine how angry that person would be if he learned that the saint girl had been with another man and had even given birth to a daughter. Tang Zan had experienced how terrifying that person was a few decades ago. Until now, Tang Zan could still vividly remember it. Yes, Lord Sect Leader, Leng Yin answered respectfully and turned around to lead the way. Before Tang Zan left with Leng Yin, he glanced at Qing Huo and said, Guardian Qing Huo, if Ru Yan is willing to cooperate, I'll turn a blind eye to her previous mistakes and see it as her being protective of her sister. However, if she isn't willing to cooperate, I'll have to punish her according to the sect's rules. When Qing Huo heard Tang Zan's words, he only smiled bitterly. He knew his direct disciple very well. She would not betray her sister's secret unless she was given permission to do so. Senior brother Qing Huo, you spoil your disciple too much. Hong Yun sighed. Although Hong Yun might seem young, she was only slightly younger than Qing Huo. She was from the same generation as Qing Huo. That day, news of Tang Zan, the sect leader of the fire worship sect, coming out from closed-door cultivation after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage began to spread in the sect before it spread across the western region, shocking everyone. Lord Sect Leader from the fire worship sect has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. After the great guardian of the fire worship sect had passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended, we finally have another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the sect. Since Lord Sect Leader from the Saint Sect manages to break through, it means there are currently 4 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the western region, those who regarded the fire worship sect as their saint sect in their religion were ecstatic upon learning that Tang Zan had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As time passed, news spread out from the western region to the rest of the Dao Martial Saint Land. For a time, the entire Dao Martial Saint Land was buzzing. The fire worship sect finally had a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was huge news in the Dao Martial Saint Land. One should know that prior to this, only the Black Kshetra sect and Heaven Divination sect had a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in their respective sect. The strongest person in the fire worship sect was merely a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was Tang Zan, the sect leader of the fire worship sect. Naturally, Tang Zan was not just an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, in addition to being ranked 4th on the Supreme Saint ranking, Tang Zan was the strongest among those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the past, The powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage from Black Kshetra sect and Heaven Divination sect had intended to join forces and kill Tang Zan, the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect, before dividing the cultivation resources among themselves. However, Tang Zan managed to escape even though the two powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage had joined forces. This was because Tang Zan had mastered an extremely advanced movement divine ability. Moreover, it was an extremely rare escape-type divine ability. Once it was cast, it would be difficult for even powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage to catch him. Naturally, after Tang Zan escaped the two powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he turned around and threatened them. If they dared to attack anyone from the Fire Worship sect, he would break into their sects and attack the others in their sect with this escape-type divine ability. With Tang Zan's strength and that mysterious escape-type divine ability, no one in the two sects, apart from the two powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, was a match for him. The two sects would definitely suffer a great loss if Tang Zan decided to act on his words and fight to the end. Although the two powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage were very strong, it was impossible for them to protect everyone in their sects. For this reason, the Fire Worship sect remained safe and stood on even ground with the other two sects. One could say the reason the Fire Worship sect managed to stand firm until now was due to the mysterious escape-type divine ability that sect leader Tang Zan mastered. Tang Zan has broken through. Damn it, he actually broke through to the ninth form of Sheila Saint Celestial stage. When his cultivation base was merely at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was already unafraid of our great oracle of the Heaven Divination sect because of his movement divine ability. Now that he has broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm afraid with his movement divine ability, he's now a match for our great oracle. I wonder where he found that movement divine ability. That divine ability is a lot more powerful than the high-grade movement divine abilities in the Tao Martial Saint land. Yes, if there's a divine ability superior to all those high-grade divine abilities, it has to be that movement divine ability that Tang Zan mastered. Fortunately, the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect didn't share that movement divine ability with other people. Otherwise, even if just a few people from the Fire Worship sect mastered that divine ability, they would be able to wreak havoc in the Tao Martial Saint land. When word about sect leader Tang Zan of the Fire Worship sect had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form, reached the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect, a group of elders and disciples was shocked. Many of them were worried Tang Zan would seek revenge from them and look for trouble with their respective sect, the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect. In the past, Tang Zan did not do so because he was not strong enough to defeat their sects, powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage even with the help of the movement divine ability he had mastered. Things might change now since Tang Zan was no longer at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Except for Tang Zan alone, no one in the Tao Martial Saint land knew how he managed to obtain that mysterious movement divine ability. Only he knew that the movement divine ability he had mastered did not belong to the mundane realm, but it belonged to a realm higher than the mundane realm. This divine ability was passed to him by a mysterious powerhouse who appeared in the Fire Worship sect several decades ago. At that time, that mysterious powerhouse had asked Tang Zan for a few favors. In return, he had passed this movement divine ability to Tang Zan as a reward. With the help from that movement divine ability, he was able to become the strongest person among those below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Moreover, he also succeeded in keeping the Fire Worship sect who had lost their powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage safe under the threat of the two sects. All this was a secret that Tang Zan kept to himself. He would never tell anyone about this. At the very least, he would not tell anyone from the Fire Worship sect about this. Time passed quickly. It was as slippery as sand, making it difficult to hold onto as it slipped through one's fingers. Inside the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian did not know how much time had passed. He only focused on cultivating. During this time, Duan Ling Tian had breakthroughs, met with obstacles, and continued to cultivate. With his lightning-fast cultivation speed thanks to his violet innate spiritual root and the time flow on the fourth floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, what could obstruct him? Second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian already had 1 foot in the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, so it was not difficult for him to make a breakthrough. Third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian continued to break through it. The fourth form of Saint Celestial stage. It was a little difficult, but Duan Ling Tian managed to break through as well. The fifth form of Saint Celestial stage. So what if it was a lot harder? Duan Ling Tian still managed to make a breakthrough. The sixth form of Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering cross-legged in the air inside the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "I've broken through." In just an instant, a vast and powerful aura surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body. Chapter 2162. Duan Ling Tian comes out from closed-door cultivation. As the vast and powerful aura surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body, he opened his eyes. They were shining so bright as though they were two small suns. It was fortunate no one was around. Otherwise, they would have been blinded by how bright his eyes were. As the light in Duan Ling Tian's eyes gradually dimmed, he could not help but begin to laugh heartily. At this moment, it seemed as though all the frustration and sadness he had bottled up had disappeared. This was because he had successfully broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The sixth form of Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Heavenly Soul form. This stage allowed one's soul to be one with the universe, allowing one's soul to be advanced and be refined. It was also the foundation of the seventh form of Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. Apart from possessing a body that no longer aged, a large part of the reason why powerhouses at the seventh form Saint Celestial stage had endless life was due to their souls becoming one with the universe when their cultivation base was at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. When my cultivation base was at the fifth form of Saint Celestial stage, I could create an opening in the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province by using all my strength and the Jasper Celestial Sword. Now that my cultivation base is at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, I should be able to create an opening in the space barrier without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself before he straightened his body and landed on the ground. I don't know how much time has passed while I was in closed-door cultivation. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian went to look for Elder Huo. Not bad, you've broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage means your soul will be one with the universe of this mundane realm. If you use your soul attack, I think no one under the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to defend against it. Elder Huo said as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian. The soul attack Elder Huo mentioned was the soul attack Duan Ling Tian discovered in the past by combining his evolved spiritual energy with his strange pupil. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had mostly used that move to harass and distract his opponents. After listening to Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian realized his soul attack had become a lot stronger after he had broken through to the sixth form saint of the celestial stage, the heavenly soul form. Elder Huo, how long was I in closed-door cultivation? This was what Duan Ling Tian wanted to know most. He wanted to know how long he had spent in closed-door cultivation. After all, if he had taken too long, the sect leader of the fire worship sect might have already come out of his closed-door cultivation. Once the sect leader of the fire worship sect came out from his closed-door cultivation, Ka and their daughter would definitely be in danger. This was not something he wished to see. 3 years, Elder Huo answered immediately as though he could hear the urgency in Duan Ling Tian's voice. Upon hearing Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn. It took so long. He knew very well that when Elder Huo said 3 years, he was referring to the time outside. 3 years in the outside world were 3 decades on the 4th floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 3 years. Do you think the sect leader of the fire worship sect has come out from his closed-door cultivation? Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. I hope he hasn't. After all, for a powerhouse at his stage, it's not unusual for them to be in closed-door cultivation for 8 to 10 years. Although he tried to console himself with this thought, he still felt restless. Currently, all Duan Ling Tian wanted to do was to hurry to the fire worship sect to rescue Ka and their daughter. After that, they would have to think of a way to return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. 3 years had passed. Duan Ling Tian was afraid the devil clans had completely occupied the lower province. His family and friends were still in the lower province after all. Elder Huo, I have to leave this place now. I need you to guide me so I can avoid the killing formations, Duan Ling Tian said to Elder Huo. He did not even wait for Elder Huo to respond before he left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought and appeared in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel wistful appearing in the pseudo-realm again after 3 years. 3 devils who have ascended left such a pseudo-realm behind to kill so many of our Saint Province realm's powerhouses. We, humans, have lost so many powerhouses. We'll definitely be at a disadvantage when we face the devil clans. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a heavy heart. After a while, Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. After leaving this place, I'll go to Sin City before returning to the fire worship sect. Although there was nothing Duan Ling Tian wanted more than to return to the fire worship sect as fast as he could to rescue Ka and their daughter, he felt like he was on pins and needles when he thought about the fact that the devil clans had invaded the lower province, but the people in the upper province were completely unaware. Although it has been rumored that the devil clans might have invaded the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land and is likely to invade the upper province soon, most people in the upper province were only slightly nervous. After some time, they weren't even bothered anymore. However, I can confirm now that the devil clans have invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land, and their first stop is the lower province. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, everyone in the upper province has to know about this. I'm sure everyone has already found out about the deaths of the powerhouses in this pseudo-realm. However, they might not know that it's caused by 3 eminent devils. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian planned to go to Sin City to reveal the truth before he returns to the fire worship sect. Everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land deserved to know the truth. Let's go. Elder Huo's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ear to remind him to head to the space barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province. After that, Duan Ling Tian kept the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and made his move. There's no shortage of powerhouses above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who died here 3 years ago. Those powerhouses must have a lot of valuable cultivation resources in their spatial rings. It's a pity that even their spatial rings were destroyed by the killing formation. All those cultivation resources have disappeared just like that. Duan Ling Tian sighed when he thought about this. Once a spatial ring was destroyed, it was only natural the things kept inside were destroyed as well. Under Elder Huo's guidance, Duan Ling Tian avoided one killing formation after another. Eventually, he reached the area near the space barrier. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have discovered something as he cried out in surprise, "Eh!" As it turned out, when Duan Ling Tian arrived near the space barrier, he found a large amount of dried blood. Based on the texture, it was apparent it had been there for a few years now. It seems like people came in to investigate the deaths of those powerhouses. I'm afraid those who came to investigate have died as well. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh again. I hope not many people came to investigate. Otherwise, our Saint Province realm would have lost another group of powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that people who were able to create an opening in the space barrier had to be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage at least. The dried blood must belong to those powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that only 2 people had broken into the pseudo-realm, and they did not die even though they had to pay a heavy price. He would not have sighed if he was aware of this. At some point, a sword appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hands. It was the 1000 inscriptions saint sword he obtained when he just arrived in Sin City from the Ground Axe Alliance's men. Go. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as Sun Saint origin surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body like an angry dragon into the 1000 inscriptions saint sword that he held in his hands. Shoo! The 1000 inscriptions saint sword flew out on its own with the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart sword and slashed the air. Rip! The sound of a tear rang in the air as an extremely small crack appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. The crack was less than a foot long. Now that my cultivation base is at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, my Sun Saint origin is stronger than the Saint origin of ordinary powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it's still weaker compared to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian discovered this from his attack. This also proved Elder Huo was right when he said the sun force that fused with his body would not be as powerful the stronger he became. When Duan Ling Tian successfully passed the heavenly tribulation in the future and managed to ascend to a Devata realm, he would no longer have an advantage over people with the same cultivation base even though he had the sun force. The sun force would only have a small effect on his power. It seems like if I don't use the elementary devouring tactic or the Jasper Celestial Sword, I won't be able to create an opening in the space barrier and return to the upper province, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he instantly cast the assist-type divine ability. Elementary devouring tactic. In just an instant, many whirlpools appeared around Duan Ling Tian as they absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings like a bottomless pit. It did not take too long before Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint origin was raised to its limit. Duan Ling Tian cried out, "Go!" The 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword in his hand flew out again. Chapter 2163 revealing himself to the public. The 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword that contained Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint origin that was raised to its highest limit flew out under the control of the third stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. It seemed as though it could cut through anything. The sound of something tearing rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the original opening in the space barrier that had yet to close became wider. It went from being less than 1 foot long to several feet long. Duan Ling Tian had used the same attack, but its strength was raised to another level by the elementary devouring tactic. "It's time to leave," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he flew through the opening in the space barrier and vanished from the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. It was pitch black when Duan Ling Tian entered the opening in the space barrier. After a few moments, he finally saw light. When he could see properly again, he discovered he was in a familiar place. 3 years ago, he had entered the pseudo-realm from an opening located at this place. "I'm out, I finally got out." Although Duan Ling Tian knew he would leave the pseudo-realm, he could not help but feel happy as though he had been given a second chance at life. He began to laugh loudly. Only 3 years had passed in the outside world, but Duan Ling Tian had been cultivating diligently on the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda for 30 years. It had taken him 30 years to raise his cultivation base to where it was today. "From today onwards, I no longer have to hide myself in the Tao martial saint land. I'm Duan Ling Tian, I no longer have to use any disguise or alias." Duan Ling Tian removed the long and loose black robe he was wearing and changed into his purple robe. After that, he removed his disguise and reverted to his original appearance. Sword-shaped brows and starry eyes. Handsome and graceful, this was Duan Ling Tian's true appearance. Now that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he felt he had nothing to fear as long as his opponent was not a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How many cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were there in the Tao martial saint land anyway? Sin City. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as though he just remembered something as he looked south. It was the direction where Sin City was located. Duan Ling Tian moved like a gust of wind as he made his way to Sin City. He was finally in Sin City again after 3 years. It felt as though a lifetime had passed since he was there. Only 3 years had passed in the outside world since Duan Ling Tian left Sin City. However, since he was cultivating on the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, it had been 3 decades since he was last in Sin City. Even the sea could turn into a mulberry orchard in 30 years. It was only natural that Duan Ling Tian felt that way. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian had returned to Sin City in a good mood. Perhaps, it was due to the fact that he did not have to hide and could openly enter Sin City with his true appearance. In Sin City, Duan Ling Tian's appearance caught many people's attention. This guy seems familiar. Yes, I think I've seen him before, but I can't remember when or where. I think he looks familiar as well. Duan Ling Tian heard many similar remarks in Sin City. Many people thought he looked familiar, but they could not recall when or where they had seen him before. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised. After all, it was only natural these people found him familiar since they had seen his portraits before. 3 years ago, when he killed Elder Xie Zong from the Black Kshetra sect, he had incurred the wrath of Xie Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas in the Black Kshetra sect. Xie Kongshuan had tried to look for him everywhere by distributing his portraits. Apart from that, he had also promised to generously reward those who could provide information on Duan Ling Tian's location. People would definitely step forward and talk if they knew they were going to be rewarded. Duan Ling Tian was certain people would recognize him immediately if this was 3 years ago. They would have recognized him based on his figure if he did not hide them under a long and loose black robe, let alone if he did not disguise his appearance. At that time, he had experienced the madness of being hunted by many sectless cultivators in Sin City. Duan Ling Tian flew up into the air like a rocket not long after he entered Sin City. In just a blink of an eye, he was hovering in the air above Sin City. At this moment, One of the sectless cultivators who found Duan Ling Tian familiar suddenly cried out, I remember who he is now. He's Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy from the fire worship sect. He killed the son of the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect. Duan Ling Tian, you're right, he's Duan Ling Tian, I still carry his portrait with me. Look, it's the same face and figure. Duan Ling Tian actually revealed himself. Am I dreaming? Why is Duan Ling Tian openly walking around? Duan Ling Tian vanished 3 years ago. Many sectless cultivators had turned Sin City upside down just to find him. However, it was all in vain. How dare he show himself now? Maybe he thinks 3 years would make us forget him. Naive. How naive. Many sectless cultivators began to discuss among themselves when they found out who Duan Ling Tian was. Some of them stared at him with eyes that were shining with greed. They had to stop themselves from rushing to Duan Ling Tian and bringing him to Xianxia in Black Kshetra sect and claim the reward they had been dreaming about. However, no one was willing to be the first person to make a move. Greetings, people of Sin City. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian began to speak as he hovered in the air above Sin City. Although his voice was not loud, almost everyone in Sin City heard him since his voice contained Sun Saint origin. A commotion broke out immediately. This name sounds familiar. How could it not sound familiar? Duan Ling Tian is the prodigy from Fire Worship Sect. The Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect is looking for him. In order to find him, the Golden Lion King keeps increasing the bounty on his head. The bounty is extremely high now. It's him. Is it really him? I feel like they're two different people. If he's really Duan Ling Tian, would he really show himself in Sin City so openly? Whether they're the same person or not, we'll know after we go over there to see what's going on. The voice is coming from the city center. Let's go. Point 3.5. Similar remarks could be heard all over Sin City. Meanwhile, many figures flew out from various places in Sin City. All of them shared the same destination, the center of Sin City. It's really Duan Ling Tian. His appearance and figure match the portrait. Isn't he too bold? He dares to show himself in Sin City. Isn't he afraid of death? He might be. He must have suffered during the past 3 years from being hunted by the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect. More and more people gathered in the center of Sin City. All of them recognized Duan Ling Tian as the person that Xianxia, the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect, had placed a bounty on. He was Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy from the Fire Worship sect. Suddenly, the sound of laughter rang in the air from afar as it slowly grew closer and closer. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to reveal yourself. Since you're here, come with me to see the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect. He wants to see you really badly. A middle-aged man with a sturdy figure appeared. Flames seemed to shroud his body as he flew toward Duan Ling Tian like a fireball. It's Kong Zhen. Many sectless cultivators recognized the middle-aged man. Kong Zhen, the person ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. A powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's him. It's really Kong Zhen. He's at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage and is ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. I didn't expect him to make a move first. One sectless cultivator exclaimed when he saw Kong Zhen approaching Duan Ling Tian. As the prodigy of Fire Worship sect, Duan Ling Tian's innate talent is quite high. However, I don't think his cultivation base has improved much. Only 3 years have gone by. Moreover, during this time, he has been hunted by the Golden Lion King. Where would he find the time to concentrate on cultivating? 3 years ago, he was hundreds and thousands of miles away from being a match Lord Kong Zhen. After 3 years, it would be even more impossible for him to be a match for Lord Kong Zhen, especially since he didn't have time to cultivate. I think so too. After all, Kong Zhen is at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2164 Fake News. Many sectless cultivators discussed among themselves when Kong Zhen showed up. Based on their conversations, it seemed like most of them thought Duan Ling Tian would be captured by Kong Zhen to see the Golden Lion King, Xianxia, in the Black Kshetra sect. He was doomed. The reward that Xianxia, the Golden Lion King, promised was more than enough to tempt a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's a pity both of the Super Saint weapons he had were taken away by the Supreme Elder from the Black Kshetra sect. Otherwise, Kong Zhen would get his hands on more than just the reward that the Golden Lion King promised. He would have been able to obtain 2 Super Saint weapons. You're overthinking it. If Duan Ling Tian has the super saint weapons, do you think Kong Zhen will be able to lay his hands on it? That's right, although Sin City has lost quite a number of powerhouses at and above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, there are still a few of them around. They would have acted first if Duan Ling Tian still has the super saint weapons. Yes, the super saint weapons are, naturally, a huge temptation. When Duan Ling Tian overheard their discussion, he was dumbfounded. When did the Supreme Elder from the Black Kshetra sect take away my super saint weapon? He even looked in his spatial ring to make sure the devil-seal tablet was still there. Duan Ling Tian was baffled. Who spread this rumor? Based on the sectless cultivators' conversations, it seemed like they believed the rumor. Duan Ling Tian had heard of the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect. He knew the Supreme Elder was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking, a place below the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, Ni Wu Tian. He had never even seen the Supreme Elder of the Black Kshetra sect. How did rumor about the Supreme Elder snatching the Super Saint weapon began to circulate? Duan Ling Tian found the entire matter strange. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect had issued a statement 6 months ago stating that he had forced Duan Ling Tian to hand over the Super Saint weapons to him. He had said Duan Ling Tian had hidden the Super Saint weapons and that he managed to obtain it by threatening to kill by Duan Ling Tian. There was even a rumor that the Supreme Elder of the Black Kshetra sect had sworn a lightning penalty oath to prove the veracity of his words. Since the statement had been put out by Black Kshetra sect, it was only natural that people did not doubt their words. Naturally, there were a few people who doubted the truth of the statement. However, once Xie Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect, reduced the reward of the bounty he placed on Duan Ling Tian's head, those people who had doubts were instantly convinced. In the beginning, people were hesitant to do anything even though the Golden Lion King kept increasing the reward. At that time, rumors were flying that Duan Ling Tian possessed Super Saint weapons. How could any reward be more valuable than 2 Super Saint weapons? That was why no one had bothered with the bounty he placed on Duan Ling Tian. However, once they learned that Duan Ling Tian had lost the Super Saint weapons, they became interested in the reward that Xie Kongshuan had promised. Nobody would expect the Supreme Elder of the Black Kshetra sect had lied about snatching away the Super Saint weapons from Duan Ling Tian to prevent others from obtaining it. He had come up with a clever plan and asked Xie Kongshuan to reduce to reward to make the rumor more convincing. Kong Zhen was just a few meters away from Duan Ling Tian when Duan Ling Tian said coldly, "Stop right there." Duan Ling Tian had spoken so abruptly that it stunned Kong Zhen for a moment, causing him to stop moving subconsciously. Before Kong Zhen regained his senses, Duan Ling Tian said again, "If you come any closer, you'll have to bear with the consequences." His voice was cold and filled with certainty, and his words were extremely domineering. Everyone fell silent when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Oh, God, is Duan Ling Tian crazy? He dares to challenge Lord Kong Zhen. In my opinion, he wants to anger Lord Kong Zhen so Lord Kong Zhen will kill him. In that case, he doesn't have to face the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect. I think so as well. The Golden Lion King wouldn't let him die so easily. He would definitely torture him first. Xie Zong was the only son of the Golden Lion King after all. Many people stared at Duan Ling Tian, horrified. Many of them thought Duan Ling Tian had intentionally sought death. However, was Duan Ling Tian really seeking death? Kong Zhen scoffed. A hint of hate could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I won't kill you. I'm going to exchange you for the reward that the Golden Lion King promised. I'll even ask permission from the Golden Lion King to watch as he tortures you to death. Based on his words, he was certain Duan Ling Tian would die since he did not think the Golden Lion King would let Duan Ling Tian go. This is the last time I'll say this. You'll have to bear with the consequences if you come any closer. Duan Ling Tian said, annoyed, when he saw Kong Zhen flying toward him despite his warning. His voice was extremely cold. Bear with the consequences. I want to see what makes you think you can say such arrogant words. Kong Zhen sneered as Saint Origin began to surge out of his body. His robes began to flutter in the air. In the next moment, he moved and pounced at Duan Ling Tian. Kong Zhen only had one goal in mind. He wanted to catch Duan Ling Tian and bring him to the Golden Lion King in the Black Kshetra sect and claim the reward. Seeking death. When Duan Ling Tian saw Kong Zhen did not heed his warning, a flash could be seen in his left eye. It was the strange pupil. A soul attack shot out at an extremely fast speed in the form of a divine dragon toward Kong Zhen. As soon as Duan Ling Tian attacked, Kong Zhen seemed to have discovered something as his expression changed drastically. Oh, no, it was the last expression he had in his life. Before Kong Zhen could react, the soul attack in the form of a divine dragon had reached him, piercing his soul without leaving any physical marks on his body. Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The improvement from the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was more than just the increase in Saint origin, most of the improvement was on one's soul. The 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Heavenly Soul form. Breaking through to this stage would allow one's soul to evolve and be one with the universe. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian's soul was much stronger than Kong Zhen, who was only at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His soul attack had easily killed Kong Zhen. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Kong Zhen, who was flying toward Duan Ling Tian, suddenly stopped moving and fell from the sky. Kong Zhen's body landed with a loud noise. This scene caused many sectless cultivators' expressions to change. Those with higher cultivation bases looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they had seen a ghost. How did Duan Ling Tian become so powerful? Kong Zhen was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. I didn't see Duan Ling Tian make a move, but Kong Zhen fell from the sky as though he had lost control of his body and fell to his death. You didn't see him make a move. Did you not sense the aura of Duan Ling Tian's soul? He had used a soul attack. Soul attack? Impossible. I don't think Duan Ling Tian knows how to use a soul attack. You must be mistaken. Based on the sectless cultivators' conversations, it could be seen some of them thought Kong Zhen's death had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian, and some were certain Duan Ling Tian had killed Kong Zhen. There was a divide in their opinion. Duan Ling Tian ignored the commotion in his surroundings as he pricked his finger to draw blood. A drop of blood hovered in the air. Duan Ling Tian is swearing a lightning penalty oath. Many sectless cultivators saw Duan Ling Tian's action. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian began to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Today, I, Duan Ling Tian, swear that if I lie, I'll be killed by the lightning penalty. At this moment, the entire place had fallen deadly silent. Chapter 2165 is Duan Ling Tian, the black-robed man. Duan Ling Tian had not revealed the reason he was swearing on a lightning penalty oath, causing the sectless cultivators to wait with bated breath as they waited for him to continue speaking. All of their attention was on Duan Ling Tian. They were curious about the reason he was swearing on the lightning penalty oath. What does Duan Ling Tian want to say? He's even swearing on the lightning penalty oath to prove the veracity of his words. Does he intend to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he no longer possesses the Super Saint weapons? There's no need for him to do this. After all, the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect has already spoken up about it. Even then, there are some people who have their doubts. It's different if Duan Ling Tian swears on the lightning penalty oath. Many sectless cultivators began to speculate among themselves. Unfortunately, none of their guesses were correct. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian started speaking again. 3 years ago, in the north of Sin City, the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by 3 eminent celestials has killed many powerhouses. At this point, many sectless cultivators were puzzled. All of them knew about this matter, so why was Duan Ling Tian talking about it? Why is Duan Ling Tian talking about that? Is there a need for him to swear on the lightning penalty oath just for this? I don't think there's anyone in the upper province who doesn't know about this. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, those 3 powerhouses are eminent devils from the devil clans who survived the human-devil war. In order to survive, they hid in the mortal continent and cultivated slowly. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the sectless cultivators' expressions changed immediately. Devil clans. The powerhouses who created that space are eminent devils. Duan Ling Tian has sworn on the lightning penalty oath. He's not killed by the lightning penalty. This proves that he's telling the truth. Oh my god, it didn't occur to me that trap was left behind by devils. Previously many people were wondering why a powerhouse had so much time to create a trap to harm the future generation. It makes sense now that Duan Ling Tian says it's a trap created by devils. No one doubted Duan Ling Tian's words since he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. Moreover, it answered a lot of questions that people had. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, When the Dao Martial Saint land was divided into two, they set up a formation in both the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. The formation in the lower province will be automatically activated once it senses the pure devil chi from the devil clans that came from the land of exile. The activation of the formation in the lower province would then trigger the formation in the upper province, opening an entrance to the realm that they created. They did this to lure human powerhouses inside. The cultivators below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage are the lucky ones for being eliminated, since all those who remained in the realm were killed. His tone gradually turned solemn as he spoke. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know those powerhouses, as fellow humans, he mourned their deaths as well. I see. If that's the case, this means the devil clans have already invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land, right? The sectless cultivators' expressions changed again. Some of them even asked Duan Ling Tian for further confirmation. Duan Ling Tian nodded when faced with the question and the burning gazes of the crowd. That's right. The devil clans have already invaded the lower province 3 years ago. There's no doubt about this. If I'm lying, I'll be killed by the lightning penalty, Duan Ling Tian said grimly. The sectless cultivators began to panic when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. They did not doubt him because he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. The devil clans had invaded the Dao Martial Saint land again. In the past, there were, naturally, people who had guessed correctly. They had thought that there was a tear in the space barrier between the Dao Martial Saint land and the land of exile. They thought the devil clans had invaded the Dao Martial Saint land again when the upper province's inter-province transportation formation stopped working. However, it was all speculation. Most people in the upper province only felt nervous for a while before they went back to their daily lives and forgot about the matter. However, someone swore on the lightning penalty oath today that the devil clans had, indeed, invaded the lower province. Moreover, the person was not killed by the lightning penalty oath. This was enough to prove the person was not lying. The devil clans are here. Damn it, does this mean there will be a new human devil era? The eminent devils were still holding a grudge even before they ascended. They even left a trap to kill so many human powerhouses. If the devil clans invade the upper province, I'm afraid it'll be harder for us to kill them due to the loss of so many human powerhouses. The devil clans invaded the lower province 3 years ago, but they haven't invaded the upper province. They must be waiting for an opportunity to do so. Perhaps, they want to strengthen their hold in the lower province before attacking the upper province. I'm afraid it won't be long before the devil clans invade the upper province. The sectless cultivators were panicking after they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. A sectless cultivator asked loudly, Duan Ling Tian, how do you know about this? His voice was really loud, drowning out the voices of the other sectless cultivators. All of them fell silent when they heard this sectless cultivator's question. They all turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Indeed, how did Duan Ling Tian know all this? They did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words due to the lightning penalty oath, but they were extremely curious about how he came across this information. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he said bluntly, how do I know? I know because I entered the trap left behind by those 3 eminent devils 3 years ago. I'm the sole survivor, apart from the cultivators at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage who were eliminated. There was an uproar as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. There were many sectless cultivators who doubted Duan Ling Tian's words this time. Are you saying you entered the trap that was created by the 3 eminent devils 3 years ago, managed to pass the tests, and survive it? Are you kidding? As far as I know, everyone below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage was eliminated. Are you saying your cultivation base 3 years ago was at or above the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage? If I'm not mistaken, your strength, at that time, was only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? A group of sectless cultivators questioned Duan Ling Tian. I understand your doubts. Maybe if I reveal my other identity, you won't doubt me anymore, Duan Ling Tian said. Other identity? What identity? Many sectless cultivators frowned. They did not know what Duan Ling Tian meant. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian lifted his arm and took out a long black robe and put it on. The robe hid his face and figure. This was the robe he wore when he was known as the Black-Robed Man. Black-Robed Man. The sectless cultivators were shocked when they saw this. Was this not the Black-Robed Man who rose to fame in Sin City 3 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, the Black-Robed Man had appeared after Duan Ling Tian killed Xie Zong, the son of the Golden Lion King. Does this mean Duan Ling Tian is the Black-Robed Man? If this is true, then it means Duan Ling Tian didn't leave Sin City at all. He merely changed his identity so no one would be able to identify him. It didn't cross my mind that Duan Ling Tian is the black-robed man. It sounds so ridiculous. All the sectless cultivators were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian put on the black robe. There were not many people who questioned the truth of his words. After all, if Duan Ling Tian was the black-robed man, it made sense that no one would recognize him when he entered the trap left behind by the three eminent devils. They knew very well that the black-robed had entered the trap and did not get eliminated. Duan Ling Tian, since you're the black-robed man and you managed to survive, why didn't you tell everyone earlier that devil clans have invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land? Yes, didn't you know that the sooner you tell us, the faster we can prepare for their invasion? Duan Ling Tian, how could you do this? Many people began to harshly criticize Duan Ling Tian as though he was to blame if the devils managed to annihilate humankind. Duan Ling Tian sneered. How do you know that I didn't just come out today? You just came out today. Many people were stunned when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Soon after, a sectless cultivator retorted, impossible. The Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect released a statement 1 year ago that he has taken your Super Saint weapons. How's it possible that you only came out today? Chapter 2166 The Golden Lion King is here. The Supreme Elder took my Super Saint weapons away a year ago. As the party involved, why don't I know about this? Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh. Moreover, I have already sworn on the lightning penalty oath earlier. If I lie, I'll be killed by the lightning penalty. Aren't I still alive and standing? Duan Ling Tian shook his head at the absurdity of the situation. He was speechless. How laughable. How could people just believe the other party's words? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage had a high place in many people's hearts. In the eyes of ordinary people, powerhouses at the 9th form Saint Celestial stage were almost invincible. They did not think such a powerhouse would lie just to obtain Super Saint weapons. Although many people felt skeptical when the Supreme Elder of Black Kshetra sect released his statement, deep down, they all believed him. Moreover, all their doubts vanished when Xie Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King from Black Kshetra sect, reduced the reward he promised. The crowd fell silent as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. After a few moments, a sectless cultivator stared at Duan Ling Tian intently as he asked, "Does this mean you still possess 2 Super Saint weapons?" As soon as the sectless cultivator finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian saw the greed in everyone's eyes when they looked at him. He knew very well if that incident with Kong Zhen did not happen, many of these sectless cultivators would not hesitate to attack him to obtain the Super Saint weapons he possessed. Duan Ling Tian shook his head in response to the question. No. The sectless cultivator was stunned and confused. Didn't you say you were inside the trap that's left behind by 3 eminent devils for the past 3 years? Doesn't that mean the Supreme Elder from Black Kshetra sect didn't manage to get his hands on the Super Saint weapons? Your words are too contradictory. The others were confused as well. When I said no, I mean I don't have 2 Super Saint weapons. I only have the Devilseal tablet that I took back from Xie Zong. As for the Traceless sword, I've never even seen it. Xie Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King, lied about me possessing the Traceless sword, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Due to the lightning penalty oath, no one doubted Duan Ling Tian. Now that Duan Ling Tian mentioned it, I remember the Golden Lion King said that Duan Ling Tian's sword resembles the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless sword. He isn't certain as well, someone said after thinking for a while. Many sectless cultivators nodded in agreement. Maybe he has the Super Saint weapon, the 9-cloud sword, instead. There were some sectless cultivators who said this and stared at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a walking treasure. I don't have the Super Saint weapon, the 9-cloud sword. Duan Ling Tian's words mercilessly crushed some of the sectless cultivators. Hope! Someone bellowed from afar, Duan Ling Tian. It sounded like the roar of a lion. Soon after, a tall figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It seemed as though he had appeared out of thin air. Based on this, one could tell his speed was extremely fast. The figure belonged to an old man who was 2 meters tall. He had a sturdy figure as well. From afar, he looked like a humanoid beast. He had spike-white hair and an unruly beard. He resembled a lion. Apart from that, he had big and fierce eyes that were framed by thick brows. When he appeared, a terrifying aura rolled off him in waves, causing everyone to freeze in fear. some sectless cultivators recognized the old man with just a glance and exclaimed, "It's the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of Black Kshetra sect. I didn't expect the Golden Lion King to show up so quickly. He seems very well informed. This means the Black Kshetra sect has many spies in Sin City. It only natural that he came here as fast as he could once he learned that Duan Ling Tian's here. This is a good opportunity for him to avenge his son after all. Duan Ling Tian's doomed." The sectless cultivators looked at Duan Ling Tian sympathetically as they discussed among themselves. It seemed as though they were certain Duan Ling Tian was going to be killed by the Golden Lion King. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten that Duan Ling Tian had escaped from the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils today. In order to leave the realm, one had to be able to tear open space barriers. Only powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would have the strength to accomplish such a feat. "Duan Ling Tian, I didn't think you'd show yourself." The lion-like old man looked at Duan Ling Tian intently. "Regardless of why you showed up, you must die today." Duan Ling Tian did not disguise himself, so the Golden Lion King recognized him immediately. At this moment, Saint Origin began to rise from Xie Kongshuan's body. It seemed as though he was ready to strike at any moment with his domineering energy. It caused sectless cultivators with a weaker cultivation base to move back a little. Duan Ling Tian was studying Xie Kongshuan as well. It was his first time meeting the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of Black Kshetra sect. "You're Xie Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King." Previously, Duan Ling Tian had met another one of the Karmapas. He had met the Green Bat King. However, the Green Bat King had died in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. Xie Kongshuan only roared in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. Rage could be heard in his roar. In the next moment, everyone watched as a powerful Saint Origin surged out of Xie Kongshuan's body. It seemed as though he had turned into the sun as his body was covered with a dazzling light. The Golden Lion King is going to make his move. Many people trembled in fear when they saw this. A loud explosion sounded in the air as the Golden Lion King charged toward Duan Ling Tian at an extremely fast speed. Where did he go? To many sectless cultivators, it seemed as though the Golden Lion King had vanished into thin air. That was, naturally, not the case. His speed was just too fast that most sectless cultivators could not catch his movement due to their weak cultivation bases. To the sectless cultivators with a higher cultivation base, they only managed to catch a glimpse of the Golden Lion King's figure. He's really fast. No wonder he's ranked 3rd among the 4 great Karmapas in Black Kshetra sect and ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Xie Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect, was a famous powerhouse after all. However, his opponent today was Duan Ling Tian, a prodigy from the Fire Worship sect. His action could be seen as bullying the weak. All the sectless cultivators present on the scene thought Duan Ling Tian would surely be killed by Xie Kongshuan. Were they right in their assumptions? 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's pretty strong. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He could clearly see Xie Kongshuan's every movement unlike the sectless cultivators present on the scene. Before Xie Kongshuan made his move, Duan Ling Tian had already mobilized his Sun Saint energy. As soon as Xie Kongshuan made his move, he instantly cast one of his divine abilities. Elementary Devouring Tactic. In just an instant, whirlpools appeared around Duan Ling Tian and absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. It raised his Sun Saint origin to its highest limit in just a short while. His Sun Saint origin was far stronger than that of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, it was only slightly weaker than the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. While Duan Ling Tian cast the Elementary Devouring Tactic, Xie Kongshuan, who was halfway to Duan Ling Tian, also cast an assist-type divine ability. In just a blink of an eye, his Saint origin became stronger as well. It was almost as powerful as the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For a time, his strength was evenly matched with Duan Ling Tian's strength. I see why you're one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapas. The assist-type divine ability you've mastered is quite powerful. However, if this is the extent of your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to avenge your son today. Duan Ling Tian said calmly as Xie Kongshuan charged at him at an extremely fast speed. It seemed as though he was not afraid of Xie Kongshuan at all. Chapter 2167 The Death of Golden Lion King. Xie Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King, sneered when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He continued to charge toward Duan Ling Tian. Shameless boasting. It sounded like a joke to Xie Kongshuan. He was the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of Black Kshetra sect. He had long broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and could be considered as one of the top powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This could be seen from his rank, the 19th place, on the Supreme Saint ranking. It should be noted that there were only a few people who were ranked ahead of him at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, today, a young lad shamelessly boasted and disregarded Xie Kongshuan. How could he not be angry? Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh when he heard Xie Kongshuan's words. Shameless boasting, you'll see soon enough whether it's shameless boasting or not. Xie Kongshuan scoffed as he said, I can't wait to see. He had cast a movement martial tactic and divine ability to hasten his speed. He looked like a furious lion intending to tear his prey apart as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. While Xie Kongshuan hastened his speed, the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hands. He sent his Sun Saint origin into the sword and a terrifying and destructive aura radiated off the sword, sending shivers up the spines of everyone who was watching. This strike is for your failure in educating your son, Duan Ling Tian said as the Jasper Celestial Sword flew out at lightning speed toward Xie Kongshuan. The sword that contained Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint origin that was raised to its highest limit was wielded by Duan Ling Tian using the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Was there anyone who was able to defend against the swordplay technique of the Sovereign Heart Sword? To the sectless cultivators, it seemed as though Duan Ling Tian's sword had vanished. They only heard the shrill cry of a sword, it's so fast. Xie Kongshuan thought to himself as fear inexplicably rose in his heart. Soon after, he felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder. He instinctively looked at it and discovered he had lost his right arm. It had been severed from his shoulder. Blood kept on spurting out from his wound. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian said again, this strike is for you falsely claiming I have the super saint weapon, the traceless sword. Before Xie Kongshuan could catch his severed right arm with his other hand, Duan Ling Tian struck again. Just like that, Xie Kongshuan lost his left arm as well. At this time, even someone as strong as Xie Kongshuan could not help but groan in pain. He hovered in the air as he staunched the bleeding on his shoulders. He looked at Duan Ling Tian in horror and disbelief. He did not think Duan Ling Tian, whom he had considered as insignificant, would be so terrifyingly strong. Any of the 2 strikes could have killed him. However, Duan Ling Tian seemed to be toying with him. Duan Ling Tian had deliberately avoided striking at his vital parts. Otherwise, he would have died. He was certain of this. How's this possible? It has only been 3 years. How could he have grown so strong? Is it possible that he had a fortuitous encounter during these past 3 years? Xie Kongshuan found it hard to believe. He could not accept this. Someone whom he had regarded as an ant was strong enough to kill him today. For a moment, he even thought he was dreaming. Meanwhile, the sectless cultivators finally regained their senses. They could not help but gasp. Everything happened in just a split second. They did not have time to react until Xie Kongshuan had stopped charging at Duan Ling Tian. They were shocked by Xie Kongshuan's loss at Duan Ling Tian's hands. Oh, God, can anyone tell me if I'm dreaming? This is impossible, a young sectless cultivator said in shock and disbelief. I find this hard to believe as well. Xie Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect, whose rank 19th on the Supreme Saint ranking, lost both his arms to Duan Ling Tian before he could even get near him. A middle-aged sectless cultivator cried out as he looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had seen a ghost. He was frozen for a while as though Duan Ling Tian had cast a spell on him. The Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of Black Kshetra sect, is defeated just like that. Although I find it hard to believe, the truth is laid bare before our eyes. When the Golden Lion King came, he was so energetic and arrogant like a lion. Now, he looks like a dog with its tail between its legs. The Golden Lion King seems to be in shock as well. Perhaps, he's also wondering how someone he regarded as an ant became stronger than him in such a short time. I'm equally shocked. Duan Ling Tian's strength did not only shock the Golden Lion King, but it shocked the group of sectless cultivators present on the scene as well. Before the Golden Lion King lost his arms, they did not think Duan Ling Tian would be stronger than the Golden Lion King. In fact, they were certain the Golden Lion King would kill Duan Lingtian. However, what happened subsequently was like a slap to their faces. Not only did Xie Kongshuan fail to kill Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian had severed both of Xie Kongshuan's arms. Xie Kongshuan was useless now that he had lost his arms. Run. This was Xie Kongshuan's first thought when he realized how terrifyingly strong Duan Lingtian was. Once that thought appeared, Xie Kongshuan immediately tried to flee in the opposite direction of Duan Lingtian. A series of explosions rang in the air as the saint origin on Xie Kongshuan's body trembled violently. At this moment, he had unleashed all his strength and cast all the techniques he had mastered in order to escape. He had completely abandoned the thought of revenge. He only wanted to leave no matter how slim the chances were. As Xie Kongshuan turned around to flee, Duan Lingtian said again, "This strike is to prove that I'm not shamelessly boasting." His words sent chills running up everyone's spines. A short-lived sword's cry sounded as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. Upon hearing the sword's cry, Xie Kongshuan shuddered like a startled bird. He slowed for a moment before he sped up again in an attempt to escape. A soft noise sounded as Xie Kongshuan sped up. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a bloody wound appeared at the back of Xie Kongshuan's head as he tried to escape. Blood spurted everywhere. At this moment, everyone fell silent. They only regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian had flown next to Xie Kongshuan to retrieve his spatial ring. After that, they saw Duan Lingtian let Xie Kongshuan's body fall to the ground. Fear could be seen in their eyes. Duan Lingtian maimed Xie Kongshuan, one of the 4 great Karmapas of Black Kshetra sect, with 2 strikes and killed him with the 3rd strike. Was that man really Xie Kongshuan? Was he really the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King who was ranked 19th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian paid no mind to everyone's gaze. He had devoured Xie Kongshuan's innate spiritual root to improve his innate spiritual root. Although Xie Kongshuan possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, it was like pouring a cup of water into the sea. After all, Duan Lingtian possessed a violet innate spiritual root that was superior to indigo innate spiritual roots. I wonder when my innate spiritual root will evolve from light violet to a normal shade of violet. Once it evolves, my innate talent will improve again and my cultivation speed will become even faster. With the help of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'll be able to raise my cultivation base quickly. One Duan Lingtian was delighted when he thought about this. Chapter 2168 Duan Lingtian, 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Duan Lingtian managed to kill Xie Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of Black Kshetra sect. The strength he displayed surpasses that of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. One sectless cultivator said in a trembling voice. His words caused the other sectless cultivators to regain their senses. An expression of shock could be seen on their faces. You're right, Xie Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect, is one of the top powerhouses among those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. He was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Even the supposed strongest cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage wouldn't be able to defeat Xie Kongshuan so easily, not without 100 moves at least, let alone killing him. If that's the case, does it mean that Duan Lingtian is as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage? Although I'm reluctant to believe it, that seems to be the case. His swordplay technique is terrifying. Moreover, his sword is definitely a saint weapon that's evenly matched with the Traceless Sword or the 9-Cloud Sword even if it's not a super saint weapon. The sectless cultivators began to discuss among themselves as soon as they regained their senses. Based on their conversations, it seemed like most of them thought Duan Lingtian was as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Xie Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of Black Kshetra sect? Apart from that, they could tell Duan Lingtian's sword was not ordinary. Even if it was not a super saint weapon, it had to be more powerful than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Usually, a lot of people would covet such a weapon. However, none of the sectless cultivators present on the scene were tempted to make a move. Apart from Duan Lingtian's sword, although they knew he possessed the super saint weapon, the Devilseal tablet, they still did not dare to scheme against him. What a joke. Currently, Duan Lingtian was as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. They would not dare to scheme against him even if he had 5 or 6 super saint weapons, let alone only one. They knew they were no match for him. They would definitely die if they make a move against him. At this moment, many people thought Duan Ling Tian might be even stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if the leader of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Kamapas, the Violet Dragon King, fought Xie Kongshuan, I don't think she'll be able to defeat Xie Kongshuan so easily. I think Duan Ling Tian is stronger or on par with the Violet Dragon King. I agree. With the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed earlier, he would definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking. I wonder what Duan Ling Tian went through during the past 3 years for him to grow so terrifyingly strong in such a short time. Perhaps, he obtained many treasures in the trap that was created by the 3 eminent devils since he survived. That will explain why he's so strong. Many people began to guess how Duan Ling Tian became so strong in such a short time. As the sectless cultivators were guessing and gossiping among themselves, Duan Ling Tian said, the devil clans might invade at any time. Please take care. After that, he left like a gust of wind. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, they regained their senses and discovered that he had already left. Soon after, everything that Duan Ling Tian had said under the lightning penalty oath spread like a wildfire through Sin City. It did not take long before it spread out of Sin City. Apart from that, word about how Duan Ling Tian had killed the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of Black Kshetra sect, spread out as well. Duan Ling Tian is the famous black-robed man in Sin City. He also entered the trap that was left by 3 eminent devils. He's the only survivor. After 3 years, Duan Ling Tian managed to escape the trap left behind by 3 eminent devils and went to Sin City to reveal the truth. He even swore on the lightning penalty oath so people would believe him. So the realm is actually created by 3 eminent devils. The formation that opened up the trap is actually connected to a formation in the lower province that will only be activated once it detects pure devil chi from the devils in the land of exile. News of this caused an uproar in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land. No one had expected this. As it turned out, what they thought was a treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial was a trap left behind by 3 eminent devils. The reason they had created the trap was to aid the future generation of the devil clans when they invade the Dao Martial Saint Land by killing human powerhouses in the upper province. The devil clans have really invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's no longer a speculation, it's a fact. We lost so many powerhouses to the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. How are humans supposed to fight the devil clans when they invade the upper province? That 3 eminent devils are truly vicious. They actually created a trap before they ascended. Fortunately, we have Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, we would be unaware that the devil clans have already invaded the lower province and might invade the upper province at any time. We must be prepared. Things would be bad when the devil clans invade. Similar remarks could be heard everywhere in Sin City. As time passed, news of this spread further and further. It would not take long before everyone in the upper province found out about it. Duan Ling Tian's goal of letting everyone know about the devil clans had been achieved. Apart from that, other things about Duan Ling Tian began to spread as well. As it turns out, Duan Ling Tian didn't have 2 super saint weapons. He only has 1 super saint weapon, the Devilseal Tablet, that he snatched back from Xie Zong, the son of Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King. Humph, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, actually used such a despicable way to obtain the super saint weapons. He released a false statement because he didn't want us to lay our hands on the super saint weapons, right? Initially, I thought powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were like God. I thought they would be above all these things, so I had trusted everything they said without a doubt. I didn't think they would lie. Liar, liar. As news of Duan Ling Tian swearing on the lightning penalty oath spread, the high regard everyone held for powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage began to fall. People from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land realized that powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage might stand at the top of the food chain in the Dao Martial Saint Land, but they were no different from ordinary cultivators. They were not indifferent to fame and fortune as the others believed. Apart from that, news of Duan Ling Tian's strength caused a commotion in the upper province as well. In just 3 years, Duan Ling Tian became as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of Black Kshetra sect, was no match for him. It seems very far-fetched. I agree. Xie Kongshuan was the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of Black Kshetra sect. He was one of the strongest among those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was even ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. How can someone like that not be a match for Duan Ling Tian? I don't care if everyone believes it, I refuse to believe it. You refuse to believe it? Let me tell you this. I have a distant cousin in the Black Kshetra sect. This news is real. I'm sure it's true. I came from Sin City. Many sectless cultivators witnessed this personally. It's just as they say, Duan Ling Tian is truly as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With 2 strikes, he cut off both of Xie Kongshuan's arms, and he killed Xie Kongshuan with the 3rd strike. Based on what you said, does this mean Duan Ling Tian could have killed him with just 1 strike? The first 2 moves were only to toy with Xie Kongshuan. Yes, many people who lived close to Sin City believed the news about Duan Ling Tian's strength. However, in places further away from Sin City, there were fewer people who believed it. In fact, almost no one from places at the edges of the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land believed it. After all, the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King was a well-known powerhouse in the upper province. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian had only recently become famous for being a prodigy in the fire worship sect. He might have high innate talent, but it did not mean that he was strong. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.